Chapter 101. After hearing the words Buddha Guild, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh subconsciously. This time. It's interesting. My luck wasn't bad. The Buddha Guild. In the last life, among the countless players in the entire god hunting land, this guild had a powerful strength that almost made people shudder. But this time, in the early days of its establishment, it was actually trying to attract me to join. But at this time, Lin Chen also imitated the people in front of him and looked up and down at the scarred face in front of him and the gloomy man behind him. The scarred man is called Broad Sky, a level 32 hunter. He is strong and tall, and looks to be in his 30s. In addition to the scary scar on his face, there is also a stubble on his chin. Behind him, there stands a gloomy man wearing an intelligence-type robe. Like Lin Chen, he cannot view the detailed information of this gloomy man. Lin Chen focuses his eyes on the wooden crown on the gloomy man's head. Obviously, this is a prop similar to the mask on his face, which can also hide its own attributes. However, Lin Chen was a little confused. In his previous life, the president and vice president of the Fu Tu Guild were ruthless characters in the land of hunting gods. Among them, their president was called the Coldness of the World, and the vice president was called Shinli Ming. The individual combat power of the two even ranked in the top 30 on the combat power list. He had never heard of a vice president called Broad Sky. Could it be that when the Fu Tu Guild was first established, the vice president was this hunter? Lin Chen thought to himself, and after some changes, it was changed to Shinli Ming. But in order to prove something, while Scarface and the gloomy man were somewhat happy, Lin Chen still asked a question. By the way, is your president called the Cold World? Hearing this, Scarface's expression changed. Huh? How do you know the name of our president? Have you seen him? After getting a positive answer, Lin Chen no longer had too many concerns. It's okay, let's go. Take me to see your president. The scarred man named Hai Tian Kong nodded. It's definitely okay to meet the president, but... He looked at the dark night outside the hall. It's too late now. Let's go early tomorrow morning. I take you there early in the morning. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Oh? Are you sure? Yes. The scarred man was stunned. What's wrong? What do you mean? Lin Chen stopped looking at the burly hunter and turned to look at the gloomy man. If I'm not mistaken, the guild is now in the pre-production stage. The reason why you are looking for a suitable healer everywhere should be to go on a very dangerous dungeon mission. The gloomy man raised his head, his brows slightly furrowed. While the masked man was talking, the eyes in the mask seemed to be staring at him, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen added, only after clearing this dungeon and obtaining the items from the dungeon boss can a guild be established completely. Otherwise, the guild is just a facade, not to mention some guild benefits and rewards. There is not even a guild venue. Am I right? Everyone around was quiet, staring at Lin Chen. How did you? The gloomy man said in a low voice. You seem to know a lot, but looking at your level, you probably can't get the information about establishing a guild. Lin Chen shrugged without comment. So take me to find your guild leader. I have something to tell him about this dungeon. Whatever you want to say, just say it here. The gloomy man asked in a low voice. I am the guild leader. Hearing this, Lin Chen was completely unmoved, and just shook his head calmly. I'm just a healer, and my level is only 27. Why are you still worried about my intentions? Lin Chen reached out, and patted the scarred man, and the gloomy man on the shoulders, but his eyes were always on the gloomy man. I really can't see your name, but the world is cold is a hidden profession, not a mage. As soon as these words came out, the gloomy man immediately became alert. From the beginning, he felt that there was something wrong with this masked man. He seemed to know a lot of things. Not only did he know that his president was called the world is cold, but he even knew that he was a hidden profession. He wanted to say something. But when he thought about the man's profession and his level, there was really no need to worry. Since he was going to join the gang, it was not wise to be too vigilant. After more than 10 seconds, the gloomy man nodded slightly. Okay. In this case, you follow me. After that, the group walked slowly out of the hall. Lin Chen waved to Feng Chun and Shizi, and the two followed closely. After more than 10 minutes, the group stopped in a deserted place outside Baiwei City. This is a street full of ruins. Because there are no complete buildings around, the view here is somewhat obstructed in the night. They can only see a few small tents around, and NPCs are sleeping inside the tents. This is... Feng Chen couldn't help but look around. They have never been to this place before. It was quiet all around. If it weren't for the rubble and ruins everywhere, Feng Chen would have felt like he had come to an uninhabited wilderness. This is where the guild will be located, Lin Chen said, After all the tasks are ready to continue, you can choose a place on this wasteland to build a guild building, but now there is no guild in the entire main city, so this place is deserted. Hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully. However, the gloomy man and Hai Tian Kong walking in front were really puzzled. They became more and more curious. How did this healing with only level 27 know these things that even they didn't know? They turned their heads and looked at Lin Chen, and they seemed to have something to ask. But before they could ask, Lin Chen met their gaze and spoke. Are we there yet? Scarface Haikushianking was stunned for a moment, and could only reply angrily, We are here. Everyone looked forward. There was a small tent, and two figures were talking in front of the tent. A player, an NPC. Brother, someone wants to see you. Haikushianking called out. The man who was talking to the NPC paused, and then turned back. This was a man who looked ordinary, about the same age as Scarface, not very outstanding in appearance and not too tall. However, when Lin Chen saw that he had a long stick tucked behind his back, he also raised his eyebrows. It seems that he is indifferent to the world. Hidden Profession, Weapon Master. Chapter 102. The man named Tai Yin Liang looked at everyone and quickly understood something. He nodded to the NPC first, and the other party didn't say much, turned around and went into the tent. After doing this, he walked straight over, looked at Lin Chen and the other two, and then extended his hand to the three with a smile. Hello, I am the Vice President of the Fu-Tu Guild, Tai Yin Liang. I can't say my real name. I should be older than you. You can also call me Brother Chu. Lin Chen did not extend his hand. Feng Chen, who wanted to be polite, also retracted his hand. He stood behind Lin Chen without saying a word. Lin Chen looked down at the man's arm, and suddenly laughed. Are the people standing here all members of the Fu-Tu Guild? Seeing that Lin Chen did not shake hands with him, the other party did not get angry. He just stretched out his other hand and brushed his sleeves. Yes, the guild has just started, and it is not even established now. The people here are all the original elders of the guild. The scarred man who had just brought Lin Chen, and the other two here, was a little unhappy at this moment. He pointed at Lin Chen and whispered, Hey kid, don't be shameless. Our president shook hands with you. What's your attitude? Is this how your parents taught you in real life? His tone was a little angry, and his expression became ferocious. Feng Chen, who was standing behind Lin Chen, was about to step forward to refute, but he didn't know how to say it when the words came to his lips. After all, it was Lin Chen who just said that he would join the Fu-Tu Guild. Lin Chen was indeed a little impolite now. Feng Chen coughed dryly, and said nothing. However, Lin Chen didn't care, and spoke directly to the person in front of him. Okay, President Chu, I won't hide it from you. I can help you pass this copy, but I have a request. Tai Yin Liang was stunned. He stared at Lin Chen with interest and asked, What request? If you agree? Lin Chen crossed his arms. I will tell you. The other party pondered for a while, and suddenly laughed. Friend, although it is difficult to find high-level healers now, you are not indispensable, and we don't know what dungeon we are going to enter, so why should I make a deal with you? Yes, I am a level 35 weapon master, not only the first tier on the current level rankings, but also a hidden profession. Even if I really want to win over high-level healers to break through the dungeon, if I face a proud healer like Lin Chen, I don't intend to be led by the other party. What's more, his level is not even 30. Lin Chen laughed at this time. I think you misunderstood President Chu. What I said about helping you pass is the real literal meaning. After entering the dungeon, you just need to stand at the entrance of the dungeon and wait. According to the rules of the market, you can vote for any equipment below pink. In addition, whether it is pink or purple equipment, as long as it appears it is mine. Lin Chen's tone is flat, as if he is talking about something very ordinary. I promise you that people who enter the dungeon will not be in any danger. After the matter is completed, I will personally put the task props needed to establish the guild in your hands. Under the strange gazes of the people around him, Lin Chen added, Deal? The surroundings suddenly became quieter. I don't know how long it took, but a strange voice suddenly came out. It was like the sound of someone who had been trying to hold back his laughter for a long time, and finally couldn't hold it back anymore. After that, there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The scarred face had the strongest smile. He and the laughing team members around him supported each other, as if they would die of laughter at any time. Ouch, oh my stomach hurts, I'm dying of laughter. Scarface laughed unabashedly. I feel this kid has a problem with his brain. President, it's my fault, it's my fault. If I knew this kid was mentally ill, I would never bring him here. Not only him, and the other team members around him. Even the gloomy man who had been silent all the time couldn't help but sneer at this time. They just felt it was ridiculous. Although the dungeon had no minimum level limit, it was a genuine level 35 difficult level dungeon. Unlike all the dungeons they had encountered before, as long as it was marked with the word difficult, at least the most elite and reasonable team configuration was required. Even if a team of all members is level 35, they may still die if they enter it. But this healer who is only level 27 is talking nonsense, saying that he wants to clear the level 35 difficult dungeon by himself, daydreaming. Oh no, it's night now. That means he should still be dreaming. As the laughter around them rose and fell, Gardenia and Feng Chen's faces turned pale. Hey, I say you should stop it. While speaking, Feng Chen even took out his broadsword. The pink light flickered. Although Feng Chen was only level 28, a pink broadsword still made people pause. Except for the scarred man, the gloomy man, and the president surnamed Chu, the rest of the people present rarely had pink clothes, let alone the more scarce pink weapons. They belonged to the assault team, and their main purpose was to upgrade quickly. Compared with their own equipment, they were a little lacking. However, the smiles around were only a little weaker. The scarred man still had tears in his eyes, which were from laughing. Brother, I'm not saying anything, but your captain. Is he really okay? Scarface pointed at Lin Chen and said, or is your brain not that good either? Can't you hear what he just said? Feng Chen was silent. Among all the people present, only he and Gardenia knew Lin Chen's ability, so they naturally didn't care about the exaggerated behavior of others around them. But he couldn't bear to see Lin Chen being laughed at by these people. Just as Feng Chen was about to say something, Lin Chen reached out and pressed down the broadsword in his hand. Brother. Feng Chen was stunned. It's okay. Lin Chen nodded to Feng Chen, then turned to look at Shirtai Yinliang. President Chu, what do you say? Do you want to smile for a while like your vice president? Shirtai Yinliang did not smile. To be the president of a guild, even if the guild is only a little bit old, his scheming is definitely deep enough. At this time, he kept staring at Lin Chen's eyes under the mask, as if he wanted to see something in them. After a long time, he sighed helplessly. Tell me what you want first. He still couldn't understand Lin Chen's motive for saying those words. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe it. It was just, he really couldn't believe it. He was now level 35. After reaching level 30, the dungeon a player entered was different from the previous one. After level 30, after each dungeon was cleared, a new difficulty selection would appear. The default difficulty was normal, followed by difficult, then nightmare, and finally hell. Although entering the same dungeon will reduce experience, it is limited to the same difficulty. For example, in the prayers dungeon, if you clear the normal difficulty, as long as you choose the difficult mode, there will be no reduction in experience. However, this option is only available after level 30. The healing in front of him is only level 27, and he can't even touch this matter, but he is so shameless. Even the world is indifferent, and he can't understand Lin Chen's motives. Lin Chen pondered for a while, and said, the requirement is, I will be the vice president. As soon as this was said, not only the world was indifferent, but also the scarred face, who was still laughing beside him, was stunned. His face changed. What the hell are you talking about? Chapter 103. But no matter how Scarface yelled, Lin Chen just stared at President Chu in front of him silently. The world was finally a little different at this time. He frowned slightly, and looked up and down at the masked man in front of him. From the sound, this man should not be too old, and he is indeed a healer, but can those words just now be said by a healer with only a level 27? Arrogance, and even mixed with some stupidity. After a long time, Shirtai Yinliang shook his head and smiled. You said you want to be the vice president? My friend, your appetite is too big. His face gradually became solemn. But why do you want me to believe you? With the rusty iron sword in your hand. However, Lin Chen seemed to have known that the other party would say this. He spread his hands and said softly, Don't worry, I will prove my ability. Even if you come to verify it now, I have no objection. When he said this, before Shirtai Yinliang could answer, the scarred Hai Tian Kong stood up directly. He faced Lin Chen directly, and his nose was almost touching the mask on Lin Chen's face. Little TSK, I think you are out of your mind. You actually want to replace me. In this case, let's practice alone. If you win, I will give you the position of vice president without the president's consent. As he said that, he took out his bow and arrow from his back. President Chu behind him whispered, Oldly, forget it. But Scarface was obviously a little excited and shook his head repeatedly. No, I have to teach these ignorant boys a lesson. These stinky boys rely on their young age and like to play games. They are arrogant and think they can go to heaven in the land of hunting gods. Damn it, while you were playing in the mud, I had already broken so many spacebars in the internet cafe in audition. As he said that, he threw a dual invitation to Lin Chen. Since you have the guts to say those words just now, then accept the invitation. I let you know that there is always someone better than you. President Chu should have stopped him, but when he set his sights on Lin Chen, he swallowed his words. This young healer seemed to have some backup plan. Even though Scarface had already challenged him, he didn't show any fear at all, and didn't show any other behavior. Could it be that he really intends to fight? Just as the people around him looked at Lin Chen with a joking look on their faces, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Although no one will die in the duel, if I really kill you, you may wake up at the resurrection point in the main city. I remember that place is not very close to here. Are you sure? Hearing Lin Chen say this, Scarface suddenly smiled coldly. I'm sure, if I lose, I will run over and kneel in front of you and respectfully offer the title of vice president with both hands. Lin Chen nodded, and then, under the gaze of everyone, he stretched out his hand and clicked accept. A moment later, people suddenly saw a beam of light pouring down from the dark sky. This beam of light fell on people's heads, and then slowly spread around, forming a translucent arena that enveloped Lin Chen and Scarface. The other people around were pushed to the periphery of the arena by an invisible force. The other people present were like a group of spectators surrounding the arena. Oh my god! Is this a duel? No, I don't quite understand how this guy got to level 27. With his personality, he probably won't even be able to get out of the novice village. Who cares? Just watch the joke. It's a bit interesting. Someone reached out and touched the light curtain in front of him, as if touching the water, rippling waves. Many people present saw this scene for the first time, and couldn't help but talk about it. And President Chu couldn't understand it at this time. He really didn't expect Lin Chen to actually accept the invitation to duel. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned his head to look to the side. There stood Feng Chun and GZ, who followed Lin Chen here, but what he didn't expect was that they were relieved after seeing Lin Chen enter the arena. Yes, the warrior named Feng Chen Zhuizhou even put away his broadsword, and then turned around and chatted with the girl healer. They seemed to be completely unconcerned about what was about to happen inside the arena. Or rather, they had an almost exaggerated confidence in the healer. In the arena, Lin Chen stretched his shins, put the rusty iron sword in his hand back into his backpack, and stood there with bare hands. Seeing Lin Chen like this, the scarred man on the other side suddenly laughed strangely, and he said, "What? You just accepted the duel invitation, and you gave up so quickly?" As he said that, he raised the bow high, then drew the bow and arrow. "But sorry, even if you give up, I have decided to teach you a lesson." But before he could shoot the arrow, Lin Chen suddenly shouted at him. "Hey, can I ask you a question here first?" The scarred man raised his eyebrows, and the scar on his face also jumped at this time. He smiled. "Oh, you ask?" Lin Chen asked, "How much attack power do you have now?" The health bar above the head of this level 32 hunter has completely caught Lin Chen's attention. The health volume is 3,850 points. For a fragile profession like hunter wearing leather armor, this health volume is already an exaggerated level, but Lin Chen still wants to ask how high this guy's attack power is. After all, he is a hunter, a profession that pushes the strength attribute to the extreme. Scarface did not hide it, and laughed. "My attack power? Okay, it's okay to tell you, so you can die with a clear mind. I am holding a level 25 pink bow, with a total of 551 points, and 50 points of armor penetration. To deal with you, I only need 2 skills." Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. 551 points of attack, among the level 32 hunters, is mediocre, but it's not his fault. In order to upgrade quickly, he did not deliberately integrate his other equipment except the weapon in his hand, so the attack power is not too high. "I know," Lin Chen muttered to himself. At the same time, he silently opened his attribute panel. There, his physical attack power was clearly written. Physical attack power, 1556. Yes, Lin Chen's naked attack is now as high as 1456 points. Compared with his level 25 in the morning, his attack power has increased by more than 600. Good luck, Lin Chen muttered to himself. After 12 copies, the attack has reached 1556 points. Chapter 104. Hey! The scarred man named Hai Tian Kong shouted at Lin Chen. "What are you mumbling about?" As he spoke, he gradually pulled the bow to its full length, and a green energy arrow gathered. Lin Chen closed the attribute page and waved his hand in front of him. "It's okay, just count how many punches I can take to knock you down." After saying this, the scarred man was suddenly stunned. He wanted to laugh at him, but he swallowed the words back. Forget it, there's no need for that. He no longer needs to argue with this arrogant boy, but he doesn't want him to lose so easily. He plans to just use normal attacks to see how many arrows he can take. Thinking of this, Scarface's face darkened, and then suddenly loosened his fingers. Swish! The arrow whistled out and shot towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen still stood there motionless, and at this time a gust of wind blew his hair back violently. The arrow had not arrived, but the strong wind had arrived. However, just when the arrow was about to hit Lin Chen's mask, Lin Chen moved his feet slightly. The arrow suddenly passed by his face, and then nailed on the light curtain behind him. For a moment, the huge light curtain splashed with ripples, like a stone falling into a calm lake, stirring endlessly. Scarface raised his eyebrows, and then put the arrow on again. Oh, good luck! He shot another arrow after saying that. The momentum of this arrow was also not small, and the sound of breaking through the air was mixed with the rush of wind. However, Lin Chen remained unmoved. He moved his feet at this time, and his figure suddenly stepped forward several steps, and actually rushed towards the arrow. When he was only a few dozen centimeters away from the flying feather arrow, Lin Chen suddenly took a step, and then exaggeratedly sideways, dodged the arrow again. Scarface was stunned. If dodging the first time was a fluke, how to explain the second time? "You are quite agile. It's interesting that you, as a healer, can make my attack miss twice in a row?" He put away the smile on his face, and activated one of his skills. Then try to dodge this skill. Ranger level 20 skill. Rapid shooting. Shoot 5 arrows continuously at the same time. Each arrow will cause 55% of its own attack damage, as physical damage, to the enemy hit. This skill cannot be dodged. Yes, this skill will shoot 5 arrows in an instant, and its own attack power is more than 500. If it hits Lin Chen, it is estimated that this skill alone will make Lin Chen's health bar bottom out. This is not a hunter skill, but a skill of the ranger after changing his job. When a high-level player fights a low-level player, the winner will be decided almost instantly. Not to mention that Lin Chen is 5 levels lower than him. Swish, swish, swish. 5 arrows were like 5 small streams of light, shooting at all directions of Lin Chen's body, and their speed was a level faster than the ordinary attack just now. The skill description clearly stated unable to dodge, so Lin Chen naturally didn't need to hide anymore, and simply gave up resistance, but suddenly rushed forward several steps, and he was only 2 meters away from the scarred face. Duo. 5 arrows shot continuously into Lin Chen's body without any pause. Characters floated above Lin Chen's head. -159. -154. -146. -154. -151. The damage was accumulated, and combined with his own 50 points of armor penetration, it reached more than 760. Scarface was startled. Something was wrong. How could he only deal so little damage? Could it be that his armor was not low? When Scarface raised his head and looked at the blood bar above Lin Chen's head, he couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Chen's health bar seemed to have dropped by only about 1/5. What? He didn't quite understand why a healer, who was 5 levels lower than him, had such a high health bar. He still had 50 points of armor penetration. Hey! Scarface didn't react for a while, and was about to say something, but he suddenly found that Lin Chen was very close to him. Oh my god! Scarface was startled and quickly raised his bow and arrow, ready to continue to release skills. Ranger level 25 skill Shadow Flying Knife, but Lin Chen didn't give Scarface a chance to use the skill. He raised his fist, stepped back with his right foot, and moved his shoulder with his waist, punching hard. In the land of the hunting god, any profession can fight with their own weapons, but they can also throw away their weapons and fight monsters with their fists. It's just that without the attack power of the equipment or the bonus of the spell, the fist can only deal damage with naked attacks, and basically no one will do such a move. Not to mention a healer. Scarface stared blankly at the seemingly soft fist hitting his abdomen. Bang! The force seemed quite strong. Scarface only felt that his body was constantly retreating at this moment. 1 step, 2 steps. He retreated 7 or 8 steps before stopping. Although he could not feel the pain, what was going on with this force? Why did he retreat so many steps? Could it be? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the top of his head. Don't be anxious if you don't look. When he looked, his face was ashen. His 3850 health bar was now only 2450. The scarred man didn't react. He scratched his head in disbelief, as if to confirm whether there was something wrong with his health bar. But the next moment, he suddenly found that the masked healer was approaching again. He leaned down and punched him with a solid uppercut. Bang! This time, he finally saw the red font floating above his head. Minus 1,402. His health was only 1,000 points left. His body was thrown into the sky by this force. Although he could not feel the pain, he only felt that his jaw was hit by a battering ram from bottom to top. His body was 3 meters off the ground, and then fell hard. Minus 130. Yes, after falling to the ground, the scene interaction damage was reduced. Scarface was completely confused this time. He even forgot to run when Lynch walked slowly towards him. But at this moment, Scarface suddenly heard a low roar from outside the arena. Run! The voice was very weak. After the arena was formed, it had excellent sound insulation, and it was almost impossible to communicate between the inside and outside of the arena. However, he was forced into a corner by Lin Chen's 2 fists, and there happened to be a gloomy man who had been watching the fight outside. The gloomy man slapped the light curtain at this time, as if saying something to him. You are a hunter, fight and pull, run. Although the voice was small, Scarface still heard it clearly. Yes, although he didn't know what this healing skill was, he was a hunter. His skill had obviously caused him a lot of damage. As long as he pulled the kite, he could still win. Thinking of this, he quickly got up and ran. At the same time, he also used another level 20 skill of Ranger. Sprint. Increases his movement speed by 150% and attack speed by 50% within 30 seconds. His speed increased by a level at this time. He was ready to run to a safe distance and then use the bow and arrow to deal with the healing skill. He had underestimated the enemy just now. But not now. He was ready to maximize the output of the hunter profession. After a moment, he found a corner that was very close to Lin Chen, then turned his head fiercely and drew his bow and arrow. But at this time, Scarface was stunned again, because Lin Chen was also holding a bow in his hand, aiming at him. Huh? Scarface blinked, obviously not understanding what was going on. What? What do you mean? Before he could finish his words, an arrow shot from the opposite direction hit his chest. Then, a red critical hit character appeared above his head. Minus 3,150. Chapter 105. Scarface was completely stunned. If I saw it right, that attack just now seemed to be a critical hit, but that's not the problem. Even if it was a critical hit, how did I lose more than 3,000 HP? I only have less than 4,000 HP in total. Just one arrow. Combined with the 2 punches that Lin Chen just threw, Scarface's vision blurred instantly. He only felt his body was light and fluttering. After a moment of trance, the surrounding scene completely changed. The darkness was no longer everywhere. The healer who was dueling with him, the guild members watching the battle, etc., were all gone. Instead, he saw a familiar altar hall. Fuck. Is this the resurrection point? Beams of light flashed around him, and when they faded, the resurrection people like Scarface appeared from all over. Because he was defeated in the arena in the main city, this time. Death. It does not consume resurrection coins, but even so, his resurrection is still this altar. Just like other players consume resurrection coins. As time passed, Scarface's face was uncertain. He felt that even if he spent more time, he could not understand how he lost. 2 fists, plus an arrow. When he opened his eyes again, he appeared in this place. Damn. Isn't this weird? Just when he was puzzled, a message popped up from his sight. Someone sent a private chat. The cold world. How are you? Scarface scratched his head and replied helplessly. The vast sky. I'm still confused for now. Brother, let me calm down first. The cold world, then. What about the bet? Scarface sighed. The vast sky. Okay. I give him the title of vice president. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. After a few seconds, the other party sent another message. The cold world. But this kid asked you to run over and kneel in front of him. Scarface stood up suddenly. What the hell? He shouted, causing the people around him to look at him sideways. The crowd that had originally laughed at Lin Chen was now silent. Some of them even took several steps back at the same time. At this time, the light curtain of the arena that covered the top of his head had turned into starlight and drifted away. Lin Chen put away the moon chaser bow and walked back to President Chu. The eyes under the mask looked particularly cold and handsome. Lin Chen said, President, can you now consider my unreliable plan? Sure. Tai Yinliang's eyes also changed when he looked at Lin Chen. He seemed to be really considering the plan that Lin Chen said. After a few seconds, he whispered, Friend, although I now know some of your abilities. But after all, no one knows what type of dungeon that is. You can see that there is also a guild ranking in the ladder, but now there is no guild on the guild list, which means that the difficulty of this dungeon is very high. Among the endless players in the entire Hunting God land, no one has ever completed it. Sure, Tai Yin Liang gestured with his hands. If something happens, I'd be in trouble. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Chen interrupted him. What are you worried about? After hearing this, Sure Tai Yin Liang was obviously stunned. I said, what are you worried about? Lin Chen asked again. I'm worried. Sure Tai Yin Liang wanted to say something, but he really didn't know what he was worried about. Before he could continue, Lin Chen said, you should still enter the dungeon according to the original team, but just follow my method first. You don't have to do anything at the door of the dungeon at the beginning. If you are worried, you can always pay attention to my health bar. Sure Tai Yin Liang lowered his head and thought about something. If you think my health bar fluctuates too quickly, or I take the initiative to ask for help in the team voice, then you will abandon my plan and join the battle. Lin Chen continued, at that point, I will naturally know that my ability is not suitable for fighting alone, and I will automatically cooperate with you to add blood and assist you. But, Sure Tai Yin Liang was about to say something. Don't worry, I don't have any extra resurrection coins. I cherish my life more than you do. I don't want to die, Lin Chen said again. After that, Lin Chen stopped talking and waited for the other party to reply. Sure Tai Yin Liang touched the long stick behind his back with his hand, and then nodded. Okay, but I tell you in advance, although I don't know your plan, please be careful and don't die in the copy, he said. In order to prevent other unnecessary things from happening, I will make a perfect team configuration. There will only be you as a healer in the team. If you die in it, we will be in trouble. Lin Chen shrugged. It's okay, you can use the return stone to get out of the dungeon at any time. This type of dungeon will not restrict you from returning to the city midway. And, don't worry, I won't die. After a short conversation, Sure Tai Yin Liang finally reached an alternative deal with Lin Chen. Although many people still had doubts in their hearts, after all, no one had entered the difficult level dungeon, and no one knew what was inside the dungeon. Everything was unknown, and the healer in the team had to choose to go through the dungeon alone. The more they thought about it, the less reliable it was. However, it seemed that the matter had been decided, and they could not say anything. They could only pray that everything would go well in the dungeon tomorrow. Sure Tai Yin Liang simply arranged the work, and then dismissed everyone present. Everyone, go away, and gather here early tomorrow morning. He waved to the people around him. By the way, tell Lao Li not to come over, and we will talk about the bet tomorrow. The people here also began to disperse gradually. Lin Chen was also preparing to take Feng Chen and Jizi away. It was too late, and the three of them had almost drunk up all the stamina potions in their backpacks. Now they were not in good condition, so it was very necessary to have a good sleep. And Lin Chen also needed to buy some rusty iron swords again. After a whole day of dungeons, he had used up all the durability of the iron swords in his backpack. But just as Lin Chen was about to leave, Sure Tai Yin Liang called him. Friend, what's your name? Lin Chen stopped and looked back at him. Following Sure Tai Yin Liang's perspective, Lin Chen also raised his head and tried to look at the top of his head. Because of the mask, his name was blurred, and only a red character could be seen. Lin Chen did not choose to take off the mask. He did not want to be too high profile. If he took off the mask, his name would probably instantly top the ladder list. My last name is Lin, Lin Chen replied. Sure Tai Yin Liang was stunned for a moment, and then he stopped asking questions. He nodded and smiled. Brother Lin, can I ask, how did you? He pointed at Lin Chen's body, and the meaning was self-evident. As a level 27 healer, being able to defeat a level 32 hunter cleanly and neatly, no one would believe this. Lin Chen replied indifferently. Sorry, I can't talk about this matter. Do you have any other questions? Sure Tai Yin Liang scratched his head awkwardly. Then, can I ask why you choose to go through the dungeon alone? Hearing this, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, and after a few seconds, he slowly spoke. To tell you the truth, because of tomorrow's dungeon, I don't want anyone to snatch monsters from me. Chapter 106. Early the next morning, all the people who had gathered at this place last night gathered again. Many of them were sleepy, and some were even yawning. Good morning, everyone. Scarface was the last one to arrive, and he stretched lazily as he walked. But when he opened his eyes and saw so many people in front of him, he quickly came to his senses. Wow, everyone is here so early. In front, led by Shi Yin Liang and Lin Chen. Everyone was already standing in front of an NPC. At this time, they had formed a team and were waiting for him to join the team. Sorry, I got up late. Scarface hurriedly applied to join the team. Only then did he realize that there were not only himself, the gloomy man, Lin Chen and President Chu in the team, but also an unfamiliar face. Turning around, he found that the 28th level warrior Feng Chen Zhujiu was raising his eyebrows at him. You? Scarface rubbed his eyes in confusion. Why did you come in too? Feng Chen shrugged. Why? Can I come in? What are you, a 28th level warrior, doing here? Scarface frowned. Wouldn't it be a death wish to enter the difficult dungeon before reaching level 30? But Feng Chen didn't mind at all. He crossed his arms and said, It's none of your business. The vice president personally named me to enter. What's your business? Scarface was stunned. When did I let you? But when he said this, he suddenly thought of something. Yes, he is no longer the vice president. Scarface's face turned pale, and he suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Feng Chen had a strange smile on his face. Why don't you talk? Seeing that Scarface still ignored him, Feng Chen asked again, By the way, buddy, you lost to my captain yesterday. What was the corresponding bet about? Scarface's face turned pale, and then he quickly turned his face away and ignored Feng Chen. Lin Chen and Shi Yin Liang looked at each other. The team members are all here. We can go in. Shi Yin Liang exhaled slightly, and then said to the NPC in front of him. Okay, we are ready. Hearing this, the NPC nodded silently, and he stretched out his hand. A gold coin. The world stretched out his hand, and put a golden coin in the NPC's hand. After getting the gold coin, the NPC in front of him suddenly took a step back, and said to everyone present. In this case, everyone, I wish you success. After the words fell, a huge portal suddenly appeared out of thin air. It seemed to be twisted from the void, like a huge crack, and strange movements could be heard inside. Is this the difficult copy? The team members gathered their strength and stepped forward silently. Except for the 6-member team, the rest of the members began to retreat gradually. It was unknown when strong wind pressure began to appear around them. Their clothes and hair were blown everywhere when they were closer. This was the first time they saw such a noise outside the portal. Gardenia stood in the distance and kept looking around. She always wanted to say something to cheer them up, but every time she said something, she didn't know how to say it. Until the end, when the 6 people's bodies completely entered the portal, she didn't say a word. A dizzy feeling came over them. Everyone only felt that their skin felt something strange at this moment. They opened their eyes at the first moment and found that the surroundings were pitch black. Damn it! Scarface shouted. Why is it so dark? A moment later, a ball of fire suddenly appeared from the gloomy man's hand. And the next moment, as the light fell into the scene, one flame after another emerged from the braziers on the wall, and they were like frightened cats, swaying constantly. This movement startled everyone, and as the fire grew brighter, the surrounding scenes finally caught everyone's eyes. This was a dark, maze-like underground building, with strange walls and secret doors everywhere. If you put your hands on these walls, a chill will come over you, piercing your palms. If you look up at this time, you can also see the dark dome above your head. This place looks like an underground prison. No one knew who said it, but everyone realized what these secret doors meant. Doors corresponded to rooms. And in the room, there were very strange roars. The monsters were all inside the door. At this time, people looked at each other. Now that they had entered the dungeon, how would they distribute it next? That? Shi Yin Liang took out the long stick behind him and looked at Lin Chen. What do you mean? Lin Chen took a step forward without any extra expression. He stretched out his hand to the 5 people around him and made a stop gesture. Stay where you are, and leave the rest to me. Among the crowd, except Feng Chen, everyone else began to look at each other in bewilderment. I never thought that after entering the dungeon, this healer was actually still planning his own plan. Isn't he afraid? Scarface turned his head and looked at Shi Yin Liang, and asked in a low voice, Brother, should we let him do what he wants? Shi Yin Liang stared at Lin Chen's back as he turned his head and left. After 2 seconds, he sighed. Forget it, let's wait and see what happens. People finally lowered their hands and prepared to see what Lin Chen could do. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Lin Chen walked for a while, and when he looked back, he could not even see the other 5 people. And at this moment, he stopped at a place like an aisle. There was a very long passage in front of him, with iron doors on both sides of the passage. At a glance, there were at least a dozen doors on each side. Standing at the end of the passage, Lin Chen could clearly hear the low roars of the monsters. I really miss it. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Since entering the land of the hunting god for the second time, except for the spider cave in the novice village at the beginning, the monsters he encountered and the dungeons he entered so far are basically different from those in the previous life. After all, the landing points are different. But now, Lin Chen can be 100% sure that he has cleared this dungeon in his previous life. If I remember correctly, there is a room in this dungeon, and the monster grotesque is locked. It was this monster that made Lin Chen want to participate in this dungeon crusade no matter what. This kind of monster, if given enough time, will summon countless little weird demons. Lin Chen called out a few times in a low voice. Shield Mountain, Hammer, Roaring Brother, Chiyu. After a while, the black mist dissipated, and Shield Mountain holding a shield, and the other 3 undead followers appeared beside Lin Chen. Lord! Not only Shield Mountain, who was holding a rusty iron sword in his hand, but the other 3 were also ready to go. Lin Chen pointed to the passage ahead and said coldly, "Open all the doors and kill the monsters you see, but remember, just like before, save the last blow." Lin Chen continued, "And Shield Mountain and I will be responsible for finishing off the enemy." After saying that, he also drew out his rusty iron sword. From this point on, he also needed to participate. Chapter 107. Got the order. The undead followers shouted in unison. Then, led by the roaring Chiyu, this giant rushed out first, waving its arms around its body, and each swing would open the doors on both sides of the passage. Dong dong dong. When the doors of these cells were opened, the low roars disappeared strangely. A few seconds later, a huge crowd of monsters rushed out of the door. Instantly. Here they come! After Lin Chen shouted in a low voice, he released his skills almost instantly. Sage's level 20 skill Blessing Voice activate, special skill King's Domain activate. As the mist spread, not only Lin Chen himself, but also the other undead standing inside the domain instantly felt a powerful force emerging from their bodies, the most obvious of which was their speed. Not only the movement speed, but even the attack speed has been almost exaggeratedly improved. After Lin Chen's whole day of fighting yesterday, he entered the Star Prayer dungeon 12 times in a row, and killed nearly 1,000 monsters. The skill level of King's Domain also rose from level 6 to level 15. At this time, the movement speed and attack speed of all friendly units in the fog area will be greatly increased to a terrifying 115%. And in front of us, the number of monsters is very dense, and the passage with a diameter of less than 5 meters is now filled with countless black demons. They roar and wriggle, attacking everything around them almost crazily. Little grotesque demon monster level 30. HP, 2000. Attack power, 250. Physical defense, 1. Spell defense, 1. Lin Chen was already used to seeing the descriptions of these monsters. He had dealt with them in his previous life. These little grotesque demons belonged to the vanguard, and could be said to be the offspring of grotesque demons. They were numerous and fearless of death. Among level 30 monsters, their health bars and attack power were mediocre, and their armor and magic resistance were extremely low. The 2 only had 1 point, so it was very easy to deal with them one-on-one. However, they were not single-acting monsters. As long as one little grotesque demon appeared, there would be at least hundreds of them nearby. I'm so greedy. A rusty iron sword instantly appeared in Lin Chen's hand. This is why he must enter this dungeon. Monsters, like the grotesque demon, are rare, but by chance, they can be encountered in the quest dungeon that must be completed to establish a guild. At this time, Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Shield Mountain beside him. Shield Mountain understood, and the shield in his hand storm wall flashed out, and then he activated the defense skill and crashed into the monster tide. At the same time, Lin Chen followed closely behind, swinging the iron sword in his hand continuously. After Lin Chen also rushed into the monster tide, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother also joined the battle. As more and more little weird demons emerged from the cell, the damage they could cause was enough to make everyone drink a pot. But when they were about to attack Lin Chen and others, Shield Mountain, who was blocking the front, suddenly roared, "Hit me!" After that, those short monsters suddenly turned around and grabbed Shield Mountain with their sharp claws. -1. -1. -1. As Lin Chen's level increases, Dungeon's double defense is even more exaggerated. Unlike Huang Dachui and the other 2, Dun Shan can not only inherit 50% of Lin Chen's attributes at any time, but also has his own growth attributes. At this moment, Dungeon's physical defense is as high as 510 points. The attacks of these monsters can only cause 250 points of damage. If it weren't for the rules on the land of the hunting god, he wouldn't even lose a drop of blood. In the king's domain, the health recovery speed of everyone is directly increased by 115%, making these injuries like flies, and it is better to hit them than to increase them. With this layer of surge, Wang Dachui, Roaring Brother, and Qi Yu are like fish in water. They completely let go, waving knives, hammers, and limbs, fighting crazily in the monster tide. As for Lin Chen, his task is much simpler. At this moment, he is holding the rusty iron sword in his hand, raising it up and dropping it one by one. With Wang Dachui and the others' help, no matter if Lin Chen had a critical hit or not, he would kill one in 1 second. He advanced step by step, and his attack speed became faster and faster, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Attack power increased by 1. Attack power increased by 1. Attack power increased by 1. At the entrance of the dungeon, after putting away his broadsword, Feng Chen squatted on the ground board. He picked up a stone shaped like a pigeon egg and looked at it carefully. His actions seemed to be completely out of touch with the situation, and the others standing around were completely confused. What's wrong with this guy? Shouldn't the healing guy be his friend? Why are they all so confusing? Hey! Scarface slowly approached. Dude, what are you doing? Feng Chen raised his head and glanced at him. Me? I'm waiting for a vote. Vote? Scarface raised his head and exchanged glances with the others, paused, and then lowered his head and asked, Vote. What? Feng Chen blew the stone in his hand, then wiped it on his body, and put it in his clothes with satisfaction. After doing all this, he shrugged. Of course I'm going to invest in some equipment. Although the equipment above pink quality belongs to my brother Lin, we can invest in the rest of the equipment and props. We can distribute them later. If there is something suitable for me, keep it for me. Feng Chen seemed unusually calm while speaking, and he didn't seem to be pretending to be calm at all. Scarface was completely speechless. He just felt a little irritated now. The dungeon had officially started, but something was not right. As for what was wrong, Scarface couldn't tell. Until the end, he sighed to Shirtai Yinliang and said, Brother Chu, I think we should go and take a look. Don't let that kid die. We only have him as a healer. But he hadn't finished speaking, and Shirtai Yinliang didn't even have time to reply to him. A floating character floated above everyone's head. After seeing this line of small characters, Feng Chen's eyes lit up and said with a smile, It's starting, everyone, get ready to vote. The line of characters is called Experience Value plus 200. People looked at each other. If this kind of prompt appeared, it means that the healer has already started, but before they could react, the prompts were like a tide, one after another. Experience Value plus 201. Experience Value plus 200. Experience Value plus 202. Experience Value plus 198. Experience Value. Chapter 108. Everyone was stunned at this moment. The experience value prompts were too fast, and they could only see these things floating above their heads. Before a prompt was fully displayed, a new prompt appeared from below and replaced the previous one. This scene was too weird, as if countless souls had left their bodies. 5 seconds later, a prompt appeared in everyone's sight. Please vote for Devil Fawn Cloak. When this line of words appeared, including Shirtai Yinliang, the remaining 4 people all turned their heads to look at Feng Chen. However, Feng Chen seemed not to notice the surprised expressions on the faces of the others. He just clicked on the Demon Fawn Cloak and looked at it. After a while, he shook his head. TSK, Intelligent Shoulder Guard, forget it, I don't need it. After saying this, he noticed the strange expressions on people's faces. Feng Chen was stunned. What are you looking at me for? Vote. Yes. When Feng Chen finished speaking, another prompt appeared. Please vote for Heavy Artillery Crossbow. Feng Chen quickly patted the scarred man beside him. You are a hunter, right? You can use this equipment. Crossbow, why not vote? The scarred man named Hai Kwa Tian Kong suddenly came back to his senses, and then nodded subconsciously. Oh? Oh. He clicked the vote dully. The dice jumped in his sight, and finally showed 5 points. After finishing, Feng Chen turned to look at the others. If you don't need these equipment, cancel the vote. Feng Chen was like a game veteran teaching a novice how to play the game. But how could he know that everyone present was higher level than him, and knew as much about the land of the hunting god as he did? They were just completely confused. Shirtai Yinliang looked back at the passage where Lin Chen disappeared, and then moved his feet. But he had just walked out a few steps when he heard Feng Chen's low voice. President, I suggest you don't go over there. Shirtai Yinliang turned around and met Feng Chen's eyes. Feng Chen shook his head at him. as if he was really explaining something. President, I don't know if you have played similar games in the real world before, but there is an unwritten rule of the game. When the boss is leading the map, it is best not to do anything extra. The foot that Sir Tai Yinliang took out really paused. Then he shrank back and stood there without saying a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Brother Roar jumped into the monster tide and roared to the sky. Roar! His unique skill Angry Howl was activated, and the sound waves swept through. The surrounding small monsters staggered instantly, and they all held their heads and turned around. At this time, Wang Dachui shouted, 80! And turned his two-handed hammer 360 degrees. The hammer in his hand was like a whirlwind, and wherever it went, it raised a wave of damage numbers. The cooperation of the undead was seamless. Shield Mountain was responsible for resisting damage, and the main purpose of the remaining three was to consume the blood of the monsters on the field as much as possible. The rest was left to Lin Chen and Dun Shan. They swung their swords one by one, and the little monsters fell one after another. Swish! Another sword, and the body of the little monster fell limply to the ground. Lin Chen slashed while paying attention to his attack power. 1,501. 1,502. 1,503. As his luck value increased, the critical hit rate was much higher than at the beginning. 15 minutes later, his attack power had reached 1550 points. During this period, Lin Chen had even reached level 28, and there was less than 1/5 of the experience points left for level 29. As the last little grotesque demon was killed, the field was already a river of blood. Lin Chen waved his wrist, and during this time, he had exhausted the durability of the 5 rusty iron swords. After all, it was a level 1 white suit, and it was too difficult for it to kill a level 30 monster. It would be great if I could get diamond. Lin Chen looked at the rusty iron sword in his hand, and muttered to himself. The so-called diamond is a gem similar to ruby, which can be inlaid on weapons and armor. This gem has a special effect, that is, after being inlaid, it will change the durability of the equipment. Poor quality diamond can reduce the durability of equipment by 30%. Ordinary diamond can reduce the durability of equipment by 50%. Perfect diamond can reduce it by 70%. Flawless diamond can reduce it by 80%. The highest level brilliant diamond will directly clear the wear and tear of the equipment. Yes, as long as the highest level diamond is inlaid, the equipment will never wear out. However, those gemstone items are extremely rare, and diamond is one of the rarest gemstones. It is unrealistic to think about it now. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the end of the passage. It was pitch black there, but even so Lin Chen could still see a huge iron door. Dun Shan walked to Lin Chen at this moment. My lord, are you going to open that door? After saying this, Dun Shan could clearly feel that Lin Chen's aura was changing. He slightly put away the rusty iron sword in his hand, and took out the moon chaser bow instead. Chiyu. Lin Chen drew his bow, and aimed at the iron door in front of him. After hearing this, Chiyu took a step forward, his huge body like a beast, and he responded in a deep voice, Chiyu is? Lin Chen whispered, open the door. Chiyu did not hesitate at all. He stepped over the corpse that was gradually disappearing on the ground in 2 or 3 steps, and then put his hand on the iron door. He pulled hard, and the huge iron door fell apart in an instant. Get out of the way! Lin Chen shouted in a low voice. Chiyu understood and dodged to the side in an instant. At the same time, a huge figure broke through the black haze from the cell. Roar! Its shouting was even more domineering than the angry howl of the roaring brother. The sound waves swept away, shaking the eardrums of people. If they were closer, ordinary players would probably have their livers and gallbladders ruptured. At this moment, this monster that looked like a combination of a black bear and a hound suddenly froze in place. Because an arrow had pierced its forehead without any fancy moves. Duo. -3230. A critical hit by an arrow caused the final boss of this dungeon to enter the second stage before it even had time to fully appear. And Lin Chen also took out the rusty iron sword again at this time. What he was waiting for was the second stage of Grotesque Demon. After entering the second stage, the boss Grotesque Demon will continue to summon little grotesque demons to fight for it. Although the number will not be as exaggerated as before, if it is given enough time, it is estimated that it can still make Lin Chen full. Dun Shan, how's your durability? Lin Chen said, as he handed over a rusty iron sword. Dun Shan took the iron sword respectfully, and answered in a low voice. My lord, the durability of the shield in Dun Shan's hand has reached the bottom. The armor on his body should still have half the durability. Lin Chen nodded, yeah. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, The boss had already activated some kind of passive skill, and one after another small grotesque demon suddenly emerged from behind it. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Very good, let's have another round. Chapter 109. Time passed bit by bit. The people standing at the entrance of the dungeon had completely accepted this seemingly absurd fact. They numbly cast points to obtain equipment, and numbly watched the words experience value plus XX appear above their heads. During this period, the warrior named Feng Chenjuijiu even rose from level 28 to level 29, but they did nothing at all. They just stood there and made jokes, and the experience value kept pouring in. If upgrading is so simple, how great would it be? Except for Feng Chen, the rest of the people present couldn't help themselves. Many of them were restless, and wanted to go over to find out what was going on. However, Feng Chen's words just now still made everyone give up the idea of going over to watch. After a while, they even updated their equipment by casting points to obtain equipment. Afterwards, a huge word appeared above everyone's head. Experience value plus 1000. People were stunned. Such a high experience value could only mean that the boss was killed. People looked at each other, and the next moment, Feng Chen took the lead. His level officially reached 30 at this moment, but he didn't have time to think about it, and rushed to the depths of the dungeon quickly. The remaining few people looked at each other, and then followed closely. After a while, everyone stopped. Their pupils gradually dilated, and in front of them, the long and claustrophobic passage had various prison doors in sight, and then, there were countless monster corpses. The bodies of these little weird demons had not yet been cleaned up by the system, and were still piled up in all directions, piled up like strange black hills. Looking up, people saw a huge monster lying on the corner with its head raised. Everything around it that could be destroyed had already been shattered. The huge head that looked like a dog or a bear was slightly lowered, and a line of words was written on its head. Boss, Weird Demon Death. Level 35. HP, 0/9000. Attack, 520. Spell attack, 350. Physical defense, 300. Spell defense, 200. As for the others, people no longer need to look at them. They stared at the health bar of the boss in horror, swallowing their saliva. 9,000? Scarface's voice was a little hoarse. After he said these two words, he looked at the monster's armor. 300 armor. As a physical profession, he can clearly know what 9,000 HP and 300 armor mean. But now, the HP bar of this huge monster is completely cleared. It lies there, like a defeated general, and the corpses of the small weird demons around it are the piles of soldier skeletons. Lin Chen is sitting alone on the piles of corpses of several small weird demons, wiping the rusty iron sword in his hand calmly. Seeing everyone coming, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at them. It was this ordinary glance that made the 5 people stunned in an instant. At this time, Lin Chen was covered with black liquid. If I guess correctly, the black liquid should be the blood of the monsters. Usually, these so-called blood stains will not leave obvious marks on the players, and even if the blood stains the body, it will be automatically cleaned up by the system as time goes by. But the number of monsters that died here is too many. The blood splashed after their death covered Lin Chen's entire body, layer by layer, and he looked like a demon that had just crawled out of hell, sharpening the knife and fork in his hand. Seeing such a horrifying scene, everyone was speechless. Even Feng Chen was shocked by the scene in front of him. He was reluctant to move closer because the entire venue in front of him was completely shrouded in a pungent smell. This smell irritated people's sinuses and hurt. The rotten, fishy smell was mixed with a sulfur-like smell, which was creepy. Feng Chen could only tentatively stand in place and shout, "Brother?" Lin Chen slowly stood up, and at this time, something shining suddenly fell from his head. It gently fell in front of Lin Chen, and was held by Lin Chen's outstretched hand. This was a hexagonal stone, with a little fluorescence on the surface. Lin Chen knew this thing. This prop called Magic Crystal Stone was the last key item to establish a guild. Lin Chen did not speak. He just walked slowly in front of Shi Tai Yin Liang, then stretched out his hand and handed the item in his hand over. The light seeped out from Lin Chen's fingertips and shone on Shi Tai Yin Liang's face, making his constantly changing expression look particularly funny. This. While hesitating, Lin Chen had already stuffed the item directly into Shi Tai Yin Liang's hand. "Take the stone and return it to the NPC," Lin Chen said lightly. Shi Tai Yin Liang quickly turned to hold it with both hands. Feeling the weight and touch in his hands, he stared at the pupils under Lin Chen's mask in a daze. After a few seconds, he spoke. Friend, how about I let you be the president?" After saying this, The people around him fell silent, and no one of them said anything to refute, but just stared at Lin Chen in a daze. The attitudes of these people were completely different from before they entered the dungeon. Among them, the scarred Haikushianking was the most pious. At this moment, he stood aside like a little girl who had done something wrong and said nothing. When Lin Chen's mask faced him, he even took a step back. Thinking of the duel with him last night, he felt creepy. Fortunately, it was only a duel in the main city, not in the wild. Hearing Shi Taiyeliang's words, Lin Chen laughed helplessly, then stretched out his blood-stained hand and patted Shi Taiyeliang's shoulder. President Chu, I've said before that I only plan to be the vice president, and I'm not considering the position of president. After saying that, he waved to Feng Chen. Let's go, Xiao Feng. Feng Chen quickly came to his senses. Oh! However, when Feng Chen followed behind Lin Chen, he would still look back from time to time, as if he was waiting for something to appear. Strange. Feng Chen muttered softly. Why is there no clearance treasure chest? Lin Chen, who was walking in front, spoke up. Each player can only enter this special dungeon once, and there is no clearance reward. After completing the dungeon, you need to return to the dungeon entrance to exit. Hearing this, Feng Chen's face was full of regret. So stingy. However, thinking that his level had reached 30, and he had obtained a lot of suitable equipment and skill books, Feng Chen did not continue to complain. He looked at Lin Chen and asked in a low voice, Brother, what level are you now? 29. Lin Chen replied, If I go out and do a random task, I should be able to reach 30. Chapter 110. While talking, Lin and Feng had already arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. A tiny crack was gradually appearing in the sky above the place where they came from. It would not be long before a portal would be torn open around them. But before that, Feng Chen thought of something and asked in a low voice, Brother, do we really want to join this guild? Lin Chen turned his head and looked at him. Why? You don't want to. No. Feng Chen shook his head quickly. Of course I want to, but I am a little confused. When I was in the real world, I played a lot of games, but most of the games I played were ancient-style games, guilds basically called gangs. To be honest, it's actually quite troublesome to join such an organization, and sometimes it even makes me physically and mentally exhausted. Oh! Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. Feng Chen scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Brother, this is just my personal opinion. He said, How should I put it? Guilds have more or less some specific guild activities. Just like in the game I play, every Saturday and Sunday, we have to participate in guild wars. All the guilds in the entire server match opponents according to their levels, and then have a guild war about promotion and demotion. Feng Chen talked freely. In addition to the gang wars, there are some very large-scale brick-moving activities. These activities are extremely boring, and they also require the participation of most people in the gang. Brother, you don't know that when I got home from work and turned on the computer, I would immediately participate in these gang activities. I felt that it was more tiring than going to work. At this point, Feng Chen shrugged and changed the subject. But then again, joining this kind of organization is also inevitable. There are benefits, such as gang rewards, gang titles or names, and various gang benefits. After saying so much, Feng Chen reached out and scratched his head again. What I said are just the games I played, not the land of the hunting god. This place is a living reality. I'm not sure how the guild here works. After saying that, Feng Chen looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. He now really believed that Feng Chen in front of him was a senior game geek. I give you a shot of prevention. Whether it's the game you play in the real world or the land of the hunting god, the operating rules of the guild are similar. Their core operations are artificial anyway, and the difference won't be too big. Feng Chen was stunned, then curled his lips. Hey, it's okay, I just complained. Anyway, I don't have to go to work now, and I won't be exhausted physically and mentally. Lin Chen waved his hand and continued. But the guild here is probably quite different from the game you play. Do you know why I must join the guild and become the vice president? Feng Chen turned his head quickly and looked behind him. He just felt that what Lin Chen said next was a little important, just in case he could only make sure that there was no one around. Brother, tell me. Feng Chen whispered, There are only 2 of us here, they haven't come yet. Lin Chen was amused by Feng Chen's state, but he didn't say much, but spoke. In the land of the hunting god, there are some skills that can only be learned by entering the guild. Skills that can only be learned by entering the guild? Feng Chen paused, and the next moment he was thinking in his mind, as if there was a similar setting in the game he played. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. They are some very practical skills. If you want to learn them, you need to spend guild contribution points. Only by becoming a guild manager can you easily obtain a large amount of contribution points. Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully. I almost understand. Not only that, Lin Chen continued to add, after joining the guild, the same guild will break the maximum number of 6 people in the team. In other words, when entering some specific dungeons, as long as they are members of the same guild, even more than a dozen people, or dozens of people can enter at the same time. This is very good news for conquering nightmare or hell difficulty dungeons. Is this possible? Feng Chen's eyes lit up. Lin Chen nodded, and told Feng Chen some of the special features of the guilds in the land of the hunting god. Feng Chen was stunned. Then, brother, will there be gang wars here? Feng Chen asked quickly. I mean, guild wars. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. Yes, and very frequently. After receiving Lin Chen's affirmative reply, Feng Chen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Forget about the games he played, now he is in the land of the hunting god. He really can't draw that kind of picture in his mind. Countless players are like two armies fighting, and then urging the weapons and skills in their hands, madly colliding with each other. 2 minutes later, the portal where the two were was completely formed. Feng Chen also saw Shirtai Yin Liang and others behind him walking over with some confusion. As they approached, Feng Chen could clearly hear their doubts. Strange. Why didn't the treasure chest explode? It should be Scarface Hai Qian Kong from the voice. Maybe. The nature of the copy is different. After all, this copy is used to obtain magic crystal. The voice came from the gloomy man. Feng Chen wanted to hear more, but Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Let's go back. Feng Chen came back to his senses and nodded. Then, he followed Lin Chen through the portal. Chapter 111. When Shirtai Yin Liang and the others came out of the portal, other prospective guild members, who had been waiting for a long time, came running over. Not only them, as time went by, there were even many other people wandering around this place. At this time, when everyone came out of the portal, they naturally attracted some players to stop and watch. Shirtai Yin Liang looked at the people in front of him. These people were all members of other guilds, who had watched everyone enter the dungeon before. At this time, they all came up and stared at everyone eagerly. President, what's going on? Has the mission been completed? Oh my god. I'm a little excited, what should I do? These people asked anxiously. However, Shirtai Yin Liang did not answer immediately, but looked through the crowd at Lin Chen not far away. This mysterious man wearing a mask was sitting on a stone and gesturing in the air with his hands. If I guess correctly, he was looking at one of his attributes. To be honest, Shirtai Yin Liang actually had a lot of questions he wanted to ask him, but he thought about it. He was not in a hurry. Yes, since that person is now the vice president of his guild, since he has joined the guild, he will not be afraid of him running away. Thinking of this, Shirtai Yin Liang looked at Lin Chen again. Feng Chen and the girl Gardenia stood quietly beside him. Seeing Shirtai Yin Liang looking over, Feng Chen raised his eyebrows at him. Shirtai Yin Liang looked away awkwardly, and then looked at each other with the people around him. Everyone, good news, the magic crystals that are used to build a guild have been obtained. Shirtai Yin Liang took out the strange-shaped stone from his backpack and held it high above his head. The light radiated, and the people watching around him suddenly widened their eyes. But compared with the surprised expressions of these people, the expressions of Shirtai Yin Liang and Hai Qian Kong, the parties involved, were somewhat intriguing. Because only they knew where this stone came from. But no matter what, the magic crystal stone was indeed obtained, and the next point was the most important point. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shirtai Yin Liang slowly walked to the NPC. He spread his hands and showed the shining stone. The props are here, let's get started. As Shirtai Yin Liang finished speaking, the NPC's eyes lit up, and he carefully took the stone from the other party's hand, then slowly stepped back a few steps. Incredible. The NPC's lips trembled slightly. Too incredible, you actually took the magic crystal from those demons. This sentence was like his own line, but it was the first time he said it, so it seemed a little unnatural. Then, he raised his hands high, and the light emanating from the magic crystal stone just blended with the sunlight from the sky. The next moment, a more dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky. Very good. I have witnessed your courage and strength. You are indeed qualified to establish a guild. As he said this, the NPC took back the magic crystal stone. He seemed to be performing some special ritual. Now, I will summon your guild building for you. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was confused. Even Feng Chen paused slightly. Summon? Feng Chen looked down at Lin Chen. Brother, what does summon mean? Isn't it construction? How can a building be summoned? Lin Chen closed his attribute panel, then smiled and whispered. The guild buildings in the land of the hunting god are not built on the spot. They exist in another separate space. Do you want to know how many people there are in the land of the hunting god? How many guilds will there be with so many people? If every guild building is built in the main city, can the main city still be used? Hearing this, Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully. Another space? Good guy. Then if we enter the guild, how do we get there? Don't worry. Lin Chen raised his head to the front. You will know soon. Front. The NPCs seemed to have completed a whole weird dance under the gaze of everyone. He raised his legs in a funny way and bent his waist unnaturally. It took a full minute for the NPC to return to his normal appearance. But what made people a little concerned was the light of the magic crystal disappeared. The stone held tightly in the NPC's hand became dim at this moment. At first glance, it was no different from an ordinary stone on the roadside. Just when people were confused, the NPC suddenly said something dull to Tai Yin Liang. I'd like to check here, are all the 15 people present members of your guild? Tai Yin Liang turned his head and glanced, then nodded to the NPC, yes. After receiving the affirmative answer from the world, the NPC suddenly waved his hand at the people in front of him. Who? He shouted in a high-pitched voice, causing those who did not know what was going on to step back subconsciously. Afterwards, a prompt popped up in the minds of everyone present, including Lin Chen himself. Congratulations, you have become a member of the Buddha Guild. In less than 2 seconds, a prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new achievement. Guild? Is this the guild? Congratulations, you have unlocked a new achievement. The first guild is the guild I belong to. The achievement reward will be distributed in your backpack. The people present looked at each other, and their faces showed excitement. However, some people were more concerned about what the so-called achievement was. For a moment, everyone present started discussing it instantly. Are we considered members of the guild now? It should be. It should be, right? But I don't think anything has changed. Where are the guild buildings? Isn't this still a pile of ruins? Oh my god, is he planning to let us build our own houses? But just as everyone was talking, Feng Chen in the distance suddenly shouted. Damn, really brother, a skill has really appeared. Seeing Feng Chen's startled look, everyone subconsciously glanced at their skill bar. It doesn't matter if you don't look, everyone immediately saw that a special skill icon appeared on the skill bar at some point. This skill icon is a bit strange, it looks like a huge ancient building, with an open door in the middle of the building. Could it be? People seem to have realized something, and they all clicked on the skill icon. The next moment, these people disappeared one after another. Seeing this, Lin Chen also stood up and said to Feng Chen and Gardenia beside him. Let's go in too. After the words fell, with a breeze blowing, the figures of the 3 people also disappeared directly on the spot. Chapter 112. Open your eyes again. In front of you is a huge and magnificent building, which is located on a majestic and spectacular mountaintop. At this time, everyone is standing on the huge square in front of the building. They look up and see that this huge castle-like building is exuding a unique charm. From a distance, it stands on the top of the mountains, overlooking the whole world. Fuck. Scarface even stopped breathing at this time. He really didn't expect that this place, this building, is their guild. Looking up blankly, there was actually a strangely shaped white bird swooping down from the clouds, and finally landed steadily on the tip of the bough behind Scarface. We are at the top of the mountain? Others stretched out their hands, as if they could touch the clouds. 10 seconds later, all the guild's reserve members, including Lin Chen, arrived. Seeing Lin Chen appear, the president, Tai Yin Liang, seemed to have guessed something. He looked around. Although there were mountains in the distance, there was a huge trestle at the end of the square. The trestle bridge is hundreds of meters long and pitch black. The material used to construct the bridge is chains, but it seems that they are not ordinary iron chains. The huge bridge connects the tops of 2 mountains. The wind blows over it, and it is slowly swaying. What is this bridge for? Someone also noticed the trestle bridge behind him. Can I go over? But just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Lin Chen. You can't go over there. The man paused. Ah, how do you know? Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. That bridge will only be used by you during the guild war. Even if you go over now, there will be an air wall blocking you. Guild war? Tai Yin Liang clearly caught the 3 words from Lin Chen's mouth. He suddenly widened his eyes. Could it be? This trestle is the passage for guilds to fight. When the guild war starts, the 2 guilds will rush to the other's base camp through this trestle. But how did Lin Chen know this? Just when Shirtai Yin Liang was a little puzzled, Lin Chen and Jizi Fengchen had already stepped onto the steps of the building. Everyone came to their senses and hurriedly followed. From the moment they stepped onto the stone steps of the building to the moment they pushed open the door, everyone was speechless. The exterior of the building was mainly made of simple stone, but every stone and every wall was carved with exquisite patterns, and towering towers stood on both sides of the tallest building. The guild flag was flying on the tower, and the guild's default emblem was embroidered on the flag. Although it was a bit funny, it was also solemn. When you enter the guild building, the first thing that comes into view is the wide hall. If I'm not mistaken, this is the so-called guild activity hall. A huge crystal chandelier hangs in the center of the hall, illuminating the entire space. Various gems and magic runes are inlaid on the surrounding walls. There are several passages on both sides of the hall, leading to different areas. One of the passages leads to the guild's meeting room, where guild members discuss strategies and make plans. The other side leads to the mission room, which is simply and generously decorated with empty picture frames hanging on the wall. Another passage leads to the guild's training ground, where guild members learn special skills and improve their strength. Lin Chen walked straight to the training ground without any hesitation. Feng Chen and Jizi were still marveling at the exquisiteness of the guild's architecture like everyone else. When they saw Lin Chen walking to a place, they immediately came to their senses. "Brother, wait for me." The two hurriedly chased after him. However, Shirtai Yin Liang and others did not follow Lin Chen. They just opened their mouths wide and kept exploring the luxurious and solemn interior of the building. "Oh my God!" Scarface has been exclaiming so far. From the moment he pushed the door in until now, he seemed to have seen the most exaggerated scene in his life. Even when he came to the land of the hunting god, he was not so shocked. "Look, there's an arena here. And a swimming pool. Really? You can swim here? I found a library. What a big warehouse." Multiple areas were revealed one by one as people explored, and each area had unique functions and features. However, just as people wanted to continue exploring, a crisp sound came from the guild hall. It was as if something fell from the sky. People paused, and then ran over quickly. But in the middle of the empty hall, a glowing angel appeared. Yes, this thing has the outline of a human, but it has a pair of wings on its back. It flies up and down, like a fish swimming in the water. However, there is a sentence on the top of this thing. "Please activate what is this?" Scarface blinked. Is it a monster? Not only him, but everyone present didn't know what this thing was, and many people even took a step back. Just when people were puzzled, Lin Chen came over from the training ground. He whispered, "This is the guild elf. Each guild has one, responsible for handling relevant matters within the guild." After that, he came to the front of the elf under the gaze of everyone. The next moment he spoke. "Activate." The two words were like a key, and the light around the elf's body disappeared instantly. At this moment, people finally saw the appearance of this thing clearly. An elf only the size of a palm was floating in the air, with the wings behind it. At this time, because the light disappeared, it opened its eyes. In just a few seconds, it seemed to have activated some function, and suddenly flew back and forth in the sky. Lin Chen took a step back, and came to the side of Shirtai Yin Liang. "Brother Chu." Lin Chen glanced at Shirtai Yin Liang. "The next question this elf asks, you need to answer it." "Aww." Shirtai Yin Liang obviously didn't react. The next moment, the elf suddenly made a very pleasant voice. "Excuse me, who is the president?" The voice sounded like a child who had just learned to speak, and it sounded very comfortable. Shirtai Yin Liang looked at Lin Chen meaningfully, then stepped forward and stretched out his hand. I am. Please confirm the name of the guild." The elf said again. "Fude." Shirtai Yin Liang immediately answered, "Fude Guild." In the following time, Guild Elf asked a lot of questions, basically about the precautions and verification information for the establishment of the guild. The two asked and answered one another, and they seemed to be in sync. The others around him looked very serious, and the scarred face stood straight, just like a student waiting to be lectured by the principal. "Next question, who will be the vice president?" asked the elf. This time, Shirtai Yin Liang did not hesitate at all, and quickly pointed at Lin Chen. "Him." Guild Elf turned around and glanced at Lin Chen, then nodded. The identity of the vice president has been confirmed, programmer. When it said Lin Chen's name, everyone was stunned. Shirtai Yin Liang frowned even more. Because of the mask, they could not see Lin Chen's name clearly from beginning to end. Now that he was called out by the Guild Elf, Shirtai Yin Liang was a little concerned. "Programmer?" he murmured. "Why do I have some impression? By the way, What was the name of the person who topped the battle power list a while ago? Chapter 113. The establishment and construction of the guild on the land of the hunting god requires a total of 10 management positions. In addition to the president and vice president, there are another 8 hall masters. Qinglong Hall, White Tiger Hall, Suzaku Hall, Xuanmu Hall. Each hall also includes both the president and vice hall master. Adding up to a total of 10 management seats, the entire guild is completely under the jurisdiction. Lin Chen naturally knew all this a long time ago. When the guild elf explained this, he did not express too much, but was silent and thinking about something. As for the rest of the people, they all showed surprised expressions. But besides being surprised, people also seemed extremely excited. Because everyone present was a veteran level figure, they were members in the early days of the guild's establishment. In order to fully establish a guild, all 10 management positions must be allocated. There is a high probability that they will get their turn. Sure enough, after explaining the positions, the guild elf asked again, "Excuse me, Qinglong Hall Master, who among you will take on the role?" As soon as these words came out, Scarface Haikushianking subconsciously took a step forward, and at the same time raised his eyebrows at the president Shirtai Yinyan on the side. In Scarface's cognition, since his position as vice president was occupied by Lin Chen, the position of Qinglong Hall Master must belong to him. After all, after the vice president, it is the Qinglong Hall Master, which naturally means that its status is second only to the president and vice president. However, as the president, Shirtai Yinyan glanced at Lin Chen for some unknown reason, as if asking Lin Chen for instructions. 2 seconds later, Lin Chen actually slowly stretched out his hand, then extended his index finger and pointed at a man, with a silly smile on his face. Fengchen Zhujiu. Fengchen was a little dazed, and the smile on his face had not completely disappeared, but he froze at this moment. It was not until everyone's eyes were on him that he reacted, and then pointed at himself in disbelief. Aye? Then, the guild elf continued, "Are you sure that Fengchen Zhujiu will serve as the leader of Qinglong Hall?" "Confirmed," Lin Chen said calmly. Then, a beam of light fell from the sky, directly covering Fengchen. The Qinglong Hall Master of the Buddha Guild was now called Fengchen Zhujiu. The atmosphere around was a little quiet for a while. Scarface blinked several times, obviously unable to accept this fact for a while. During this time, he even pinched the gloomy man beside him who had been silent. "Hey, what's the situation now?" The gloomy man did not answer, but just stared at the front and thought. Next, the guild elf continued to ask questions. "So, may I ask, who will be the head of the White Tiger Hall?" Scarface was a little panicked. Since he didn't get the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, which was second only to the Azure Dragon, would be his. But something unexpected happened. Lin Chen continued to point his finger at the girl at the back of the crowd, Gardenia. The surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. At this moment, the most shocked person on the field was not Scarface or anyone else but Gardenia herself. The girl seemed to take a long time to react, and then her face flushed and she took several steps back. "Me? I can't. Before she finished speaking, the guild elf asked again, as usual, if she was sure. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all, and immediately nodded and replied, "Confirmed." The heads of the Qinglong Hall and the White Tiger Hall were so easily decided by Lin Chen, and this scene really made the people around him stunned. In addition to those who had teamed up with Lin Chen, there were also some people who were completely out of the situation and looked confused at this time. Sure enough, someone soon stood up and raised an objection. "Hey, buddy." A soldier raised his hand and said, "That's not right. It's fine that Fengchen Zhujiu can be the leader of Qinglong Hall, but who among the people present is not higher than this girl?" He pointed at the hesitant Gardenia and said, "You let her be the leader of Baihu Hall, just because she is a member of your fixed team?" At this point, he could clearly see Lin Chen turned his head and looked at him, and the eyes under the mask were frighteningly cold. "Yes," Lin Chen whispered. The man obviously didn't react and couldn't help but say, "Ah?" "I said." Lin Chen continued coldly, "It's because she is on my team. What's wrong?" The scene became awkward again. The man really didn't expect Lin Chen to be so honest. He wanted to say something, but he saw Scarface suddenly walk to his side and grabbed him. "Ah. Hey, we are all family. Why do you care about these things?" He chuckled. "I think it's good for the White Tiger Hall Master to marry Sister Jizi. Don't you agree, President?" Scarface even gave a look to Shirtai Yinliang. Shirtai Yinliang also reacted. "Ah. Yes, I have no objection anyway." The two of them sang the same tune, which really puzzled others. However, with the president's consent, The man had to give up, but his frown became tighter and tighter, as if he had missed something very important. Next, the guild elf followed the same method, and read out the other positions one by one. In a few minutes, all the management of the entire guild were taken. Congratulations. The guild elf circled in the air. All members are in place. From now on, the Fuda Guild is officially established. After the words fell, another reminder came from the minds of everyone present. You have obtained the title, Fuda Guild member. A few minutes later, guild training ground inside. The guild elf was floating in front of Lin Chen, and its tone was tender and gentle. Your current guild contribution value is 30 points. Would you like to learn guild skills? Lin Chen nodded. Learn. After the words fell, a special page suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's sight. The page was densely packed with special skill icons, at least dozens from left to right. These skills can only be learned in this place in the entire hunting god land, and no profession can learn them through other means. But in Lin Chen's field of vision, only the two skills in the upper left corner were emitting light, and the rest were gray and black, indicating that his contribution value was not enough. However, Lin Chen did not care, but naturally looked at the two shining skill icons. No, to be precise, he was staring at the second skill. Blood Desire Skill Description, Passive Skill. After learning this skill, increase the upper limit of health by 50% of your maximum physical attack power / spell attack. Yes, this is the skill that Lin Chen must get now, no other. Chapter 114. Bloodthirst. This skill is not very powerful for ordinary people. 50% of the maximum physical attack or spell attack is converted into the upper limit of one's health value, which is not as much as imagined. Imagine that a level 30 warrior, equipped with the best weapon, has an attack power of about 500 points. After learning this skill, he will only increase his own health by 250 points. This increase in health is simply a drop in the bucket. Compared with their health bars of several thousand points, it is of no use at all. As the player's level increases, their health will also increase exponentially, but in contrast, the growth rate of attack power is not that fast. This skill becomes more and more useless in the later stages. It is a state of being boring to use, but a pity to discard. But Lin Chen is different. His physical attack power is strictly speaking unlimited. This method of converting half of his own attack power into health bar is undoubtedly the icing on the cake for his current state of high attack and low defense. For example, his current physical attack power is 1677, which will give him a full 839 HP limit. Adding his original 5100 HP, he is even close to 6000 HP, not to mention the 29th level healing. Even a knight, who is several levels higher than him, can't catch up with such a HP bar. Thinking of this, Lin Chen almost didn't hesitate at all and learned this skill immediately. And when his 30 points of guild contribution value were cleared, his HP quickly changed from 5100 to 5939 as he expected. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and the next moment he turned his wrist and took out the Moon Chaser bow. Looking at the top of his head again, the health bar has now become 6022. Sure enough, this skill changes according to the change of my own attack power. As long as my attack power is high enough, my health will also benefit. With this skill, Lin Chen has more reason to hunt monsters. Excuse me, is there anything else I can help you with? The guild elf turned in the air and asked. Lin Chen thought for a while and nodded. Is there any task to increase the guild contribution value? Quests. The guild elf's tone suddenly became a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, the guild has just been established, and the task function is still in the development stage. It will take the next day for the tasks to be available for members to accept. Is that so? Lin Chen nodded. What about guild activities? Guild activities require the number of guilds in the entire hunting god land to reach a certain level before they can be launched. Unfortunately, there are only 300 guilds in the hunting god land, including our Fu 2 guild, which is far from enough to start guild activities. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly widened. 300? He vaguely remembered that his Fu 2 guild was the first guild established in the entire hunting god land, but only a dozen minutes had passed, and another 300 guilds had sprung up, but soon Lin Chen was relieved. Yes, the number of players in the hunting god land was not to be called numerous, and it was not impossible to say that they were a drop in the ocean. It had reached a point where it could not be summarized by numbers. It was not surprising to establish 300 guilds in a dozen minutes. Thank you, nothing else, Lin Chen said. Then see you again, I wish you success, and may the gods be odd. As he spoke, the guild elf suddenly flashed and disappeared from Lin Chen's sight. Lin Chen stood there, and pondered for a while. For him, although part of the purpose of joining the guild was to learn the skill of bloodthirst, it was not entirely true. Lin Chen vaguely remembered that there were several guild-specific skills that he had to learn. At this moment, they were all black and gray, and the contribution points required were very expensive, with the lowest requiring at least 500 points. You have to know that he only got 30 contribution points after clearing the grotesque dungeon. It is not easy to reach 500 points. It seems that I still can't be impatient, Lin Chen said to himself. Compared to doing guild tasks, the rewards of guild wars are richer. Yes, if you want to quickly obtain guild contribution points, in addition to doing guild tasks, there is another very fast way. That is to participate in guild wars. If you win the first place in a guild war, you can pass the war merit. The exchange of contribution points was extremely exaggerated. He still remembered that in the last life, in some powerful guild wars, some strong men could exchange contribution points of at least 1,000 points after a guild war. However, the guild is just starting now, and the Futu guild he is in is the first guild established in the entire hunting god land. Everything can't be rushed. However, according to the huge number of players in the hunting god land, it is estimated that it will not take much time for the guild to mature. Lin Chen sighed, and then walked out of the training ground. The guild hall was a bit lively at this time. Everyone, including Shirtai Yinliang, was present. Even Gardenia stood in the crowd a little awkwardly. When everyone saw Lin Chen coming out, they all looked at him. What's wrong? Lin Chen was stunned. Ah, is Shaolin here? Shirtai Yinliang hesitated for a moment, then said, We just asked the elf when we can start the guild war, and it told us that we don't have enough people now, so we can't start the registration for the guild war. Oh! Lin Chen was slightly startled after hearing this, then laughed. Are you so anxious to start the guild war? Not really. Shirtai Yinliang said, It's just that the elf said that if we win the guild war, there will be very generous rewards. What's more, we are the first guild established. If we win the guild war, the rewards will be even better. Shirtai Yinliang's words were a bit conservative, which made the scarred Hai Tian Kong beside him a little anxious. He stepped forward and said, Hey, the elf said that if we win the guild war, there might be a purple equipment reward. Yes, it seems that these two words attracted everyone. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't say anything, Shirtai Yinliang continued, and we are also very confident in our own strength. As long as we find some members of the right level to make up the number, it should be no problem to win a guild war. Besides, don't we have you? Lin Chen did not refute, nor did he feel disgusted by Shirtai Yinliang's calculations. He just nodded lightly. Then he said, If I guess correctly, the guild war requires at least 50 people? Shirtai Yinliang nodded. Yes, the elf also told you. But soon, he was in trouble again. It's just that we don't know how to recruit people, so we just walk around the main city to recruit people. Speaking of this, he glanced at the burly members beside him, and everyone suddenly smiled awkwardly. It's good that they don't scare people away, Lin Chen said. Simple. He pointed to the top of his head, change your title to the guild title, and then stand in the task hall without doing anything. Everyone was stunned. Don't do anything. Yes. Lin Chen smiled. Don't worry about how fierce your face is. The title is the best explanation. Believe me, I estimate that before noon, at least 100 people from the guild will come in. Chapter 115. People seemed to understand but not quite. They looked at each other, but the expressions on each other's faces made them a little confused. After a while, they could only nod ambiguously. Then let's go out and try, someone suggested. Okay. As they said that, everyone changed their titles to guild titles. In the following time, everyone continued to wander around the guild for a while. After about 15 minutes, they took out the return stone and disappeared in 2s and 3s. Shirtai Yinliang was also holding the city return stone at this moment, but when he was about to activate it, he noticed Lin Chen on the side. After hesitating for a while, he still said to Lin Chen, Shaolin, what are you going to do next? I'm going to continue to upgrade. Lin Chen also took out the city return stone. The three of us are going to do some tasks. At least I need to upgrade myself to level 30. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Feng Chen and Jizi also came over very tacitly. Seeing the scene, Shirtai Yinliang nodded thoughtfully. Then, he said, if the guild war starts, don't worry. Before the other party finished speaking, Lin Chen interrupted. I will rush back as soon as possible. Ah, that's good. That's good. Shirtai Yinliang breathed a sigh of relief. Then he urged the return stone in his hand and disappeared from the spot. In the end, only Lin Chen and the other two stood in the guild hall. Seeing that there was no one around, Fengshen turned around to look at Lin Chen and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what mission are we going to do?" Lin Chen did not answer immediately, but opened his backpack and took a look. Afterwards, his eyes swept over other miscellaneous equipment and props, and stared straight at a black key. This key has a name. The King's Invitation. I still remember that when I first met Fengshen, Lin Chen was caught in a special event. Facing waves of zombies, Lin Chen obtained the only that could evolve and grow. After equipping Blessing of the Zombie King, he then got this mysterious item called King's Invitation. If I guess correctly, this key should be an invitation to open a dungeon. Anyone who has passed the special event will get such a key. Not only Lin Chen, but Fengshen beside him also has one. However, this key has a usage level, that is, the player must reach level 30 to use it. Fengshen has already reached enough, but he still needs a little more. Thinking of this, Lin Chen closed the page. Let's all reach level 30 first. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at Gardenia. Gardenia, how much experience do you need to reach level 27? Gardenia was stunned, and then quickly replied, still, about 1/5. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Well, then you can't do the main line, follow me to brush a few dungeons. Hearing this, Fengshen didn't have much opinion. He knew that as long as Lin Chen led the team, no matter what dungeon it was, they only needed to lie down at the entrance, and the only thing they had to do was to stretch out their hands and cast a point. However, Gardenia was obviously in a difficult situation. She hesitated for a while, as if it was difficult to speak. What's wrong? Lin Chen paused and asked. Actually, you don't need to think about me. Gardenia lowered her head. Captain, Brother Feng, if you have any plans. Before she finished speaking, Lin Chen waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Compared to completing the main task, I also need to go to the dungeon. It's just convenient to bring you with me. Sure enough, when this sentence fell into her ears, the girl's expression eased slightly. The three of them exchanged a few words briefly, and then injected their magic power into the city return stone. After that, there was no one else in this space. In the following time, Lin Chen, Fengshen, and Shizi were in the copy of Star Prayer. There are strict requirements for entering the copy, and the minimum number of people entering is 3. Logically, they don't need to find other people to join the team, but there is a rule in the land of hunting gods, that is, a full team entering the copy will have additional experience bonus. This led to Lin Chen's need to use the gimmick of bringing a dungeon, come as you please, and let Fengshen stand outside the portal and shout. When the people who came in had not yet fully understood how to distribute the work, Lin Chen took the lead and left with a rusty iron sword, and the remaining 5 people looked at each other in bewilderment at the starting area of the dungeon. What, he's alone? There were many people who asked such questions during the process. However, what they got was Fengshen's big white teeth grinning. Yes, you just stay where you are and don't go anywhere. Then, it was a quick clearance of almost 10 minutes. While people were still in a trance of constantly casting points, the dungeon had already ended. Was this dungeon so easy? Although it was a level 25 dungeon, the man holding the rusty iron sword was level 30, but this was too exaggerated. Could it be that when they reached level 30, they would be able to clear similar dungeons so quickly and easily? Damn. I can't wait to level up. People thought so. It was noon. Lin Chen and the other 2 finally stopped after going through the dungeon more than a dozen times. At this time, Lin Chen reached level 32, Fengshen 33, and Gardenia finally reached level 30. However, everyone's stamina also reached the bottom. After all, entering the dungeon requires stamina. If they want to recover so much stamina, they probably need to sleep for most of the day. Just when Fengshen and Gardenia were about to say something, Lin Chen initiated a trade application for them respectively. The 2 were stunned. Then Lin Chen threw them 2 bottles of physical potion. Drink it, Lin Chen said lightly. Fengshen and Jizi looked at each other, and drank a bottle without hesitation. Their physical strength was instantly restored, and they only felt that their fatigue was swept away. This was the right time. Huh, it feels so good to be refreshed. Fengshen moved his neck and said, Brother, what's next? Lin Chen took out a black key almost at the moment Fengshen spoke. When Fengshen saw the key, he was slightly startled. He remembered this thing. After fiddling with it in his backpack for a while, Fengshen also took out an identical key. The King's Invitation. Fengshen's eyes lit up. Yes. If Lin Chen hadn't taken this thing out, he would have even forgotten about it. When he thought of the zombies that emerged from the fog at that time, Fengshen felt a chill down his spine. What does this thing have to do with those zombies? Looking down, Feng Chen could clearly see that the description of the key had changed. The level is appropriate. Do you accept the king's invitation? Chapter 116. Looking up, Feng Chen found that Lin Chen was looking at him. There seemed to be a hint of questioning in the eyes under the mask. After hesitating for a few seconds, Feng Chen nodded. Brother, I listened to you. As he spoke, Feng Chen even took out the broadsword in his hand, and prepared to fight at any time. Lin Chen nodded, and then he glanced at Gardenia. This girl was obviously a little out of state. Unlike them, Gardenia had not experienced the special event of zombies, so naturally, she would not have this key. Facing the gazes of the two men, Gardenia couldn't help but panic. She asked in a low voice. What happened? Feng Chen coughed, then organized his words. Sister, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Lin may want to try to take you into a special dungeon. Gardenia blinked, as if she understood. Feng Chen continued, however, because you don't have the special props to enter the dungeon, you may not be able to enter with us. At this point, Feng Chen turned his head and glanced at Lin Chen, as if asking if there was anything wrong with what he said. Lin Chen nodded honestly. Well, Xiao Feng has made it very clear, Gardenia. If you enter the dungeon with us, it will be fine, but if we enter and you stay. At this point, Gardenia raised her hand automatically. Don't worry, I will work hard to become stronger. I won't hold you back. Seeing the girl so confident, Feng Chen patted her shoulder with relief. But Lin Chen shook his head. Brother? Feng Chen was stunned. What's wrong? Lin Chen stared at Gardenia. If you stay, don't act alone, go find Shi Taiyin Liang. Find? The president? Gardenia hesitated for a moment, then realized who Shi Taiyin Liang was. Yes. Lin Chen said, now we are all managers of the Fu-Tu Guild. As the leader of the White Tiger Hall, you are safe enough to stay with him. Although they don't look like good people, according to my observation, they are not bad people, and Shi Taiyin Liang himself is a level 35 hidden profession. No one will go after him. This? Gardenia whispered. Captain, are you worried about me? Lin Chen nodded ambiguously. I guess so, you are my team member after all, I don't want you to get into trouble. Feng Chen, who had been standing by, scratched his head. Brother, Gardenia is now level 30. Except for you, there are probably not many healers of this level in the entire Baiwa city. Who can bully her? Lin Chen whispered. Anyway, don't take risks, let alone Gardenia's level, her appearance alone is enough to put her in danger. After these words came out, Feng Chen and Jizi were stunned at the same time. The girl even had some embarrassment and shyness on her face. That's right. Feng Chen slapped his forehead. Sister, listen to the captain. If you don't follow us into the dungeon, go find that President Chu immediately. Seeing the two of them say this, Shizi could only nod thoughtfully. I know. Let's start. After doing this, Lin Chen and Feng Chen no longer hesitated. They injected magic power into the keys in their hands at the same time, just like activating the return stone. After a moment, the key shone brightly, and a line of words suddenly appeared in the sight of Lin Chen and Feng Chen. You have accepted the king's invitation. The number of people who have accepted the invitation is now 988. There are 12 people left to be transferred. The current number of people accepted is 989. Please note that you can cancel the acceptance status at any time before the transfer. After these two lines of words appeared, Lin Chen and Feng Chen looked at each other clearly. 1,000 people? What kind of copy requires 1,000 players to enter before it can be opened? Fuck. Another 1,000 people. Feng Chen swallowed his saliva, as if he was carefully recalling something. That's not right. There were not even 1,000 people who survived at that time. I remember that there were less than 200 people who survived in the end. Not only Feng Chen, but even Lin Chen remembered the scene when he first entered this special event 2 days ago. Under the impact of several waves of zombies, less than 200 of the 1,000 participating players were able to stand alive in the end, which means that only these people successfully obtained the invitation qualification. But why are there so many people who have accepted the invitation now? There are already 992 people. And without exception, all of these people are level 30. That is to say, that special event is not unique. Lin Chen whispered, it's not just us. I guess this mysterious event has occurred near many different landing points. Feng Chen nodded in agreement. This is the only explanation. After a few seconds, he suddenly thought of something. Then, can we meet people from other main cities in the dungeon? It's hard to say. Lin Chen said, if this special zombie event really appears randomly at multiple landing points in the land of the hunting god as I expected, we may even. He paused and looked at Feng Chen meaningfully. We may even see players other than humans. Hearing this, Feng Chen obviously did not understand its meaning, but for some reason, he just felt a chill on his back. Players other than humans? Feng Chen asked, "Brother, what does this mean?" But before he could finish, the words in his field of vision suddenly changed. The current number of recipients is 1,000, and the transmission is in progress. Please note that you can no longer cancel the receiving status. At this moment, Lin Chen and the other two felt that their eyes suddenly couldn't see clearly, and everything in their sight was blurry at this moment. Then, dark green fog came from all directions. It's foggy. This feeling is very strange, and Gardenia, who is standing beside them, can see it especially clearly. Suddenly, a large amount of mist emerged from the bodies of Lin Chen and Feng Chen. If you look closely, the color of the mist is a bit strange. It is between white and dark green, and soon it completely covers the bodies of the two. A cold breath spread out, and Gardenia felt that the temperature around her dropped by dozens of degrees. The girl hurriedly stepped back several steps. The three of them were originally in the same team. According to reason, if it was a certain method of transmission, she should have been teleported together. But when she waved away the mist in front of her, she suddenly found that she was the only one left around. The girl subconsciously took a step forward. "Brother Feng." She turned around. "Captain?" Yes, the two people disappeared without even disbanding the team. Chapter 117. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him made Lin Chen frown slightly. It was pitch black in his sight, as if he was in a closed space, with no light around him, but Lin Chen could clearly feel that there were people everywhere around him. In just a few seconds, chaos, discussion, and friction followed one after another, from the whispering of talking to the deafening loud conversation. These people were obviously teleported by the key like himself. When they opened their eyes, they found that the dark scene around them was crowded with people, and everyone was a little uncomfortable. What the hell? What the hell is this place? Didn't some king invite me? Whose king invited me to this damn place? A loud voice was the first to shout. The noise echoed throughout the hall. Yes, this is a weird hall that can accommodate 1,000 people. It is surrounded by dark green walls. In addition, there is a huge and ordinary door in front of them. The only light comes from the crack of the huge door. They gathered together, and this hall seemed to be some kind of special waiting room. People looked at the door in front of them at the same time. Somehow, a bloody smell came in from the crack of the door, stimulating the brains of every player. What a disgusting smell. Brother, what's outside the door? Amid the discussions around him, Feng Chen finally found Lin Chen. He came over and asked in a low voice, while he also looked around. Lin Chen also shook his head seriously at this time. I don't know. Let's wait and see. Lin Chen replied. Yes, I know. Then, the two began to move slightly forward with the crowd. This huge team seemed to subconsciously make the same move, which was to slowly approach the huge door. While walking, balls of fire emerged from the hands of the mages, acting as torches and lighting. With the help of this light, Lin Chen also tried to observe the people around him, or more precisely, to observe their protective gear and weapons. Everyone is at level 30 or above. Most of them are output-oriented professions, mainly warriors and hunters, and there are also many knights. If you look closely, some people are holding some unusual weapons. These people are probably hidden professions, just like the fickle world. I don't know if I will meet Necromancer here. After all, Lin Chen, who has the bug skill Resurrection of the Dead, is very concerned about this profession. As for healers, there are very few. It seems that no matter where in the land of the hunting god, high-level healing is a scarce commodity. As the crowd continued to walk forward slowly, when the person in front of them almost reached the front of the giant gate, a woman's exclamation came out. There is a monster. As soon as this was said, it was almost like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Most of the people present took out their weapons, and switched to combat mode at the same time. Nearly 1,000 people entered the combat state at the same time. Such a spectacular scene is really rare. But when people looked at the woman who screamed, they saw a person with fangs and livid skin. However, this monster was holding a broadsword used by warriors, and looking around vigilantly. What was even more strange was that the monster kept muttering. Monster? Where is the monster? When it saw the faces around it, it also screamed in surprise. Oh my god! What is this? At this time, people realized. Looking around by the firelight, every person. The faces of the creatures are all weird. Some are normal humans, but some have green faces and fangs, and the hair on their heads is constantly wriggling like tentacles. Some are tall, and have 3 eyes on their faces. In addition to the normal parts, there is also an eyeball on their forehead that is always blinking. Some are weird that people have never encountered before. But there are also some individuals. They are extremely beautiful, and the ears are pointed, like the elves in some movies and TV shows. All kinds of players gathered together, making everyone present burst into swear words. For a while, the whole room was filled with Mom. Even Feng Chen was startled at this time. Not far away from him, a wizard lit up the fireball in his hand, but when the fire spread, people realized that the wizard who cast the fireball was a alien. It has a face like a cat, and a pair of erect ears on its furry head tremble with the calls from the surroundings. At this time, it also happened to notice Lin Chen and the others, and could not help but retreat slightly, and the fireball in its hand also went out. Having lost his vision, Feng Chen turned back to look at Lin Chen. Brother. Feng Chen took a deep breath, as if he couldn't accept these things. What's going on? But when he said this, Feng Chen suddenly remembered what Lin Chen said just now. Players other than humans, is that what you mean? These strange things are not monsters, but players? Feng Chen muttered to himself word by word. Are they all players like us? Before he could continue to say anything, Lin Chen seemed to have already accepted this setting. He pushed aside the noisy crowd with an expressionless face, and walked straight towards the giant door. Feng Chen came to his senses, and hurriedly chased after him. Brother, wait for me. The whole hall was in chaos. Each race had never seen the other. They kept shouting and yelling, and some even fought each other. It was funny to think about it. According to the original level planning of the land of the hunting god, they would only have the opportunity to leave the low-level main city, and go to the intermediate main city, when they reached level 40. In the intermediate main city, they would meet races from all over the world. Humans, orcs, half-orcs, elves, three-eyed people, multifaceted people, fish people, ghosts. These races from various worlds will be fully aware of each other's existence. At that time, the entire hunting land will be the most lively. I still remember that in the last life, when Lin Chen saw a fishman, his face was as surprised as Feng Chen's. Don't look, follow me closely. As he walked, Lin Chen said to Feng Chen, who was looking around. Feng Chen kept nodding, fearing that he would lose him if he was not careful. In such a violent scene, Lin Chen and Feng Chen were like a small boat going upstream. Although they stumbled, they did not encounter any substantial obstacles along the way. They soon arrived in front of the giant gate. Chapter 118. Arrived at the door. Lin Chen placed his hand on the door. Suddenly, an extreme coldness came from his hand, and then, a fishy smell mixed with the smell of rust came into his nose from the crack of the door. How to describe this smell? Although the local smell of the hunting god land is also a bit strange, it is only limited to strange, and this smell coming through the crack of the door is much stronger. Not only that, it carries the fishy smell of rotten meat that has been left for a long time, and the pungent rust smell unique to human blood. These smells mixed together, even made Lin Chen frown. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen decided to push the door open. As he exerted a little force with his hand, the huge door made a creaking sound. The originally noisy hall became extremely quiet after the sound of the door opening. Everyone stared at the door that was pushed open. A ray of light came in from the gradually widening gap in the door. It was noon outside, and the strong light emitted by the scorching sun made the players subconsciously reach out to cover their eyes. But then, people would cover their noses with their other hands. The stench that filled the sky almost penetrated his brain. Feng Chen also immediately covered his mouth and nose, and at the same time covered his eyes with his hands. After gradually adapting, they moved their arms away from their eyes, and everyone kept pinching their noses and looked out the door. Lin Chen's pupils gradually expanded, and he only felt that he seemed to have returned to the real world for a short time at this moment. Feng Chen was also stunned at this time, and he even took away his hand that was pinching his mouth and nose. Fuck. It was not just Lin Chen and the other two. There were many humans among the 1,000 people present. These people subconsciously stepped forward, and the expressions on their faces were very strange. What's going on? A soldier swallowed his saliva, not knowing how to describe the scene in front of him. The strong light of noon fell from the top of his head, and in front of him was a ruined city that looked like it had long been devastated. High-rise buildings, streets, green belts, traffic lights. These scenes that were originally very familiar to them seemed very abrupt at this moment. Are we back to the original world? A person's voice trembled slightly. Are we back to the real world? But no one responded. The city in front of them was indeed a modern city, but it was completely different from the world they lived in. The once prosperous streets were now deserted and dead. The dilapidated road surface was crisscrossed with cracks, and the file of time had torn every brick and tile here beyond recognition. On both sides of the street, the mottled walls of the buildings were devastated, and the walls fell off, revealing the gray bricks and stones inside. The windows were broken and dark, like eyes staring at the desolate everything. A cold wind blew, sweeping up the dust and debris on the street, bringing a desolate atmosphere. People looked around at this time. The door is gone! Someone shouted, and everyone realized that the door that Lynchen had just opened was gone. No, not only the door, but also the hall was gone. At this moment, 1,000 people stood abruptly in a square, surrounded by rotten fruits and vegetables everywhere, as well as paper scraps and plastic bags floating in the air. There was an indescribable dullness and depression in the air, as if even time had frozen. Is this a dungeon? But why is the dungeon map such a modern city? What is the dungeon's mission? Next. What are these 1,000 people going to do? Just when people were completely confused, a strange roar came from the street ahead. Ah! Roar! Everyone raised their heads and looked forward. At the end of the desolate street, a zombie in tattered clothes appeared. He wandered around expressionlessly. His figure was thin and stiff. His skin was gray and rough, as if he was a ghost crawling out of hell. Although he was far away, people could still feel the emptiness and dullness in the zombie's eyes. He just walked mechanically and wandered in the ruins of the city. But the next moment, he seemed to notice something, and he turned his head 180 degrees strangely and then stared straight at the players. Oh my! Feng Chen subconsciously took a step back. Because he and Lin Chen were standing at the front of the crowd, his retreat also caused the nearly 1,000 people behind him to subconsciously take a step back. The 1,000-man army retreated at the same time, in unison, which was quite strange. The originally gray eyes of the zombie in front turned red at this time, and he let out a piercing scream, and his speed was actually several steps faster. He used his hands and feet together, and rushed madly towards the place where the 1,000 people were standing. Roar! Roar! While charging, he howled loudly, as if he is not summoning something. Someone swallowed. Sure enough, amid the zombies' roars, dense figures appeared in the buildings on both sides of the street at this moment. 10, 100, 1,000. In the end, tens of thousands of zombies charged at the players, like an exaggerated zombie tide. The footsteps of the zombies and the sound of the wind intertwined, forming a strange and terrifying melody. The sound of their running made this already desolate city even more desperate, as if even the last chance of life was devoured by them. Fuck, 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 fuck. People had no time to think about other things at this time. Under this sense of oppression, many people's first reaction was to turn around and run for their lives. In an instant, thousands of people were in chaos. They even forgot that they were players who had reached level 30 in the land of the hunting god, and they also forgot that they were holding weapons of different colors in their hands. They were just driven by an inexplicable fear, and then fled in all directions. Among these people, only Lin Chen did not move. He stared at the zombie army approaching in front of him, and slowly took out his iron sword. Beside him, Feng Chen felt trembling all over. Although he wanted to stand there calmly like Lin Chen, his heart kept telling him to leave here quickly. That unknown fear almost filled his brain. Brother! Brother! Feng Chen slowly retreated while shouting to Lin Chen, "It's dangerous, brother!" He held the sword in his hand, but could only step back step by step. He didn't know what happened to him. Lin Chen was standing next to him. Why was he so scared? Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Feng Chen, and said lightly, "You should be in some negative state. If I'm not mistaken, it should be fear." Feng Chen was stunned. Fear? People who are in this state will lose all fighting spirit. It's useless. Unless you remove the state, you are no different from ordinary people. Feng Chen looked ashen. Then, what should we do? This state usually lasts for 30 minutes. Either wait until the time is up, or, Xiao Feng, go find a sage and let them cast a level 30 skill purification for you. Lin Chen said, as he stepped forward and actually went upstream against the tide of corpses. Sage, sage? Feng Chen was stunned. I know. Lin Chen himself is a genuine level 30 sage, but unfortunately he did not have time to learn purification, so Feng Chen could only find a sage who had learned this skill among the players present to remove the negative state. As Feng Chen left, Lin Chen was the only one left here. He took a deep breath, and as his skill resurrection of the dead icon suddenly lit up, he roared fiercely. Come out to receive guests. Chapter 119. As soon as the words fell, several dark figures suddenly appeared around Lin Chen, including Shield Mountain holding a shield, Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother, and Chi-Yu also lined up, and stood not far behind Lin Chen. The four of them were in the state of undead, and were completely immune to any so-called negative state. Monarch. The four of them said in unison. Forget it. While they lowered their heads, Lin Chen pointed at the group of zombies rushing in front, and said lightly, Kill them as much as you can. How many can you kill? The four of them looked forward together. The tide of nearly 10,000 zombies was close at hand. They could even feel a smelly wind blowing in their faces, mixed with the smell of stinking blood. Getting closer, they could even see the attribute bars on the zombies' heads. Lord, no matter what, we will definitely go all out, Dunshan said in a deep voice. Lin Chen nodded. Huang Dachui asked cautiously at this time, Lord, it's still the same as before. We are only responsible for consuming their blood volume, and then you and Lord Dunshan. But before he finished speaking, Lin Chen waved his hand. Not this time. Lin Chen said, just follow your own preferences, kill as much as you want. As soon as he said this, Huang Dachui subconsciously exchanged glances with Roaring Brother and Chi-Yu, and then the three of them seemed extremely excited. Yes, sir. After the words fell, Dunshan took the lead, and the three undeads behind him followed closely, facing the tide of corpses, and actually plunged in. It was at this time that the attributes of the zombies' heads finally fully revealed. Ordinary zombies. Level 10. HP 500. Attack 100. Physical defense 10. Magic defense 10. It was no different from the first wave of zombies encountered in the special event. Their levels were all around level 10, their attack and defense were negligible, and even their HP was pitifully low. The only scary thing was their almost exaggeratedly large number. Combined with the fear state given to the players by this world, even these ordinary zombies that did not pose any substantial threat would kill them within 30 minutes. Speaking of which, why didn't I get hit? Lin Chen frowned, and he looked at his body carefully. It was indeed not affected by the negative state fear. But why? There were as many as 1,000 people who entered this place with him, and even Feng Chen was affected, so why was he the only one who was not affected? Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses, and he almost instantly focused on his equipment column. There was a slightly shiny amulet. Blessing of the Zombie King. Could it be this thing? He looked at it meaningfully, then closed the page. In front, Shield Mountain and others had already completely rushed into the zombie group. Because the zombies were too low level, Shield Mountain didn't even need to use any skills. The attacks of these zombies only made the words -1 float above his head. The knight's own health recovery speed is much higher than that of other professions. The zombies continued to bite and scratch one after another, and after a few minutes of biting and scratching, Shield Mountain's health was full from beginning to end. In the end, Shield Mountain, surrounded by countless zombies, even put away his shield and kept swinging his short-handed hammer. With each swing, Shield Mountain would kill 7 or 8 zombies at the same time. These zombies, with only 500 health points, could not withstand a second blow from the undead. As for the other 3, it was even more exaggerated. Although their defense and functionality were not as good as Shield Mountain's player undead, their attacks were more pure. The two-handed hammer in Huang Dachui's hand was the most dazzling. He kept spinning his body, muttering 40 40 40 40, like a noisy repeater. It is undeniable that when the hammer was swung, the zombies were like falling ears of wheat, one after another. The remaining 2 people, Roaring Brother and Chi-Yu, were even more direct. Before they became the followers of the undead, they were both bosses and had their own skills. The broadsword in Roaring Brother's hand flashed with cold light, and then he soared into the sky, and finally landed fiercely in a place where zombies were more dense. Then, he raised his head and howled to the sky. Ah! With one shout, zombies in a large area around them froze in place. At least 100 zombies sat on the ground at this moment. Before they could react, the broadsword drew an arc in the air along the clock. Heads fell one by one. Chi-Yu's attack method was the most direct one. He was huge and didn't need to use too much. He only needed to swing his limbs at will. Those arms and bone spurs, as sharp as blades, would cut the rushing zombies into 2 pieces. Under the slaughter of these 4 undead followers, who knew no fatigue or fear, let alone a tide of 10,000 zombies, even if there were 100,000 zombies, it would only be a matter of time before they were slaughtered. What a pity. Lin Chen sighed, and said with a little regret, the level of these zombies is too low, otherwise how much attack power can I stack? Not only can he not stack attack power through these zombies, but because the level difference is too big, killing these ordinary zombies can't even increase his experience points. After about 10 minutes, the whole street was completely cleared. Broken corpses were everywhere, and the blood even dyed the surrounding buildings completely red. The streets, which were already extremely terrifying, now really looked like a corner of hell. Lin Chen walked on the uneven roads piled with corpses, letting his feet soak in the pool of blood. The sticky blood made the soles of his shoes become bloodshot. He did not stop, and the 4 undeads led by Dun Shan followed closely behind. "My lord, look." Dun Shan pointed to the front and said. Lin Chen stopped. He had reached the end of the street. Looking up, this was the square in front of a building. The square was huge and square. At the other end of the square was a white building that was 100 meters high. However, what Lin Chen was concerned about was that the square was very clean. On the huge area, not to mention a zombie, there was not even some garbage or blood. It was spotless. The outermost stone steps stretched to the end of the street, as if waiting for something. Looking around, he found that only the area in front could be entered. Lin Chen was just about to step forward. But at this time, Lin Chen found that there were many people coming behind him. Chapter 120. What the hell is this place? Someone's voice came from behind. Lin Chen tilted his head slightly, and found that many people were approaching this place. Among them, there were even some orcs and elves besides humans. These people seemed to have accepted the existence of other races, and some players of different races were talking to each other. At this time, a team that seemed to be formed temporarily came to Lin Chen's side. They stood in place and looked side by side at the huge square in front of them. "Do you mean we should go up there?" one person asked. "I don't know." One of the orcs shook his head and said in a deep voice, "This place is very weird. There are zombie corpses everywhere along the way. We don't know how those zombies died, and now we don't know what to do next." During the conversation, one of them noticed Lin Chen and the undead followers beside him. He hesitated for a moment and asked immediately, "Everyone, are you also a temporary team?" Lin Chen glanced at him and did not answer. Seeing that none of the 5 people spoke, the man could only shrug his shoulders in dismay. Except for Shield Mountain, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother, although people showed great curiosity about Qiyu, no one doubted his unreasonableness. After all, the players present had seen all kinds of races, so they naturally would not question Qiyu. But some people seemed to have thought of something, and they looked at Qiyu with a strange look, as if they were thinking about something. How come this big guy looks a bit like a boss in a dungeon? However, just as the crowd around him was gathering, a warrior ran over breathlessly and stopped beside Lin Chen. Looking sideways, the person who came was Feng Chen. "Brother, how are you?" Feng Chen asked, calming his breath. Lin Chen raised his head, motioned Feng Chen to look forward, and then said lightly, "Not sure, but next, we probably need to walk to this square." Feng Chen looked at the huge square in front of him with some hesitation, and then he raised his eyes to the building opposite. "Savior. Building?" Feng Chen muttered word by word. "What does it mean?" Feng Chen read out the words on the top of the building, but no one knew what it meant. "Savior, what does it mean? Is it the name of the building that comes with this copy space?" After a while, more and more players came out of the negative state fear, and all kinds of people came together. They soon surrounded the square, and all kinds of professions, and completely different races gradually increased. However, even though the conversations around them were getting louder and louder, no one was ready to climb the stairs. No one knew what would happen if they stepped onto this platform. But just when everyone was at a loss, something suddenly fell from the sky above the square. Boom! A huge shockwave swept over, instantly silencing the surrounding players. Because the square was unusually clean, there was almost no dust splashed after the shock wave, and the players present subconsciously looked forward at this moment. In the center of the square, there was a person standing at this time. Someone. No. Is that a person? People's eyes widened at this moment, and many people even clenched their weapons. It was clearly a humanoid monster, and he was more than 2 meters tall, but all the players present were looking at his head. How to describe the head of this monster? It was a black triangular head, and it was unknown whether the hexagonal bottom was an iron object worn on the head, or whether his head itself was so weird. He was wearing a black tattered coat, and stood there motionless. Although he was the only one standing in the center of the square, he looked arrogant, domineering. Gulp. In the crowd, the sound of swallowing saliva was very crisp. "Brother, have you seen a horror movie called Silent Hill?" Feng Chen asked in a low voice. Lin Chen beside him nodded ambiguously. "I have some impression." "Right." Feng Chen continued, "This guy, isn't he the thing called Triangle Head in the movie?" At this point, he pointed to the arm of the strange figure. Brother, look. Sure enough, on the arm of this monster, a huge black machete was dragged on the ground, but what was interesting was that the machete was not held by him, but the entire blade was his right hand. No one knew what the appearance of this thing meant, and someone immediately shouted at the triangular-headed monster. Hey! It was an orc knight, holding a shield in one hand, and hitting it with a one-handed hammer in the other hand, making a clanging sound. What does it mean now? The orc knight shouted loudly, Are you going to fight in the ring? As soon as this was said, almost everyone present was stunned, including Lin Chen. Ring? Yes, Lin Chen really hadn't thought about this. Could it be that there was going to be some kind of ring battle next? And just when the orc knight finished shouting, the triangular-headed monster in the square actually responded. He took a few steps back and made a space. Then, he made a gesture of please to the crowd with his free left hand. This action stunned everyone present. Really? Want to fight in a ring? People looked at each other, but shouldn't this be a dungeon? If the triangular-headed monster in front of him was the boss of the dungeon, and he was going to have a one-on-one ring match with the players, why did he choose 1,000 players to participate? No. Lin Chen frowned, feeling something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Before Lin Chen could think about it, the orc knight had already stepped onto the stage. Under the gaze of the crowd, the sturdy orc with green skin shook his head and came to the front of the triangular-headed monster in a few steps. This person was as tall as the triangular-headed monster, and his explosive muscles also gave him a nearly terrifying visual impact. His big nostrils were spitting out hot air, and he looked at the triangle head with extreme contempt. Hey, show your health bar. The orc knight shouted in a deep voice. The next moment, everyone's eyes were on the triangle head that looked like a boss. But something unexpected happened again. The triangle head monster did not move at all, and even the health bar on his head did not appear. What do you mean? The orc knight was obviously unhappy, and he got ready for battle. Look down on me. Before he finished speaking, 2 zombies suddenly appeared beside the triangular-headed monster. No one saw where these 2 zombies came from, as if they had been standing beside the triangular-headed monster for a long time. But when they saw the words on the zombies' heads, their faces changed slightly. Lin Chen also frowned. It said, Destroyer Zombie. Chapter 121. Destroyer? Lin Chen paused, searching his mind for the names of zombies. I still remember that after the first special event of entering the zombie world, the zombies did have their own rank names. Similar to Ordinary Zombie, Adapter, Hunter, etc. But now, the 2 zombies in front of him had the words Destroyer written on their heads. If the strength was planned according to the rank, this Destroyer should be a more powerful individual. I just don't know how much difference there is between them and level 30 players in the square. The orc knight was slightly startled. He unconsciously raised the shield in his hand and then took a fighting stance. Even so, he did not forget to continue to taunt the triangular head monster behind the zombies. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the boss, right? If I kill you, will this dungeon be over? The triangular head monster did not react at all. He still stood there motionless. In that case, what should I call you? The orc knight continued to grin with fangs and said, Are you the so-called Zombie King? At this moment, the triangle head seemed to move a little. He twisted his extremely weird head and seemed to look at the orc knight. This action made the orc knight unconsciously take a step back. Somehow, a chill flowed up from the tailbone behind him, making him a little panicked. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the triangle head monster raised his left hand, stretched out a black finger, and pointed at the orc knight. As if they had received some order, the 2 destroyer zombies standing beside the triangular-headed monster moved. They moved their feet, step by step, to the front of the orc knight. When they were only about 3 meters away from the orc knight, their speed suddenly increased by several steps. Swoosh! Their bodies disappeared out of thin air. Huh? In the audience, some players with the profession of assassin were startled, because at that moment, they felt that their speed was not even as fast as those 2 zombies. The orc knight was horrified. He had never encountered a monster with such speed since he reached level 30. Even the boss should not have such speed, but these 2 zombies seemed to be elite monsters that were slightly stronger than ordinary monsters. Why? He had no time to react, so he could only raise his shield to block subconsciously. But he was still too slow. The 2 zombies came to the 2 sides of the shield one after another. Their fingers suddenly grew, and their nails turned into sharp blades, which scratched the orc knight's body firmly. Hiss. Minus 1,200. I don't know if it's because the orc knight's defense is too low or because the zombies' attack power is too high. The combined attack of the 2 zombies actually consumed a quarter of the knight's health at this moment. Fuck. The knight reacted, and his huge body was now firmly hiding behind the shield. At the same time, he swung the one-handed hammer in his hand, and swung it out at the moment when one of the zombies pounced. This blow was powerful and heavy, and it should be the release of some skill. In addition, because he was an orc, the hammer caused a whirring sound during the swing, and the zombie also flew out in response. However, the health bar on the zombie's head only decreased slightly. Only then did people see the attribute values on the zombies' heads clearly. Destroyer zombie level, 30. HP, 5000. Physical attack power, 680. Magic attack power, 320. Physical defense power, 200. Magic defense power, 200. Passive ability, exoskeleton, which can weaken physical attacks by 12%. Limb transformation, destroyer and above zombies can change the shape of their limbs as an attack method, gaining 50% extra thorn damage. When they saw these words, everyone gasped. 680 attack? Someone shouted directly. This monster that seemed to have nothing to do with the boss actually had an attack power of nearly 700? Without giving everyone time to be surprised, the zombie that was knocked away actually quickly climbed up from the ground in a weird posture, and then moved quickly like a spider. Cooperating with another zombie, the orc knight could only keep retreating. But knights are tank-type professions, and they don't have enough agility, so they were caught by the zombies in just 2 breaths. Then it was a one-sided massacre. Half a minute later, the orc knight fell to his knees helplessly. Gudong. Some people swallowed their saliva in the audience. They looked at each other, not knowing how things would develop next. Even a knight with thick skin and flesh fell into the brink of death in such a short time. Anyone who went on stage would be seeking death. Even if the attack power of others is too high, they have no confidence that they can kill 2 zombies in a short time. If they can't kill them instantly, the 2 zombies with exaggerated attack power will kill them very easily. This ring match is completely useless. Even if we can kill those 2 zombies. Fengshen also frowned, and he glanced at the triangular head monster. This boss is absolutely impossible. Just as people were talking about it. On the stage, the triangular head monster slowly walked in front of the orc knight, and then, under the gaze of the crowd, he suddenly raised his arms. There seemed to be some movement around. The rustling sound was like the sound of leaves blown by the wind, but if you listen carefully, it was like the sound of some stones sliding down the steep slope. The people present began to look around, and a sense of uneasiness was gathering in their hearts. I don't know who shouted, and everyone noticed that there were many zombies on the periphery of the square, not far behind these players. There were 1,000 players entering the dungeon, but there were not many players appearing in this square, barely less than 200 people. But behind these 200 people, there were almost 2 zombies standing. Looking up, you can clearly see a few words written on the top of the zombies. Destroyer zombies. Yes, 400 destroyer zombies completely surrounded the 200 people present. At this moment, all the players were stunned. They couldn't help but retreat slightly, and then lean back against each other. If these zombies are genuine destroyers, then if they rush forward. Brother. Fengshen hurriedly ran to Lin Chen's side. What should I do? But when Fengshen turned his head to look at Lin Chen, he found that he didn't say anything, but in his eyes seemed to be a little happy. Chapter 122. No hurry. Lin Chen looked up at the center of the square again. There, the triangular-headed monster slowly lowered its raised arms, and continued to retreat a few steps. Just like the players, who welcomed the challenge at the beginning. What is he going to do? Fengshen is now a little scared. Is he going to continue the challenge? The difficulty of this dungeon has exceeded their expectations. They have thought about the danger of this special event, but they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Everyone here is around level 30, but even so, just the monsters here can kill a level 30 blood cow with 2. Now there are 400 more. How can we fight? Unlike before, there were 6 empty spaces for people to stand in front of the triangular-headed monster. Above the empty spaces, it was written 0/6. This boss-like monster with a triangular head was making a slight gesture of please at this moment, as if waiting for a new challenger. Because the pressure from the 400 destroyer zombies standing behind them was too great, the players present did not act rashly, and at this time, they all looked at the ring. Hey, what should we do? Fuck him. A warrior wiped the sweat off his face. See, the space in front of this boss is just enough for a fully equipped team to go on the field. You mean, he is going to do it himself? Who knows, is there anyone who will volunteer? Someone shouted. Next, we may have a direct confrontation with this monster. It's best to have absolute confidence in yourself, otherwise something might go wrong. Yeah, I suggest that everyone discuss it now to see who has the highest attack power or spell attack. An unknown sense of fear spread among the crowd. Something went wrong, it sounds good, but no one knows if they stand up, they will end up like the Orc Knight dying. Even if a team of 6 people goes up, who can be sure of winning if the opponent is this terrifying-looking triangle head boss? Who knows how much health this ghost has? How do you know how strong his attack power is? If they can't win, will the others be in danger? The number of destroyer zombies has reached 400. Will they continue to increase? No. No. Some female players were already a little weak in the knees. I told you not to come in. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die now. Just when people were in a brief panic, someone finally took the lead. Volunteered. A human shadow, who had changed his job from an assassin, slowly stood in the square. A trace of contempt flashed across his face, and he even spit on the ground after he came on stage. The words changed slightly, becoming 1/6. Seeing someone take the lead, the surrounding discussions really quieted down. But even so, it is always very difficult to have great confidence to step onto the square. After more than 10 seconds, the second person appeared. He was a berserker who had been transferred from a warrior. This person was a half-orc, carrying a broadsword on his shoulder. After he stepped onto the stage, he first looked up and down at the shadow beside him, and then stood in the empty seat without saying a word. Then, the third person also stepped forward. A human female sage. Seeing such a high-level healer walking onto the square, the shadow and berserker breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what kind of enemy they faced next, it was always a good thing to have a healer in charge. But in the next 2 minutes, apart from the 3 people on the field, no fourth person stepped forward. This scene really made the orc snort coldly. A bunch of idiots. Below, Feng Chen glared at him. Just as he was about to step forward, he was pulled back by Lin Chen. Brother? Feng Chen was stunned. Lin Chen just returned a look, signaling Feng Chen not to act rashly. Feng Chen hesitated for a while, then nodded. As the crowd moved, the fourth person also slowly walked up at this time. Elf. When seeing this female elf, the eyes of the players around subconsciously followed her movement. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but take a second look. In his previous life, he had dealt with elf players. The female players of this race had an extremely beautiful appearance and body shape. This unique advantage was unmatched by any other race. On the stage, this female elf, who looked to be 1.8 meters tall, walked with long beautiful legs, wearing a gleaming leather armor, and should have a pink protective gear. Looking at her hands, her slender fingers tightly grasped a stylish bow. Compared with the scar-faced Hai Quitian Kong, the bow and arrow in the hands of this female elf had more obvious characteristics. Oh my! Feng Chen stared at the face of the female elf for a long time, and finally uttered a few words. So beautiful. Yes, Lin Chen also focused his attention on the face of this elf at this time. Her fair skin was reflecting the sunlight above her head. Her extremely cold eyes had slightly purple pupils. What caught people's attention the most were the pointed ears on both sides of her head. Her long hair moved slightly, revealing her pointed ears. Feng Chen exclaimed again. Amazing. Just like in movies and TV series. He said, Brother, how do you think those directors know that elves look like this? Have they been to the land of the hunting god? Lin Chen opened his mouth, but found that he had no way to answer this question, so he simply did not speak. In the next minute, the fifth person also came on the stage. He was a beastmaster. His job name after the job change was Druid. If there was no necromancer, this special hidden job, then in the entire land of the hunting god, Druid would be the best candidate to quickly pass the dungeon with summons. At this time, there was one missing from the 6, and the light circle on the square also showed the words 5/6. The discussion became louder. Who else wants to go? I suggest a knight. Yes, these 5 people have both output and recovery, and now the control is also supplemented. The only thing missing is someone who can resist damage. But when they set their sights on the knights in the crowd, they found that these knights, who usually gave everyone a sense of security, were actually retreating slightly. Yes, after seeing the orc knight being killed so easily by 2 destroyer zombies just now, no one was willing to take the risk. But if there is no knight, how should this team fight? Just when people were hesitating, Lin Chen suddenly waved to Shield Mountain behind him. Monarch? Shield Mountain came closer and lowered his head. Shield Mountain. Lin Chen whispered, go up and try. After saying this, Shield Mountain was obviously stunned for a moment. He leaned close to Lin Chen's ear. Monarch. Shield Mountain is an undead unit. Is it okay? Lynchen shrugged. I don't know, so I asked you to try. If it doesn't work, just come down. Shield Mountain nodded. Yes, sir. He took out the shield in his hand, and with everyone's exclamations, Shield Mountain walked up the steps of the square. Someone is a knight. When people saw Shield Mountain, they cheered immediately. But soon someone noticed something different. This black knight had no level mark or occupation icon on his head. There were only 2 words written on it. Shield Mountain. Chapter 123. Lynchen has been observing Shield Mountain and the changes on the square. Shield Mountain slowly walked to the side of the druid under the gaze of everyone and stopped. A few seconds later, the words on the square suddenly changed. June 6th. There's a chance. Lynchen's mouth corners gradually rose. He really didn't expect that Shield Mountain, a member of the undead, could become a part of this rule. If this is the case, then it's interesting. On the stage, seeing that everyone was ready, the triangular head monster took another step back. This action caught Lynchen's eyes and surprised him. Could it be that, at this stage, the enemy that the 6 people of Shield Mountain have to face is still not this triangular head boss? Sure enough, when the triangular head monster retreated a certain distance, it was seen that its body began to gradually squirm, and some flesh-like substances appeared on its abdomen and shoulders at the same time, and then fell to the ground in large chunks. Such a disgusting scene made the 6 people on the stage, except Dun Shan, step back subconsciously. How to describe this absurd scene? The flesh and blood that fell on the ground gradually gathered and mixed together in the next moment, and then in just a few seconds, these dark substances turned into a person. F***K. Fengchen covered his mouth repeatedly, and he almost vomited. Lynchen's pupils dilated, and the person who fell from the triangular head monster in his sight. The monster that came down was indeed a humanoid thing, with dark green mist emanating from its entire body, and black liquid seemed to be flowing on its body. Moving his sight upwards, Lynchen indeed saw a new name above the head of this newly appeared monster. Destroyer Zombie. Level, 35. HP, 10,000. Physical attack power, 850. Magic attack power, 560. Physical defense power, 300. Magic defense power, 300. Passive ability, Exoskeleton, can weaken physical attacks by 12%. Limb transformation, zombies of Destroyer, and above can change the shape of their limbs as an attack method, gaining 50% extra thorn damage. Corrosion aura, when attacking, there is a chance to cause the enemy to have a negative state, and the unit's movement speed and attack speed will be greatly reduced under this state. These attribute values appeared in everyone's sight without any cover. For a moment, the stage and the audience were silent. 10,000 HP, 850 attacks, this kind of stats. Still not a boss? Above ordinary zombies is adaptation, above that is hunting, then destruction, now is destruction. Lynchen muttered to himself. It seems like a very perfect setting. Will there be a stronger one above this so-called destroyer? Thinking of this, Lynchen subconsciously glanced at the back of the destroyer zombie, that is, the triangular head monster standing still. What level will he be? Is it true that, as the Orc Knight said before, he is the so-called zombie king? Before Lynchen could think about it, the destroyer zombie on the stage bowed his head to the triangular-headed monster, as if saluting. The triangular-headed monster said nothing, but just waved at the other party. After getting permission, the destroyer zombie opened his arms, and raised his head to the sky and roared. Roar! This roar was like the sound of the devil who destroyed the world, and it made everyone's hair stand on end after sweeping through. Attention! Among the 6 people on the stage, the half-orc warrior directly assumed the parry state, and began to guide one of his skills. Since the attribute panel of this destroyer zombie was so exaggerated, they needed to attack without leaving any room for maneuver, and it would be best if all skills and killing moves were used together. There was no need to consider anything else next. Regardless of whether this destroyer zombie was a boss or whether killing it would clear the level, they had no choice but to face it head-on. Not only him, but the other contestants around him also thought of this. The elf hunter pulled the longbow in her hand to the full, and a perfect circle was formed. Restrict his movements. If his speed is as fast as the 2 zombies just now, I can't aim accurately. The elf's voice was very pleasant, but it was full of majesty and coldness that could not be refuted. At the same time, the zombie moved. Gulyulu. The moment the strange sound from his throat fell, the zombie ran over like crazy, with an overwhelming momentum. People were startled, but soon calmed down. Yes. This zombie is not fast. There is a chance. Healing seemed to have discovered some kind of flaw, and immediately stretched out his palm towards the zombie. Then, a strange magic circle pattern suddenly appeared under the feet of the moving zombie. The lavender pattern became larger and larger, and finally became a magic circle similar to a disc totem. There was a strong light rising into the sky, and then these lights suddenly turned into entities, and stabbed the zombie's body fiercely. Sage level 30 skill Holy Light Gathering Array. This is one of the few offensive skills that the healer has after changing his job to become a sage, and this skill has a very strong control effect. As long as they are within the array, no matter how many enemies there are, they will be restrained by the light. But the damage is not satisfactory. Looking at the blood bar on the top of the destroyer zombie's head almost motionless, the healer did not complain much, but hurriedly turned his head to look at the female elf. The female elf did not look back at her. The profile of this non-human race was so beautiful that it made people palpitate. Even the sage, who was also a woman, was stunned at this time. But just as she was about to shout something, the bowstring in the female elf's hand had been loosened and began to shake. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows flying out came one after another. Just listening to the noise, it seemed that the female archer shot dozens of arrows, but when she looked closely, there was only one arrow flying out. And when the arrow was halfway through its flight, it suddenly disintegrated in midair, and countless rapidly flying fragments quickly shot at the zombies in the light array. Do-do-do-do-do. The fragments were not blocked at all, and countless blood flowers continued to bloom on the zombies. Windcatcher level 25 skill Splitting Rain. At this moment, everyone once again raised their heads and looked at the top of the zombies' heads. The health bar moved. But it was just moved. That's all. If you want to cause effective damage, these single professional skills can't do it at all. At the same time, the healer shifted his sights and put them on other people. What about you? Hurry up, my skills can't control him for too long. As soon as these words came out, the half-orc warrior, who had been waiting for an opportunity to do something, suddenly roared. It's my turn. His body suddenly swelled at this moment, and his originally very tall body now made people need to look up. His skin seemed to be burned by something, and the red skin surface was still emitting unknown strange steam. It looked like a soldering iron touching a drop of water. Feng Chen in the audience couldn't hold back and expressed his feelings. Wow. You're too lucky. However, Lin Chen smiled slightly. In his previous life, he was a genuine level 80 warrior. The current appearance of this half-orc is exactly the most important skill for the berserker to survive. Level 30 skill Rage. In the rage state, all the attack methods of the berserker will change. From level 1 to level 30, all his skills have more exaggerated damage and release methods. At the same time, the attack method of the berserker in this state will change significantly. Yes, the half-orc warrior on the stage actually changed the broadsword in his hand to reverse grip at this moment. If you look closely, this broadsword seems to be different. It is longer, and the blade is red, as if it is also affected by the rage state. Although this skill is very powerful, it also has a fatal drawback. Like the berserkers in some games, in the land of the hunting god, the berserker's rage state consumes health points. Lin Chen muttered to himself. This powerful double-edged sword skill, which is like suicide, will be the biggest consumption of the berserker himself if it does not achieve its goal in a short time. Cover me. On the stage, the pupils of the half-orc's eyes turned red. His speed suddenly increased. The veins on his arm holding the hilt of the sword bulged. In almost half a breath, the berserker had arrived in front of the zombie. Huff. He exhaled, but it seemed like sulfur was spitting out. Berserker level 25 skill Berserker. The red broadsword in his hand drew countless scarlet blood crosses at this moment. The whole body of the half-orc was moving and slashing in a large range, which became very exaggerated. Blood marks on the zombies also appeared one after another. Above his head, the zombie's blood slowly drained away. The people behind him struck while the iron was hot. The female elf's arrows were unreserved at this time. They were like raindrops from the sky, shooting one after another, and finally skimmed past the ears of the orc warriors and accurately hit the zombie's body. And behind him, the level 30 summoned beast summoned by the beast master also rushed over at this moment. Roar! It was a huge white bear with a snow-white body. The giant bear ran madly to the side of the orc on all fours, raised its claws high, leaned forward with its whole body, and slammed the zombie's body hard. Boom! For a moment, the entire square, which looked like a ring, was filled with the flashes of swords and arrows, accompanied by the roars of giant bears and summoned beasts, making it hard to keep up. This was the first time that these 6 people were forced to team up together, and it was also the first time they attacked a boss, but they had a good tacit understanding. Oh no, it should be 5 people. Yes, there was one person on the field who was obviously out of the situation. That was the knight called Shield Mountain. This meat shield, who should have been at the front, was standing there woodenly, as if everything happening in front had nothing to do with him. However, not many people noticed him. After all, most people's attention was attracted by the battle between the remaining 5 people and the destroyer zombies. In the chaos, Dunshan turned his head and looked at the audience. There stood a man wearing a mask, and he stretched out a finger and placed it on the mouth of the mask, making a shushing gesture. It was this action that made Dunshan not take any further action from beginning to end, and he could only keep his troops in place as Lin Chen said. In the battle circle, the light array had long since shattered, and the zombie dodged the sword swung by the orc warrior. Not only that, an extremely sharp exoskeleton spike suddenly emerged from the zombie's arm and stabbed the orc warrior's shoulder fiercely. The zombie was still preparing to attack further, but a special arrow flashing with white light hit his shoulder, directly interrupting his pursuit. However, the attack just now was enough to make the orc warrior drink a pot. The orc retreated repeatedly, and the steam on his body also weakened a lot at this time, and the blood bar above his head was only a quarter left. Not only the zombie's attacks, but also his own rage status continued to lose health. If he was attacked by the zombies 1 or 2 more times, he would have followed in the footsteps of the orc knight before. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something when a soft white light fell from the sky and completely enveloped his body. His health bar also gradually recovered at this time. The orc turned around and found that the healer was reaching out to him. Don't worry, you won't die. The sage's chest was heaving at this time, and it was obvious that he had consumed a lot of mana bars. Hey! The orc grinned. Thanks, a strange-looking race. An orc said I look strange. The female sage was stunned. Thank you so much. The orc's health has recovered to a healthy level. He held the hilt of the sword again, and said in a low voice, I am an orc. After that, he rushed up again. This time, with the cooperation just now, it is obvious that the favorable situation began to tilt towards the challenger, that is, the player. The zombie's attack is a bit simple. Although there is a corrosion aura that can put people into a special state, the healing on the scene has learned purification, and the negative state just caused was instantly removed. Moreover, the blood recovery speed of the crowd was obviously faster than the blood loss, and under the continuous output of the orcs and the female elves, the blood volume of the zombies was almost consumed by half. At this moment, the people present finally realized how important the role of healing is in a team. If it weren't for her, the rest of the people would have died by now. But just when people thought that the next 6 people on the field would naturally win this boss battle, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. That was when the health of the destroyer zombie dropped to 49%. The second stage began. Countless dark tentacles and spikes suddenly shot out from the zombie's body, forcing everyone present to retreat in a short time. Even though the half-orc warriors were furious, they did not dare to take the attack head-on, and could only retreat quickly. Under the gaze of the people, the zombie's body size increased by more than double, and his whole body was completely covered by a dark exoskeleton, with spikes and scales all over his body. The dark green mist that had previously enveloped the surroundings gradually spread, and it actually completely covered the entire square, and the people below the square even had their sight blocked. Roar! The zombies began to roar, and the unprecedented sense of oppression was quietly rising. Oh no! The orcs were sweating profusely. I didn't expect this thing to have a second stage. But at this time, no one saw that Lin Chen, who had been booing in the square, lowered his arms slightly. At this moment, Shield Mountain, who was standing there stupidly, moved. Chapter 124. While walking, Shield Mountain took out a one-handed hammer from his arms. He shook his neck like stretching his muscles, and the one-handed hammer in his hand also turned back and forth, with the shaking of his wrist. Walking like this, he looked like a street thug ready to fight his opponent at any time. After a few steps, he came to the side of the other 5 people. Regardless of how the 5 people around him looked at him, Shield Mountain began to release his own skills. Unbreakable, Bronze Holy Shield, Holy Light Armor. 3 rays of light flashed one by one, and Dunshan's body even began to change. His skin and armor flashed dangerous fluorescence. Huff! Dunshan exhaled a breath of foul air, and suddenly grinned. I meet him. Dunshan was only level 20 when he became a follower of the undead, so he could only use a few skills. But even so, as Lin Chen continued to get stronger, Dunshan now has almost exaggerated attack power and double defense. Lin Chen is now level 32. Before entering this dungeon, he and Feng Chenjizi went to the Star Prayer dungeon several times, which caused his attack power to stack up by several hundred points. Without any equipment, that is, the basic attack of the naked equipment, Lin Chen's panel is as high as 2008 points. With the blessing of the special skill Bloodthirst, the health value also increased with the increase of attack power, reaching 6,187 points. The double defense is quite satisfactory. Although some of the equipment on his body are rare, there is even a purple equipment. But the level is a bit low, resulting in Lin Chen's double defense of only about 250 points. Through the inheritance of these attributes, with the growth of Dungeon's own health value, Dungeon's current health value has reached around 7,500, which is higher than Lin Chen in a short time. Shield Mountain's attack power is also 1325 points. As for Shield Mountain's double defense, after the blessing of his 3 body protection skills, it has now reached between 480 and 500 points. That is to say, when Lin Chen's level has not yet been raised too high, Shield Mountain's other panels are higher than those of the Monarch Lin Chen except for the attack power. The second stage of the zombie has been completely completed. The low roar in his throat turned into a hoarse howl, and the black substance crawled up from his shoulder, and then turned into an extremely hard sword blade after contacting the air. Swish! Without any hesitation, the 5 or 6 meter long black spike stabbed fiercely at the female healer among the 6 people. It seemed that the zombies also knew that the most difficult person in this team was this woman. Danger! The orc was quick-witted and wanted to block the attack for the healer. However, the spike was very fast, so fast that the orc had no time to block the black spike. The healer was also ready. She was very alert and ready to give herself the most appropriate state and skills at any time. However, in this instant, the sweat on the woman's forehead still flowed unconsciously. The attributes of zombies after the second stage are no longer visible. No one knows how many attacks the zombies have at this time, and whether they have any unknown attack effects. If you get hit, it's no joke. Just as healing was concentrating, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside her. Before the spikes were about to pierce the woman, the man stretched out his dark palm and pulled Healing's body over. As Healing's body staggered, the spikes hit nothing. However, this black thing was like a living thing. After it lost its target, it spun in the air, and then turned its spear head to stab at Healing again. At the critical moment, Healing felt that the black shadow, who was protecting him, suddenly raised his shield. Wait. Shield? Healing finally remembered something. This black shadow was the knight who had never taken action in their temporary team. Before she could think about it, the spike had already hit the shield in the knight's hand. Dang! The huge vibration made Jiahui feel like the top of his head was about to be blown off. She could clearly feel that the warrior holding the shield was retreating again and again at this moment. If she looked carefully, Jiahui could clearly see that the shield was shaking slightly under this blow. If this blow hit her, what would happen? How much blood would she lose? Would she die directly? Jiahui subconsciously glanced at the top of the head of the person beside her named Shield Mountain. A line of tiny, inconspicuous words floated on it. -330. This attack was so powerful. Only this much damage. Could it be that the second stage of the boss is not as scary as before? Swish. Another spike shot out from where the zombie was. Shield Mountain did not pause at all, and turned his wrist, and the shield went straight up. Ding! This time, Healing could still feel his eardrums being torn, but the damage value on Shield Mountain's head was only -300. This discovery made the onlookers in the square stunned. What's going on? 300? That's not right. Wasn't the attack power of this boss just now said to be 850 points? This knight has more than 500 armor? Don't talk nonsense. Who can have such high armor now? 300 is the best. Hey, it seems that you are missing a link, a sharp-eyed player said with a trembling voice. People looked over. The man raised his head tremblingly and pointed at the top of Dungeon's head on the stage. Look at this man's health bar. 2 consecutive attacks have consumed 630 points of blood, but look at his health bar. People finally reacted and turned their heads to look. Sure enough, the loss of 630 points of blood was not even reduced by 1/10. At this moment, everyone couldn't understand. On the stage, the 2 spikes retracted one after another. Dun Shan didn't hesitate at all. He threw away the healing at his side and rushed over. When the last spike was about to return to the zombie's body, Dun Shan grabbed the spike and pulled it hard, The powerful force made the zombie's entire body fly to Dungeon's position. Because the zombie is now in the second stage, his body shape and body structure are completely different from before. At this time, he flew towards Dungeon like a wrecked truck hitting pedestrians. This scene looks extremely weird. The other 5 people on the side retreated subconsciously. But the next moment, the one-handed hammer in Dungeon's hand hit the zombie's jaw without any fancy. Fuck you. Crack. The moment the hammer head touched the jaw, a scarlet font appeared on the zombie's head. -1102. Chapter 125. Yes, a single attack. It was neither a skill nor a special method, but a simple one-handed hammer that hit the zombie's jaw. The damage number seemed strange and unreal. In order to prevent themselves from seeing things, many people even rubbed their eyes. But Shield Mountain did not have too much time to spare. He sank his hand suddenly, and the zombie that had just been hit back by him was pulled back again. Shield Mountain followed suit, and swung the hammer again. However, the hammer did not hit the jaw. As the zombie struggled with too much strength, the hammer missed the jaw and hit the zombie's shoulder instead. Bang! The damage appeared again. -980. When the damage value after the second attack fell into people's eyes, people finally became a little uneasy. If the previous hit on the jaw was possible, it was possible that the knight had found the boss's weakness or vital point. But how to explain the damage value after the second hit on the shoulder? Shield Mountain raised his one-handed hammer for the third time, but this time the zombie did not give him a chance to hit him. The surface of the spike that sprang out of his body suddenly appeared with countless tiny needles, which were so dense that they seemed to cut Shield Mountain's palm. The spike retracted into the body, and the zombie also took a step back, and the one-handed hammer missed the zombie's face from top to bottom. Miss. But Shield Mountain was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing that the zombie began to distance himself from him, he immediately activated the knight's level 15 skill Fearless Charge. Just 2 steps away, Shield Mountain stuck to the zombie's face like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and the hammer in his hand was changed into a shield. Knight skill Shield Strike. Shield Mountain hid the shield under his body, and then swung it upward fiercely. The huge shield surface was firmly in contact with the zombie's jaw. Unlike the hammer that just hit the jaw, this time, the zombie's body was instantly raised high, like a kite with a broken string. -1011. Shield Mountain rushed out a few more steps, and grabbed the ankle of the zombie, who had not fallen yet. The one-handed hammer in his hand fell down fiercely. In just 1 or 2 encounters, Shield Mountain seemed to want to beat the destroyer zombie in front of him to death. Roar! The zombie seemed to react, and his captured feet turned into a sticky liquid at this moment. After breaking free from Shield Mountain's hands, the zombie quickly rolled on the ground, and then kicked hard. He was like a bull, violently hitting Shield Mountain's chest. Bang! Under the huge impact, Shield Mountain's body flew backwards, farther than the flying sandbag. At this time, the rest of the people who had been out of the situation finally came back to their senses. The druid standing on the side did not continue to be distracted. He moved his mind, and the next moment, the white giant bear quickly came to the path where Shield Mountain was flying backwards, stretched out his hand, and hugged Shield Mountain directly in his arms. At this time, everyone looked into the distance. The health bar above the zombie boss's head had only 1/3 of its health left. There was a brief, deathly silence around. They just attacked together, and the assassin also hit in the key point and caused several backstabs. Such a long fight only reduced the zombie's health by half. And this knight, in just 2 encounters, reduced the boss to only 1/3 of his health. According to the attack power of this unknown knight, as long as we cooperate with him to fight, it is easy to kill this boss. Everyone, the half-orc warrior said in a deep voice, although it is a bit embarrassing to say. But everyone has seen that the attack power of the knight standing in front of us may be the sum of all of us. People did not refute. The only physical profession present was the half-orc warrior, and the female elf, and the assassin. The rest are not only healers or druids, their attack power can be ignored. But now, the Black Knight can hit more than 1,000 health points of the zombie with a single attack. With such an exaggerated attack power, as long as he continues to hit the zombie, the battle will end soon. So I have a plan. The half-orc berserker continued. We will act as bait to attract the attention of the boss, and the healers and summoners will be responsible for assisting on one side. Your job is just to control the zombies and the rest. At this point, the orc turned his head and looked at Shield Mountain. Shield Mountain did not answer directly, but shrugged. For him, it didn't matter whether these people were present or not, he could fight this so-called destroyer zombie alone. It's just that the opponent is too flexible, and he really can't defeat the opponent quickly by himself. If only he was level 30 before becoming an undead. One of the knight's job transfers is called Evil Punisher, and his level 30 skill is called Soul Chain. Shield Mountain muttered to himself. No matter how the unit locked by this skill dodges, it will be hit directly by the attack of the Punisher. It's a pity that he can't change his job, nor can he learn this skill. While Shield Mountain was still sighing, the orc had already moved. Elves, let's go! He shouted at the female elf behind him, and then rushed out in one step. The female elf continued to draw the bow and arrow, and then shot continuously, and the rain of arrows fell from the sky again. Windcatcher level 30 skill rain of arrows. The zombie growled and moved quickly. The arrows fell one by one, but rarely hit him. Not only that, he could swing his arms while dodging the arrows. The sickle-like black substance was thrown out from his arm, and it was thrown directly at the assassin, who had just emerged from the void like a chain. The assassin groaned and could only hide in the darkness again. But in the blink of an eye, the orc was approaching, and the broadsword in his hand chopped from top to bottom, bringing a scarlet blood wind. The zombie naturally took a step back subconsciously, and it was during this step that the sage's level 30 skill Holy Light Gathering Array was activated again. I trapped him. Healer shouted behind him. The attack was not over yet. The white bear that had been active on the field just now disappeared, replaced by a green python. The snake swam near the light array, then climbed up along the zombie's body, and finally trapped him directly in it. Quick! The druid also shouted loudly. At this point, everyone's eyes were focused on Shield Mountain. The Black Knight strode to the front of the zombie. He first glanced coldly at the immobile zombie, then raised his eyes, and glanced at the triangular-headed monster not far away. Then, Shield Mountain raised the one-handed hammer in his hand. Knight level 12 skill Holy Light Judgment. A blazing light suddenly appeared on the hammer, and Shield Mountain swung it violently. Bang! This time, the hammer hit the zombie's head without any cover. Minus 1111. Shield Mountain did not stop. When the zombie was about to break free, he flipped his shield and activated another skill Shield Blast. Not only him, but the orc berserker beside him also swung his sword. A blue arrow also shot from between Shield Mountain and the orc. Caw! Swish! Sizzle! The attacks of the three people fell on the zombies simultaneously. A moment later, the health of the destroyer zombie was reset to 0. Chapter 126. People looked at each other in bewilderment. Although the boss in front of them was successfully eliminated by the 6 people on the field, at this moment, they were basically discussing Shield Mountain. They were also saying things like, "Why can a knight do so much damage? How much health do I have left after his hammer?" And so on. It was not until the boss named Destroyer Zombie completely collapsed to the ground, and then disappeared that people reacted. This level should have been passed safely. But after waiting for more than 2 minutes, nothing happened around. Deathly silence spread around. Logically, shouldn't something happen now? For example, some prompt sounds will appear in people's minds to inform them that they have passed the level, or some prompts for the next level will appear. But no matter how they discuss, nothing happens around them. More than a minute passed. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't help it, and immediately pointed at the triangular-headed monster in the square. "Hey, what's going on now?" Seeing that the triangle head didn't respond, the man even raised his foot and stepped onto the stone steps in the square. "I'm asking you a question. The boss has been defeated. What are you going to do next?" He really stepped onto the steps at this moment. "If you have any other tips, please tell me quickly. I have something to do when I go out." He didn't continue to speak, because when his 2 feet stepped completely onto the steps, a dark green light suddenly came from somewhere, and the health bar above the man's head was instantly cleared. Not only that, his entire body began to split from the middle, as if it was cut by an unknown blade, and scarlet blood spilled all over the ground. The other players, who were close to him, subconsciously retreated many steps. They were full of complaints a moment ago, but now they all stared at the body on the ground that had been split into 2 in surprise. What's going on? The triangular-headed monster finally moved, shaking its body, and then retreated 2 steps again. This action made people's hearts skip a beat. No way. Are you coming again? Every time the monster with a triangular head retreated, monsters and arena match styles would appear, such as Destroyer and Destroyer. What about now? Will a more powerful boss appear? However, this time the retreat did not result in the appearance of a new boss, but a prompt message appeared out of thin air in people's sight. It was a line of blood-red words, bright and dazzling, looking extremely attractive. Task 1. Kill 1,000 ordinary zombies. Completed. Task 2. Kill destroyer zombies. Failed. Task 3. Kill destroyer zombies. Completed. You have gained 67% additional attack power and physical defense power. Please survive the attack of 2,000 destroyer zombies. When people saw these prompts, they were stunned. Many people had cold sweats running from their heads to their chins. They turned their heads tremblingly and looked at the destroyer zombies standing not far behind them. There were about 200 people standing around the square now. Each of these 200 people had 2 destroyer zombies standing not far behind them. These destroyers appeared after the orc knight lost the fight. These zombies can kill a level 30 knight in a short time. Not only do they have exaggerated attack power, but their double defense and health are also terrifying. In other words, there are 2,000 zombies in total, in addition to the 200 players near the square. Each of the 1,000 people in the entire dungeon has 2 destroyers corresponding to them. What kind of international joke is this? Feng Chen couldn't help but mutter, 2,000? Before he could continue, new words appeared in the prompt. Extra bonus task. Kill all zombies. Zombies attack countdown. 100, 99, 98, 97. People were immediately in an uproar. They were just onlookers a moment ago, but now their lives were threatened. Many people were so flustered that they could hardly hold their weapons. Some even began to scatter in panic. Not only the onlookers, but even the 6 fighters in the square were pale at this time. The elf's cold face also showed a rare panic. She held the bow in both hands and ran quickly with her slender legs. After a few steps, she turned over and stepped down, and then came directly to the side of another elf. That was a female elf with shorter hair. She was also a shooter with a bow and arrow. Her beautiful face was pale. Elena. What should I do? The short-haired female elf hurriedly grabbed Elena's hand, but from the feedback of the touch, Elena, who had just survived the ring, was also a little nervous. She looked around first, and then hurriedly pulled the short-haired elf's hand. Let's go, run! Soon, in the chaotic crowd, the 2 elves also disappeared quickly. Under the square, Dunshan jumped down and came to Lin Chen's side. Not only him, Huang Dachui and the other 2 also closely followed Lin Chen's side, waiting for their fate at any time. Lord, Dunshan said, what should we do? Hearing Dunshan say this, before Lin Chen spoke, Feng Chen moved closer to him. Huang Dachui subconsciously stepped back to let Feng Chen squeeze in. Excuse me. Feng Chen extended his hand to Huang Dachui to apologize. Huang Dachui waved his hand quickly. Master Feng, please go ahead. Feng Chen was slightly stunned when he heard Huang Dachui actually call him Master Feng, and then waved his hand more exaggeratedly. I don't deserve it. No. You are the monarch's friend, so you are naturally master. Huang Dachui made a more pious gesture. Please don't be polite with us. Oh no. Listening to the conversation between Feng Chen and Huang Dachui, Lin Chen didn't care. He quickly opened his attribute panel. On his attack power column, it was written, Physical attack power, 3356. At 1346, when he saw this line of words, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. The prompt was right. Everyone present should have received a 67% attack power bonus, but I wonder if the owner of this land expected that there was a person with such a high attack power hiding here. Lin Chen closed his attribute panel and checked Shield Mountains. Shield Mountain's attack power reached 1988 points. If you calculate carefully, Shield Mountain did not get the so-called 67% bonus, but changed synchronously with his own attack power. If so, get ready. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at the undead around him. Huang Dachui, who was still yielding to Feng Chen, stood up straight and waited for his fate. Just like before, Dachui, Roaring, Chi-Yu, the 3 of you are responsible for consuming the monster's health. Stop when these zombies can be killed with one blow. Do you understand? Lin Chen said. Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother, and Chi-Yu nodded immediately. Yes, sir. After saying this, Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at Shield Mountain. Without Lin Chen's further explanation, Shield Mountain directly put away the one-handed hammer in his hand and took out a rusty iron sword. Lord, leave it to us. Chapter 127. After the words were spoken, the red prompt in people's vision began the final countdown. 7, 6, 5, 4, 32. The hunt begins. The prompt completely disappeared from everyone's sight at this moment. Instead, there was a long air defense alarm that tore through the sky. This sound was like a demonic voice urging death, lingering in people's ears, and many people felt cold all over as if they were in an ice cellar. Afterwards, the zombies, who were still standing there motionless just a moment ago, shook their bodies at the sound of the air defense alarm, as if they were injected with souls. Ah! Roar! The next moment, the zombies called destroyers started running frantically. They turned into a dark torrent, and wherever they went, they carried a pungent smell of blood. They were extremely fast, and had extremely strong destructive power. When they moved, the exoskeletons protruding from their bodies alone could plow deep trenches on the ground. The zombies did not have any so-called division of labor. They would attack any player who appeared in their sight. There was only one voice in the brain. Kill! It's moving! The zombies are moving! Run! No, don't we fight them. We form teams separately. We can actually fight. Didn't we say that there is 67%? Fight your mother. What's the use of those commissions? There are so many zombies, stopping is just courting death. People screamed. Roar! The zombies roared. For a moment, the roar of zombies, the screams of players, and the sounds of skill release and explosions filled every corner of this dilapidated city. Yes, not only around this square, but also in other places in this instance. As long as there are players, there will be zombies chasing them. At this time, a zombie rushed towards where Lin Chen and the others were. He grinned, almost like a sturgeon, revealing his sharp white teeth. Dun Shan and the others turned their heads together, and an unknown sense of oppression rose from the feet of Dun Shan and the other four. How dare you disturb the monarch, you bastard? Huang Dachui changed his humble look with Feng Chen just now. His face was stern, and the two-handed hammer in his hand was swung out fiercely. 80! The zombie that rushed over was knocked away by the hammer before it even reached him. Minus 1,500. Without waiting for him to land, Chi Yu, with his huge body, took a huge step and instantly came to the bottom of the zombie. He raised his four arms and smashed them hard on the zombie's body. Minus 1,486. Minus 1,488. At this point, the destroyer with 5,000 HP only had more than 500 HP left. Master Shield Mountain. Huang Dachui and Chi Yu said in unison. Dun Shan did not hesitate, rushed forward a few steps, and the rusty iron sword in his hand slashed out. The hand raised the knife and fell, the red light of the critical strike flashed, and the destroyer was killed instantly. Lin Chen glanced at his attribute panel. On the attack power, it was written, 3,357 plus 1. After getting a positive result, Lin Chen did not hesitate and waved to the undead followers. The four people received the order, then went in the opposite direction and plunged into the zombie tide. Dun Shan and the other four have already cooperated very tacitly. They have a clear division of labor, and have formed their own faction in the chaotic world. Because the zombies did not gather together, but scattered and fought with the players, the undead can kill more quickly and effectively. Feng Chen looked at the methods of the undead in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. At this time, he carefully glanced at Lin Chen beside him, and felt that this person was becoming more and more mysterious. He seemed to be in an unknown thick fog. Every time Feng Chen thought he could get a glimpse, he found that what he saw was just the shadow left by Lin Chen in the fog. A zombie suddenly came around from behind strangely. Feng Chen turned around, and was about to raise his broadsword. Swish! A transparent energy arrow whizzed past his ear, and then pierced the zombie's forehead. Feng Chen's already wide eyes became even brighter. Because that zombie named Destroyer, with 5,000 HP, was dead. The blood-red word critical hit also appeared in Feng Chen's sight. Minus 6, 712. Feng Chen glanced at Lin Chen for some reason, only to see Lin Chen slowly put down the moon-chasing bow in his hand, and waved at Feng Chen. Brother, what's wrong? Feng Chen's mouth was dry, and he felt weak even when he was angry. Just stay with me. Lin Chen continued to draw his bow and arrow, aiming at the zombies rushing over from the other side and shooting. Killing these zombies doesn't seem to add experience. There's no need to fight them. After a pause, Lin Chen added, just leave it to me. Feng Chen nodded dully. He could hear the implication of Lin Chen's words. Lin Chen was signaling him not to compete with him for monsters. But Feng Chen didn't plan to do this at all, because he had been playing dungeons with Lin Chen, among the same level, except for a few fewer skills, his equipment and attributes were considered outstanding. But even so, he was not arrogant enough to take the initiative to kill these destroyers. You know, only 2 of these things can kill a level 30 knight alive. Okay. Feng Chen quickly put away his broadsword and moved closer to Lin Chen. As time passed, Dun Shan and the other 4 disappeared from their sight. Lin Chen did not care about this. no matter how far away they were from him. As long as Dunshan killed a zombie with a critical hit with a rusty iron sword, he would be affected by the superposition effect of attack power no matter when and where. So Lin Chen himself was not idle. If he relied on Shield Mountain alone, the attack power stacking speed would be too slow. Thinking of this, Lin Chen decided to do it himself. But when he pulled up the bow and arrow to prepare for hunting, the surroundings were terribly quiet. Lin Chen turned the bow and arrow around, but he didn't know who to aim at. I give up. Lin Chen sighed. Why are these people running? Lin Chen and the other two stood around the square. The place was bustling with people just a moment ago, but now there was no living person around, and everyone fled in all directions. They went into the surrounding alleys and ran to the entrances of some buildings, so that this place was empty. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Feng Chen asked cautiously, Brother, how about we go find zombies? When saying this, Feng Chen felt like he was crazy. Others were trying to avoid these killers, but he was going to take Lin Chen to find zombies. Lin Chen sighed. It can only be this way. Chapter 128. After a while, in a residential area in a dilapidated city, Lin Chen and Feng Chen walked on the ruins of the house. The broken walls around them were covered with dried blood. Some of the bloodstains had become scabby and hardened after being exposed to the sun. They were like red tiles attached to the outer wall of the building. When the wind blew, the blood clots broke and fell off bit by bit. At this time, Lin Chen's foot stepped on the corpse of a zombie. He felt the touch under his feet was very real. Looking down, he saw that the zombie under his feet was a woman. His foot was also stepping on the softest part of the woman's body. Oh, sorry. Lin Chen retracted his foot, then leaned over with interest and wiped the zombie's body. His fingers were stained with the blood of the corpse, and he rubbed his thumb and index finger against each other, only to find that this blood was extremely real. He put his nose close to it and smelled it, and could still smell the fishy smell of blood that had not yet completely evaporated. This feeling was very strange, as if he was now in a real world. Everything around him was a real place, the broken ground, the collapsed building, and the corpse of the zombie lying on the ground. In his previous life, Lin Chen had never experienced such a thing. As a level 80 warrior, he had experienced countless dungeons and killed countless monsters, but none of them left such a deep impression on him as this one. The dungeons he had entered before were all worlds with a system design. Lin Chen was sure that all the monsters and NPCs he encountered in those dungeons were like cold robots or AI life forms, without independent thoughts, and acted completely according to their own personality and rules. The scenes in the dungeon also seemed very random, with all kinds of buildings spliced together in a way that didn't make sense, and at the same time, you could even see different buildings from countless worlds appearing at the same time. But there's nothing here. No. It's not just here. Thinking carefully, it seems that some of the cursed dungeons that I experienced after returning as a second-round player this time were all like this. They really made Lin Chen think that he was in another world for a while. The spider cave in the novice village, the goblin's lair in the job transfer mission, the Star Prayer Palace in the yellow sand. In addition, the current zombie country with a modern city as the background. They, Lin Chen whispered, do they have anything in common? With his brows slightly furrowed, Lin Chen shook his hands, wiped off the blood on his fingertips, and whispered, could it be that the triangle head in the square just now is also in the cursed state? Yes, if you have to find a common point in these places. It is the skill cursed aura. Among the monsters he had encountered so far, not many had this skill, but without exception, all of them left a deep impression on Lin Chen. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling that things were becoming more and more confusing to him. This time, if there was a chance, he would definitely catch an NPC who knew about it and ask him clearly. Huh? He stood up slowly and clapped his hands. At this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey! The voice sounded familiar. You two, do you want to team up together? Lin Chen and Feng Chen looked at each other first, then turned their heads. As expected, they found a familiar face standing not far behind them. A half-orc, holding a broadsword with a red glow in his hand. Next to the half-orc was a human beast master who had changed his job to a druid. These two people were none other than two of the 6 people who had just fought with destroyer zombies with Shield Mountain. At this time, they were more or less injured, and the health bars on their heads had also lost some. The most terrible thing is that the mana bars of the 2 people are almost empty. It seems that they have just fought with zombies. Although they look embarrassed, they are still within the acceptable range. Seeing that Lin Chen and the others did not speak, the half-orc asked again. Team up? There is strength in numbers. Hearing the half-orc's second question, Fengshen turned his head and glanced at Linshan. Seeing that Linshan still did not answer, Fengshen also said nothing. The half-orc shrugged helplessly. Since the other party had no intention of forming a team, he did not entangle too much. He looked up and down at Linshan and the others, and finally waved to the druid beside him. Two strange people. Let's go, ugly guy. The druid was stunned. Shut up. Who do you think is uglier, me or you? While talking, the druid naturally followed the half-orc. Nonsense. The half-orc rolled his eyes. I, Monka, am one of the most handsome men in our race, and there are too many females who like me to count. Okay, you are beautiful and the most handsome, I really give in, the druid said. But before they left completely, a creepy roar suddenly came from not far away. Roar! The four people present turned their heads to look. They suddenly saw two destroyer zombies appearing on the ruins in the distance. They seemed to have found their prey. They first howled excitedly, and then rushed over like crazy using their hands and feet. Fuck. The druid cursed, and then prepared to release a skill. But he forgot that his mana bar was not enough for him to summon a powerful summon. After holding back for a long time, he summoned a goblin holding a stone. This green monster held a stone in his hand, and stood in front of his master. It roared and rushed towards the zombies. Halfway through, it threw the stone in its hand with all its might. The zombies let the stone hit them, and their speed was not affected at all, but became faster. Handsome man. The druid turned around and shouted viciously, I'm out of mana. If a beastmaster has no mana, he's just a piece of shit. The half-orc standing aside was holding his broadsword tightly. His mana bar was running low, but as a berserker, as long as he could use rage, it didn't matter whether he used the skill or not. The half-orc berserker named Monka didn't hesitate. The two zombies were already close. After they rushed to the goblin and easily tore the summoned beast into pieces, Monka instantly activated his own rage state. The red flames rose from the surface of his skin again. However, compared with the previous time in the square, Monka now looked a little dignified. Yes, there is no healer around him to add blood to him. He will continue to lose health in the rage state. With 67% attack power and double defense bonus, even if he can kill the two destroyer zombies in a limited time, he will definitely die because of the empty blood bar. So, he needs to be careful. Pay attention. The druid shouted anxiously. They are coming. Monka raised his head suddenly, and found that the nearest zombie was only 2 meters away from him. I had no choice but to go for it. Monka held the broadsword in his hand in reverse, and just as he raised his arm to swing, he felt a chill beside his ears. Then, a whistle sounded through the air, and entered the ear cavity close to the eardrum. Swish. Monka subconsciously stopped his action, and before he could react, the second whistle sounded from the other ear. Swish. Under the two strange sounds of tearing the air, there were two transparent arrows visible to the naked eye. The two arrows flew past his ears one after the other, and then accurately shot at the two zombies. -6725, -6712. The zombies' rushing steps stopped instantly. They kept their fangs and claws, but they could no longer get closer. After a moment, their bodies fell straight down, and fresh blood covered the dried bloodstains, dyeing the ruins on the ground red. Monka's rage state disappeared without a trace at this moment. He turned his head sluggishly, and then set his sights on Linshan, who was wearing a mask behind him. Linshan kept drawing the bow and arrow, and just happened to put down the raised moon chaser bow. Monka felt that what happened in this short hour was too hard to digest. After entering this strange copy, he suddenly experienced the fear state. This damn negative state could actually affect people's emotions. He felt like a stray dog, with no desire to fight at all. Facing the charge of thousands of ordinary zombies, he felt that if he rushed forward, he would definitely die. Finally, I used purification to cure myself and remove my negative state. Then I encountered the so-called arena. There were 6 people fighting a boss that was not a boss. If it weren't for the mysterious Black Knight, I would have died in the hands of the destroyer zombie. Yes. Speaking of the Black Knight, Monka still remembers it clearly. A knight, a tank profession that can be seen everywhere in the land of hunting gods. How could such a person deal such high damage with one hammer? An ordinary attack caused enough damage to use a set of skills in a furious state. He had not yet recovered from the weird and exaggerated methods of the Black Knight called Shield Mountain, and now something happened that made him doubt his life even more. A masked man whose profession could not be seen shot 2 arrows in his hand, directly killing the destroyer. In seconds, Monka fell into a self-doubt that he could not name. He worked hard in this world, and thought he was in the upper middle class among the current players, But now, he estimated that he had not even touched the tip of the iceberg of the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen didn't care what the orc was thinking. He walked towards the place where the zombies just appeared. He came to this place to find zombies. At this time, almost 20 minutes have passed. According to the number and attributes of the destroyer zombies, this time is enough for them to kill enough players. And as the number of players decreases, Lin Chen will see zombies more and more frequently. In this case, Lin Chen needs to change his strategy. He didn't need to actively look for zombies like he did just now. Continuing to run around would only make the zombies miss him. He needed to wait in a relatively open place. Should we go back to the square? Lin Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head. There are Shield Mountain and Hammer active in the area of the square. I don't need to go back. He kicked away a piece of gravel and jumped down the stairs. In front of him was the open-air activity point of this residential area. In front of him was a basketball court that had been scrapped long ago. The backboard had long fallen to the ground. In addition to bloodstains, there was some dried flesh and blood, which was sticky and exuded a strange smell. Except for some abandoned entertainment equipment around, the surroundings were empty. It's a good place to wait for a rabbit. Lin Chen thought so. Then, he found a stone and sat down. After a while, Feng Chen and the other two came over. It was understandable that Feng Chen followed him. Lin Chen looked at the half-orc Monka and the druid with a pale face with interest. The two people's sight just happened to collide with Lin Chen's eyes under the mask. Sorry. The orc waved his hand quickly. Please don't mind, we don't mean anything else if possible. Can you pretend we don't exist? At this point, Monka didn't forget to poke the druid. In his opinion, the druid beside him was also a human like Lin Chen, and at least he could negotiate with Lin Chen and the others. The druid understood and smiled quickly, saying, My friend, we are not in good condition. If it is convenient you do your thing, and we will rest by your side for a while, you see. Lin Chen suddenly raised his bow and arrow, and shot an arrow in the direction of the druid. Before the other party finished speaking, he was stunned. The wind caused by the sound of breaking air lifted the hair on his ears back, and the druid's pupil shrank. He didn't need to look back, but he could feel that a zombie was collapsing behind him. Gudong. He swallowed his saliva, and beads of sweat fell directly to the ground. On the opposite side, Lin Chen put down his bow and arrow. Whatever you want, just don't disturb me. Hearing this, the two of them were as if they had been pardoned, and then hurriedly gathered not far behind Lin Chen. Feng Chen moved his butt uncomfortably, and let the two people sit over. Hey friend, excuse me, let me have a seat. The half-orc clasped his fist to Feng Chen. What's your name, please? My name is Monka. Feng Chen pointed to the top of his head unhappily and said, I'm not wearing a mask, and my name is written on the top of my head. Ah? The half-orc looked up and said, But I don't know what your name means. What does wind, dust, turbidity, wine mean? Feng Chen was about to say something, but he quickly caught the point. Wait a minute. He whispered, You are a half-orc, right? As a half-orc, why do you speak the same language as us? As soon as he said this, the druid beside him also realized something. He also hesitated and stared at Monka. Yeah, I just realized that you also speak Chinese, and from the way you looked just now. Do you also recognize our language? Monka blinked. Chinese? What Chinese? I am speaking the authentic tribal language of our orcs. I wonder why you speak our orc language. For a moment, the three people present were stunned. However, at this time, Lin Chen, who was sitting in front, spoke. In the land of the hunting god, the languages and writings of all races have been assimilated by some kind of force. We are human, so what we hear from any race is the human language. On the contrary, other races also think that we are speaking their language when they hear us speak. Chapter 129. The three people present all thought that what Lin Chen said was interesting. They looked at each other, and then began to verify. Come closer. The orc Monka waved at Feng Chen and the druid, then he took out the broadsword in his hand, and wrote a word on the ground. Look, what did I write? If they think in a normal way, the words written by this race that does not belong to humans must be in a font that they have never seen before. But when they lowered their heads, they clearly saw a word written crookedly on the ground. Shuai. Feng Chen and the druid said in unison. The orc was stunned. Wow, can you really understand the words of us orcs? Come on, you wrote the word Shuai yourself. Look, isn't this the radical? There's a G next to it. The druid quickly pointed at the words on the ground. Feng Chen nodded repeatedly on the side. Although the orc's handwriting was really ugly, like a child who had just learned to write, judging from the strokes, This word was indeed shui, no mistake. But the orc was a little confused. What are you talking about? He pointed at the words he had just written on the ground. This is shui, yes, what or something. I wrote the totem pattern created by the great orc leader, a big circle with a small circle inside. Circle? The two humans were confused again. They stared at the word handsome on the ground carefully, but they could not compare it with the circle. After arguing for nearly 2 or 3 minutes, the three of them could only stare at each other helplessly. It seems that what Lynchen said is right. This world has eliminated the communication barriers between each race. No matter what type of text the other party writes, in the eyes of the other person, they will become information that the other party can understand. Whether it is language or text. This is really fucking bizarre. The orc slapped his thigh and said, I was wondering at first. I was wondering why you ugly guys can not only understand our orc language, but also speak it. So that's how it is. The two were about to talk, but when they thought of Monka calling them ugly guys, they didn't want to talk to him anymore. Lynchen. He had already sat there, drawing his bow and shooting 8 arrows. Except for the last zombie that didn't hit the target, the other 6 arrows all killed it in one shot. Lynchen opened his attribute panel at this moment. Under the influence of the 67% attack power bonus of this copy, he now has 3,500 attacks with the Moon Chaser bow. It seems that the speed of Shield Mountain and others is also limited. Lynchen sighed. Although there are a lot of zombies in this copy, they are too scattered, and the killing speed is too low. As he spoke, a zombie suddenly jumped out from Lin Chen's blind spot. He was very fast, and came to Lin Chen's side almost instantly. The sharp limbs chopped down from top to bottom, and just before they touched Lin Chen's head, a rusty iron sword made a low sound. The zombie's head and body were separated instantly. Lin Chen held a bow in his right hand, and a sword in his left hand. His eyes under the mask were as quiet as water, making the 3 people not far away swallow their saliva repeatedly. That? The orc tugged at Feng Chen's sleeve. Friend, what is your relationship with this great god? Feng Chen frowned and turned around and asked, What? I don't mean anything else, I just want to ask. The orc chuckled. Master, are you still in need of a younger brother? Feng Chen shook his head without hesitation. Don't think about it, one younger brother is enough. For a handsome guy like you, you should find another way out. The orc was stunned. What does this have to do with my appearance? After a while, the area around the basketball court was already full of zombies. The blood from their bodies dyed the surrounding stone pavement extremely sticky. A rough look showed that there were about 40 corpses lying around. These destroyer zombies, whose individual strength is similar to that of level 30 players, can only be hit twice by Lynchen. Most of the time, Lynchen only needs 1 arrow or 1 sword to instantly clear the health bar of the zombies, and make them unable to rise again. The orcs and druids, who were still surprised, are now completely used to it. They chatted with Feng Chen in a safe place, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. Friend, I am really serious. If the great god can accept me as a member of your fixed team, I will come to find you after we get out, no matter how far away we are. The orc still didn't want to give up, and kept encouraging Feng Chen. But Feng Chen's idea was very simple. He already had a warrior in the fixed team. Although he didn't know the configuration requirements of Lin Chen's recruitment of fixed team members, the orc, as the second warrior, if it's not suitable, don't even think about it. Why? The orc seemed a little excited. I am very strong. Feng Chen remained unmoved. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, the orc looked at the druid again. The druid, who was also a human, lowered his head without saying a word, and seemed to be thinking about something. Alas! The orc Monka sighed, as if he had given up. He looked up at the place where Lynchen was bored. There seemed to be more zombies around, and zombies kept coming out from all directions or corners, but they could not get close to Lynchen at all, and would be shot to death by an arrow from a long distance. So cool. The orcs muttered to themselves. However, just when Lynchen shot another zombie to death, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in their minds. Ding! Everyone paused and immediately perked up. Lynchen also faced forward, waiting for the prompt sound in his mind to continue. After a while. Attention, the safe area is being divided. As soon as these words came out, everyone could clearly see something falling from the sky. Looking closely, those things that fell from the sky. What they saw was a red curtain of light with no visible edge. In just a few breaths, these curtains of light were like a bowl turned upside down over the city, completely covering an area of tens of kilometers. And by coincidence, the basketball court where Lynchen and others were located was very close to the edge of the curtain of light. They only needed to get a few dozen meters closer to touch the translucent red curtain of light, which looked like red glass. What happened? What happened? The orc didn't quite understand what was happening. What is this red thing? Turning his head to look at Feng Chen and the druid, the orc was surprised to find that the two humans were silent. Feng Chen and the druid looked at each other tacitly. For some reason, they said something at the same time. Battle Royale? Chapter 130. Battle Royale? The orc was stunned for a moment, repeating these three difficult words. What do you mean? As a foreigner, he could understand what the other party was saying, but he didn't understand the meaning at all. These three words seemed like some kind of code, and there was no beginning or end. But Feng Chen and the others had no desire to explain to Monka. They stood up quickly and ran to Lin Chen's side. Brother, this red light. While speaking, Feng Chen turned back unconsciously to look at the place where the red light curtain was. Don't be anxious if you don't look. This sight gave him a sudden shock. Yes, the light curtain is moving slowly. To be precise, it is shrinking. The light curtain is like a virtual light and shadow, passing through the ruins of the building, and then slowly moving towards the direction of the basketball court. Brother, have you ever played PUBG? Feng Chen thought for a while, and wanted to explain the scene in front of him to Lin Chen. If I'm not mistaken, this red light is Poison Circle? Lin Chen took over the conversation. Poison. Feng Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, brother, do you know? Lin Chen stood up silently. He put away the iron sword, and only held the moon-chasing bow in his hand. It's not strange to know these. I usually eat a few chickens when I have nothing to do. I am also good at running poison circles. As he spoke, Lin Chen came to the corpse of a zombie. Seeing that the light curtain was getting closer and closer, he hesitated for a while, held the ankle of the corpse in front of him in his hand, and then threw it hard. The body of the destroyer zombie flew up high, and then drew an irregular parabola towards the moving light curtain. But the next moment, almost everyone present took a step back subconsciously. Because the moment the body touched the light curtain, it turned into powder instantly. Sizzle. It was like a moth crashing into magma. Fuck. Feng Chen was shocked. This thing can't be touched? If this light curtain cannot be touched, then it is the same as the so-called Poison Circle. It is not the same type of thing. It is more dangerous. All we can do is to escape as much as possible. Let's go! Lin Chen was not arrogant, and waved to Feng Chen. The remaining three hurriedly followed Lin Chen. The current speed of the red light is not fast. It is about the same as the speed of a normal person walking. However, no one can guarantee whether it will accelerate later, or what the law of its movement is. Now, except for Lin Chen and his people, the rest of the people in this city seem much more dangerous. Not only did they have to avoid the zombies' pursuit, but they also had to be on guard against this strange red light-shaped poison circle. However, although Lin Chen and his companions were moving in the opposite direction of the red light, they also maintained a speed similar to that of the red light. During the process, they also conducted a rough study of the red light behind them. In addition to destroying the zombies and players who touched it, the light curtain would not affect anything else. Whether it was buildings, plants, ruins, or mission objects in this city, the red light would directly penetrate them. But if it encountered zombies and players during the movement, the latter would instantly turn into powder. It's really weird. What on earth is this dungeon going to ask us to do? While moving, the half-orc Monka complained, Again, they're asking us to compete, and now they're doing this. What's this battle royale? It's a mess. The group climbed over a pile of rubble, and jumped down from the top of a collapsed wall. Feng Chen dusted himself off and replied, I don't know either. This dungeon is indeed a bit weird, but there's no point in worrying about it now. The main thing is to get out alive. The orc nodded, that's true. During the conversation, another destroyer emerged from the darkness like a ghost. Lin Chen, who had not participated in the discussion along the way, shot an arrow indifferently, directly nailing the zombie to the distant wall. Attack power increased by 1. Everyone had already regarded Lin Chen's methods as extremely common things. They were not surprised, and sometimes they would even subconsciously move their bodies to make it easier for Lin Chen to find a better angle to shoot arrows. Along the way, Lin Chen and his group moved forward at a constant speed. At the same time, he was not idle. He shot arrows continuously, and several zombies died under the energy feather arrows. After about 10 minutes, Lin Chen and his group unconsciously accelerated their pace. Brother, is the red light getting faster? Feng Chen turned his head and looked at the light curtain approaching from behind, and said, Not only him, Monka and Druid also found the clue. It seems to be a little faster. Just now we only needed to walk at a walking speed. The druid started to trot. We need to run now. Lin Chen turned his head and looked behind him and nodded immediately. In that case, let's not waste time, speed up and go to the center of the city. Okay. The three agreed, and then they sped up at the same time. But they were also a little concerned. Wasn't the huge square where they had contested before the center of the city? If that's the case, then the huge building with the word Savior Building written on it behind the square was just a decoration? There were too many unreasonable things in this copy, and they couldn't figure out the logical relationship. After running for a while, the red light could no longer be seen behind Lin Chen and others. If they were running at full speed, their speed would be much faster than the red light. But everyone still didn't know whether they had arrived at the central part of the city. They didn't even know how big the area covered by the red light was. Although he was a little confused, there was one thing that made Lin Chen a little happy. That is, it is not just the players who are moving towards the center of the city. Following the players, there are also those dense zombies. Roar! At this time, Lin Chen and others were standing on the top of a relatively intact high-rise building. They looked down and saw dozens of zombies chasing a person on the ground. The speed of the zombies is not inferior to that of ordinary players, but the speed of the person being chased has always maintained a safe distance from the zombies. Huh? The orc stared at the ground below and suddenly said, "Isn't that the girl with long ears?" After saying this, the other three turned their heads to look at him. Long ears? Feng Chen seemed to have thought of something and asked immediately, "Elf?" The orc hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, it's the girl who participated in the arena with me, but her blood volume is a little unhealthy." Lin Chen looked at the orc Monka with interest and suddenly asked, "To be honest, although I have dealt with orcs, I have not deeply understood your race, but now it seems your vision is very good?" Hearing that it was Lin Chen who was talking to him, Monka immediately laughed. "Yes, I can not only see the girl, but I can also see that she is holding a corpse now." The people around were stunned again. "Holding?" Lin Chen also whispered, "Corpse?" "Yes." The orc pointed down. "She is holding an elf in her arms, with short hair, and she is dead." Chapter 131. After hearing Monka say this, the others seemed to remember something. When the destroyer zombies started to kill players near the square, Feng Chen saw with his own eyes that the female elf jumped off the stage and walked to the side of another elf. If I remember correctly, the other party was indeed an elf with slightly shorter hair. Because it was the first time Feng Chen saw this magical race with his own eyes, plus their beautiful appearance, Feng Chen naturally paid special attention to them. "That short-haired girl. Is she dead?" Feng Chen whispered. Everyone continued to look down. As the female elf continued to run, more and more zombies were chasing her. Some zombies in other places even began to give up their original targets and joined the team hunting the female elf. "It's over." Feng Chen seemed a little anxious. The speed of the elf is starting to slow down. If it continues like this, she will definitely die. Not only him, but the druid beside him also had sweaty palms at this time. As men, they all admired beautiful things. What's more, this thing was the elf they had imagined many times. Seeing the two of them like this, the orc was really a little confused. In his mind, the female elf, who was constantly running away below, cooperated well with him on the ring, but her appearance. "You seem to be sad for an ugly race." But before he finished speaking, Feng Chen and the druid turned around and scolded at the same time. "Shut up." The orc paused, then took a step back in dismay. During the process, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lin Chen, who had been silent beside him. This masked human seemed to be a man who didn't like to talk much, but that was normal. If he also had such an exaggerated and invincible strength, he might be as cold as an iceberg like Lin Chen. As time passed, the female elf below seemed to have discovered Lin Chen and others on the high ground. Her movement trajectory suddenly changed. She took a long step and climbed over a fence made of ruins, and then quickly ran towards where they were. Although the terrain where they stood was too high, the collapsed buildings around them formed a weird staircase. As long as she climbed up at the right angle, the female elf could quickly reach the roof where they were standing. As the female elf got closer and closer to them, the three orcs obviously found something wrong. "Oh! Oh my!" Feng Chen also put away his sympathetic expression just now, and he shuddered. "This elf is leading the devils to us." Feng Chen subconsciously took a step back and bumped into the orc. Monka supported him and asked in confusion, "Devils? Devil? Aren't they zombies?" Without waiting for Feng Chen to explain, the druid beside him instantly released a skill. A moment later, a huge white bear appeared beside him. Roar! The bear roared. Its huge body immediately blocked the only gap in front. As long as this gap is blocked, it will be difficult for the zombies to rush over. Huh? Lin Chen suddenly asked. What are you doing? The druid was commanding the bear to use its body as a fence, and he obviously didn't react to Lin Chen's question. He shivered and then said, block this opening to prevent zombies. No need. Lin Chen interrupted him, and took out the moon chaser bow in his hand. He quickly came to the giant bear. The giant white bear that was originally standing in front of the gap could not help but move to the side, leaving a place for standing. The three people behind him subconsciously came over. They knew that Lin Chen was ready to take action, and they were all ready to come and see Lin Chen's methods. Even though Lin Chen had demonstrated it many times, they still enjoyed it. Lin Chen stood in the center of the gap. This passage, which was more than 2 meters wide, could only accommodate one person at a time. If you squeeze through by force, you may fall directly. This place is more than 20 meters below. Even in the land of the hunting god, the body of a level 30 player is still in danger of falling damage. At this time, on the ruins and rubble in front of him, Lin Chen could clearly see the panicked expression on the face of the female elf, who was moving quickly with the corpse in her arms. Her face, which was originally stunning, was covered with dust and blood. The hair on both sides was wet with sweat and stuck to her skin. Her long pointed ears were completely covered by her hair. Because she ran too fast, the long hair behind her kept floating, looking embarrassed and sad. Behind the female elf, there was another terrifying scene. Countless zombies formed a dark torrent. They were like a group of aphids crawling on rice ears. They moved madly and scratched deep marks on their own bodies. From time to time, some zombies were squeezed by their own and fell down from the ruins. At a glance, there were at least 200 zombies. What the hell? Feng Chen swallowed his saliva. What the hell did this beauty do? Why are there so many zombies chasing her? No wonder Feng Chen was so surprised. You have to know that from the beginning of the zombies' pursuit to now, nearly an hour has passed, and they have only seen a few scattered zombies. It is the first time to see 200 destroyer zombies chasing at the same time. It is possible. The orc suddenly said, the zombies don't like her appearance? Feng Chen subconsciously looked at the druid, and then they both sighed at the same time. They had no way of communicating with this alien race with a completely distorted aesthetic, and could only try their best not to follow the half-orc's erratic ideas. In front of them, the female elf suddenly jumped up. She jumped a full 3 meters high, and then landed not far in front of Lin Chen. As long as she continued to move forward a few steps, the elf could enter the gap. The female elf stood up with difficulty and raised her head, just in time to look into the eyes of Lin Chen under the mask. Without waiting for the two to talk, Lin Chen suddenly raised his bow and arrow and aimed at the elf. This action startled the female elf. Swish! The energy arrow whizzed past the woman's pointed ears and pierced a zombie's forehead without any fancy moves. The female elf could not see the red damage symbol on the zombie's head at all. She just felt that the fishy smell suddenly disappeared from her white neck. The elf looked up in confusion, but found that there were 3 people standing behind Lin Chen. She recognized 2 of them. They were the half-orc warrior and beastmaster who had fought with him before. At this time, the orcs did not say much, but the beastmaster and another man beside him were waving at her anxiously. Come here! Listening carefully, she could hear the other party shouting at her softly. The female elf looked at Feng Chen and the others hesitantly, then turned to look at Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen had already shot the second arrow. This arrow also flew past her ear. All she could hear was a weird zombie roar from behind, followed by the zombie falling to the ground plop. The female elf breathed rapidly and took a tentative step forward. The next moment, Lin Chen's eyes under the mask suddenly glanced at her. The female elf was immediately alert and prepared to take a step back, but the zombies behind her were so close that she could only subconsciously make a posture ready to fight at any time. But soon, Lin Chen's voice came from behind the mask. Come here! Chapter 132. The voice was pleasant, the tone was calm, and slightly magnetic. It sounded like she was not too old and not dangerous. Before the female elf made a choice, Lin Chen moved aside, leaving a gap for her to enter. After receiving Lin Chen's affirmative answer, Feng Chen, who had been holding back for a long time, suddenly shouted loudly. Quick, come in! This thunderous sound startled the female elf, and also gave the zombies, who were chasing after her, a short gap in their pursuit. Soon a destroyer zombie reacted, leaping high from the zombie group and rushing towards the back of the female elf. Lin Chen drew the bow and arrow again, loosened his fingers, and the bowstring trembled. Swish! The arrow hit the zombie's chest squarely. This time, the female elf saw the words floating above the zombie's head. -6820. The female elf's blue pupil shrank quickly at this moment. She was a genuine hunter, and completed the job change to become a wind catcher. She had a very familiar memory of the style and level of the bow and arrow. If I'm not mistaken, the style of the bow and arrow in the masked man's hand is level 10. Yes, this bow and arrow is only level 10 at most, but how can a level 10 bow, allow him to shoot more than 6,800 damage? Even if it is a critical hit, it means that this person's attack power is more than 3,400 high damage. How did he do it? Although there are many questions in my mind, now is not the time to entangle these. The disgusting smell emanating from the zombies behind me is getting stronger and stronger, and in the anxious call of the warrior in front, the female elf no longer hesitates and strides into the gap. As she passed by the masked man, the elf's sharp intuition told her that this man might be more dangerous than what she had seen briefly. But no matter what, even if this place was a more dangerous tiger's den, there was no way out. If she didn't come over, she would die. When she stepped into the gap, 2 humans came over to help her. Because of the severe loss of strength, the female elf stumbled and fell to the ground, and the body of her companion, who had been in her arms, also fell to the ground. This is a short-haired female elf. The health bar above her head has long been cleared, and there is a small skull and crossbones pattern at the front of the health bar. The unit is dead. Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. But the female elf did not hesitate too much, and immediately stood up quickly, and then looked back at the gap with some vigilance. There are as many as 200 zombies chasing behind her. Although this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack, as long as a zombie rushes over, this place will be lost because it can't take care of itself. Strictly speaking, it is not completely safe now. However, when she saw the masked man who shot the zombies with a bow and arrow without saying a word at the gap, she was shocked. Those high-attack monsters with an attack power of up to 680 points only need to swing their limbs a few times to quickly make the players in this dungeon world lose a lot of health points, not to mention that there are as many as 200 of them here. But the masked man did not move a step, and in front of him, there were more than a dozen zombie corpses lying. No, as time went on, the number of energy arrows shot from the bow in the man's hand increased, and the number of zombie corpses increased. 20. 30. Most of them were killed by one arrow. Occasionally, some zombies were not killed directly after being hit by an arrow that did not hit them critically. However, when they pounced on him with their fangs and claws, the masked man would actually choose to take out a rusty iron sword from his other hand. Then, as a means of finishing off the zombies, he would kill them with one blow. What kind of scene is this? Since entering the land of the hunting god, this is the first time the female elf has seen such a scene. She completely forgot what expression she should make, and didn't care that someone in front of her was constantly talking to her. Hello? Can you hear me? That beauty? The female elf suddenly came to her senses, and she realized that the human warrior in front of her, called Fengchen Zhujiu, was about 2 meters away from her, greeting her. Seeing the female elf's eyes refocused, Fengchen laughed awkwardly but politely. Are you okay? Fengchen asked after holding it in for a long time. The female elf was still a little shocked. She didn't quite understand the current situation. Could it be that the 3 people in front of her couldn't see how weird the scene was? Couldn't they see that the human archer with the mask could shoot more than 6,800 critical damage with one arrow? Couldn't they see that after the zombie hit the masked man, the health bar on the man's head hardly moved? No. It's impossible that they can't see it, but if they can see it, why are they so calm? Seeing the female elf constantly looking back at Linshan, Fengchen seemed to have thought of something. Ah, beautiful girl, you are not surprised by our attitude, right? Fengchen scratched his head. Hey, actually, we are just as surprised as you are at Brother Lin's ability, but you can see that, apart from being surprised, we can't help, so we might as well force ourselves to get used to it. Speaking of this, he did not forget to look at the other 2 people around him. You 2 agree, don't you? The orcs and the druid nodded in unison. The awkward atmosphere began to ease a little. Along with the miserable roar of the zombies, an inexplicable sense of security also emerged in the heart of the female elf. No wonder the orc warriors and druids, who were fighting with her, chose to hide behind this mysterious masked man. He was the most powerful player in this dungeon? But how did a level 32 player do this? Could it be a racial difference? Or some other setting that she didn't understand? Suspicion gradually replaced fear in her mind. She squatted down again. After the tension faded, the feeling of exhaustion swept over her whole body. The female elf's eyes slowly moved from the people to the corpse in front of her. The dark and sad emotions filled her pupils. She reached out and wiped the dust off the short-haired female elf's face. After doing this, the female elf said nothing, but looked at Lin Chen with a vigilant look. But as time went by, the surprise on the woman's face gradually turned into shock. Yes, because she could clearly see that the arrow shot by Lin Chen now caused 7,012 damage. This discovery made her stand up slowly and unconsciously. In order to verify that she was not dazzled, she stared at the front again. Swish. 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 Minus 70-14, minus 70-18, minus 70-22. The damage of each shot is increasing. Chapter 133. Lin Chen stood alone in the middle of the gap, like an insurmountable natural chasm. Because this road built of ruins was too narrow, there were only 3 zombies standing side by side at the same time. But the zombies were not as rational as humans. They would push each other and move forward frantically in order to attack the prey first. So the number of zombies that Lin Chen needed to deal with at the same time was only 2. He silently drew his bow and arrow, one arrow after another, one knife after another. The zombies that fell one after another were like fallen wheat ears. The blood on their bodies soon dyed the ground completely red, and then flowed down along the edge, like a sticky blood rain. Some of them would rush over from the gaps, and their limbs would more or less cause some damage to Lin Chen. However, when the health bar dropped to a certain level, Lin Chen would slowly raise his hand. At that time, a snow-white light would fall from the sky, and Lin Chen's health would quickly recover. Yes, except for Feng Chen, people just realized that this mysterious man whose profession and attributes were unclear was actually a healer? The 3 people behind Lin Chen said in unison. Feng Chen, who was used to it, sighed helplessly and said, Okay, what we have to do now is to sit together and chat. There is nothing important, so don't bother Brother Lin. As he said that, Feng Chen patted the druid beside him. What's your name? The druid blinked, and he looked at the top of his head, where his nickname was written. It's just that when he first came to the land of the hunting god, his nickname was randomly chosen, called good names are taken by dogs. He was a little embarrassed, and then whispered. Just call me Xiao Zhang. Report your real name? Feng Chen was stunned, and then whispered, My last name is Feng, you can also call me Xiao Feng. The female elf saw that the 2 people in front of her were chatting casually under such circumstances, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She originally wanted to continue to focus all her attention on the warlike Lin Chen behind her, but somehow, she couldn't get nervous, as if this person was still standing not far from her, and she was extremely safe. Huh? The female elf exhaled and began to force herself to blend into this weird atmosphere. Time passed by minute, and after a while, the roars coming from the zombies' throats gradually became less and less, and the originally deafening howls began to become more and more sparse, and finally became sporadic. After a few minutes, the people present could no longer hear the screams of the zombies behind them. People knew that Lin Chen should have finished. The 4 of them stood up at the same time and turned to look at the gap. Lin Chen slowly turned around, and everyone was slightly stunned when they saw his appearance. This druid Xiao Zhang covered his mouth and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Lin Chen was covered in blood, a terrifying breath flowed from him, and it was like facing a demon that had just crawled out of hell. The female elf felt as if she was in an ice cellar, and the overwhelming murderous intent even forced her to take a step back. Even Feng Chen didn't dare to approach rashly at this time. Lin Chen's face was too horrifying. His front was stained red and stuck together by sticky blood, as if he had just been splashed with a bucket of red paint. When he looked up, the mask was even more blurred by the blood. The 2 holes on the mask that could be seen were already covered with blood, and some blood flowed from the top like a thread. Lin Chen simply took off his mask, revealing his sweaty face. Because of the mask, the blood did not splash on his face, but his hair was not so lucky. The liquid had completely wet the bangs on Lin Chen's forehead, and finally they were sticky and clumped together, blocking Lin Chen's vision. He stretched out his right hand and brushed back the broken hair on his forehead. The blood was like a natural hairspray, neatly fixed. When the mask was taken off, the name on Lin Chen's head was also clearly displayed at this moment. Programmer. Level 32. Several people looked up at the word programmer and felt that it looked familiar. They seemed to have seen this name somewhere before, but when everyone saw Lin Chen's back, they were still shocked. Countless zombie corpses were piled up in all directions, and the originally narrow gap was even more difficult to move. The hill of corpses completely blocked this place. From a distance, this place looked like a man-made dome. Lin Chen took out a bottle of magic potion and a bottle of stamina potion from his backpack and drank them down. When his mana bar and stamina value recovered quickly, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. His sight moved, and the people in front of him looked at him with strange eyes. Lin Chen pointed to his face. "Is there blood on my face?" Several people shook their heads. Lin Chen sighed. The bodies of the zombies in this copy will not be cleaned up by the system over time, and these bloodstains are probably the same. As he said that, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and shook it on the ground, and pools of scarlet blood hit the ground with a crackling sound. He simply cleaned the blood on his body, and then set his sights on a corpse not far away. It was a short-haired female elf. She was lying quietly on the ground, and at the front of the blood bar on her head, a skull pattern was extremely eye-catching. But Lin Chen completely ignored these things. He just looked quietly at the top of the corpse. There, a line of words floated. "Do you want to awaken the soul?" Seeing Lin Chen staring at the corpse of his companion in a daze, the female elf nervously moved over and blocked Lin Chen's sight. She didn't understand what Lin Chen meant, but felt that Lin Chen's eyes gave her a sense of fear that made her feel for no reason. Combined with the fact that Lin Chen had just killed 200 zombies by himself, the female elf's breathing began to become rapid. Lin Chen was stunned, and immediately saw the slightly terrified expression of the female elf. In his previous life, Lin Chen had dealt with many alien races, including quite a few elves. However, he had never met a female elf who looked like the girl in front of him. This girl's appearance was considered top-notch among the elves. From a human perspective, this appearance was even almost unreal. Lin Chen looked away, and he seemed a little uncomfortable. Yes, Lin Chen actually had a little prejudice against the elves. In the previous life, when most players in the land of the hunting god reached level 40, people began to enter the intermediate main city one after another. In those huge main cities, not to mention elves and humans, all races would meet each other one after another. As time went on, the elves began to have great hostility towards humans. Yes, for some reason, the elves' disgust towards humans lasted for countless days and months from that time on. The main reason was because of humans themselves. Unlike other races, such as orcs, their aesthetics are very different from other races. In their eyes, elves are the representatives of ugliness. Like the orc monka, these big and strong races will not take the initiative to try to get along with the elves. They are different from goblins. The more beautiful a woman is, the uglier she is in their eyes. But humans are different. These people who usually only see novels, films, and TV series. The race that only comes into contact with elves in the game has almost no resistance to female elves. In the eyes of a large number of male humans, elves are equivalent to succubi. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. For a long time, humans have become the culprits of provoking and harassing the elves. In addition, the body structure of the elves is not much different from that of humans, which leads to some very dirty things happening from time to time. Lin Chen vaguely remembers that when he was at level 50, he once witnessed a grand event in which elf players jointly attacked the main city of human players. That is to say, since then, there has been a subtle and strange boundary between the relationship between the elves and humans. The elves will show their contempt for human players without any concealment, and the human race will naturally have some strange emotions towards the elves. Lin Chen and Zhao Yuding have been attacked by elf players for no reason. It is no exaggeration to say that the threat from elves is sometimes even greater than that from dungeons and monsters. However, Lin Chen was reborn once, and now in the entire land of the hunting god, he is the only one who remembers the previous things. Only he has this special emotion now. Lin Chen knows that the hatred of elves towards humans is justifiable, but he has almost died at the hands of these seemingly beautiful races several times. For a while, he didn't know what to do. After a long time, Lin Chen sorted out his emotions. "Don't be afraid, I have no ill intentions." Lin Chen looked at the elf in front of him again and said, "Who is she to you?" The female elf hesitated for about 10 seconds and spoke softly. "My best sister." Her voice was like a lark, softly capturing the hearts of everyone present. Even the half-orc monka couldn't help but sniff. "Nizi, your voice is like the rainbird in our world." Feng Chen said on the side, "Here we say, lark?" Hearing the elf say this, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then, he moved his eyes upwards and glanced at the top of the female elf's head. The nickname of this woman is Elena. It seems that Elena should be her real name. Like the orcs, the elf players will habitually write their real names on the game nicknames. Unless the nickname has been used by someone else, they will be forced to use other names. The corpse in front of Elena is named Chilua. Lin Chen paused and continued. "Why are you holding her corpse?" After saying this, The others also set their sights on Elena. If she hadn't chosen to hug the short-haired elf named Chilua, with her speed, no zombies would be able to catch up with her in a short time. Elena's expression was gloomy, and she answered in a low voice. When we entered this world, she and I had agreed that if the other died, we must bury each other properly, and never leave the body in the wild. At this point, her snow-white palms clenched slightly, and the bones even turned red from the force. I can't let her become the victim of these zombies. The words were not finished, and there was no need to continue. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, and then there was silence for more than a minute. During this period, people could already look up and see the red sunset in the distance slowly approaching. When the red glow approached, they realized what it was. Damn! Feng Chen yelled. It's the poison circle. It's shrinking. The red light curtain had caught up, and as the safe zone shrank, they could hear the roar of the zombies again. At the same time, everyone could see many players in a mess below. The escape has reached the final stage, and the number of people in the center of the city will increase. At this time, Lin Chen seemed to have made a choice. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Chiluo's body lying on the ground. Then, he said to Elena, "If I can let her come back to life in another way, would you be willing?" After this, not only Elena, but also the orcs Monka and Xiao Zhan around looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Another way. Elena was a little puzzled. Resurrect? She looked at Chiluo's body, then at Lin Chen. Are you talking about Heaven Corridor? Elena sighed. I know this skill, but it can only revive people in the near-death state. Chiluo. No. Lin Chen interrupted her and said, it's not the Heaven Corridor. I said it's another way of resurrection. To be honest, I don't have to get your consent, but I think it's better to ask for your opinion. Elena never fully understood what Lin Chen meant. What does it mean to come back to life in another way? And it's not the Heaven Corridor. The sky in the distance is turning red, which is a sign that the poison circle is approaching. The sound of players fighting zombies can be heard everywhere around. In this atmosphere, Elena finally nodded. She said, if she can come back to life, I am willing. Yes, how bad can it be? Chiluo is dead, even if. Irina looked at the zombies in the distance. Even if Chiluo turned into a zombie? But before Irina could continue thinking, Lin Chen walked right in front of Chiluo. He stretched out his hand and waved at Chiluo's body. It was as casual as waking up a sleeping person. But this scene seemed a bit absurd. A man covered in blood, like a devil from hell, was waving at this corpse, as if saying, "Get up." No, that's not as if. These three words really exploded from Lin Chen's mouth. The next moment, a ball of pitch-black mist completely enveloped Chiluo's entire body, and then a slender hand suddenly rose from the black mist. That was Chiluo's hand. Chapter 134. Black smoke continued to rise from the ground, and the owner of the hand seemed to be struggling in the smoke. She was crawling out of the black fog. Galala. Amidst the strange noises of crawling and grinding teeth, another hand also emerged from the black fog. After that, it was the head with black smoke flowing out of all 7 orifices. This scene was too weird. Even Feng Chen was nervously watching everything happening in front of him. Although he often came into contact with people like Huang Dachui and Dun Shan, and he had witnessed the scene of Dun Shan being awakened with gardenia, he felt a little horrified when he saw Lin Chen awakening the undead again. Just as he said at the time, Lin Chen seemed to be pulling people back from hell. As time passed, Chiluo, whose body was shrouded in black mist, had completely stood in front of everyone. Elena took a step forward in disbelief, and she couldn't help but lower her head to look at the corpse below. But where is the corpse? The corpse that was supposed to be lying on the ground has now disappeared, and the Chiluo who replaced the corpse and stood in the original place is not the person she remembered at all. She looked helpless, without a trace of life, as if she was a moving corpse. Elena was about to say something, but a strange emotion made her breath difficult. This unknown skill was too weird, so weird that it made people's hair stand on end. Chiluo took a step forward at this time. Then she knelt on one knee and saluted Lin Chen. Like Huang Dachui and the others, or Dun Shan, the next step was to name the new undead. Sure enough, when Chiluo knelt down, a line of prompt suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's sight. Please name this dependent. After a pause, Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Elena. The girl was already in a state of shock. She stared at Chiluo, who was half kneeling in front of her, her mouth open, but she didn't know what to say. Lin Chen asked, Chiluo, is that her name? Ah? Elena was stunned, then nodded quickly, yes, yes. Lin Chen did not answer her, but stretched out his hand and wrote the word Chiluo in the air. When this name, which originally belonged to the short-haired elf in front of him, was input. The black mist flowing around Chilua's body suddenly began to dissipate rapidly, from wrapping her whole body to only a wisp of black mist flowing near her skin. And inside those empty eye sockets, there was a flicker of emotional fluctuations. The first thing that filled her was doubt. The girl stood up blankly, took a quick look around, and finally she slowly stretched out her hands, her 10 fingers slightly grasping in the air, as if she was feeling something. In her eyes, doubt turned into panic. Then, Chilua's eyes met Lin Chen's. Almost instantly, Chilua knelt down again, opened her small mouth, and made the same pleasant sound. "Greetings, Lord." The panic also disappeared, and Chilua was completely engulfed by a strange emotion called loyalty. She didn't know the man in front of her, and she never knew why she was here, but it seemed that there was a special emotion that forced her to kneel down to this man. There was a voice that kept repeating an idea from the depths of her soul. That was, to give this man everything, life or soul. This imprint engraved in her genes, soul, and brain made her naturally bow her head to Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen didn't say anything, she would never stand up. The people beside her looked at each other. They were a little confused. Elena was even more terrified. She couldn't believe that the dead Chilua was actually resurrected, although she felt that Chilua in this state and alive. There should be some strange differences, but she couldn't describe the difference. Elena stepped forward and wanted to call this companion, who should have died under the attack of zombies, but Lin Chen suddenly said something to Chilua, who was half kneeling on the ground. "Stand up." The voice was not loud, but full of majesty. Hearing this voice, Chilua immediately felt as if she had found some kind of shackles that unlocked the shackles that trapped her soul. She stood up naturally without hesitation. Her long legs supported her almost perfect body, and her curves and proportions were set off by the black mist flowing around her, making her look even more charming. In this way, with Shield Mountain, Lin Chen already had 2-player level undead. And what was very coincidental was that this one could use a bow and arrow. "What's your profession?" Lin Chen asked. Chilua immediately replied, "Lord, I am Windcatcher." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Windcatcher is the hunter's 2 job transfers that specializes in area damage. Compared with Ranger, its skills are more gorgeous and more powerful. With the increase of level, an archer who has been transferred from Windcatcher to Archer God can stop thousands of troops by himself. I still remember that in the last life, Lin Chen saw an Archer God in the top 10 of the rankings. He had cleared the S-level ruins alone. The feather arrows in the sky, like raindrops falling arrows, once made the Archer God a ranged physical high-attack profession that everyone in the land of the hunting god was afraid of. Lin Chen thought for a while, then took out his Moon Chaser bow. After weighing it in his hand, he suddenly threw it to Chilua. Chilua took it, and subconsciously pulled the bowstring in her hand, and an energy arrow was formed instantly. This technique was natural. Lin Chen walked to the edge of the area under his feet, and pointed to Chilua at a zombie chasing the player below. "Aim, shoot an arrow, don't use skills." Hearing Lin Chen's order, Chilua immediately drew the bow and arrow, and as the bowstring shook, an arrow whistled out. Swish. Even though the distance was so far, the arrow still hit the zombie below accurately. Duel. -2,489. The health bar above the zombie's head was instantly reduced to 1/5. Chilua did not hesitate, and continued to draw the bow, shooting another arrow, and the zombie died immediately. The damage of the second arrow also reached more than 2,500 points. Lin Chen saw these characters, and had some ideas in his mind. From the beginning of the Battle Royale to now, he has killed quite a few zombies. Now his attack power has been added up to 3,841, but excluding the 67% bonus, his real attack power should be around 2,300. If half of the attack power is given to Chilua, it will be 1,150 points of naked attack, and Chilua will have 15 points with the Moon Chaser bow. For some reason, as undead units, they seem to be able to get a 67% bonus, so Chilua's additional attack power should be around 2,200 attacks. Yes, this is her additional attack power. And he just shot an arrow at a zombie with 200 points of armor, and 2,500 damage appeared, which means that Chilua herself has about 500 attack power. Like Shield Mountain, these player-type undead have their own attribute values. But Lin Chen did not expect that Chilua's basic attack power was so high. More than 500 basic attack power. Lin Chen murmured softly, "Did you add all the attribute points to strength?" Chapter 135. Chilua shot several arrows in succession. The damage of each arrow was basically around 2,500, and there was no critical hit. The zombie she killed would not bring any attack power bonus to Linchin. TSK. Linchin sighed, looked in his backpack, and was immediately in a dilemma. Yes, he no longer had any extra level 1 equipment lucky ring. He wore one and gave one to Shield Mountain. If you know, you should stock up on some lucky rings. Linchin sighed, and glanced at the people watching beside him. Will they have lucky rings on them? It's uncertain. Like the novice gift pack given at the beginning, the things opened are only enough for them to leave the novice village. No. They don't even need to leave the novice village. When they reach level 5, they will update their equipment. For useless equipment like lucky rings, basically no one will deliberately keep them. Brother? Feng Chen seemed to see Lin Chen's embarrassment. What's wrong? Do you need our help? Feng Chen and his 4 companions were still standing there. They wanted to come over to find out what was going on, but their instincts told them that it was better not to act rashly. Lin Chen thought for a while, coughed and said, Do you have any equipment that you don't need? I'm going to arm Qilua. As soon as these words came out, except for Feng Chen, the half-orcs Monka and Xiao Shang immediately searched their backpacks. After a while, they showed some awkward smiles. Sorry, master. I'm a warrior, and I wear light armor. The elf girl is a hunter, right? I remember hunters wear leather armor. The half-orc Monka scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. The druid beside him was also a little embarrassed. He raised his hand slightly. I wear leather armor, but I don't have any extra equipment. Otherwise I will take away the ones I have. But before he finished speaking, Elena beside him hurriedly stepped forward. I have them. Qilua and I have the same profession. I have a lot of things she can use. After saying this, Qilua also turned her eyes to Elena. The two girls looked at each other, with a hint of different emotions in their eyes. It was like the joy of reuniting after a long separation, and the relief of escaping death. However, Qilua did not express her emotions too much. She now has her new position. As the undead follower of the monarch in front of her, she will have a completely different life from before. And Elena seemed to be able to guess something, so she did not immediately run over to ask about Qilua's condition. She understood, but just couldn't accept it. Elena took out pieces of equipment from her backpack and threw them on the ground. There was a level 25 pink armor, a level 28 blue bow, and some miscellaneous equipment that could be suitable for Qilua. As Elena said, she and Qilua were originally in the same profession, and all her items could be shared with Qilua. Lin Chen scratched his head and carefully looked at the equipment scattered on the ground. In terms of quality, it was not bad. He selected one by one and threw some suitable armor to Qilua. Soon, Qilua was fully armed, but Lin Chen did not choose the level 28 blue bow and let Qilua still hold the Moon Chaser bow. Elena wanted to say something, but she stopped talking after she remembered that Lin Chen just killed 200 zombies with this bow. Thank you very much, my lord. Qilua lowered her head and faced Lin Chen. No need to thank me. Lin Chen said, Your sister gave it to you, just thank her. Qilua raised her head and glanced at Elena again. Neither of them spoke, but they seemed to be in tune with each other. After getting dressed, Qilua looked heroic. The clothes made her already slender body look even more eye-catching. Her pair of extremely high boots also made Feng Chen and the others stare at her for a long time. Compared with Elena, Qilua's appearance was slightly inferior, but from the aura, Qilua, who became a dead spirit, had a more mysterious taste. Lin Chen also stared at Qilua, but what he cared about was the empty ring column. Where are the jewelry? He turned around and asked, Does anyone have jewelry equipment that can be used? Anything will do. Yelena had already emptied her backpack of all the unused items, and there were no rings or amulets that Qilua could use. The orc and Feng Chen also scratched their heads. But Xiao Zhang stretched out his hand at this moment. I have 2. Or to be more precise, 1 ring. As he said, he stretched out his hand and handed over 2 round rings. When he saw the 2 rings, Lin Chen's pupils shrank. It was really a piece of cake to find it without any effort. In the hand of this druid, there was a lucky ring. However, Xiao Zhang said a little embarrassedly, Please ignore this level 1 ring. I think it looks good, and I can't bear to throw it away. As he said that, he picked out another level 20 ring, and was about to speak. However, Lin Chen grabbed Xiao Zhang's other hand, and took the lucky ring from it. This is it. Lin Chen said softly, Thank you. Xiao Zhang was a little confused, and only had time to say oh. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly shook his head, You're welcome. However, Lin Chen had already come to Qilua, and threw the ring to her. After Qilua was fully equipped, Lin Chen pointed down again. Try again now. Qilua understood and aimed at the zombie below again. Soon, the sound of breaking through the air sounded again. Swish. This time, a line of words floated above the zombie's head. As the words appeared, the zombie died directly. -5012. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. It's done. Like Shield Mountain, Qilua can also use this bug to greatly increase her critical hit chance, and the sudden increase of one attack power on her attribute panel also shows that another bug has been activated by Qilua. However, Qilua is different from Shield Mountain. This elf is a real attacking profession. Although her defense is not as good as the opponent, her attack is much higher than Shield Mountain. Shield Mountain, Qilua. The two of them just became Lin Chen's shield and spear. Oh no, it's an arrow. They have both attack and defense, which is perfect. This damage shocked Qilua herself. She had her previous memories, so she knew how much her previous attack power was. Now 5,000 damage. She had never encountered it in her dreams. Lord. This? Qilua seemed a little stunned, staring at her hands in disbelief. Lin Chen waved his hand. I will explain it to you later when I have a chance. Yes, now is not the time to continue chatting. The red light curtain is already close at hand. Everyone, hurry up. Chapter 136. After a while, in the center of the city, a huge open space was full of people. This open space, which was the size of 2 international stadiums, was surrounded by ruins and rubble. People from all directions were driven towards this place by the red light curtain. There were also countless zombies following the players. They roared and chased the players, as if they were deliberately driving the players to this open space. As long as a player stepped into the open space, the zombies chasing behind would stop instantly, and then stand quietly in place, as if waiting for some kind of order. What was even more bizarre was that as time went by, the poison circle was approaching, but it did not move any closer, but would stop steadily behind the zombies. From the open space as the diffusion point, looking from the inside out, there were players huddled together, the zombies surrounding the open space with eager eyes, and the red light curtain that was close at hand. This scene was like an onion with layers upon layers. No one moved, even the light circle stopped. At this time, there were less than 300 people standing on the open space. In just 2 hours, less than 30% of the 1,000-person player group was left. Even the 300 people standing here were basically remnants of defeated soldiers. Most of the players had low health bars above their heads. Although some of the healers were protected by the crowd, their status was not very good either. Almost all the blue bars of the healers had been emptied. The various potions in the backpack had long been consumed. People were already at the end of their strength. They looked at the light curtains around them, and the zombies standing in front of the red light, ready to go. They didn't know why the zombies and the poison circle stopped, nor did they know the rules of their operation. They only knew that they were no different from turtles in a jar. When the light curtain moved and the zombies attacked, everything would be over. However, some sharp-eyed players noticed something. An assassin looked around the zombies around the open space and muttered in a low voice. The number of zombies doesn't seem to be as many as imagined. Yes, according to the rules of this copy, there will be 2 destroyer zombies for every player, so there will be at least 2,000 zombies in this place now. But at this time, the number of zombies gathered around seemed to be only about 1,000, which was half less. It seemed that, in order to survive, the players in the dungeon also showed their magical powers and dealt a heavy blow to these zombies. It was a pity that among these 1,000 players, most of them were terrified and only knew how to run away. If they could unite, the number of zombies might be less than it is now. And there was one thing that made him very concerned. The assassin's eyes stayed in the direction in front of his left. Unlike other places, there were very few zombies in that direction, only a few scattered ones. The number of zombies in other directions was dense, as if someone walked along and killed all the zombies along the way. Thinking carefully, he seemed to have seen a group of 5 people with full health coming from that direction. He had no way not to pay attention to those 5 people, because everyone present was either disabled or injured, and none of the health bars on their heads were full. But those 5 people were an exception. The leader wore a red mask, which looked like a bucket of red paint had been poured on the mask. Behind him followed a half-orc, 2 male humans, and a very eye-catching female elf. Coincidentally, among these 5 people, 3 were participants in the previous Square Arena Battle Destroyer zombie. But at this time, they were all standing behind the masked man, who seemed to be the captain of the team. Could it be that the reason why there were not too many zombies in that place was that this team killed all the zombies along the way? Impossible. He shook his head, and dismissed this unrealistic idea. But what should I do now? Sure enough, a few minutes later, someone in the crowd started to shout, "Stop it. Please, let me out." A nearly collapsed fighter suddenly knelt on the ground. Under the roar of the zombies in the distance, he was trembling all over, and his bulging eyeballs were full of bloodshot. The health bar on the top of this person's head has reached the bottom. If he is lightly grabbed by the zombies, he will instantly fall into a state of near death. It is basically impossible to survive the next unknown event. With him leading the way, a strange atmosphere quickly spread among the remaining 300 people, and in an instant the crowd began to wail everywhere. "We are dying. We really can't fight. Our entire team just fought a total of 6 zombies, and almost got wiped out. If these zombies rush over now, we will die. There are a fucking 1,000 zombies here. 1,000, there won't be any of our bodies left." People began to shout, "My teammate. He was just torn into 2 pieces by 2 zombies." Soon, this negative emotion spread to 2/3 of the people here. Lin Chen was standing in the middle of this group of crying players. He looked up. The towering light curtains around him extended upwards at an angle, and finally converged at the top to form a 4-sided diamond dome. There were light curtains in all directions, and even above their heads, that would kill them if touched. People in the poison circle had nowhere to go. When he came here, he had already called back the scattered Shield Mountain, Huang Dachui and others. Although their efficiency was much slower than his own, they also gave Lin Chen some considerable attack power. Just need to resummon them, and they can continue to fight for him. However, Irina was staring at Lin Chen's back in a daze. Even if Lin Chen turned his head to meet her gaze, she did not react. It was only when Feng Chen, who was beside him, poked the female elf's arm with his finger that Irina realized. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked with interest. In fact, Lin Chen put aside his inherent prejudice against the elves in his previous life, and he was not opposed to talking to this female elf. Elena hesitated for a while, then pursed her lips and asked, "Excuse me, are you a hidden profession?" Lin Chen did not hide it, and immediately shook his head. "Unfortunately, I am not a hidden profession, as you can see." He then spread his hands. "I am a healer, and more people like to call me a healer." It would be better if he didn't admit it. After this honest operation, Elena fell silent. "But," she continued, "your skills. Why can't you do it?" She thought Lin Chen would explain the principle to her, but Lin Chen's answer stunned her again. "Sorry." Lin Chen lowered his hands. "This is my secret. Although I can show it in front of you, I don't intend to tell you the principle." Yes, Lin Chen was very honest, so honest that the other party could not continue to ask. Elena lowered her head and said nothing. Feng Chen came over at this time, and said to Elena as if to comfort her, "Beauty, are you worried about Qilua?" Elena still didn't speak, but nodded with a complicated expression. Yes, Qilua and she were inseparable friends and sisters in the original world, and they were comrades, who supported each other after entering the land of the hunting god. There were not many people she could trust in her life, but Qilua was the most important one. She once thought Qilua was dead. She was besieged by 2 destroyer zombies, and died alive under the claws of the zombies. Elena saw Qilua lying in a pool of blood and dying, and saw 5 minutes pass before she fell to the ground and became a corpse. But now, Qilua stood up again, and became someone who followed the orders of a strange human man. So, is the current Qilua still the original Qilua? Although she is alive, and seems to have the original memories, she is no longer a free person. She seems to have become the summoned object of the mysterious masked man in front of her. Lin Chen seemed to have guessed what Elena was thinking. After hesitating for a while, he also sighed. "Although it may sound a little offensive, the fact is the same as you think. Qilua is now mine." Here, Lin Chen paused. He felt that this was a little biased, and added, "In short, she should not be able to continue to be with you in the future." "Yeah." Elena knew that what Lin Chen said was right, so she could only hum quietly. The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward, and Lin Chen was not used to this feeling. He cleared his throat, and coughed to ease the awkwardness. Feng Chen looked at Lin Chen, and then at Elena. Brother?" Feng Chen couldn't help but say, "In this atmosphere, why do I feel like I'm reading a romance novel?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes at Feng Chen in annoyance inside the mask, and Elena asked in confusion, "Novel?" Feng Chen knew that Elena, a foreigner, might not understand this, so he immediately brought the topic back. He said, "Beauty, you don't have to be so sentimental. If you really can't bear to leave your bestie, you can try to apply to join our fixed team. There are only 3 people in our fixed team for now. In addition to me and brother Lin, there is also a very cute girl named Gardenia. I can introduce you to her when I have time. Fixed team? Elena was stunned. Yes. My brother Lin is the captain of the fixed team. You can ask him. Feng Chen winked at Elena. This expression made 4 people, including Lin Chen, show strange expressions. The half-orcs Monka and Xiao Zhang were obviously a little excited. They subconsciously took a step closer, and the expressions on their faces almost said take me with you. Elena was also a little embarrassed. She had never thought that she would face the choice of joining a fixed team, and it was a team of a foreign race. Lin Chen looked at Feng Chen coldly. Xiao Feng, have you forgotten what I said before, that I have the final say on the recruitment of members for the fixed team? Feng Chen felt a chill on his back, but he smiled. Brother, of course I didn't forget, so I didn't make the decision to let the beauty join the team directly, I just let her choose for herself, and you can refuse it. Speaking of this, Feng Chen winked at Lin Chen again. Lin Chen suddenly felt a little helpless. He sighed. He should know the purpose of this guy. This kid seemed to be preparing to set up some messy connections for himself. Just as Lin Chen was about to say something, Elena suddenly spoke. Excuse me. She seemed to have really made some preparations. Can I join your fixed team? After saying this, the orc and Xiao Zhang did not hesitate and shouted behind him. Master! Master! Can I join too? The 3 people looked at Lin Chen with 3 different expressions, making the latter feel a little uncomfortable. Feng Chen was stunned when he saw this scene. Hey, I say you 2 are done, what do you 2 have to do here? He walked forward and pulled Monka and Xiao Zhang apart. At this point, only Elena was left in front of Lin Chen again. Elena was very tall. Because she was an elf, she was 1.75 meters tall or even taller. The bottom of the shoes of the female profession in the land of the hunting god had a design similar to high heels, which made her look like she was basically at the same visual distance as Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. Then he spoke, but just as he was about to speak, a strange reminder sound suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Not only him, but almost all the 300 people present were subconsciously stunned. People stood up straight and saw a line of words in their sight at the same time. Final task. Open the king's palace door. Task requirements. Under the attack of zombies, hold on for 30 minutes. Preparation time countdown. 60, 59, 58, 57. As a result, people's faces turned pale. Again? What the hell? You just want us to die. What a bullshit mission. What a bullshit dungeon. Give me a quick death. People have long collapsed, and now there is no hope of survival. As soon as the countdown ends, the 1,000 zombies in front will all be dispatched. 30 minutes? Oh, it won't take that long. Even if the people here can resist, they can only hold out for 3 minutes under the zombies' charge. They are doomed. Lin Chen's expression under the mask was completely different from that of the others around him. His expression was obviously excited. He stopped worrying about the fixed team and began to squeeze through the crowd to walk to the center of the open space. Because people had lost most of their fighting spirit, Lin Chen easily passed through the crowd and came to the front. However, what Lin Chen did not expect was that there were already people standing in the center of the open space. There were 10 people in total. The health bars of these 10 people were relatively healthy. Looking closely, they were more or less stained with some blood that did not belong to them. Everyone should have killed many zombies. There are strong people everywhere, and this instance is no exception. In addition to Lin Chen, there are indeed some people who can stand on the stage. However, Lin Chen ignored these 10 people. He continued to walk and finally passed them. He came to the center of the venue and took out a rusty iron sword from his backpack. The 10 strong men standing behind Lin Chen looked at this man in confusion and shouted immediately. Hey, are you looking for death? Lin Chen turned a deaf ear to it. Just as the man was about to continue talking, someone suddenly reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Turning his head, he found a warrior named Feng Chen was smiling at him. Friend. The familiar warrior whispered, when the master is showing off, we should not disturb him. Chapter 137. While speaking, Feng Chen waved to the remaining 9 people, signaling them to step back. The 10 players looked at each other. In addition to humans, there were also some other races. These people were the best of their own races in the dungeon. They had more luxurious equipment and were more skilled in using skills. From the beginning of the battle royale to now, everyone had more or less killed more than a dozen zombies. Although this will be a collective charge of 1,000 zombies, now except for themselves, they will not expect the remaining people who have lost their will to fight to come to help. And now, There is a mysterious player wearing a mask standing alone in front of everyone, seemingly ready to fight 1 against 1,000. Are you kidding? A strange race with 2 faces on his head said coldly. I don't mind if this person doesn't want to die, but don't drag us into the water. When he spoke, his 2 mouths moved together, and the 2 voices overlapped, as if they were specially processed audio. Not only this multifaceted player, a murloc not far away also stretched out his arm covered with fish scales, raised the blade in his hand, and made a sharp sound. Don't worry about him, these monsters will rush over in 30 seconds, let's be ready. After the words fell, the 10 people almost tacitly prepared for battle, various passive skills were activated, and some auxiliary skills were released one by one. Seeing that everyone ignored him, Fengshen had to shrug, okay, good luck to you. After saying that, he slowly retreated, and finally retreated back to the crowd, standing with Elena, Monka and others. The orc stretched out his hand, and poked Fengshen's shoulder. He hesitated and asked softly, Friend? God? Can he do it? That's more than 1,000 destroyer zombies. They have seen the combat capability of these ghosts with their own eyes, although Monka and others did see Fengshen kill 200 of these things alone. But that was also occupying the right time and place. Now there is such a large open space, and the zombies are rushing up. Even if Fengshen has a lot of blood. Fengshen was very calm. He patted the orc's shoulder with his backhand. Don't worry, have you forgotten my brother Lin's tricks? Tricks? The orc seemed to remember something, you said. The female elf named Chilua? Fengshen nodded without comment. But Monka was still a little worried, but even if there is one more Chilua he will. Speaking of this, Fengshen suddenly raised a finger and smiled. Who told you that brother Lin only has Chilua as a helper? Fengshen stared at the back of the man standing alone in front of him with his eyes sparkling, and whispered, he now has the support of a whole team. Fengshen. The countdown in his sight was only 10 seconds left. As the countdown prompt changed from black to blood red, he did not hesitate any longer, and immediately called out to the open space in front of him in a low voice. Come out, everyone. His tone was as calm as a teacher entering the classroom and saying to the students, class. However, after he said these 4 words, black smoke suddenly spread rapidly from Fengshen's body, and then 5 dark figures emerged from the black mist. From a distance, it seemed as if these 5 figures emerged from the void, or as if they fell from Fengshen's body. A man holding a huge 2-handed hammer that was more than 1 person tall was grinning with a smile on his face. A tall and strong man, with 1 hand on his waist and a huge machete on his shoulder, said nothing. There was also a huge humanoid monster that was 3 meters tall. He seemed to have 4 arms and a face full of dense eyes, which looked extremely creepy. The 3 stood directly behind Fengshen, ready to go. Then look at the 2 sides of Fengshen. A knight holding a shield and a rusty iron sword stood on Fengshen's left hand. He placed the shield on the ground with 1 hand, with a calm expression on his face. Above his head, the word Shield Mountain were written. On the right, stood a slender and peerless beauty. She had a soft shawl short hair, and was wearing leather armor with high attributes. She held a bow in her hand, cold as ice. Above the woman's head, the words Chilua were written. Including Fengshen himself, a total of 6 people were ready. The crowd of onlookers behind him was stunned at this moment. Shouldn't there be only 1 person in front of them? But when did 5 more people appear? What's going on? The multifaceted player was a little absent-minded, and the 2 pairs of pupils on his face showed puzzled expressions almost at the same time. But before they could discuss, the countdown was over. The mission begins. Just like the previous battle royale, the zombies seemed to have activated the machine and instantly rushed to the place where the crowd was. Roar! The zombies all roared in unison, and they ran wantonly in the open space, stirring up dust all over the sky. As they approached, people only felt their breathing quicken. Before these ghosts were completely close, the storm of stench they caused had already made people retreat slightly. It's over, these people are really going to die. Not only the crowd lost their desire to fight, but even the 10 strong men who were ready to resist the zombies before finally realized how ridiculous their ideas were. More than 1,000 zombies charged at the same time. This sense of oppression was not comparable to that of a dozen or 20 zombies. They seemed to be able to crush everything along the way, including the confidence they had worked so hard to build up before. Retreat. Retreat. The fishman with his blades raised in both hands could not stop retreating. Not only him, but the multifaceted tribe also began to retreat quickly. 2 seconds later, under the torrent of zombies in front of them, they now had only one idea: which was to run into the crowd and fight for a chance of survival. As the 10 people ran back, they all subconsciously looked back at Lin Chen. The weird thing was that this person seemed to have seen nothing and still stood there. Not only him, but the other 5 people standing beside him also seemed to have no extra movements. These people, are they not afraid of death? Lin Chen looked at the zombies rushing towards him from all directions and opened his backpack calmly. Then, he took out a small doll the size of a palm from his backpack. Consumable item, taunting puppet. This item was obtained together with a shadow escape mask in the goblin's lair. Chapter 138. Lin Chen threw the small puppet in his hand to the ground. The moment it touched the ground, the puppet, which looked like a small clay figurine, suddenly exploded, as if some mechanism was triggered, and then it changed rapidly, and finally became a huge scarecrow. After the scarecrow appeared, a strange roar like a beast came from the puppet. A whoa! The sound wave spread rapidly in a visible form, covering the entire open space like a ripple. All the destroyer zombies swept by this sound wave stopped their movements at this time, whether they were rushing towards the zombies rushing towards Lin Chen or the large group rushing towards the crowd of 300 people. Then, these zombies looked at one place at the same time. Roar. They first let out a low roar in their throats, and then rushed towards the scarecrow regardless of everything. This scene looked a bit weird. The zombie tide that was rushing straight towards the crowd just a moment ago suddenly made a 90-degree turn. The numerous zombie groups began to split up, and then seemed to have received some kind of command. Must attack the unit with taunt first. Must attack the unit with taunt first. These prompts appeared crazily in the zombies' brains. What happened? A frightened healer timidly looked outside through the gap in the crowd. She only felt that the footsteps of the zombies began to shift direction, and there was no scream from the crowd. What happened outside? Only the players at the outermost edge knew what the mysterious masked man was planning. He was going to lead all the zombies to his side? Crazy, really crazy. In 4 directions, under the attraction of taunting puppet, all the zombies running on the entire open space were taunted to come, and then, it was their time. Lin Chen took out a rusty iron sword and said coldly, "Sledgehammer, roaring brother, Chi Yu." The 3 monster undeads, whose names were called, stood up straight immediately. "I won't give you a hard target this time. Just kill as much as you want. But if the situation allows, I hope you can save the last blow like before." "Yes," the 3 said in unison. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at Dun Shan. "Go." Dun Shan understood and immediately raised his shield and iron sword. Finally, Lin Chen looked at Qilua on his right. This girl seemed to have been ready for battle. She pulled the bowstring to the full, and energy arrows began to condense one by one. "Qilua, don't use your skills." Lin Chen whispered, "You are not high enough to learn Pearl Blessing, so your skills cannot cause critical hits. I need you to use critical hits to kill the target as much as possible." Qilua nodded after hearing this. "Yes, sir." Lin Chen exhaled, then slightly closed his eyes. Then, "Let's get started." After saying this, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a skill suddenly activated at this moment. King's Domain creates an area covered by fog. In this area, your attack speed increases by 125%, plus 6, your health recovery speed increases by 125%, plus 6, the enemy's attack speed decreases by 10%, cannot increase, and the movement speed decreases by 10%, cannot increase. Must be released manually. Growth equipment. Each time the wearer kills a unit, he will gain 1 point of evolution value. Current evolution level, 25. Evolution value, 23 out of 100. Evolution reward. There is a chance to cause continuous lethal damage to units with health less than 10%. As Lin Chen continues to kill monsters, this growth skill has now evolved 25 times. In this field, Lin Chen and his friendly units can both gain very exaggerated gains. 125% bonus on movement speed and attack speed, and 125% on health recovery speed. This value is almost a qualitative leap, and Lin Chen did not stop. Sage's level 20 skill blessing sound also sounded at this moment. Kill! At the command, Qi Luo, holding the moon-chasing bow, trembled slightly, and an arrow shot out. Vicky 42. As the red characters fluttered, the zombie that was taunting the puppet was killed instantly. But the number of zombies was huge, and before this zombie completely fell, the same kind behind him pulled his body aside, and then stretched out his hand to attack the puppet. Lin Chen's iron sword flashed with a cold light. Swish. -6718. Because he was holding a rusty iron sword instead of a moon-chasing bow, Lin Chen's damage was still a little short of 7,000, but it was more than enough to deal with these zombies, with a total health of only 5,000. Lin Chen did not pause. At the moment when the zombie's health bar was emptied, he immediately turned around and continued to chop. In the realm of the king, his attack speed and movement speed increased by 125%, and the speed of the zombies decreased by 10%, which made it easy for Lin Chen to do things that he could not do before. In just 2 or 3 seconds, with energy arrows flying around him, and him constantly moving back and forth around the body of the scarecrow puppet, no zombie had a chance to attack the puppet. Before destroying the taunting puppet, the zombies would not attack Lin Chen and others. As if knowing this, Wang Dachui, Dun Shan and others, who were killing crazily in other places seemed to be ready to come to help, but were scolded by Lin Chen. No need to come. Lin Chen's slash didn't hit a critical hit, but he didn't need to finish it off. An arrow shot from Qilua's direction, and nailed the zombie to the ground. You guys take care of yourselves. I'm here. Lin Chen shouted. The voices of Dun Shan and others also came from an unknown corner. Yes, my lord. Afterwards, Lin Chen and Qilua cooperated very well, and always killed targets around taunting puppet. Only the two of them could kill zombies instantly after a critical hit, so as time went on, the number of corpses around the puppet began to increase exponentially. Perhaps because of the special nature of this instance, the zombies will not be cleaned up by the system after they die, so the zombie corpses are increasing, and finally piled up on the mountain. The puppets are even protected by the zombie corpses. In the end, people can't even see the appearance of the taunting puppet, but can only hear the mocking sound it makes. Ouch! Unless it is destroyed, the puppet can exist for a full hour, and Lin Chen's attack power is also increasing exponentially at this time. Lin Chen and Qi Luo are standing on the mountain of corpses, waving rusty swords and drawing bows and arrows. Their bodies have long been stained red with blood again, like two devils. Chapter 139. I don't know how long it took. When a zombie climbed up the pile of corpses and took the opportunity to slash the mocking puppet with its sharp nails, the puppet, which had already been riddled with holes, finally had its health bar emptied. Crack! The scarecrow-like puppet had not yet completely fallen down when it was torn into pieces by the other two zombies, who had taken advantage of the opportunity. At this point, the zombies finally lost the target they had to attack. Their eyes became dangerous again, and then they all turned their heads and looked at every living person on the open space. But, at this time, the number of both sides has undergone a strange reversal. Yes, the original number of zombies was more than 3 times that of the players on the field. There were about 1,000 of them, while there were less than 300 players. But now, the number of zombies standing on the field and still able to move is less than that of the players. There are only about 250 of them left. No one could have imagined that this exaggerated thing would really happen. More than 700 zombies were killed by the 6 people like cutting melons and vegetables. Countless zombies rushed towards the puppet that emitted the sound waves, but the puppet was always guarded by the man holding an iron sword and wearing a mask. He usually only needed to chop a zombie with one blow to kill it instantly. Sometimes, if one blow failed to kill, an arrow that appeared from not far away would instantly make up for it. The cooperation between the man and the female elf seemed to be one and the same. Because the zombies would only attack the puppet madly, they would ignore the attacks of others. Even if their own kind fell like wheat ears, the zombies behind them would continue to rush forward and never get tired of it. This kind of dry-mouthed fighting style lasted for 15 minutes, until the number of players on the field began to be more than the zombies. Am I dreaming? A Beastmaster was trembling when he spoke. If he was not dreaming, it meant that this strange hunting land did not have any rationality at all. Why are these people's attack power so high? One sword kills one. A warrior looked at the broadsword in his hand blankly at this time. Why can they kill one sword at a time? While people were still discussing fiercely, the zombies finally discovered the existence of the crowd, and immediately many zombies began to rush towards the place where the 300 people were like crazy. If these people had been scattered before, but now even if these zombies rushed over together, the 300 players would not be as frightened as before. They are not incapable of fighting at this moment. Damn, you are still arrogant at this time? In order to cheer himself up, a knight hit his shield hard with the dagger in his hand. Let's go together. Kill them all. The people around him also responded at this time. The anger that had surprised them for a long time finally broke out at this moment. Many people picked up their weapons and began to prepare for the battle. But an arrow suddenly whistled and nailed the zombie running towards them to death on the spot. Plop. The zombie took one more step and finally collapsed to the ground powerlessly. People were stunned and subconsciously raised their heads. In the distance, the short-haired female elf looked at the crowd expressionlessly, and the bow and arrow in her hand floated up and down, as if it was a warning. What happened? Someone swallowed. What does this mean? They were puzzled as to why they were stopped when they were about to fight back. Did those people not want them to intervene? Fengshen in the crowd patted Monka and Xiao Zhang beside him, and he showed his white teeth. You two, it's our turn to go on stage. The two and Elena didn't know what Fengshen was going to do. They were still trapped in the tricks of Lin Chen and others, and hadn't recovered yet, so they were naturally a little confused. But after hesitating for a while, they followed Fengshen out of the crowd. Fengshen walked quickly to the front of the crowd, and the next moment, he drew his broadsword, turned his head, and faced the 300 people present. Everyone! Fengshen suddenly stuck his broadsword into the ground, and said coldly, "Please be patient, this copy should be over soon, but before that, I hope that no one present will take action." At this time, a zombie appeared silently from not far behind Fengshen, and then quickly raised its claws to Fengshen's back. But Fengshen still didn't even turn his head and continued. "Every zombie here will be dealt with by the 6 people behind me." The zombie had already come behind Fengshen, holding up his sharp nails to make claws, and sticky blood dripped from his fingers. Many people even pointed at Fengshen's back to make him pay attention. But when the zombie's sharp blade fell, an arrow pierced the zombie's head. -60-10, the zombie's body turned into mud, and collapsed on Fengshen's shoulder, and then fell to the ground along his shoulder. Fengshen seemed to have guessed this a long time ago, and just smiled. "Do you understand?" He spoke loudly, and there seemed to be a hint of threat in his tone. The 3 half-orcs Monka beside him seemed to realize something. The 3 of them looked at each other meaningfully, and then took out their weapons like Fengshen. The crowd was completely confused. They never thought that things would develop like this. What kind of a miracle was this? A mysterious player wearing a mask seemed to have used some means to summon 5 teammates, and then a group of 6 people contracted all the destroyer zombies on this open space? Damn, the single combat capability of these zombies is no different from that of ordinary level 30 players, but those 6 people seemed to be fruit ninjas, and the zombies were like watermelons in their hands. 1 knife, 1 arrow. These 300 people were already shocked by the methods of Lin Chen and his 6 men. Now, after Fengshen and his 4 men exaggerated, how dare they disobey? Everyone retreated and put away their weapons. However, during the process, someone seemed to realize something. He discussed it quietly with his teammates around him, and the expression on his face was like seeing a ghost. Did you see the damage on the zombie's head just now? Damage? The teammate also whispered back, "I didn't care, what happened?" 6,000. The man gritted his teeth as he spoke. 15 minutes ago, when the zombies just started charging, the arrow shot by the female elf only had more than 5,000 damage, and only 15 minutes have passed, and more than 1,000 fucking damage has flown up. Hearing this, his teammates realized what was going on, and were about to shout out. But the man covered his mouth with his hand. "Don't yell." The voice of his teammate came out from the gap between his fingers. "Cheating? They cheated?" The man slowly let go of his hand, and said palely, "I just calculated that this copy gives everyone a 67% damage bonus. A critical hit of 6,000 damage with 1 arrow can only mean that the female elf's own attack power is 1,800 or 1,900 attack power. So with a 67% bonus, and a successful critical hit, the attack power reached 6,200. If it weren't for the zombie's own 200 armor." The two were silent when they said this. A critical hit with an arrow, 6,200 damage. Well, even if it was a critical hit, how did she increase the damage by more than 1,000 in 15 minutes? Chapter 140. The 30-minute limit required by the mission was approaching the end soon. When the countdown was only 2 minutes, there were only a few zombies left on the field. A crisp cracking sound came from Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen looked down, and saw that his already red body had been completely dyed red. Even his exposed skin looked like it was drawn from a bucket of red paint. But Lin Chen was looking at his own hands at this moment. The last rusty iron sword was also scrapped. After all, the rusty iron sword was only a first-level equipment. The iron sword that was originally full in the backpack was completely consumed by his continuous slashing. Who would have thought that one day, he would treat a piece of equipment as consumables? Turning his head to look at Qi Luo beside him. Because the female elf was a follower of the undead, there was a special black energy surrounding her body. It was not stained red by blood, but Lin Chen could clearly see that the durability of the Moon Chaser bow was almost gone. If I shoot a few more arrows, this level 10 bow will be scrapped. Qiluo was about to continue drawing the bow and putting arrows on it, but Lin Chen put his hand on the female elf's arm and pressed it down. Almost done, Lin Chen whispered. Yes, unlike the rusty iron sword, the Moon Chaser bow is uniquely precious at this time. Because of the term conversion potion, the Moon Chaser bow in Qiluo's hand has the special bug term of the rusty iron sword. Now in the entire hunting godland, except for the rusty iron sword, only this one bow has the effect of double critical strike. Therefore, before getting the second bottle of term conversion potion, Lin Chen needs to keep this bow. After receiving Lin Chen's order, Qiluo naturally put away the Moon Chaser bow and took out another ordinary level 25 bow, an arrow that Lin Chen gave her. In front, Dun Shan and others also killed the zombies surrounding them, and then slowly approached the direction where Lin Chen was. A few seconds later, the 5 undead followers reappeared beside Lin Chen. The health of the undead is very healthy at this moment. Because of Lin Chen, these undead will be instantly healed when they are injured. Even if they die in the process, Lin Chen will summon them again after the skill cools down. At this time, several undead followers returned to their positions, but compared to half an hour ago, the heavy feeling of the 5 people was obviously raised to a higher level. Huang Dachui and the other 2 bowed slightly to Qiluo. Lord Qiluo, the 3 said in unison, which made Qiluo a little flustered. Strictly speaking, this was the first time they had talked since Lin Chen woke Qiluo up. There seemed to be a very obvious hierarchy among the undead, such as Qiluo and Dun Shan. The player-type undead status is higher than Huang Dachui and the others, so they will naturally show respect to Qiluo. The female elf was a little shy and smiled back at Huang Dachui and the other 2. Huang Dachui immediately took a step back and was about to flatter. Master Qiluo's smile is like. However, before he finished speaking, the countdown prompt sound entered the 5-second countdown. Task countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Task, open the king's palace door. Completed. Opening the palace door for the survivors present. These 3 sentences suddenly appeared in the minds of everyone present. During the process, Feng Chen, Elena and others hurried to Lin Chen's side. They exchanged glances with the 5 undead, and then looked at Lin Chen. Brother? Feng Chen was the first to ask. What do you mean? What is the king's palace door? Lin Chen waved his hand around, and Qiluo, Dun Shan, and other undead instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and poured into Lin Chen's body. They disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. After doing all this, Lin Chen shook his head seriously. Not sure, let's wait and see. After a moment, the red light curtain around him suddenly turned into starlight, then floated into the sky like reverse raindrops, and finally dived into the clouds. Without the red light like a birdcage and poison circle, everyone felt relieved, and the pressure lingering around them disappeared. But the next moment, 2 beams of light suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! The 2 beams of light fell one after the other, like 2 thunderbolts directly. Strike! On the open space, not far from the crowd. They exploded with 2 loud bangs, even stirring up countless gravel and dust. Everyone subconsciously looked at the place where the light fell. When the dust cleared, 2 doors appeared strangely and alone in the original place. Yes, one of them was exactly the same as the huge door they saw when they first entered this copy. It's a door. It's the door to go out. Everyone looked at it, and saw 2 huge words written on the plaque of the huge door. Exit. When they saw this door, most of the people present immediately showed a look of rebirth. They were relieved and ran towards the door, with exit written on it without any hesitation. 1 person, 10 people, 20 people. In the end, half or even more of the 300 survivors pushed open the door called exit without hesitation. Maybe after entering that door, they will directly leave the dungeon and return to their original main city. Maybe the system will give them corresponding dungeon rewards, including experience or equipment and consumables, or even gold coins and the like. This extremely dangerous special copy will never let everyone return empty-handed. You can imagine how rich the rewards will be for the survivors who hold on to the end. After all, according to the real danger level of this copy, if Lin Chen hadn't been there, let alone the last level, it is estimated that many people would die at the hands of ordinary zombies when they were frightened the moment they entered the copy. To be able to survive in this kind of unpredictable copy and hold on to this point, at the level of 30, only 1 in 100 can survive. Brother, what about us? Feng Chen looked at the large group entering the exit in an orderly manner, turned his head, and looked at Lin Chen, and said, Are we going out too? Lin Chen did not choose to leave, but turned his head to look at the second door. Yes, like Lin Chen, there were also some people present who were staring at this bronze door that looked very small and could only accommodate 1 or 2 people at the same time. This door had an extremely gorgeous shape, with strange totems and runes carved on the surface of the door, and a few words were written on the top of the bronze door. The King's Palace Door. The King's Palace Door. The people who had not yet left the scene almost said these words in unison at the same time. Yes, whether it was this copy or the key obtained before entering this copy, it seemed that everything was related to the so-called king. Is that ghost thing called Zombie King inside this door? But should they go in? If there really is a powerful final boss waiting for everyone inside, how likely are they to survive from the hands of such a thing when they are almost dead in the face of these zombies? People turned around almost instantly and looked at Lin Chen. And Lin Chen had made his choice. He stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and pushed open the door. Chapter 141. The door that Lin Chen pushed open was, as expected, the one called King's Palace Door. The masked man seemed to have no intention of leaving from the beginning. He pushed open the bronze door without any hesitation. Before anyone could say anything, Lin Chen stepped directly inside. The people behind him looked at each other, and many of them began to hesitate. This man just went in like this. What should we do? Someone asked softly, should we go in too? After saying this, Feng Chen and Elena also entered the door one after another. How about? Let's go in and take a look. Someone agreed. Then, the half-orc Monka and the druid named Zhang followed closely. Seeing that more and more people entered, other players began to bravely approach the small door. When they approached the edge of the door, they only felt a cold breath coming from inside the door, and an indescribable strange emotion suddenly surged from the depths of their hearts to their brains. The player who stepped 1 foot into the edge of the door even wanted to withdraw his foot at this time. However, the other players behind him had already come over and pushed him in again by mistake. On the other side of the door, there was an endless corridor with no end in sight. It seemed to plunge into the abyss of time, winding and twisting with no end in sight. The corridor was surprisingly wide, enough for more than a dozen people to walk side by side, but it still seemed empty and boundless. The ground under his feet was marble with a bright red carpet, and each slab was polished smooth like a mirror, reflecting a faint light. As more and more players walked in, although they didn't talk or chat, the sound they made while walking on this corridor was enough to make the surroundings echo. Where is this place? People swallowed their saliva and looked around. The ceiling with unclear patterns carved on it was supported by countless sturdy load-bearing columns. These stone columns seemed to guard this mysterious space and every secret of the corridor. The surface of the stone column was carved with fine beams and painted buildings, and various strange patterns and totems appeared on it, as if telling something. Like, someone whispered back, like in some Western palace. People walked aimlessly forward, and flames suddenly lit up. People were startled, and then they found that there was a brazier hanging on the top of each stone pillar. These braziers were burning with eternal flames, emitting soft and bright light, illuminating the entire corridor. Every time someone passed by a stone pillar, the next brazier would light up instantly, as if some mysterious power was controlling them. These braziers are like induction lights, silently guiding the road ahead. The whole corridor exudes a mysterious and solemn atmosphere, which makes people hold their breath involuntarily, fearing that the silence will be broken. What a classic corridor. Feng Chen looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Not only him, even Lin Chen, who was walking in the front, looked around unconsciously at this time. Yes, he had never seen such a scene before, and it was the first time he walked on a corridor like this. In his previous life, he was a level 80 berserker, had gone through countless dungeons, and seen many ruins, but this place, he had never even heard of it. After walking for an unknown amount of time, people seemed to see something in front of them emitting a faint light. Seeing the light, they gradually increased their walking speed. A few minutes later, everyone stopped at the door of another door. It was another bronze door, but this one was even bigger and more magnificent than the exit door that had just appeared in the open space. It stood alone in front of all the players, with strange statues standing on both sides. I regret coming in a little bit. The other side of this door, could it be the final boss of the dungeon? No way, we are already so miserable, the dungeon even has an exit, there shouldn't be a boss waiting for us. Damn, looking at the current state, nothing can be predicted. The door in front of him was ajar. No one knew what was inside. Would it be another endless corridor? Or is there a huge monster boss standing there waiting for him? How about we discuss it? Is there anyone ready to push the door in? Should we raise our watches? But before the man finished speaking, Lin Chen used both hands to forcefully push open the heavy door. Boom boom. The sound of gears and mechanisms running, accompanied by the sound of chains moving, rang in the ears of every player. It was too late for them to quit halfway at this time, and they immediately stared at the front. But the boss that people expected did not appear. On the contrary, there was a hall behind the door. A palace hall with an atmosphere between ancient Chinese and classical Western styles. There were more than a dozen steps in front of the hall, and on the steps there was a luxurious throne. But, strange, why is the throne facing away from the hall? Yes, when people entered the hall one by one, they clearly found that the throne in front of them was facing away from everyone. The shape of this hall was more luxurious, and one by one, the load-bearing columns that were larger than those on the corridor appeared in people's sight. There were more than 40 people present. They gathered together in the center of the hall. It was surprisingly quiet. Except for the players' whispers, there was no movement. More than a minute passed like this. A person appeared strangely in front of everyone. He seemed to have been standing there for a long time, as if he was the first to appear. When people saw this person, even Lin Chen unconsciously took a half step back. It's a triangular-headed monster, someone exclaimed. This monster with a triangular head stood silently in front of the hall, only a few steps away from everyone. Most of the people present began to take out their weapons, ready to release skills at any time. However, there was no health bar on the top of this monster's head from beginning to end. If the health bar was displayed, no matter how powerful the boss was, it could at least be killed. But from the time he appeared in the square until now, his health bar has not been displayed even once. Could it be that he is not the boss? Feng Chen murmured, but an NPC? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Yes, what if this triangular-headed monster is not the monster or boss they need to defeat, but an NPC? If he is an NPC, what should he do next? Just as Lin Chen was thinking, the throne in front of the crowd, with its back to the crowd, was slowly turning around. Chapter 142. At this moment, everyone present, regardless of race or profession, whether it was Feng Chen or Lin Chen, discovered something very strange. All the skills on their skill bar were black. If you look closely, there is a small, negligible lock in the upper right corner of these icons. Is this silence? Lin Chen was startled, and he subconsciously activated his skills, but without exception, he could not use a single skill. Even his own bug skill Resurrection of the Dead cannot be used. It seems that there is some strange power in this area that has strangled everyone's skills. More than 40 players present were all silent in an instant. In this state, everyone can only use basic attacks, and they can't use any skills. This discovery instantly made everyone confused. They were panicked, they were terrified. Silencing skills is equivalent to cutting off one's own hands and feet. Quickly go back. Someone noticed something was wrong and turned around. But when they turned around, they found that the door just now disappeared. They stood alone in the center of the hall. Except for the visible area of the magnificent hall and the ubiquitous load-bearing pillars, there were dark shadows. A feeling of uneasiness spread rapidly in the hall. However, only Lin Chen remained calm. Although he was a little surprised, he did not express much. It didn't matter whether he was silenced or not. He didn't need to use skills. Lin Chen silently took out a level 10 broadsword Blackwood broadsword from his backpack. He held it in his hand and looked up coldly at the throne in front of him. I don't know when the throne has completely turned around, and there is a person sitting on it. That is, not only Lin Chen, but all the players finally saw the man who looked very young. He had black hair and black eyes, and wore a loose black coat with a white sports shirt inside. His face was clean and handsome. He looked harmless. He was a real Oriental human. People had an illusion that the man who looked less than 30 years old sitting on the throne should not appear in front of them. Although he had a standard human male face, he should appear in another dimension. Could this young man be the so-called zombie king? With this question, Lin Chen glanced at the triangular head monster not far from him. At this moment, the triangular head monster was kneeling on the ground, just like Huang Dachui Dunshan and others kneeling to worship him devoutly. He lowered his triangular head and said in a deep voice, "Meet my king." It was the first time that people heard the triangular-headed monster speak. His voice came from that strange head and resounded throughout the hall, making people shudder. People looked up at the throne. The young man in black raised his hand slightly, and the triangular-headed monster slowly stood up, then stood in the same place again, as if waiting for his fate. After that, The man in black sitting on the throne held his chin. His black pupils stared at the crowd in the center of the hall, revealing a puzzled look. He seemed to be thinking. The surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Many people even held their breath, fearing that the noise they made would turn this man into an unknown boss. More than 20 seconds passed. The man on the throne suddenly sighed. He opened his mouth and spoke. "Wu Face, where is this place?" The man seemed to be talking to someone. His tone was indifferent, and his voice sounded slightly magnetic, not like King's Majesty. To be honest, this person is just an ordinary young man, a little lazy and non-threatening. But the next moment, people instantly gave up this idea. Some female players even covered their mouths directly, their eyes full of fear, because a thin body slowly walked out from behind the throne. This is a person who looks only 1.6 meters tall. He is so thin that he looks like skin and bones. After the man in black finished speaking, he hunched over and came to the left side of the throne. The reason why people were a little terrified was because this person had no facial features. On his entire face, there was, and only one, exaggeratedly large mouth. At this time, the mouth opened and closed, and a hoarse voice came out from inside. "My king, while you were sleeping, we seemed to be transported to another world by some special power." The monster called Faceless said, "But I don't quite understand how this was done." After hearing the other party's explanation, they called, "My king." The man tapped his forehead, his puzzled look even more intense. Watching the conversation between the two people in front of him, Lin Chen felt a little concerned. What does it mean? The man in front of him named King doesn't even know how he appeared here? This discovery reminded Lin Chen of a series of dungeons he had encountered before, such as the Spider Cave, the Goblin Nest, and the Star Prayer. Could it be that this zombie king in front of him is also the same as those bosses? In this case, will he know something about second round? Thinking of this, Lin Chen did not hesitate and shouted towards the throne. "Hey!" This shout was very abrupt, and everyone present, including the zombie king and No-Face, looked at him. Lin Chen ignored it and asked immediately, "From your appearance, you seem to understand what I say, right?" After this, the other players around him were stunned at first, thinking that this was nonsense. Looking at the appearance of this boss, it was known that he could communicate. No, when people carefully analyzed the matter, they all showed expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Yes, the players present were all at level 30 or higher. They had entered many large and small dungeons along the way, whether it was the main quest or the side quest. Many players with relatively strong ability values even encountered many powerful bosses at the end of the level. But without exception, they were all dead things. They could not communicate, could not talk, and were not even alive. All bosses and monsters were controlled by some set system, and all the players had to do was to kill these cold monsters and bosses within the rules. Then you can pass the level and receive all kinds of props and rewards. There has never been an exception. But now, the boss in front of you called Zombie King can actually communicate with the players, and he doesn't look like a monster, but more like an ordinary human. What is this weird situation? The young man in black looked at Lin Chen below with interest. Then he nodded. "I can understand it." The young man in black said, "What's the problem?" Chapter 143. Lin Chen felt that the young man sitting on the throne was a little different. Compared to the bosses that he had talked to in the second round dungeons, this man seemed more humane? No, not only that, Lin Chen could feel from the zombie king in front of him that he had the same sense of doubt as himself. That was the feeling. The confused and doubtful expression was written on his face without any concealment. Although he held his cheek with his hand, his brows were full of confusion. Did he really not know why he was here? If so, would Lin Chen still have a chance to ask him something? After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen spoke. "In that case, what will we, the people present, face next? Will we fight you?" After saying that, the more than 40 players present stared at the throne at the same time. The man in black still maintained the movements he made when he appeared, but his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was also considering the correct answer to this question. After a few seconds, he shook his head. "Fight with me? Well, before I figure out the reason for all this, I probably won't attack you." The king finally let go of his hand that was supporting his chin, then sat up straight and continued, "What about you? Although I don't know who you are, or what you are." He paused here, and Lin Chen could clearly see that the zombie king was looking at the aliens in the player team. Half of the 40-odd people were not human. Among them were orcs, half-orcs, elves, and a few multifaceted people. If you look closely, you can see a fishman in the middle of the crowd, a person with a third eye on his forehead. This zombie king, who was obviously human, had obviously never seen these strange races. But he quickly came to his senses, and finally focused his attention on Lin Chen. This masked man should be the leader of this group of people. The king continued, "What's your position? Want to fight me?" After saying this, he didn't move, but the triangular head monster under the throne suddenly moved towards the crowd. The next moment, a red blood bar finally appeared on the top of the triangular head monster's head. Fuck, the blood bar is showing. People retreated at this time, staring at the front of the blood bar, wanting to see how much blood the blood bar has. But when they saw the attributes of this triangular head, even Lin Chen was stunned on the spot. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 10. Someone pointed at the line of numbers above the health bar, and counted slowly. 7. 700,000? Yes, people thought they were dazzled. The total health bar of this monster, with a triangular head, was 700,000. 700,000. After a while, the level of this monster appeared right in front of the health bar. Elite Unit Triangle Head. Level, 60. Health, 700,000. Physical Attack Power, ? Spell Attack Power, ? Physical Defense Power, ? Spell Defense Power, ? Skills, ? These question marks let everyone be completely confused. No one had ever seen a boss with this kind of attribute panel, but just from the limited information, everyone could see how terrifying this monster was. Level 60. Feng Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva behind Lin Chen, and made a gulp. The level of all the people present was around level 30. The zombies they had just met outside, except for the destroyer zombie that the 6 people defeated in a fight, which was level 35, the rest of the destroyers were all level 30. But the monster in front of them was level 60. Level 60 monsters were something they had never heard of. They had no idea if they could hold out for a round if this monster, which was 30 levels higher than them, attacked them. The players around them were already in a mess. They had been standing together just a moment ago, but now they had dispersed, as if they were afraid that this triangular-headed monster would attack and kill all of them. But among the crowd, only Lin Chen did not move. The man's eyes widened under the mask. His focus was not on the 700,000 drops of blood, nor on the attributes with question marks, but on the fact that this triangular-headed monster was not a boss. Yes, he was just an elite monster. This was too outrageous. As an elite monster, it was level 60, and had 700,000 HP. So what level was the real boss? Lin Chen felt a sense of fear that he had not felt for a long time. He turned his attention back to the young man behind him. There is no doubt that this man who looks about the same age as himself, the Zombie King, is the real boss of this dungeon. What level is he? Is he level 80 like in his previous life? Or higher? With these questions, Lin Chen took a deep breath and whispered to the players behind him. Don't run around. Stand still. However, only Feng Chen and Irina followed Lin Chen's instructions, and did not move. The rest of the people were still panicking, and looking for corners to hide. Lin Chen had no choice but to raise his voice. Stop! If you keep running around, we all die here. This sentence was obviously more intimidating than the previous one, and many people reacted immediately, and then stood there trembling. Some people sat on the ground directly, and dared not breathe. Although the process was a bit ugly, no one continued to run around in the end. Seeing that the surroundings had become quiet, Lin Chen exhaled a breath of foul air and looked forward. The triangular-headed monster still stood there, as if waiting for the player to attack it. However, Lin Chen passed by him, and spoke to the throne behind him. My friend, the level and strength difference between us is too big. We naturally have no intention of offending, but the copy gave us 2 choices. In addition to leaving this copy, it is to come to you. Lin Chen continued, whether you believe it or not, before coming to this hall, we had suffered heavy casualties. I thought this was some kind of special reward room, but judging from your performance, it seems that you are also confused about this place. While speaking, Lin Chen subconsciously raised his hands above his head to indicate that he and the people behind him had no ill intentions. Sure enough, under this wording, the blood bar on the head of the triangular-headed monster actually disappeared. Chapter 144. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he could make the other party retract their health bar without showing hostility, it meant that this was not a dead end, and this place was not a dead end. As long as they were careful enough, they could all survive. Although Lin Chen had the bug ability, his attack power was also superimposed to a terrifying level. But facing this kind of monster, with his current level and attack power, These tricks were not enough to threaten these things. As long as the opponent wants, he only needs one ordinary attack to kill himself. At the throne. Before the king spoke, the man without facial features standing beside the throne was shaking all over. This action immediately attracted the attention of many people. The thin faceless man was shaking violently, as if he was extremely excited and angry. Then, the man with only a mouth on his face suddenly yelled. Bold. His voice was very loud, like a huge bell exploding in the hall with an echo, and many players covered their ears directly. You are so rude. The faceless man pointed at Lin Chen. It's okay if you don't kneel when you see the honorable king. I can tolerate that you didn't say honorifics from beginning to end. He suddenly became furious. You wore a mask from the beginning. It's really, extremely rude. After this monster who looked like a military advisor finished speaking, everyone in the field, except Lin Chen, no matter what level of players, whether it was Feng Chen, Elena, Monka or Xiao Zhang, all of these people knelt down unconsciously. They lowered their heads and crawled. It was as if they were really paying respect to a king. Only Lin Chen did not move. Not only that, Lin Chen could move freely. He looked around at the people who were kneeling down and began to be alert. The blackwood broadsword in his hand was tightly grasped by him. He was ready to fight at any time. On the stage, the faceless man was slightly startled when he saw Lin Chen, who did not kneel down. He tilted his head. Although there was no expression on his face, his behavior should be doubtful. When he was about to say something, the man on the throne stretched out his hand. No need, faceless. The man whispered, This person has my aura. It must be some kind of rule of this world. My king. You mean? The faceless man whispered, This person has your... I don't know. Anyway, leave it to me. Yes. Listening to the conversation between the two people on the stage, Lin Chen subconsciously thought of something. That was an amulet that he had worn in his equipment column. It was called Blessing of the Zombie King. In other words, the reason why he was not affected was because he was wearing this equipment. The king on the throne pondered for a while, and then he slowly stood up from the throne. He walked down the steps step by step, and finally came directly in front of Lin Chen. This man was tall, taller than himself. Looking closer, his face looked younger and looked younger than himself. Out of politeness, Lin Chen reached out and took off the blood-stained mask on his face. At this point, the two finally stood face to face. The other party nodded to Lin Chen, smiled, and said, Excuse me, what's your name? Chung. Lin Chen wanted to say programmer, but after hesitating for a while, he changed his words. Lin Chen. When he heard these two words, the other party was obviously startled, and the expression on his face also changed a little strangely. Is that so? The man nodded. I have a very important person, also called this name. At this moment, Lin Chen only felt a very strange sense of disharmony. It was as if the zombie king standing in front of him had an indescribable sense of story. He was different from NPCs, monsters, and players like them. But Lin Chen could not describe the feeling this man gave him, it was as if this man existed in another world. Compared to himself, compared to any player in the land of the hunting god, he was more like what people call the chosen one. But this feeling was gone in an instant, and the other party continued to speak. So can you tell me who you are and why you are here? Since hearing his name, the other party seemed to be a little more relaxed. Even the faceless man who was howling angrily before seemed a little quieter now. As the man in black said, he is another very important person named Lin Chen. Lin Chen stared at the young man in black for a while, then nodded and said, This may be a little hard to understand, but I can tell you roughly. Is it hard to understand? Yes, it is out of people's inherent cognition. All of this is more like the handwriting of God, Lin Chen said. Is that so? The man in black pondered for a while. I think so. It's okay, tell me about it. Lin Chen took a deep breath, then mixed up what he had experienced and told it out. He did tell it in detail. From the time he was working in front of the computer and dozed off, and after a nap, he appeared in the land of hunting gods. These experiences were mostly true experiences of his previous life, and he didn't even lie. However, he did not mention that he could create and use bug. Not only that, he also vaguely skipped the fact that he entered the land of the hunting god for the second time. It took several minutes for Lin Chen to finish explaining the general rules and operating laws of the land of the hunting god. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the other party was obviously a little absent-minded. He turned his head and looked at the man without facial features. My king. This man is not lying. The faceless man answered in a low voice. After a long while, the man in black came back to his senses and looked at Lin Chen again. You mean, this is a game? Strictly speaking, it's different from a game. It's more like a special world. All the players here are forcibly teleported here. Lin Chen turned around and looked at Feng Chen and others. What about these? The man in black pointed at the half-orc Monka. Are these strange people also? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. He is a half-orc from another world, but like us, they are also players. The conversation ended temporarily, and the other party seemed to fall into silence. The faceless man said something that was strange. Could it be that, in this so-called god-hunting land, not only the players, but also the monsters in the dungeon are living people? Hearing this new statement, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Yes. He had never thought of this statement. If these players were people who were teleported from Earth or other worlds, then what about the monsters in the dungeon? They too? Just different identities. No. Lin Chen shook his head immediately. He had encountered too many monsters and bosses in the dungeon, all of which were dead creatures controlled by the system, and even the second-round monsters that Lin Chen had encountered in this life were only a few. So this statement is untenable. Since this statement is wrong, how to explain the man in black in front of him? Like Lin Chen and others, he was confused about his appearance here. It was obvious that he was also forcibly teleported here, but he was not a player, but... No! Lin Chen quickly dismissed his thoughts. He just clearly felt that this man was not a player, a monster, or an NPC. So what on earth was he? Just as both parties fell into silence, a countdown prompt suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Countdown to closing the copy. 200 seconds. 199, 198, 197. After that, a strange light gate flashed and appeared in the center of the hall. All the players saw the door. But Lin Chen found that the black-clad man, the faceless man, and even the triangular-headed monster on the side were completely unmoved by it. It was more like they couldn't see the portal at all. To verify his guess, Lin Chen pointed at the portal. Hey! He said, can you see this portal? The other party was slightly startled. He turned his head to look at the place where Lin Chen pointed, but there was clearly nothing there. You can't see? Lin Chen caught the key point from the other party's expression. Door? The man in black suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Chen, and there seemed to be something very exaggerated in his eyes. Then he turned his head suddenly, as if looking at the void. So that's it. He muttered to himself, looking extremely excited. My king? Even the faceless man was confused. However, the king of the zombies didn't care at all. He suddenly laughed helplessly, and his expression looked extremely lost. I understand. I understand everything. The king took a few steps back, and in an instant he looked as if he had aged hundreds of years. He waved to Lin Chen and the people behind him. I have no more questions for you, you can go. After saying this, the players who had been kneeling on the ground before only felt the force on their shoulders suddenly disappear, and they could move their bodies freely. Looking at people rushing to the glowing portal, Lin Chen's frown tightened even more. He really wanted to ask the man what happened to him. Was it related to the land of the hunting god? Or was it related to his rebirth twice? His attitude changed a little strangely. Lin Chen even sensed an unconcealable sense of loneliness from the man. The zombie king shook his head. Go away. Don't think about it. It has nothing to do with you. This is your world, their world, but not mine. The man looked up at the ceiling. To put it simply, the world I originally existed in has been destroyed. Chapter 145. The portal emitting light has completely appeared. When the light portal was surrounded by transmission lines, most of the people present began to scramble to squeeze into the portal. More than 40 people, except for Feng Chen, Yiliana, and others who had some relationship with Lin Chen, almost everyone wanted to leave quickly. They just felt that if they stayed any longer, they might die here at any time. Hurry up. Hurry up. People urged, without stopping at all. Maybe they shouldn't have entered this palace gate just now. It has no meaning at all. No. Maybe they shouldn't have used the key from the beginning. Killing zombies in this place will not increase experience, and the risk factor is extremely high. Only 1/3 of the huge player group of more than 1,000 people was left in the end. If it weren't for Lin Chen's action, they would have died here long ago. This is not a copy at all. It is a place where death is inevitable. Thinking of this, everyone's pace became faster. Without any hesitation, they plunged into the portal and disappeared. The only players left in the hall were Lin Chen, Feng Chen, Irina, and others. However, everyone was a little at a loss now, as if everyone had their own ideas in mind. They knew that if they stepped into this light gate, they would be like fish entering the sea, and they would not have any intersection in the land of the hunting god. The two alien races, Monka and Irina, would also return to their own main cities. Because their levels had not reached 40, according to normal development, each race would not encounter other races so far. This separation would be another kind of farewell. So even though the countdown was ticking, the few people were still in no hurry to leave. At Lin Chen's place, the black-clothed man with the title of Zombie King sat on the ground. The strange expression on his face had disappeared, as if he had let it go and became calm again. At this time, he was staring at Lin Chen quietly, as if he wanted to say something. After a while, the other side spoke. "Aren't you leaving?" While speaking, Lin Chen subconsciously looked up and looked around. I don't know since when, the faceless man and the triangular-headed monster who originally stood behind the black-clothed man disappeared. In the huge hall, only the players and the Zombie King were left. Lin Chen was silent for a second, then spoke. "Of course we will leave. When the time is up, we will be teleported out here by force." "Is that so?" The king nodded. "So you plan to wait until the time is up?" Lin Chen shrugged and did not answer. The king laughed. "I know you want to ask me some questions." He waved his hand. "Don't waste your time. You can see that my understanding of the god-hunting land you mentioned comes entirely from your just-mentioned narration. I can't provide you with any useful information." "You really don't know anything?" Lin Chen was reluctant to give up. He wanted to find out how this world worked, and what kind of existence set it up. How much did the game land of the hunting god that he was responsible for running in the real world have to do with this world? Why did he return to the night before the hunting god descended after his death? Or would this happen to everyone who died? This series of questions forced Lin Chen to find out the truth, but although the NPCs in the land of the hunting god knew something, they were very tight-lipped and basically no useful information could be found out. But this man in front of me, who is about the same age as me, seems to be completely unfamiliar with this place. Compared to players like Lin Chen, this man is more pure, as if he was forcibly dragged here by some force, without any reason. And this man's demeanor doesn't seem to be pretending. I have no reason to lie to you. The king smiled bitterly and shook his head. You just said that you slept and then opened your eyes and appeared in the land of hunting gods, and my situation is not much different from yours. I only remember that I was negotiating with someone and was ready to fight with swords at any time if the negotiations broke down, but I was distracted and appeared here and met you. Negotiation? Lin Chen was a little confused. There is no need to understand my story. The king said, I said, since I appeared here, it means that my original world has been destroyed. Like a novel, it has been cut in half. Cut in half, novel. Lin Chen thought of something. You mean we can't go back to the original world? No, it's just me who can't go back. The king shook his head and smiled. This hunting land belongs to your story. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Chen paused. How can you be so sure? The king pointed to the direction of the portal and said, just as you said, there is a door that leads to the land of the hunting god, right? But I can't see it. There is no place for me in the world you mentioned. Maybe you are right. This is a world framed by the game, and I am just a special side quest. He talked freely. Even if the surrounding hall began to gradually break down at this moment, he didn't care at all. Pieces of rubble fell off the walls of the hall, and turned into white spots floating in the air. The surfaces of the load-bearing columns were covered with horrible cracks, and the ground was also cracking piece by piece, as if this place was gradually withering. The time was almost up, and the dungeon detected that the player had officially passed the level, and it was forcibly closing this place. After the dungeon was closed, the player would be teleported to the main city where the dungeon was entered. Then, what about the king in front of him? Unlike in the past, the requirement for successfully passing the dungeon was basically to kill all the monsters in the dungeon, so when the dungeon was closed, there was no alive things. But the man in front of him didn't have a drop of blood. What would happen to him? Will he be killed directly by the copy? Hey! Lin Chen didn't know why he was a little nervous. Aren't you going to escape if the copy is closed you? The king said, maybe there really is a god in the world. There must be a reason for him to pull me here. Since I can still talk to you, who knows, my story is not over yet. Lin Chen was stunned. Feng Chen behind him had already started to shout at him. Brother Lin. Lin Chen turned his head in a trance, and found that the hall was already broken into pieces. The endless white light broke the area into pieces of different sizes. At this time, the place where they stood was just some broken floors, as if they would fall into the endless white void at any time. Lin Chen turned his head suddenly, and met the king's eyes. The other party had retreated to the front of the throne. He sat down calmly, and became the same as when he first appeared. I'm honored to meet you. The king said to Lin Chen, Maybe we will meet again, maybe. But before he finished speaking, the countdown had closed. Teleportation on the prompt word appeared in sight, and Lin Chen and the people around him disappeared instantly. The hall that was still magnificent a moment ago has now completely turned into a pure white void. But what Lin Chen didn't know was that the throne did not disappear in the void. The zombie king still sat on the throne, even though there was nothing around. At this time, the king raised his head with a smile on his face. He guessed right. Maybe. He continued to finish what he had just said. Maybe it won't be long before my story will be rewritten. Chapter 146. After a while, Bai West City. 2 beams of light fell from the sky and landed precisely near a certain point where the return stone landed in Bai West City. The light faded, and the figures of Lin Chen and Feng Chen slowly emerged. Both of them staggered and shook their bodies. If they hadn't supported each other, they would have fallen to the ground. After their eyes gradually adapted to the surrounding environment, they subconsciously looked at their hands. I'm back. Feng Chen clenched his fists, then quickly looked around. Brother, we should be back, right? The surroundings were indeed Bai West City, and they could see many players around level 20 walking back and forth. After all, not everyone's level was increasing as fast as they were. And when they saw Lin Chen and the others, many people would stop and take a look at them. The main object of observation was still Lin Chen, because Lin Chen's dress at this time did not look like a normal person. Yes, except for that face, his whole body was blood red, and those dried blood turned into special skin. The red scabs completely covered his clothes and skin, and he didn't look like a player. More like a monster that ran out of a dungeon. However, when people saw the levels above the 2 people's heads, they couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Level 32. Someone waved to his companions beside him. Go, stop looking, I guess he just came out of a dungeon. Soon, the people watching around them quickly dispersed. Lin Chen looked down at his body. As time went by, these bloodstains would be gradually cleaned up by the system in the land of hunting gods, but Lin Chen still cared about it. What did the zombie king want to say in the end? Lin Chen had an illusion that the young man was not talking to him, but was revealing some information to some other existence through him. After 2 lives as a player in the land of hunting gods, this was the first time that Lin Chen had seen such a strange copy. Before he could say anything, a prompt sound suddenly came from his and Feng Chen's brains. Ding! At the same time, lines of words began to appear in their sight one after another. Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon. The king's invitation. The dungeon rewards will be distributed to your backpack. You have received experience rewards. You have received additional free attribute points rewards. You have won the favor of the zombie king, and the rewards have doubled. You have. These reward messages came one after another, and there were more than a dozen of them, which made Feng Chen stunned. He had never seen such a frequency of prompt sounds, and could only stand there blankly, at a loss. After about a minute, Feng Chen turned around and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Brother. Lin Chen waved his hand. Open the backpack and see what rewards are there. After that, the 2 of them sat on the ground in tacit understanding and opened their backpacks. Fortunately, Lin Chen had almost consumed the rusty iron sword in the dungeon, but even so, his backpack was now filled to the brim with the sudden rewards. Lin Chen took a quick look from left to right and from top to bottom. These rewards are very generous. After just a quick observation, Lin Chen found that at least 3 pieces of equipment were emitting purple light. Apart from some equipment, most gift packs are basically divided into 3 categories. The first is the gold coins and consumables category. In addition to gold coins, the items in this kind of gift packs are various potions, life potions, magic potions, physical potions, and even some lucky potions. The second is the gems category. Lin Chen was very happy to see this kind of reward, and the quality of the gems in this gem gift package was not low. They were basically common gems that level 30 players could use. After a simple count, among the gems Lin Chen opened this time, there were 2 rubies, 3 sapphires, 3 amethysts, and 2 diamonds that reached common level. As for the rest, they were all poor quality, with more than 20 gems of each color. Lin Chen continued to look at the last category. The third one is the special item category. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then opened this gift package. After a short wait, the gift package disappeared, and was replaced by items that occupied 4 backpack slots. Turn Conversion Potion X2. Equipment Amplification Guarantee Scroll X2. Rare Attribute Selection Scroll X1. King's Skill Book X1. Unique. Lin Chen temporarily closed the backpack, and he turned to look at Feng Chen. At this time, Feng Chen was still staring at the front of the void. Judging from his appearance, he should still be sorting out the props in his backpack. Seeing this, Lin Chen reopened his backpack. This copy was not in vain. These 4 special props alone were enough to make him breathe rapidly. Entry conversion potion. Needless to say, with this thing, Lin Chen can continue to forge a Moon Chaser bow after giving the Moon Chaser bow to Qilua, and this time, the conversion potion was given 2 bottles at a time, so Lin Chen has more options. The Equipment Enhancement Guarantee Scroll is an even rarer item. In the land of the hunting god, after reaching level 40 and opening the intermediate main city, there will be NPCs in various intermediate main cities responsible for enhancing the player's equipment. However, these NPCs are not kind people. If you are not careful, the equipment in your hands will turn into ash directly during the enhancement process. However, with the Enhancement Guarantee Scroll, you have an extra death-free card to prevent equipment damage. This type of item becomes rarer in the later stages. The third special item is called the Rare Attribute Selection Scroll. It is said that after using this item, the player can choose to obtain any attribute value in the entire land of the hunting god, including but not limited to basic character attributes such as strength and agility, and even sin value, PP points, reputation value, and even the guild's guild contribution value. To be honest, although Lin Chen knew about this item in his previous life, he had never used it. Finally, Lin Chen's eyes stayed on the last item. King's Skill Book? Lin Chen muttered to himself. He subconsciously opened it, and after a moment, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in Lin Chen's brain. Ding. You have learned a new skill. Fearful Killing Intent, Range Skill. Effect. Enemy units hit by this skill will fall into the fearful state. In this state, the enemy's desire to attack will be reduced, and the movement speed, attack speed, health recovery speed, and magic recovery speed will be reduced by 15%. Can be stacked with other restricted skills. Chapter 147. Fearful Killing Intention. Lin Chen never thought that the skill he had acquired was this. You should know that in the current land of the hunting god, the most bizarre negative state, besides the cursed state, should be this fearful state. Unless the player who is in this state obtains the sage's purification within the effective time, once in this state, it is equivalent to cutting off both arms. Just imagine, when you are in fear and have no intention of fighting, facing the enemy, won't you just be slaughtered? And this item called King's Skill Book is a unique item, so it should be Lin Chen who has obtained this skill. In order to verify his guess, Lin Chen turned around and asked Feng Chen. Xiao Feng, what skills did you get? Feng Chen was stunned, and then showed a puzzled look. Skills? Then, from Feng Chen's answer, Lin Chen found out that Feng Chen not only did not have a skill book, he even only got the first 2 gift packs, and the last special items gift pack, Feng Chen did not get it at all. But Feng Chen was still very happy. After all, in addition to the 2 gift packs, this dungeon trip gave him 4 more purple equipment in his backpack. That was purple equipment. In the land of the hunting god, this kind of equipment is second only to artifacts, but it is something that can only be encountered by chance. And there are 2 equipments that he can use, one of which is a level 30 purple broadsword. At this time, Feng Chen held a broadsword in his hand, and his attack power also increased. Brother, I really want to thank you this time. Feng Chen seemed a little excited. If you hadn't protected me, let alone these rewards, I would have died in the dungeon long ago. Although he said so, Feng Chen began to maintain a reasonable sense of propriety after seeing Lin Chen's increasingly amazing abilities. Lin Chen didn't say much. He waved at Feng Chen, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. But at this time Feng Chen put away his broadsword. His expression was a little unnatural. He suddenly frowned, and then danced in the air, as if he was chatting with someone. Lin Chen stared at Feng Chen, thinking that he should be talking to Shizi, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But a few seconds later, Feng Chen's words made Lin Chen raise his eyebrows. Brother? Feng Chen said, the beautiful elf wants to add you as a friend. The beautiful elf? Yes, Elena. When did you add her as a friend? Lin Chen asked. In the last level of the copy, when you and the undead killed 1,000 destroyer zombies in the open space. Feng Chen smiled and said, but I guess she added me to get close to you. Lin Chen was helpless. Then she doesn't need to go through so much trouble. Just add me as a friend directly. Is it possible? Feng Chen whispered. She is embarrassed? Lin Chen was silent. After Feng Chen said this, he really had nothing to refute. It was not surprising that Elena wanted to add him as a friend. After all, her best fellow Qilua has now become her undead dependent. And in Elena's impression, Lin Chen is a character that strangers should not approach, and it is estimated that Feng Chen can only be used as a springboard. What do you mean, brother? Feng Chen asked quietly. Should I share your friend card with her? Lin Chen nodded. Whatever. Soon, after just a dozen seconds, a message suddenly appeared in his sight. You have a new friend application. After opening the application list, Lin Chen indeed saw a name nicknamed Elena. After clicking on it, the other party sent a message. Hello. Lin Chen replied. Hello. After a brief conversation, the other party stopped talking, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Just when Lin Chen was about to close the dialogue box, Elena sent another message. Excuse me, can I join your fixed team? At the end of this sentence, there was an inappropriate smiling face. I think Elena has shortcomings in dealing with people and interpersonal relationships, which may also be because there are essential cultural differences between elves and humans. But no matter what, this sudden smile is really not something that Elena would send. Lin Chen hesitated for a while and replied. Wait until you reach level 40, go to the intermediate main city, Dom Federation, and find me there. After a long time, the other party replied with a okay. Then Lin Chen closed the window. Feng Chen was looking at him with a sly smile on his face. When he saw Lin Chen close the dialogue box, Feng Chen put away his smile. Ahem. Brother, what are we going to do next? Lin Chen knew what Feng Chen meant by his expression just now. He didn't say anything, but put on the mask with no blood stains on it, and whispered. She should be the only one who sent me friend invitations, right? Lin Chen looked at Feng Chen through the hole in the mask. Yes, that half-orc and the beast master named Zhang both sent me friend invitations, but I didn't accept them. Feng Chen nodded and said, Do you want to accept their friend invitations? Lin Chen sighed, No, I'm not familiar with them. As he spoke, Lin Chen began to move towards the nearest weapon shop. He needed to buy a rusty iron sword, and also repair the moon-chasing bow in Qi Luo's hand. If time permitted, he even wanted to buy a bow within level 10 in the weapon shop as a means of long-range output to replace the moon-chasing bow. After more than half an hour, Lin Chen slowly walked out of the weapon shop. He raised his head and glanced at the time. It was afternoon, and he was going to go back to the guild to take a look. After all, when buying the rusty iron sword in the weapon shop, Lin Chen opened the rare attribute selection scroll as one of the rewards. He chose to increase his guild contribution points without hesitation. At this time, Lin Chen had a total of 300 contribution points. If I remember correctly, Lin Chen should be able to choose several guild skills. Brother, shall we go? Feng Chen asked. However, just as Lin Chen was about to talk to Feng Chen, another message popped up in his message bar. Ding. Lin Chen was startled and found that the message was sent through the guild's private chat window. The sender was none other than the guild Suzaku Hall Master, Scarface Haikushianking. Haikushianking, Vice President Master, you finally came out. Lin Chen frowned slightly and replied, What's wrong? Haikushianking, our White Tiger Hall Master is in trouble. White Tiger Hall Master? Lin Chen even spent a second thinking about who the White Tiger Hall Master was. After a moment, Lin Chen's eyes became slightly cold. Gardenia? What's wrong with her? Chapter 148. A wilderness in the north of Baiwa City. This place is full of players. They gather together, looking at a certain place and pointing. Not far away, a huge boss fell in a pool of blood. This is a monster that looks like a cat, but has a pair of huge wings. At this moment, its health bar has been completely emptied, and many players are standing around its body. Level 28 Wilderness Boss, Bloodthirsty Griffin. There were 24 people standing around the Griffin corpse, which should be 4 fully equipped teams, but the health bars above their heads were not very healthy, and many of them had even reached the bottom. Among them, a girl was retreating slightly, and her face was not very good, because there were 6 people in front of her looking at her with unfriendly faces. I say again, that skill book should be ours. You should hand it over as soon as possible. The speaker was a healer wearing a sage style, who looked to be in his 30s, and the level on his head was written as 28. She put her hands on her hips, and spoke aggressively. The people standing next to the healer kept echoing, and the leading warrior took a step forward arrogantly, almost sticking in front of the girl. Nizi, I advise you to hand over the skill book obediently. Don't make everyone unhappy. After saying that, he did not forget to look up and down at the girl in front of him. This girl has a sweet face and looks very quiet, but she has a body that makes people unwilling to look away. Especially the proud breasts, which made the warrior stare at them for a long time. However, the other party took a step back and took a fighting stance. Why? Why should I give you the skill book? The girl was a little nervous when she spoke, and it seemed that she didn't often encounter such a scene. She said, "I got it by investing, so it should be mine." As soon as she said this, the healer just now was immediately unhappy. She just heard a TSK sound. "Hey, you dead girl, don't think I didn't see clearly what the skill is. How can such an expensive thing be taken away so easily in this way?" As she spoke, she also stepped forward and came to the girl, pointed at her nose and shouted, "Don't think you are great just because you are level 30. I tell you, this wild boss can be killed because of our team. The damage panel clearly states that among the 4 teams present, only our team has the highest damage. You are a lucky pick, why should you take it?" As she spoke, the woman started to push the girl. The girl fiercely opened the woman's hands and pointed the scepter in her hand at her. "Don't touch me." The woman was obviously angry. "You damn girl. Don't force me to snatch it." Just as the woman was about to switch the state above her head, a figure suddenly appeared between the girl and her. People looked up and found a middle-aged man with a scar on his face smiling and holding out his hand, making a sorry gesture. This man's level is not low, he is a level 32 archer, and there is a 2-handed bow behind him. Judging from the shape of the bow and the pattern on it, it should be of high quality. Seeing this person appear, the woman was obviously a little alert. She pulled the warrior next to her side and hid behind the warrior. But the mouth was still chattering. "Who are you?" The woman pointed at the man with the name Broad Sky on his head and shouted, "You are not a member of any of our teams that are participating in the boss hunt." But when she said this, the woman obviously lost her previous arrogance. Because she could see that there was a title on the head of this scarred shooter. Put a guild member. Yes, a guild member. You should know that there are not many guilds established now, and it is not easy to establish a guild at such an early time. This leads to the fact that this guy with a scar on his face should be someone you should not mess with. Haikyushianking smiled and said, "Me? I am just an unknown person, and I did not participate in your hunting operation." The woman looked at the scarred man in front of her for a while, and she said, "Then why did you come here? Is it bothering you?" The scarred man looked back at the girl behind him, then turned his head to look at the group of people in front of him. In fact, the woman who had been shouting was not a dangerous person, a female healer of only level 28. But the others were different. Not only the warrior standing in the front, but also the 4 people under him were all level 30, and the name in front of the warrior's health bar was red, indicating that his sin value was not low. The style of the warrior's equipment was also the best at this level. Not only that, this warrior should have seen the title above his head, but he did not step back. Instead, he showed a trace of disdain. It can only mean that the other party should also be a member of a certain guild. It seems that there are many capable people in Baiwa City. Scarface Haikyushianking muttered to himself. In this case, there is no need for him to blame the girl behind him. Originally, he wanted to complain about why Gardenia didn't display the title of Foot a Guild member after all. Being a member of a guild would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. But now the other party doesn't buy it, which is troublesome. Haikyushianking rolled his eyes and smiled again. "Hey, I was just watching from the side. The girl behind me followed the rules perfectly. After the wild boss died, all the players in the 4 teams participating in the kill had the option to vote, and she happened to have the highest points and won the props. This is very standard and in line with etiquette." Haikyushianking put his hands forward and spread his hands. "You came here to snatch the props that others won. How can you be justified?" "You?" The healing obviously didn't expect the other party to be a tough guy. Not only did he stand up for the girl, but he also spoke loudly, attracting the surrounding onlookers. Without waiting for the woman to speak, Haikyushianking continued to speak loudly. "Let everyone judge. If you worked hard to roll the dice to get the props, and in the end someone wants to snatch it from you, would you be willing?" As he said this, he waved to the players around him, as if to make a fuss. After a brief thought, the onlookers actually shook their heads in agreement. "No!" someone shouted. Haikyushianking immediately turned his head. "Look, the eyes of the masses are sharp. If that's the case, are you still going to rob the girl of her things?" This time, the woman did not respond. And a fighter in their team spoke coldly. "That's not the case. The reason why the Griffin was killed so quickly this time was all due to our team. Our captain's output alone accounted for 35%. According to the total output, we should be the first to get what we have." Hearing someone speak up for her, the woman regained her confidence. "That's right. The damn girl behind you doesn't add as much health as me. How can she get that skill book?" Haikyushianking sighed. "When did this rule appear in the land of the hunting god?" he said. "I only know that props need to be invested, and I have the most points, so it's mine. I don't care who has a higher output." After saying that, he said coldly, "This is a wild boss, not a copy. What, are you great gods? Responsible for leading the map? Let them stand at the entrance of the dungeon without moving? You?" The woman's face flushed, but she didn't know what to say. At this time, the warrior next to the woman finally moved. But he didn't talk to Hai Tian Kong, but turned his head to look at the woman and asked in a low voice, "What skill book did that little girl get? I didn't pay much attention to it just now." After hearing this, the woman quickly leaned into the warrior's ear. "Brother Chung, it's Heaven Corridor." Chapter 149. In fact, at the beginning, this warrior was a little impatient. He didn't particularly like to stand up for this woman, but the woman was the mistress of their guild leader. As the leader of the Qilong Hall of the guild, he wanted to consolidate his position, and sometimes he had to do things he was not willing to do. For example, he volunteered to be this woman's thug, or bodyguard. Although the guild was just established, the members inside had their own ulterior motives, and everyone coveted their Qilong Hall leader. So at this critical moment, he had to do something to consolidate his position as the head of the hall. But this woman was too domineering, not high-ranking, lazy, and liked to order others around. In just one day, she had caused him a lot of trouble for all kinds of strange things. But he had no other choice but to go and help her settle it. So much so that his sin value had reached the point where his name was dyed red. Now, it was a common mess. He might have to deal with the young and beautiful girl reluctantly like before. If he threatened her, he would probably get the things easily. If she really didn't give it, the warrior would go back and persuade the master beside him to let her give up. After all, he couldn't rob someone in front of so many people. And the girl looked about the same age as his sister in real life. He got separated from his sister after entering the land of the hunting god, and he didn't know how she was doing now. But, Heaven Corridor? The warrior almost turned his eyes away and glared at the girl fiercely. At this moment, he had completely forgotten sympathy and the longing for his sister. It turned out to be the corridor of heaven. No wonder when a skill book appeared, he only subconsciously clicked the dice, and didn't even have time to see what skill it was, and was instantly won by the other party's roll. It turned out to be Corridor of Heaven. Are you sure? The warrior just felt dry in the mouth. This skill is not a joke. Even if it is a level 30 warrior core skill, he will never show such an expression. It is a look between fanaticism and excitement. Nonsense, I saw it with my own eyes. The female healer also began to get excited again. Quick, take it quickly. If I learn the Heaven Corridor, our guild will be invincible. Yes, the woman is right. A healer with Heaven Corridor is self-evidently valuable. As long as the healer is still alive, the dead player on his side may be resurrected. Although the initial level of Heaven's Corridor has a full day of cooldown, this skill is enough to change the very important battle situation, and as the level increases, the CD of this skill will also be shortened. I know. The expression on the warrior's face has completely changed. He looks more fierce than before. At this time, he walked to the front of Scarface Haikushianking without saying anything and pushed him with his hand. Get out of the way. His voice was very cold, and at the same time his other hand was already on the hilt of the broadsword behind him. Hai Tian Kong's face was not very good, and his tone became low. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. You told me to give way. So I have to give way? While he was speaking, he glanced at Gardenia behind him, and said to the warrior again, Sorry, although the girl behind me is not very old, she is the head of the White Tiger Hall of our Futu Guild. I advise you to think clearly before you take action. Scarface was not a good person to begin with, and with Gardenia's special status, he would never let her be bullied under his nose. What a joke, this pretty girl is a member of the programmer's regular team, and he has to protect her no matter what. But although he responded fiercely, there were 6 people on the other side, and there might be other members of these guilds nearby. There were only Gardenia and him here, if they really fought. It's troublesome. A drop of sweat fell from Hai Tian Kong's forehead. The reason why he appeared here was because the President Sher Tai Yen Liang had specially ordered it. It was said that the programmer god and the one called Feng Qinjue Jiu entered a special dungeon together, and they were worried about Gardenia's safety, so he was ordered to be Gardenia's stalker. In fact, in some aspects, Scarface and the warrior opposite were people of the same profession. It's just that the objects they had to protect were quite different. The warrior had taken out his broadsword and was ready for battle. Note, you have switched your status, current status, dispute. Most people's status is usually peace, but after leaving the safe zone, each player can switch their status, which is called dispute. Once the status is successfully switched, the person concerned can attack any player at will. This is not the first time that the warrior has made such a move, but his target at the moment is the level 32 shooter in front of him. The sky is wide, and the sea is vast. As the warrior took a fighting stance, other members of his team also approached, among which the female healer was the most active. If he had not reached level 30, she would probably be the one rushing to the front. Hai Tian Kong looked embarrassed. He had just sent a message to the programmer, but he didn't know when he would be able to come. If something went wrong with Gardenia in this place, it would be troublesome. Calm down, everyone, Hai Tian Kong said as he took out the bow and arrow from his back. There was no chance of winning. Even if he was fighting one-on-one, at such a close distance, as an archer, he would never be able to defeat a warrior. What's more, the other party was a berserker. In close combat, the berserker is the most unsolvable profession in the entire land of the hunting god. Not to mention that there are 6 people on the opposite side. When the situation was tense, Hai Tian Kong suddenly saw a girl walking towards him. He turned back subconsciously, and saw that it was Gardenia. Sister, you. Hai Tian Kong didn't understand what the other party was going to do. According to common sense, shouldn't Gardenia run away at this time? But it makes sense. There are so many people on the opposite side, and there is an assassin among them. She can't go anywhere. Gardenia still had a hint of nervousness on her face, but she hesitated for a while, and still spoke. Brother Hai, how do I check the coordinates? Hai Qiushanking was a little stunned, and it took him 2 seconds to realize that the girl was talking to him. Ah, check the coordinates? What coordinates to check at this time? But Gardenia turned her head, and seemed to be very anxious and asked again, please teach me. Hai Qiushanking looked at Gardenia with some confusion, and then looked at the 6 people who were slowly approaching in front of him with vigilance. Open the personal panel, there is a small triangle dot in the upper right corner, click it, and the second to last option is. Hai Qiushanking held the bow tightly and said, what are you going to do? Gardenia did not answer him, but quickly did what Scarface said. Just a few seconds later, an icon suddenly appeared above Gardenia's head. People recognize this icon, it is the proof of captain. Yes, Gardenia disbanded the previous team in a short time just now, and then created a team of her own. She is the captain. But what is the meaning of doing this? Chapter 150. What the hell is this damn girl doing? The female healer asked viciously. But the warrior had lost his patience. He only wanted to quickly seize the heaven corridor, and then his position, as the leader of the Qinglong Hall. No, he might even become the vice president. Who cares what she does? Thinking of this, he took a step forward and pushed away the scarred Hai Qiushanking, and at the same time stretched out his big hand to grab Gardenia's arm. Hai Tian Kong was pushed back a step. Just as he was about to move forward, he was stopped by the other people on the opposite side. It was a mage, and at this time, a ball of fire was swaying in the mage's hand. Brother, let's take a break. Judging from your appearance, I guess there are no resurrection coins in your backpack. The mage laughed. It's important for us to cherish our lives, don't you think so? Hearing this, Hai Tian Kong immediately raised his bow and arrow and aimed at the other party. Bullshit, I tell you all not to move. Hai Tian Kong roared loudly, and the bow and arrow in his hand kept moving, aiming from one person to another, and finally pointed directly at the forehead of the healing. Do you believe that if you attack this girl, I will kill her no matter what? The soldier's hand was less than 5 centimeters away from Gardenia's wrist, and he stopped. He glanced at the bow and arrow in Hai Tian Kong's hand, and said coldly, are you sure you can kill a healing in a short time? Don't worry, I will definitely kill the hostage before you do. Hai Qiushanking pulled the bowstring to its full length. Besides, this woman is only level 28, I am 4 levels higher than her, don't underestimate my damage, she can't even last long enough to heal herself, believe it or not. When he said this, Hai Qiushanking really saw the soldier's hesitation. After all, this woman is not an ordinary one, but a woman that their president values. If something really happens to her. But when he thought of this, the soldier suddenly laughed. Brother, I think you are overthinking. Hai Qiushanking narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Do you think this is just a confrontation between the two of us? The warrior said, do you think the others are just here to eat? Hai Qiushanking saw his health bar quickly draining away at that moment. Before he could react, an assassin suddenly flashed out from the shadows, and the dagger in his hand stabbed his abdomen cleanly. Hai Qiushanking moved his bow and arrow, and shot an arrow at the invisible assassin. However, a night shield came over at this moment, and blocked the energy arrow. Hai Qiushanking felt a chill on his back at this moment. Oops. The warrior saw that Scarface was restrained, and he no longer hesitated, and immediately turned around to continue to catch the little girl. But when he turned around, he felt a little dazed. The girl named Gardenia should have been standing in front of him, but now, a man with a weird smile on his face replaced the girl's position. The soldier's hand just grabbed the other's wrist. The two of them fell into a short weird atmosphere. After 2 seconds, the other party spoke. "Hey buddy, is there anything wrong with your sexual orientation? Why do you hold someone's hand as soon as you meet?" The soldier suddenly withdrew his palm and took a step back. He realized that something was wrong at this time. There was not only this man named Feng Chenjuijio in front of him. When he moved his eyes to the left, he even saw a mysterious man wearing a mask standing next to Gardenia. When did these two people appear here? The warrior felt dizzy, as if the two had been standing there for a long time, as if they were the ones who came later. While he was thinking, the Feng Chenjuijio in front of him shook his wrist and took out a broadsword. But when he saw the weapon in Feng Chenjuijio's hand, his pupils shrank. What quality of sword is this? The warrior had never seen this style of broadsword. It was longer than the broadsword he had used in history, and the pattern on the sword was more fancy and complicated. What he cared about most was that there were two symmetrical notches at 1/3 of the sword body, which looked very cool. If you look closely, the surface of the sword is even emitting a faint purple light. Could it be a level 30 broadsword? Although their levels have reached level 30, few people have obtained level 30 weapons. The man in front of him not only holds this unknown broadsword, but also has reached level 33. Higher level than the president. He felt something was wrong. The information revealed by the other party was a bit exaggerated, and it was obviously a hard point. But that is the Heaven Corridor. He can't just miss the Heaven Corridor. At least not now. The warrior immediately raised the broadsword in his hand, and then quickly released his level 25 skill Crazy Blade Slash. Feng Chen laughed softly, and did not dodge at all, allowing all the attacks from the opponent to hit him. At the same time, the health bar above Feng Chen's head gradually decreased. But it can be ignored. After a set of skills, the health above Feng Chen's head was reduced by less than 1/10. Looking up at his health bar, Feng Chen seemed very satisfied. "That's right, what I'm wearing is a genuine level 30 purple outfit. That's the reward from the life-threatening dungeon, the King's Invitation. If it's useless, I cry to death. Not only my protective gear, but all the other various equipment I got from the dungeon this time are all level 30. It can be said that this zombie dungeon has made Feng Chen a better player." Next, Feng Chen raised the broadsword in his hand. "Brother, is it my turn?" After saying that, Feng Chen did not hesitate at all and released the level 25 skill Crazy Blade Slash in the same way. The low humming sound of the purple broadsword in his hand was like a bright whistle. In the eyes of the onlookers, Feng Chen's swing was faster, and the blade light was more dense. In just a moment, the light completely enveloped the opponent. Swish! The last blade flashed, and Feng Chen retracted his purple broadsword. And the opponent. The health bar was only half left. The warrior only felt that the blood in his body turned cold at this moment. Only he, the person involved, knew how outrageous the opponent's damage was. He began to retreat repeatedly, feeling that if he was a little slower, he would have to explain here. What kind of damage is this?" The warrior pointed at the opponent, his face full of disbelief. But Feng Chen smiled and said, "I have something more interesting. Do you want to try it?" Chapter 151. The warrior did not respond. His face looked a little bad. He was slowly retreating to the side of the healing woman. He winked at the latter, and the woman naturally understood and quickly released a healing hand on him. As the blood bar above his head continued to rise, the astonishment on the warrior's face became more serious. This was not a trick, but a serious injury. One skill directly destroyed half of his blood. If he was given a little more time, he would probably have died here. "I'm asking you a question." Feng Chen was also in high spirits at this time. He stepped forward. "I have some good stuff here. Do you want to see it?" The warrior and the healer looked at each other, and then they turned around and looked at the other people in the team fiercely. The woman's voice was high-pitched, like a hen screaming. "Are you fucking blind? People are already fighting in front of you. Come and help." After this shout, no matter who was standing there watching the fight or who was holding Scarface, all four of them came to their senses and began to move quickly towards Feng Chen. Among them, the health bar above the mage's head was missing a little, obviously consumed when fighting with Scarface Haikushianking. At this time, 6 people stood together in front of Feng Chen, which also caused other players watching around to talk. "Ah, 6 against 1? Awesome. Are you treating this Feng Chenjuijio as a boss? No, didn't you notice that Feng Chenjuijio was a little bit wrong? He just hit half of the opponent's health with a set of damage. Are these people so exaggerated now? If we go over, will the skills just now be enough to kill us? Fengchen. The smile on his face was gradually fading. Although he was too excited about the damage he just caused, he was not Lin Chen after all. He did not have Lin Chen's invincible attack power and means. If the other party rushed over, he would definitely not end well. So Fengchen almost subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen, who was standing beside Gardenia. This small action naturally attracted the attention of the 6 people on the opposite side, and the leading warrior subconsciously turned his head to look at the silent masked man. What does this mean? Why did this guy named Fengchen Zhuizhou look at that person with a look of help? Could that person also be a hard point? It should be. Unlikely. Although the man was wearing a mask and his nickname and attributes could not be seen clearly from his clothes, he should be a magic profession. According to the warrior's experience, if I guess correctly. A healer? The warrior whispered. What? The woman beside him frowned and asked. Nothing. The warrior shook his head. Let's go together and get rid of this warrior first. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and started to think. No matter what this person's attributes are, no matter where he comes from, as long as we get the heaven corridor, everything will be worth it. The 6 people looked at each other, and then without hesitation, they all released their skills. Brother, help me. Fengchen swallowed his saliva and called out subconsciously. Then, under the gaze of the onlookers, Lin Chen, wearing a mask, really appeared in front of Fengchen. No one saw how he appeared, or no one noticed him coming over. The leading warrior had already rushed over, with his broadsword raised high. At this moment, his level 25 skill Crazy Blade Slash was still on cooldown, and he had not learned the level 30 core skill Rage, so he could only use the level 20 Rip and Swing. At this time, the broadsword has been activated, and a heavy killing intent spreads. He can't stop. No matter the warrior named Fengchen Zhuizhou standing in front of him, or the healer, who doesn't know how to live or die, he just needs to use this skill completely. Everything will be over. Go! The warrior shouted. He knew that as long as he succeeded in this attack, the others in his team would rush forward, and just throwing skills would be enough to completely engulf the 3 people in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz. The broadsword stopped abruptly, when it was only 2 centimeters away from the mask on the masked man's face. The blade was shaking imperceptibly, and beads of sweat slid down the warrior's forehead, then fell to the ground along his chin, making a splash. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He just felt that something was staring at him intently, right in front of him. No. It was above. It was below, or all around. It was as if countless eyes were staring at every cell of his body with twisted postures. This feeling cannot be described in words. He felt nauseous and nauseous. The warrior felt that he could not hold the broadsword in his hand. He stumbled back several steps, then put his right hand on his chest and kept patting his chest. Yes, he finally found out what this emotion was. Fear. He was afraid. Just now, he seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss. Not to mention attacking with a broadsword, he felt that if he didn't run, he would probably die here. This sense of fear without any reason made his whole body tremble. Looking carefully, goosebumps were densely covering his arms. The soldier turned his head and looked around him. Not only him, but the other 5 people in his team were all in this weird state. Among the 6 people, the woman beside him reacted the most violently. She was squatting on the ground and curled up, shaking with great amplitude and frequency, as if she had just been rescued from an extremely cold ice cellar. The woman's lips were purple, and her face was as pale as a dead person. What's going on? The onlookers were stunned. The 6 members of the team who were ready to kill and rob just a moment ago were like a group of sheep encountering a pack of wolves. They could hardly stand, let alone continue fighting. Seeing this scene, Fengchen suddenly realized that something was wrong. After a while, as if he had thought of something, Fengchen suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Chen. Brother, are they in the fear state? He naturally recognized this negative state, because just after entering the copy of the King's Invitation, when he pushed open the door and entered the zombie world, he also fell into this life-threatening state. Under this emotion, he really had no desire to fight at all. In addition to fear, it was the feedback from the depths of his heart to flee. But how did these people fall into this state? Could it be? Brother, this was done by you. Fengchen's pupils contracted, and his face was full of disbelief. However, Lin Chen did not respond, but waved to Fengchen and Jizi. Let's go. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, Lin Chen thought of something again and raised his head to the scarred face on the side. Brother, let's go together. Haiku Shanking suddenly came back to his senses and then hurriedly shouted, "Here I come!" Chapter 152. The previously aggressive and arrogant pair of men and horses are now in a state of disgrace. They are timidly leaning against each other, as if they have experienced something extremely terrible. The woman who was shouting loudly is now very quiet. She squats on the ground and trembles, and the expression on her face is as if she has seen a ghost. The rest of the people are not doing well either. Even the leading warrior is not immune. He is breathing rapidly and his calves are constantly shaking. But everyone watching knows that these people seem to be repelled by a look, forced back by a mysterious masked man. The masked man? Someone was a little absent-minded. Who is that person? This game world is too crazy. I can't play it anymore. Who said it wasn't? I don't know what went wrong. I worked hard to level up and kill monsters, but when I looked up, I found that others could 1v6. Do you think? Could these people be hidden professions? What's the point of hiding professions? They can be called beta players now. It's no wonder that everyone was talking about it. In everyone's eyes, the masked man did nothing, but he forced back a whole team without bloodshed. Normally, no one would believe such a thing. At this time, the masked man, with the Fengchen Zhujiu, whose attack power was ridiculously high, and the girl Gardenia, who stood there at the beginning, gradually left under the crowd's attention. The archer Haikushianking, who had a scarlet scar on his face, also hurriedly followed the three. The people gathered around hurriedly made way for them to walk, and then watched the four people go away. Haikua Tiankong looked back every few steps, and as they were getting farther and farther away from the place just now, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, it's really infuriating. Haikua Tiankong spat on the ground. This group of bastards. Feng Chen beside him smiled, and raised his eyebrows at the scarred face. What's wrong, brother? Who are those people just now? Haikua Tiankong sighed. So far, there are a total of 8 guilds established in our Baiwest city. In addition to our Futu guild, the group of people just now are members of another guild in Baiwest city. There are already 8 guilds? Feng Chen was stunned. So many? Yes, there are quite a lot. Haikushianking also nodded. But I really want to know how many guilds there are in the entire land of the hunting god. By the way, sister. Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully, then turned his head and looked at Gardenia beside him. How did you offend them? Gardenia looked around, then whispered. I just want a skill book. Skill book? Gardenia looked at Lin Chen who was walking in front and continued. It is Heaven Corridor. When these words came out, except for Lin Chen who was walking in front, the other two were suddenly stunned. If Lin Chen hadn't stopped, the two would probably have been stunned. No wonder, no wonder. Scar-faced Haikushianking muttered to himself. No wonder the 6 of them would attack a little girl like you. It turned out to be the Heaven Corridor. The expression on Haikushianking's face was extremely wonderful, and he even felt that the other party's series of actions just now were extremely reasonable. That's the Heaven's Corridor, a heaven-defying skill that can bring the dead back to life. Feng Chen was also very excited at this time, and he asked hurriedly, Have you learned it? Gardenia shook her head, and glanced at Lin Chen's back again. I'm going to. Gardenia whispered, I'm going to give the Heaven's Corridor to the captain. When she said this, Gardenia's voice was like a mosquito. If you didn't listen carefully, you would think she was mumbling something. The 3 of them still heard it clearly. Lin Chen also turned around and looked at the girl. During the time when he and Lin Chen entered the zombie dungeon together, the girl did not seem to stay by the side of the guild leader Shi Taiyin Liang as she said, but instead participated in the dungeon and the wild boss attack activities outside by herself. This was reasonable and unexpected. After all, in the previous life, this girl was a ruthless person ranked in the top 20 of the entire hunting god land. But I didn't expect her luck to be so good. This time, she wandered independently and directly obtained a copy of the Heaven's Corridor. Perhaps the reason why she was able to rank in the top 20 in the previous life's combat power ranking was probably related to her luck. Thank you. Lin Chen also replied softly, Just learn it, I don't need it. Originally, Feng Chen and Scarface also thought that if Lin Chen learned the Heaven's Corridor, he would be invincible, but Lin Chen directly refused, and the 2 of them were a little distracted. Gardenia seemed a little anxious. After all, the main purpose of the skill book she had just desperately guarded in her backpack was to give it to Lin Chen. But Lin Chen's next words shocked the 3 of them more than knowing that the skill Gardenia had acquired was the Heavenly Corridor. I already had this skill, Lin Chen said. As they walked and talked, the 4 of them had unknowingly entered the territory of Baiwest City. Being in the safe zone, they could use the guild skills to return to the guild building. However, during the process, Lin Chen suddenly turned his head and glanced at Scarface. By the way, how many people are there in our guild now? After saying this, the three people who had not yet recovered from the explosive news also thought of something. Feng Chen and Gardenia looked at Scarface at the same time. Ah, oh. The number of people. Scarface suddenly smiled mysteriously. It's already 55 people. Oh. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Really? The minimum requirement for the guild war is to have 50 members. The number of people in the Footy Guild has now reached 55. Logically speaking, Shirtai Yinliang, as the president, has almost received the recruitment information for the guild war. And Shirtai Yinliang knows Lin Chen's ability, so he will probably agree directly. It seems that the first guild war will start soon. This is good. In the guild war, not only can you get a lot of guild contribution points, if you win the guild war, the most brave players in the battle will get a lot of experience and gold coins. Not only that, their own reputation points will also increase. As the guild war continues to improve, each guild will also appear on the ladder list, and the newly appeared guild ranking list. Then, according to the ranking of the guild war, each guild will be awarded the so-called guild level. There are 5 levels, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the guild level, the richer the rewards given to them by the land of the hunting god. Let's go back to the guild, Lin Chen said. Chapter 153. In the hall of the Buddha Guild, several figures gradually appeared as the beams of light fell. When they regained their sight, they found that the hall was already full of people. Most of them were unfamiliar faces. The gloomy man with the crown was also standing in the crowd. When he saw Lin Chen and others, he hurried over. Vice President. He whispered to Lin Chen, "You're back?" The gloomy man seemed to think for 2 seconds and took off the crown-like ornament on his head. Then, his personal nickname and attributes were revealed directly. It was at this time that Lin Chen learned that the nickname of this man was Gu Cheng. He was usually taciturn, and had the unique quirks of a mage in the land of the hunting god. Most of these people were serious, and would even have the word strange people keep away engraved on their faces. Lin Chen nodded to him and asked, "Where is the president?" The president should still be working on the registration qualifications for the guild war. "Do you want me to call the president back?" Gu Cheng said. "No need." Lin Chen waved his hand. Let him continue. Then he exchanged a few words with Gu Cheng. After all, Gu Cheng was also the head of Xuanwu Hall of the guild. He walked to Lin Chen and others respectfully and bowed. The members behind him naturally knew something. Vice President? The person coming is the Vice President? Come on, go and take a look. Then, all the men and women, young and old, gathered together and bowed to Lin Chen and others. After they entered the guild, they had already met the president himself. He was a hidden profession weapon master, and it was said that his level had reached 35. However, they had not yet met the vice president, the 2 hall masters of the Azure Dragon Hall and the White Tiger Hall. Now that they appeared together, they naturally had to hurry over to get familiar with them. Some of the girls would carefully raise their heads to sneak a peek at Lin Chen, but Lin Chen was wearing a mask on his face, so they could not see anything. Except for the president, who was cold-hearted, the people here were already the most powerful people in the entire Footy Guild. Lin Chen took a quick look at the people in front of him. There were indeed nearly 50 of them, and the most valuable thing was that their levels were basically above level 25. I don't know what method Hai Tian Kong used, but the weapons and protective gear in the hands of these members didn't look bad. I think so. It's not just Gardenia. You have to know that the Fu-Tu Guild in the previous life was also a well-known guild in the land of the hunting god, and its president Shirtai Yinliang was also famous. After a brief exchange of greetings with the guild members present, Lin Chen walked quickly to the training ground alone. Entering the training ground, Lin Chen called out in a low voice, "Guild Elf?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light appeared in front of him. The light faded away, and the Guild Elf appeared in front of Lin Chen with its wings flapping behind it. "Hello, programmer. How can I help you?" The Guild Elf flew up and down in front of Lin Chen, with a childish and crisp voice. Lin Chen said without much hesitation, "Open the guild skill bar." Skill soon filled Lin Chen's sight, about 40 to 50 from left to right, but Lin Chen's current guild contribution value was 0, and he couldn't learn any of them. Lin Chen held an item in his hand, called Rare Attribute Selection Scroll. This item was one of the 4 special rewards of the zombie copy. With this item, Lin Chen could choose to increase the guild contribution value on his own. I just don't know how much this scroll can increase the guild contribution value. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and then urged the magic power into the scroll in his hand. Woo woo woo. A stream of dark green light burst out from the scroll, And then this light instantly turned into countless firefly-like light spots scattered out. In addition to the guild skill bar that had just been opened, Lin Chen's site also showed a dense selection of options. Please select the attribute points you need. Below this line of words, there are basic character attributes, reputation, guild contribution, PvP points, battle pet intimacy, and so on and so forth. You can even choose attribute resistance points, which is a relatively rare attribute value. Lin Chen had seen this kind of item before, but he never thought that there would be so many optional numerical attributes. Almost all the numerical attributes in the entire land of the hunting god are covered. Even the attribute points that are not accessible at the current level can be selected. If Lin Chen had known this scroll before, he would not have hesitated too much, but now, Lin Chen really has some choice difficulties. So many numerical values. Do I still need to choose the guild contribution value now? After hesitating for a long time, Lin Chen sighed. He clicked guild contribution value. After a moment, the option page in front of him disappeared, and a familiar prompt sounded in his mind. You have completed your selection. At this time, Lin Chen also quickly looked back at the guild skill column. The contribution value that originally said 0 was now written as 1500. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes at this time. Damn! He never thought that this scroll would give him 1,500 contribution points at once. You know, after he cleared the grotesque copy before, the contribution value given was only 30 points. 1,500 points, equivalent to clearing the grotesque dungeon 50 times. In this case, Lin Chen quickly stared at the guild skill bar. The originally dark skill icons were now almost half lit up. From left to right, a variety of special skills appeared in his selection range without any hindrance. Now that he had 1,500 contribution points, he could even choose. Found it. Lin Chen quickly locked onto a special skill that was lit up within 3 seconds. Pearl Power. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description. Your skills can now cause critical hits, and the critical hit rate is related to your own critical hits. The guild contribution value required for this skill, 1,200. Originally for Lin Chen, 1,200 points of contribution value was almost a sky-high price, but now it is different. He has a huge sum of 1,500 points in his hand, and he has almost instantly completed the equivalent exchange of this skill. You have successfully learned the Pearl Power. Your skills can now cause critical hits, and the current critical hit rate is 18%. Lin Chen's breathing became a little rapid. He took out the rusty iron sword from his backpack and held it in his hand, and then waited again. Sure enough, the prompt sounded again. Your skills can now cause critical hits, and the current critical hit rate is 68%. Sure enough, Lin Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. Damn it! Yes, the effect of this Pearl Power is equal to his basic critical hit, which means that as long as he takes the rusty iron sword, Lin Chen's skills will be the same as ordinary attacks, and the critical hit rate will increase accordingly. If that's the case, Lin Chen swallowed his saliva. Then if I use skills to kill monsters, will it also increase my attack power? As soon as this idea came up, Lin Chen couldn't wait to find something to test it. After all, the entry for the bug clearly states that as long as you kill a monster in a critical state, your attack power will be permanently increased. But it doesn't say how to kill. Yes, this bug never specifies that you must kill monsters with a normal attack, it just says kill in a critical state. Then, what about skills? What happens if you kill with skills? Unfortunately, I am a spellcaster, and as a sage, my only ranged skill at my current level is the level 30 skill Holy Light Gathering Array. Should I learn this skill first? Even if I learn it, with my pitiful spell damage, even with critical hits, this skill will never cause considerable damage, let alone kill enough monsters with this skill. After all, only by killing monsters that are 3 levels lower than your level can you stack attack power. In this case, Lin Chen opened the guild skill column again. I won't consider the healing skill for now. I should learn another guild skill. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He still has 300 guild contribution points left. He should be able to choose a ranged skill from this guild skill. Ranged skill, ranged skill. And it's better to be physical. After a detailed selection, Lin Chen finally found a skill that he could use. Earth Scream skill type, active skill. Skill description, pierce the weapon into the ground, pour out energy to make the ground tremble, and the energy rolls, which can cause 75% of the physical damage to all enemies in a certain fan-shaped area. Guild contribution value required for this skill, 300. Yes, a skill that looks similar to the Berserker's level 50 skill Ice Cracking Slash from the description, but it is enough for Lin Chen to do some experiments. Lin Chen closed all the pages in his site, and immediately turned around and left the training ground. Behind him, the guild spirit also disappeared into the light, waiting to be summoned by the guild members next time. However, when Lin Chen walked back to the hall, a figure walked over quickly. Great God! The voice was a little hurried, and it also contained a little joy. Looking up, he found that the president of the Fuda Guild, Shi Tai Yin Liang, was standing in front of him. At this moment, Shi Tai Yin Liang's level reached 36, and his outfit seemed to have been updated, such as the long pink stick in his hand, or the shiny belt on his abdomen. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Nothing serious. Shi Tai Yin Liang, just asking you about the upcoming guild war. Don't worry. Lin Chen immediately replied, I will participate, just go ahead and do it. Okay. Shi Tai Yin Liang seemed to be waiting for this sentence, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The guild war will probably start early tomorrow morning, master. You should have a good rest during this period. I won't bother you. Shi Tai Yin Liang could naturally see that Lin Chen was busy, and he simply exchanged a few words of greeting before leaving Lin Chen's sight. But Lin Chen was a little surprised. Tomorrow? Early in the morning? You should know that the guild war in the previous life started on the third day after the first guild was established. Because the number of guilds was insufficient, and the hunting god land was so huge, it was necessary to wait until all guilds were fully qualified to start the guild war. But this time, only one day had passed. What went wrong? Lin Chen stood there and thought for a while, but soon he had no clue. Coming to this world for the second time, there were many things waiting for him to slowly explore. In this case, I need to quickly try whether my skills can add attack power. Lin Chen thought so. Soon, at the main quest NPC of level 28, Lin Chen held a golden quest commission in his hand, and he looked up and down at the smiling NPC in front of him. Yes, in the past few minutes, Lin Chen asked him many questions, either directly or indirectly. But except when he issued the quest to Lin Chen at the beginning, he kept smiling and didn't say a word. Lin Chen seemed to have guessed this result long ago. He shrugged and turned away. Behind him, he finally heard the words, I wish you success, and the gods will be terrified. Lin Chen left without looking back. A few minutes later, he came alone to a wild area where monsters gathered. In front of him was a group of purple-gold bloodthirsty scorpions, reptile monsters. Their individual bodies were comparable to foals, and they were emitting purple and gold light. Lin Chen took a look at the commission for this task. Get 25. Purple-gold bloodthirsty scorpion. Scorpion tails. How to get the scorpion tail. Kill the purple-gold bloodthirsty scorpion for a 50% chance of getting it. Lin Chen did not read the detailed description of this task. He did not care why he wanted to get the purple-gold bloodthirsty scorpion's tail. He was only thinking about whether his skills could make the attack power stack normally. There were few people around, and Lin Chen walked to the 10-meter distance, where the purple-gold bloodthirsty scorpions gathered empty-handed. As long as Lin Chen continued to approach, these monsters would actively attack him. Lin Chen exhaled, and then took out the level 1 rusty iron sword. Then, he suddenly inserted the iron sword into the ground, and at the same time he activated the special skill Earth Scream. Then a powerful force surged into the ground, and then it was like a swaying vine or poison, an invisible force spread from the ground to the location of the scorpion group in front. When the visible wave touched one of the purple-gold bloodthirsty scorpions, the ground suddenly cracked, and a huge explosion sounded. Boom! Measured by his eyes, the fan-shaped area of about 200 square meters in front of Lin Chen was completely cultivated, and streams of fiery red energy gushed out from the ground like magma. This skill directly caused a miniature earthquake in the area. The noise was so loud that it even attracted some people to stop and watch. But Lin Chen ignored it, and just looked ahead. In the chaos, those red numbers floated in the air without any order. -4200, -4180, -4188. All 18 purple-gold bloodthirsty scorpions have died, and a series of prompts came from above his head. You get the item, Scorpion Tail X1. You get the item, Scorpion Tail X1. Lin Chen ignored these things, and directly opened his own panel. His own attack power was written. Current physical attack power, 2637, plus 18. Chapter 154. Sure enough, Lin Chen looked at the increase in his attack power. He was stunned for a while, then his whole body trembled slightly, and finally he laughed at the sky. Awesome. It has been a long time since he felt this kind of joy, the feeling of the unknown, and the uncertainty of his own strength. After all, in his last life, he was just an upper-middle level player at level 80 until his death. There is still a long way to go to reach the top players in the land of the hunting god. You know, in the last life, Gardenia, who was by his side, was much more famous than himself, but now everything is different. He has the most unsolvable bug ability in the world. With his understanding of the land of the hunting god, he will eventually reach a height that no other player can reach. He needs to figure out everything in this world. Lin Chen glanced at the time. He still has a lot of time to use, and with the physical potion reward attained from the zombie copy, Lin Chen will never waste these opportunities. Dun Shan, Chiluo, Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Then, a burst of black fog dissipated, and a knight and a shooter appeared on the left and right sides of Lin Chen. The two bowed their heads and nodded to Lin Chen at the same time, saying in unison, Lord, you know what to do. Lin Chen pointed at the monsters gathered in various areas around him. The levels of these monsters were around level 29. Now Lin Chen was level 32. If he upgraded, the monsters here would not be able to stack attack power for him. So he needed to take this opportunity. Kill them all, Lin Chen said. Yes. Dun Shan and Chilua did not hesitate at all and immediately took out their weapons, the Moon Chaser Bow and the rusted iron sword. Lin Chen's basic attack power was now more than 2,600 points. As undead followers, the lowest attack power of the two of them was around 1,300. As players in their lifetime, they had their own basic attribute inheritance, so everyone's attack power would increase to varying degrees. Even if Shield Mountain strikes with one strike at this moment, as long as it can be a critical hit, it can 100% kill the surrounding monsters. So there is no need for the help of Huang Dachui and the other two. And Lin Chen will naturally not be idle. He already has Sorrow learned from the guild. The CD time of this skill is not long. He can stack more attack power in a short time before reaching level 33. After hearing the order, Shield Mountain and Chilua have split into two groups. They quickly found their targets and plunged into the monster pile. At the same time, in the main building of the Buddha Guild, in a room called Conference Room, the president Shi Tai Yin Liang was sitting at the main seat of a long table, surrounded by all the managers of the current Buddha Guild, and ordinary members were all standing in various corners of the room. The special meeting of the guild officially began. At this time, Feng Chen, who was sitting in the position of the head of the Qilong Hall, smiled awkwardly. I can't contact Brother Lin for the time being. I guess he is busy with something. How about we start first, and when he is done, I will tell him separately. People all focused their attention on Feng Chen and guild president Shi Tai Yin Liang. When Feng Chen finished speaking, Shi Tai Yin Liang could only nod. Since our vice president is busy, let's get started. As he spoke, Shi Tai Yin Liang shouted into the air, Guild Elf? As soon as he finished speaking, the space above the huge conference table began to distort, and a guild elf with its wings flapping appeared in everyone's sight. Hello everyone, how can I help you? The elf turned in the air in an official tone. Shi Tai Yin Liang looked a little serious, and he coughed, Guild Elf. May I ask, how will the guild war tomorrow start? Yes, the focus of this meeting is naturally the guild war that will come early tomorrow morning, a special guild event that determines the future direction of the Futu Guild. Only by winning the first guild war, since the establishment of the guild, will the guild rating in the future be easier. The elf replied softly, after testing, our guild has accepted the recruitment of the guild war, so 10 minutes before the start of the game tomorrow morning, all members of the guild will receive a query prompt. At that time, no matter where the members are or what they are doing, as long as they accept the call of the guild war, they will be automatically transferred back to the venue of the guild war. Hearing this, everyone present looked at each other, and they probably had some idea in their hearts. Shi Tai Yin Liang also nodded thoughtfully. Then, in the guild war, how can we win the opponent? Then who will be our opponent? Will it be the guild in Bai West City? The guild elf answered 3 questions in a row one by one. The opponents in the first round of guild wars are all random. Our guild may encounter any guild of the same race in the land of the hunting god. The guild elf first answered the last 2 questions of the world, and people nodded seriously. However, Scarface Haikushianking found something wrong. He frowned and asked, same race? Not only him, most of the people around him were also a little stunned. Among the people present, only Feng Chen knew what the guild elf meant by same race, but he opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain it, so he closed his mouth instead. The guild elf did not stay for long because of this question, but continued to speak. And the method to win the guild war is also very simple. When the guild war begins, both sides need to invade the square in front of the other party's guild building through the trestle, and then destroy the other party's tower. Almost at the same time, everyone looked at the square outside the guild building. When they first entered this guild space, they first stepped onto the square outside the guild building. Everyone vaguely remembered that there were countless mountains on the other side of the square, and their guild building was built on a towering mountain top. This amazing operation amazed everyone who stepped into this area for the first time. In the distance of the mountain top was an endless sea of clouds, and under the clouds should be a deep abyss. The only thing swaying on the sea of clouds was a huge trestle made of chains and wooden boards. No one knew where the other end of the trestle led to, but now everyone knew. When the guild war begins, the land of the hunting god will use a force to connect another guild through the trestle. All people need to do is step onto the trestle, reach the other party's territory, and then push the tower? Feng Chen said subconsciously. Good guy, I didn't expect that in this land of the hunting god, we still have to play a tower-pushing game in the end? Scarface chuckled. Chapter 155. The world is cold and indifferent, and asked with some concern. Tower? What tower? There is no tower in our square except for the guild building. When he said this, the faces of the people present changed, and everyone thought of something. Could it be? The building he was in was the tower, and the way to win was for the members of this guild to demolish the guild building of the other guild. If it was true, then this so-called guild war was a bit too cruel. Don't worry, everyone. As if he could guess what people were thinking, the guild elf immediately replied, when the guild war begins, the court tower and defense tower will automatically appear in the square, and our guild buildings are invincible and cannot be destroyed. Anyway, you will be able to see them tomorrow. People breathed a sigh of relief, but they also began to get excited. This so-called guild war sounds. Isn't it just like the 5v5 confrontation game in the real world? Thinking of this, an ordinary member suddenly stretched out his hand and asked, by the way, are there 3 trestle bridges? People were stunned and looked at the boy who looked a little shy. Scarface said, you kid didn't look carefully, there is only 1 trestle bridge above the sea of clouds. The boy took a step back awkwardly, but before others could agree, the guild elf answered immediately. Yes, when the guild war starts, the clouds will fade away, and the other 2 trestle bridges will be exposed. This time it was Scarface's turn to be embarrassed. He looked at the boy who had spoken before and smiled. Little brother, how did you know there would be 3 trestle bridges? The boy scratched the back of his head and answered a little embarrassedly. Many types of 5v5 games have this setting, divided into top lane, middle lane and bottom lane. I guessed it at the beginning, but I didn't expect to guess it right. The boy was right. Don't tower-pushing games have 3 lanes? This is common sense in such games. But how can a guild war with so many people participate be shown on 3 lanes? Then, Shirtai Yinliang raised a few more questions about the guild war. For example, the rewards for defeating the opponent, and the ranking of the guild in the future, etc. However, the guild elf's words were rather ambiguous, and its meaning was very simple: it will come naturally. Only when it reaches that step, the people present will know what to do next. Talking too much will be detrimental to the development of the guild. Half an hour passed. In that case, Shirtai Yinliang stood up and looked at the people at the conference table. Let's end today's meeting here. It's getting late, so we disperse. Those who need to rest should rest, and prepare for the guild war tomorrow morning. After saying this, the guild elf floating in the air also disappeared with the flash of a beam of light. Okay, President, you should have a good rest too. The guild managers who were sitting in their seats stood up one after another, and the other members in the room gradually left. See you tomorrow. When only 5 people, Shirtai Yinliang, Haikua Tiankong, Gu Cheng and Feng Chen Ji were left in the room, Shirtai Yinliang actually came directly to the door and blocked the way of the other 4 people. To be precise, he blocked Feng Chen. Seeing the president looking at him, Feng Chen guessed something. President, is it about my brother Lin? Feng Chen simply didn't rush out and asked instead. Shirtai Yinliang didn't hide anything and nodded. Yes, to be honest. I want to know what secrets the programmer god has. When saying this, Shirtai Yinliang was obviously more serious. He frowned deeply, as if he was talking about something that he couldn't understand. Today, I met all kinds of people, and even met with other guild presidents in Baiwest City. They are all top-notch masters within level 40 now. As he spoke, Shirtai Yinliang kept staring at Feng Chen's eyes. But as I have seen, none of these so-called strong people are as exaggerated as the programmer god. No matter how strong they are, they can all be classified as players. Feng Chen raised his head. Without the other party continuing to speak, he could guess what Shirtai Yinliang meant. Shirtai Yinliang continued, but the programmer is completely out of this category. His strength is a bit unbelievable. Yes, Lin Chen could kill Scarface Haikushanking in an instant, and he could also clear the grotesque instance dungeon by himself. After he came back from the instance this time, he heard Scarface Haikushianking's retelling that Lin Chen even scared a team of 6 people with just one look. Feng Chen, who followed Lin Chen, became several levels stronger after coming back this time. It is no exaggeration to say that Feng Chen is now no match for the world. There is a kind of one person's success brings prosperity to all his family members, meaning if Feng Chen hadn't climbed up the big tree of Lin Chen, no one would have believed that Feng Chen's current strength was real. As the world's cold eyes focused on the broadsword behind Feng Chen silently raised his hand to interrupt the other party's desire to continue. I'm sorry, Feng Chen said frankly, if I say, I want to know Brother Lin's secret even more than you do you believe it? What? What do you mean? Tai Yin Liang was startled. You don't know either? Not only do I not know, but Sister Jizi also doesn't know. Feng Chen pointed at Jizi and said, and I feel that we don't need to know it all. Why? Tai Yin Liang asked in a low voice. Aren't you curious? Curious? Of course I am curious. But what's the point of discussing it here? As long as Brother Lin is unwilling to say it, none of us can really understand his powerful secret, so... He waved his hand and sat back down. So give up. Stand behind Brother Lin and be a scoundrel. Isn't that good? Now we are all Brother Lin's supporters in a certain way. Don't worry, Brother Lin will not treat you unfairly. Looking at Feng Chen's old-fashioned look at this time, Tai Yin Liang seemed to have caught some useful information. You seem to verify something? Of course. Feng Chen took out a piece of equipment from his backpack. Everyone looked at it, and found that it was a white equipment rusty iron sword of only level 1. They had seen this kind of equipment in Lin Chen's hands, but no one knew what was so special about it. This is... Here. Feng Chen put the sword on the table. As you can see, it's a level 1 equipment, a rusty iron sword. I saw that Brother Lin liked to use this equipment to kill monsters. I was wondering if there would be any problems with this equipment, so I followed my Brother Lin and used it to kill monsters, but guess what? People came over at this time, breathing heavily. Feng Chen, it's useless. I was almost chopped by that elite monster. Chapter 156. Everyone was silent. Scarface scratched his head during this process. Seeing that no one was talking, he coughed inappropriately. Actually, I'm not curious about this rusty first-level iron sword. I'm more curious about the other weapon in our vice-chairman's hand. As he said this, Scarface made a bow drawing and arrow drawing gesture. Without him saying it, people knew what he was referring to, the bow that looked like it should only be a level 10 style moon chaser bow. Scarface vaguely remembered that when he was dueling with Lin Chen almost killed him with one arrow. Don't think about it. Feng Chen put the iron sword back into his backpack. Let's go our separate ways. I don't like to gossip about my Brother Lin behind his back. After saying that, Feng Chen walked towards the door of the room on his own. Tai Yin Liang, who was originally blocking the door, quickly moved aside. Since he didn't get any useful information, he had no reason to let Feng Chen stay here. Seeing Feng Chen leave, Gardenia, who was standing on the side, also nodded politely to the other 3 people, and then followed closely. At this point, there were only 3 people in the meeting room, Tai Yin Liang, Hai Tian Kong, and Gu Cheng. As the elders of the Fu Tu Guild when it was first established, they were a little confused about how the guild would operate next. It seemed that everything that followed was tied to the programmer. The 3 of them looked at each other for a few seconds, then sighed and stopped talking. And time passed quickly in the anxiety of everyone. Even though everyone was worried about the guild war that would come early tomorrow morning, time passed quickly, and people were not fully prepared, and the next day came as scheduled. Brother Feng, good morning. In the early morning of the accommodation area in Baiwei City, Gardenia opened the door, and saw Feng Chen, who had been standing outside the building. At this time, Feng Chen was staring at a panel of his own in a daze. Seeing Gardenia greet him, he quickly came back to his senses. Good morning, sister. Gardenia walked forward, then looked around, and after confirming that only she and Feng Chen were around, she asked in confusion. Brother Feng, where is the captain? Didn't he come back all night? Feng Chen stretched lazily, then shook his head. No, Brother Lin probably has his own things to do. We can't help much. The 2 looked at each other, and smiled helplessly. A few minutes later, when they were chatting, a crisp reminder sound rang in their brains almost at the same time. Ding! Feng Chen and Gardenia were alert almost instantly. They stood up at the same time, as if waiting for something. There were many other players of all kinds passing by, and a small number of them were like Feng Chen and the others. They were busy with their own things the moment before, and suddenly froze in the next moment. Immediately, the prompt continued. Guild. Hello, member XXX. Your guild has accepted the registration for the Guild War. If you accept the challenge, you will be teleported to the Guild War. Do you agree? After this sentence was heard, two huge options appeared in Feng Chen and other's sight, almost filling his entire sight. Yes, no. Feng Chen and Gardenia looked at each other again, then nodded in tacit understanding, and then stretched out their hands and pointed at the void. You have accepted the invitation to the Guild War, and are entering this special venue. A beam of light flowed upward from the bottom of his feet, and then enveloped all the challengers scattered everywhere. Before they could react, the light suddenly became stronger, and after a moment, the players covered by the light disappeared directly. When Feng Chenjizi opened his eyes again, he had arrived at a huge venue. Looking down at the floor tiles under his feet, he could clearly feel that this should be the huge square in front of the guild building, but there was no shadow of the guild building in his sight. On the contrary, there was a huge, towering special building behind them. Fuck. Feng Chen looked up high, and even had to take several steps back to see the appearance of the building. A tower. The guild was right. This is really a building similar to the tower in the game. It has a special shape, and there seems to be something like a gem shining on the top. If you continue to observe carefully, Feng Chen can even see the health bar of this tower on the top of the huge red gem. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Feng Chen subconsciously read it, but he didn't know if it was because the sun obscured his vision, so he couldn't count the health of the building after counting it several times. Gardenia beside him said at this time, 180,000 health points. Feng Chen looked back at Gardenia, and then swallowed his saliva involuntarily. You know, the general level of these people is around level 30, and the damage that players of this level can deal is only a few hundred points. Feng Chen is holding purple equipment, so it is estimated that the damage he can deal is higher than everyone else. But facing a health bar of 180,000, even if there are more than 50 of them, how long will it take to dismantle this thing? As time went by, the number of people around the building began to increase gradually. Beams of light flashed, and familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared one by one. A few minutes later, the guild's president Shi Taiyan Liang also appeared with Scarface and the gloomy man. After the three appeared, they immediately looked around. There are now 55 people in the Fu2 Guild, and there are already 46 people here ready to fight. It is estimated that it will not be long before everyone in the guild will appear here. However, the three of them kept searching the crowd. They were looking for someone. Not only them, Feng Chen and Jizi were also looking for someone. At this time, their eyes met, and they all smiled knowingly. And after a while, Lin Chen, who everyone had been thinking about, finally arrived. Seeing Lin Chen appear, the big stone in the hearts of the members around him finally fell, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. Great God! Shi Taiyan Liang nodded to Lin Chen. You are here? The world is fickle, and he felt a little dazed. He felt that after not seeing Lin Chen for a night, Lin Chen seemed to have changed a little. If he saw it right, did the health bar above Lin Chen's head become thicker, and the nickname above Lin Chen's head, which was originally red, also turned back to green? If the red-named players want to lower the color of their names back to green or blue, there is only one way, except to use a specific method to reduce the sin value. That is to kill monsters. Kill a lot of monsters. Chapter 157. Lin Chen nodded to Shi Taiyan Liang, and then walked to the side of Feng Chen and Jizi. Brother. Like Shi Taiyan Liang, Feng Chen also saw at a glance that Lin Chen seemed to be a little different. If I guessed correctly, during the time when Lin Chen disappeared yesterday, he had at least downloaded several dungeons, or had been doing quests and killing monsters. Because Lin Chen's current level has reached level 34, one level higher than Feng Chen. Not only that, Feng Chen also noticed that there was something wrong with the blood bar on Lin Chen's head. It became a little thick, but Lin Chen was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see how much blood there was for a while. Lin Chen patted Feng Chen's shoulder as a greeting, and then turned his attention to Gardenia beside him. Gardenia. Lin Chen called out in a low voice. Aww. Gardenia was stunned, and quickly looked up and asked, Captain, I'm here. Heaven Corridor. Lin Chen asked in a low voice, Have you learned it? Gardenia nodded cautiously. Since she knew that Lin Chen had this skill, Gardenia did not hesitate too much and had learned this rare skill last night. Very good, Lin Chen said softly. The people around the building chatted briefly. After about 5 minutes, all the members of the Fu2 Guild were present. After all, this was the first guild war of the Fu2 Guild. No, it was the first guild war of all the guilds in the entire god-hunting land. The members of each guild attached great importance to it. So far, everyone was waiting for the moment when the guild war would start completely. In the distance, there seemed to be the sound of a huge bell. Ding! Before everyone could come to their senses, the guild elf suddenly appeared above their heads. But this guild elf was different from the previous ones. The guild elf in front of them was not a child. On the contrary, she was slender and looked like a beautiful girl in her 20s. At this time, the huge wings behind her were spread out, like a real white angel. Guild elf? Among the people present, except Lin Chen, everyone stared at the guild elf above their heads, who looked like an angel. If you look closely, you can see that she is holding something like a scepter in her hand. The guild spirit slowly ascended, and finally stopped on the gem at the top of the giant tower. Your guild has been assigned to Red Side. Guild War Preparation Countdown begins. The prompt sound appeared in people's minds. It was like a catalyst, making many people present take a fighting stance. The members now leaned against this huge tower, all eager to look ahead. There was a huge trestle leading to the sea of clouds, and at the starting point of the trestle, there was a transparent natural moat blocking everyone's way. As the guild war officially begins, the invisible gap will disappear, and they will fight hand to hand with the guild members on the opposite side. Soon, the words of countdown appeared in people's vision. Countdown, 99, 98, 97. When these words appeared, many people's palms began to sweat. After all, the guild war is different from killing monsters to level up. They need to face players like them. The enemy has directly upgraded from monsters without any wisdom to other guild members, who are fighting wits and courage. It is impossible not to be nervous in this state. In the crowd, even the guild management such as Shirtai Yin Liang and Scarface felt a little dry in the mouth. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed. Don't be nervous, death in the guild war is not real death. The dead will be resurrected after a period of time and return to this place. Hearing Lin Chen say this, the people around were all stunned. Ah! Scarface Hai Qian Kong blurted out. How did you know? Lin Chen shrugged and did not answer this question, but turned to the people around him and continued. When the guild war officially starts, everyone can try to climb the middle road pier, because everyone is playing the guild war for the first time. Not many people know that there are top road and bottom road, so they will all rush to the middle road. If you are confident in your own strength, you can climb the middle road together and fight against the opponent. But boss, with so many of us, can the trestle hold up? Someone asked. It's okay. Lin Chen shook his head. Although the trestle looks fragile, it is invincible, and it is very large. You will know when you get on the trestle. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. And Lin Chen said, there is another point. In the guild war, once the core tower of both sides is destroyed, the outcome of the guild war will be determined instantly. Speaking of this, Lin Chen pointed to the giant tower behind him. There is no doubt that this tower is the so-called core tower. But the core tower can be repaired. Lin Chen pointed to the sea of clouds in front of him. There is a chance that the repair crystal will be refreshed in the 1/3 area of the upper and lower piers. Bring the repair crystal back to the core tower and embed it into the surface of the tower to help the tower recover health. Everyone was stunned at this time. The core tower can actually recover health? Master, how did you know? Scarface Hai Qian continued to ask. So not everyone needs to fight with the opponent in close combat. Some people who are not overly confident in their own strength can first go to the upper and lower lanes to bring back the repair crystal, and when the core tower's health drops, they can repair it as soon as possible. Lin Chen looked around. Remember, in the guild war, no one is useless. Finding your position can make us win more easily. People looked at each other, and then nodded in unison. Okay. Got it. Thank you, Vice President. But Scarface was still a little puzzled. Great. How did you know? Ding. Before Scarface finished speaking, the countdown of the prompt sound had ended. The countdown ends, and the guild war begins. As the prompt sound came out, a strong wind suddenly blew across the world. Whoosh! The hurricane instantly blew away the sea of clouds in front of them. The endless clouds were completely blown away at this moment, and the majestic scenery under the clouds was revealed to everyone for the first time. The mountains and rivers were endless and coiled just below the 3 trestle bridges. Birds whose names could not be called flew under the trestle bridges from time to time, making shrill screams. At this time, people finally saw a mountain in the distance on the opposite side, which was exactly the same as the one under their feet. At the top of the high place, there are some high towers. At the top of the tallest tower, there is a gem that is emitting blue light. The opposite guild should be the blue side. And under the opposite core tower, there are also densely packed players. At this time, The two sides are looking at each other across the sky, and they seem to be waiting for something. Shirtai Yin Liang took the long stick behind him in his hand. As a hidden profession weapon master, his weapon is this long stick. At this time, he gathered all his strength and roared, "Charge!" And someone on the opposite side seemed to shout. Then, the guild members of both sides rushed towards the pier, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Chapter 158. The roars of the guild members on both sides sounded like the beating of war drums, and they charged towards the trestle bridge recklessly. In the crowds on both sides, some auxiliary professions released their own special buff skills. Among them are the 20th level skill Blessing Voice, and the 25th level skill Pure White Mark of the Sage. There are also the 20th level skill Sacrifice for Justice of the Crusader, Night Transformation, or the 12th level skill High Fighting Spirit of the Fighter, and so on and so forth. These skills are all buffs that can be used on oneself and even the teammates around. At this time, people's hearts are boiling, and the guild members of both sides are like wild horses that have broken free from their reins, stepping onto the trestle bridge connecting the two mountains. As the president of the Fu-Tu Guild, Shirtai Yin Liang was riding away at this time, followed by Gu Chung and Hai Tian Kong. The three of them had the highest levels in the guild, and they were also the ones with the highest authority in the entire guild. "Don't be afraid," Shirtai Yin Liang shouted to the members behind him. "The vice president said that even if you die here, you won't really die. I guess the people on the opposite side don't know this, so they will be timid. Then we shouldn't be polite and tear them apart directly." The next moment, as a hidden profession weapon master, Shirtai Yin Liang also released one of his own enhancement skills. Energy Concentration Battle Formation. Suddenly, a bright light circle spread from his body to the surroundings, and soon enveloped all the members present. "Kill!" For a moment, the members who were catalyzed by this skill were like chicken blood, their shouts became louder, and even many female players in the crowd rushed forward regardless of everything at this time, with great momentum. After a moment, Shirtai Yin Liang had already seen the torrent on the opposite side. They stepped on the huge trestle. Although it felt shaky, it was really as Lin Chen said that this trestle was invincible, and its width was wide enough for more than 20 people to walk side by side at the same time. It was simply a natural battlefield. "Brother Chu." While running, Scarface Hai Tian Kong ran to Shirtai Yin Liang's side. "Did you see the words above the opposite side clearly?" Shirtai Yin Liang turned his head to look at Scarface and shook his head. "No, you are a hunter, your vision is better. What is written?" "Write down the main city they are in, and the name of the guild." Hai Qianqing whispered, "They are from Aoki Castle, and the guild is called Zanai family." When they said this, Hai Qianqing and Shitan Liang both showed speechless expressions on their faces. "Damn, these guys are doing a renaissance?" "Don't worry about it. No matter who the opponent is, the most important thing is to win this guild war. Don't worry, we have a programmer god in charge. We can't lose." As soon as the words fell, the person in the front had already met the other party. For a moment, the two sides on the trestle bridge fought hand to hand, with shadows of people and weapons of various colors flashing cold light, like a giant dragon winding and circling in the sky. Whether it was the melee professionals wielding swords or the arrows and spells shot by the ranged professionals, they all intertwined into gorgeous light and shadow in the air. "Come!" Shirtai Yin Liang shouted loudly, and the long stick was waving vigorously, and every swing could bring up a wave of air. At the same time, the guild members on the other side were also not easy to deal with. They seemed to treat this guild battle as a boss battle. 5 knights were running in the front. They rushed into the crowd and smashed their shields on the bridge deck. Then all kinds of lights appeared on their bodies, and body protection skills and taunt were activated. For a moment, the members of the Buddha Guild raised their weapons and waved them at the knights' shields. Scarlet numbers kept rising from the heads of both sides. As they fought back and forth, some attack methods and skills of output professions passed through the gaps in their respective knights' shields and hit the target directly. Boom! The mage's fireballs fell from the sky, the hunter's arrows turned into a dense rain of arrows, and the huge white bears more than 3 meters high were summoned by the beast masters. They rushed into the battlefield, accompanied by the white light of the healing hand. The entire pier shook violently, and the two sides above were fighting hard. At the core tower of the red side, Lin Chen, Feng Chen and Gardenia were still standing there, as if everything in front of them had nothing to do with them. Feng Chen kept rubbing his hands, and from time to time, he would touch the purple broadsword behind him, and the expression on his face was beyond words. However, Lin Chen's expression slowly changed at this time, because he also noticed the members of the opposite guild. Qingwu City? Yes, Lin Chen had a very deep impact on this main city. Because in the previous life, the first low-level main city he entered was Qingmu City. So after entering the land of the hunting god in this life, Lin Chen first told his junior Tang Yu that he wanted to enter Qingmu City. But he didn't know that the landing point after entering the land of the god of hunting this time was not the Ghost Wasteland as last time, but the Lost Coast. Unexpectedly, the enemy of this guild war actually came from Aoki Castle. In the distance, just as the battle entered the white-hot stage, a player suddenly shouted, "Be careful, there is an ambush on the opposite side." As soon as the voice fell, from behind the crowd on the opposite side, figures flashed out like ghosts. They were agile and almost instantly passed the chaotic crowd of people fighting and turned to run towards the healers behind. The daggers in the hands of these people flashed coldly, and it was obvious that they had been lying in ambush for a long time. Assassin? Sure, Tai Yin Liang's face changed. It was not uncommon for the guild to have assassins, but there were too many. 10 assassins were like ghosts. They activated their stealth skills and touched the battle point. At this time, they lifted their stealth and gained a short-term bonus to their movement and attack speed. The goal of the 10 people was very clear. Heal. Return to defense. Sure, Tai Yin Liang roared suddenly. But the other party didn't give them a chance to turn back. They miscalculated. In this guild war, the opponent's strength was obviously not weak, and the number of participants was much larger than theirs. Now it seemed that there were 70 people, no more, no less. I didn't expect that the other party would have such a method. However, the arrow was already on the string and had to be shot. If they forced to return to defense at this time, the attacks of the warriors and knights in front of them would be enough to greatly reduce their health. Although he was a hidden profession, he dared not be careless in the high-intensity confrontation. If one hair moved the whole body, he could not leave. He could only bite the bullet and lead the guild members in the front to continue fighting. The faces of the few healers at the back of the crowd were pale. Facing a group of assassins twice their number, they could only retreat continuously, and even forgot to use their skills. Most of the assassin skills have the bleeding effect. If they are hit, their blood adding will be greatly reduced, so they must not stand still and resolve the crisis by adding blood to each other. But how can their movement speed compare to the assassins, who are good at moving speed? Immediately, an assassin flashed behind the healing, and placed the dagger in his hand on the healing neck, and activated the skill. Slit the throat. However, before his dagger fell completely, an arrow shot from somewhere suddenly hit him. The assassin looked down at his abdomen. He just felt a little weak, and immediately raised his head to take a look at his health bar. As an assassin with high burst and high mobility, his health bar was the lowest in the entire hunting god land, and his level was 32, which should have 5,100 health bars, but now there were only 2,000 points. An arrow shot more than 3,000 of his own health. This assassin retreated like crazy as if he had seen a ghost, so that the other assassins around him were stunned by his retreat. What's wrong? How is your blood? Before the other party could say anything, another arrow whistled in. Dang! This arrow hit another assassin, who was cutting his throat without any fancy moves. A line of red words appeared strangely above the man's head. -6022. The air around him became a little weird for a while, until the assassin who was shot by the arrow collapsed to the ground and fell into a near-death state, and the other assassins finally came to their senses. Something's wrong. What the hell is going on? Their original plan was completely disrupted at this time. The remaining assassins were not prepared to move forward. They all reactivated their stealth skills and hid in the shadows. But the other people behind them didn't know what happened here. They kept shouting. For a while, the battle became more intense. Both sides fought back and forth, and various skills and attacks emerged one after another. In the cold world, as a white light fell, his missing blood volume was gradually restored. Sure, Tai Yin Liang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he carefully looked back at the healing behind him. 5 healings, not one less. The opponent sent out 10 assassins, and did not reduce the number of healings on his side, which can only mean, Brother Chu. Did the programmer take action? The scarred face beside him shot an arrow, then quickly came to Sure Tai Yin Liang's side and asked. It should be. If that's the case, we have nothing to fear. Sure Tai Yin Liang smiled, as if he saw a great opportunity. Yes, in the battle just now, he had seen a player wearing gorgeous armor standing behind the enemy's crowd, commanding the battle. He was obviously the guild leader of the enemy. Even if he was not the guild leader of the enemy, he was still a key factor in determining the battle situation. As long as we can kill him, we can break through here and rush to the square on the opposite side. Sure Tai Yin Liang's heart moved, and he immediately turned on the guild voice. In the middle lane, at the back of the opposite side, there is a guy who looks like a hidden profession and should be a key role. Who will shoot him? At this point, he added another sentence. Don't worry, we can cover you. These words were not only heard by the members of the team who were fighting fiercely, but also by Lin Chen and the other two. The fickleness of the world was actually said to Lin Chen and the other two. At this time, Feng Chen was eager to try. He finally took out the broadsword behind him and turned his head to look at Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen was holding a blue bow that looked only level 10. He had just shot 2 arrows. He looked at Feng Chen and did not say anything, but just nodded silently. Okay. Feng Chen shouted excitedly. Level 30 skill Rage. Activate. He learned this skill in the Warrior's exclusive professional building hero pavilion last night. This skill of the Berserker determines the upper limit of the Berserker's profession. In some ways, it can even be said that Rage, this skill, which can be learned at only level 30, has made the Berserker profession a success. Feng Chen is now just like the half-orc Monka. The purple broadsword in his hand is changed from being held in reverse with his right hand. If you look closely, this broadsword is also obviously different. It is longer and wider, and the blade is hot and red, like a piece of knife blank just taken out of molten iron. The rage state has been activated, and the health bar above Feng Chen's head has begun to drain away. Girl, give me a skill. Feng Chen spoke in a low voice. His voice was extremely hoarse. Gardenia came back to her senses, and quickly used the 10th level skill Wind of Resurgence on Feng Chen. This skill can continuously restore the target's health for a period of time, which in some ways just strikes a delicate balance with the automatic blood loss of rage. Thank you. Feng Chen's pupils turned red, and his movement speed was like a cannonball shot out. Bang! Even the floor tiles under his feet were blown away by his impact. In just a few breaths, Feng Chen had already arrived at the center of the middle bridge, where the members of the two guilds fought. As time went by, the gun smoke filled the battlefield in the middle became thicker and thicker. The number of people on both sides was gradually decreasing, but the fierceness of the battle was getting more and more severe. Under the ruthless baptism of skills, many people knelt on the ground because their health bars were cleared, their breath was weak, and they were in a dying state. Their eyes showed fear of death, but they could do nothing. Compared with the guild members, who were on the verge of death, those who still insisted on fighting at this time no longer had the original fierceness, and the original sharp offensive seemed a little weak. Their movements were no longer swift, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Obviously, in the continuous battle, their will was gradually worn away by the opponent. These members from the Zanai family began to fight and retreat, trying to find a chance to break through. However, they were surprised to find that those on the opposite side seemed to have no regard for life and death, and still rushed over without hesitation. The members of the Buddha Guild had a kind of madness in their eyes, as if they didn't care about their lives at all. Crazy. This group of people must be crazy. Someone from the Zanai family began to say in a trembling voice. On the chaotic pier, no one noticed that a warrior with a red glow all over his body suddenly rushed into the crowd. He held the hilt of the sword in reverse, and the veins on his arms bulged. He plunged into the battle circle of both sides, like a violent beast. His speed was so fast that he almost came to the back of the other side's crowd in half a breath, and stood in front of the commander. Hello? Feng Chen whispered. Chapter 159. The opponent's attention was originally focused on the chaotic land in front of him. How could he have thought that a warrior would actually pass through the crowd and come directly to his side? At this time, Feng Chen activated rage. When he came to him, he hurriedly retreated and took out a peculiar weapon from his back. This weapon is a one-handed type of equipment. It looks like a wizard's staff, but it is shorter than a staff. In comparison, it is more like a healer scepter, but compared to the gorgeous scepter, it looks more simple. At this time, the commander suddenly pointed this strange-shaped weapon at Feng Chen, and it stopped steadily in front of Feng Chen's nose. Are you performing a trick for me? Feng Chen raised his broadsword and was about to chop. However, a special light suddenly appeared from the tip of the weapon, and circles of strange totems filled with red light finally turned into an obscure magic circle in midair. In Feng Chen's brief astonishment, a strong light suddenly burst out from the inside of the magic circle. Buzz buzz buzz. The red light instantly enveloped Feng Chen, and Feng Chen only felt that his speed suddenly dropped at this moment, and both his movement speed and even his attack speed were greatly restricted. Hidden Profession Rune Master Level 10 Skill, Mysterious Light. Skill Effect. Release red runes to emit mysterious light, and the enemy's hit will be slowed down by 80% for 12 seconds. Hidden Profession. At this time, Feng Chen finally realized that the person in front of him was actually a hidden profession. He had never seen any profession with such a weird skill. Feng Chen reacted, and then quickly used the skill. Although his attack speed and movement speed were affected, it did not prevent him from releasing skills. Warrior level 15 skill Piercing Thrust. This skill is not affected by attack speed. Once released, the broadsword in your hand can be thrust out instantly, and in the rage state, the attack power and special damage of this skill are higher. The broadsword thrust out. Feng Chen aimed at the man's abdomen, but when the broadsword deviated directly from the man's armpit, Feng Chen finally felt something was wrong. Miss. Before he could react completely, the strange shaped weapon reached out again. Hidden class Rune Master level 15 skill, Light of Weakening. Use the blue rune to release the Light of Weakening. The enemy hit will enter a weakened state, and the damage caused by the enemy will be reduced by 45% for 15 seconds. Feng Chen felt tired all over at this time, and he couldn't even hold the broadsword in his hand. Good guy. This hidden class's skills are so abnormal, but Feng Chen is no longer the same as before. With the blessing of a set of luxurious equipment, his output is still good. He immediately turned his head fiercely, and released his second skill at the man. Berserker level 20 skill Furious Combo. It can be seen that the opponent wants to release the third skill, but he did not expect that under the influence of his two negative skills, Feng Chen did not retreat, but was very confident and advanced. It is my honor to fight with a hidden profession. Feng Chen smiled and began to swing his wrist quickly, and the broadsword in his hand was impenetrable. Although he was a hidden class, he was still a fragile magic support. Facing the most brutal berserker in the entire hunting god land, in a one-on-one PK, few people could win against the opponent at the same level and combat power. Moreover, this berserker named Feng Chenjujiu didn't seem to be an ordinary person. Swish, swish, swish. The reduction in attack speed did not disappear, but Feng Chen still slashed the opponent 5 times in a short second. 5 strikes, not all hit, only one hit the opponent. Feng Chen's eyes narrowed. This strange feeling made him very uncomfortable, as if he didn't hit a standing person, but a very slippery loach. This rune user must have equipment or some skills that increase dodge. After that, Feng Chen added a level 12 skill Shield Breaking Smash. 2 skills hit the rune user. He only felt that his body was like a flying sandbag. The huge force from the broadsword made him retreat continuously, and finally Feng Chen even raised his foot and kicked himself in the abdomen. 2 skills, plus a basic attack. The Rune Master looked up at the top of his head. Gulp. The sound of him swallowing saliva was clearly audible. There was a subtle fear in his eyes. What kind of monster is this berserker who is 1 level lower than himself? He was clearly in a weak state, but why did he only hit me 3 times and reduce my health by more than 1,000 points in such a short time? You have to know that I still have nearly 250 armor. It seems that you are the president of your guild? The Rune Master held a weapon in his hand vigilantly. From this moment on, he was extremely alert, as if preparing to release his backhand. Feng Chen did not dare to move forward rashly. It's really annoying. Feng Chen muttered to himself in a low voice. I don't quite understand what the skills of this hidden profession are. I might suffer a loss if I rush over rashly. Mumbling in his mouth, Feng Chen also glanced at the top of his head. The wind of resurgence given by Gardenia has disappeared. At this time, his blood bar in the rage state has finally begun to consume blood. If he can't make a quick decision, it will not be a wise move for him to drag it on. But this is exactly what annoyed Feng Chen. After a short fight, he could clearly feel that this profession was very tricky. It didn't look like a high health and high defense character, but his skills were very troublesome. Xiao Feng. When both sides were wary of each other, Feng Chen heard a familiar voice in his ears, and he turned his head and looked behind him. Lin Chen didn't know when he started standing behind him like this. He was wearing a mask, and the hole in the mask flashed a sharp look. Brother? Feng Chen was delighted. He didn't expect Lin Chen to come out so soon. Lin Chen reached out and patted Feng Chen's shoulder, saying, How about? Let me do it. Hearing this, Feng Chen felt extremely relieved. In fact, even if Lin Chen didn't say a word, he only needed to stand behind him, and that inexplicable sense of security was enough to dispel all his worries. Feng Chen suddenly laughed. Brother, although I really want to show off, but... He lifted his rage state at this moment, and neatly retracted the broadsword directly, and then moved to the side. Let you do it, Feng Chen said with a smile. Chapter 160. Lin Chen replaced Feng Chen, and stood opposite the Rune Master. This move made the other party a little confused. He was still immersed in the exaggerated attack power of the berserker, and had not recovered. At this time, he suddenly changed his opponent, which obviously made him unable to accept it for a while. Look at the style of your equipment. The Rune Master whispered, are you a healer? After confirming again and again, he was 100% sure that the masked man in front of him was a healer, but as a healer, shouldn't he stand at the back of the team? But now is not the time to think about such things. There is a big gap behind him. As long as he falls here, the opponent can rush in. There is nothing that can stop them from rushing to his square. He needs to pay attention to the berserker next to the masked man. If he fights with such a person in close combat, the probability of winning is very small. He needs to keep a distance and take the enemy by surprise. Thinking of this, the Rune Master exhaled and immediately took a big step back. At the same time, he raised the weapon in his hand, and a skill on the skill bar began to shine. Rune Master level 30 skill Red Flame Breathing. Skill description: activate the energy of the red rune to release an energy blast, causing 760, based on the Rune Master's intelligence level, magic damage to all enemies within 10 yards, and at the same time produce a burning effect, causing 50% additional damage per second for 8 seconds. This skill is his current trump card. Ordinary Rune Masters would never easily obtain this skill at this time. He also spent a huge price to get it from a boss, and he also lost a resurrection coin for it. Then, a red light suddenly emerged from the bottom of their feet. Then, the light rose violently upward like an erupting volcano, turning into a blazing pillar of fire. Boom! A roar came from the flames, mixed with the magic fluctuations of the Rune Master, spreading around with a strong sense of oppression. Under the breathing of this red flame, Lin Chen and Feng Chen, who were around, seemed to be in a sea of fire. Fuck! Feng Chen shouted and retreated subconsciously. He tried to escape from the raging fire, but when he saw Lin Chen in front of him did not move, Feng Chen thought for half a second and simply did not move, letting the fire cover him. Red flame breathing outside, the Rune Master couldn't help but laugh when he saw the two people standing inside so openly. Don't know whether to live or die. The skill has been formed. Even if they run now, it's too late. The flames licked the bodies of the two people inside mercilessly. With a wave of heat sweeping over, Feng Chen only felt that his blood volume suddenly decreased by about 500, but the attack did not stop. These flames were like maggots on the tarsal bones, sticking tightly to the skin and protective gear of the two people, trying to burn their lives bit by bit. -110. -120. -116. Feng Chen had never suffered such an exaggerated burning state before, and his eyes widened. According to his own memory and experience, negative continuous bleeding states such as burning, bleeding or poisoning generally lose a small amount of blood, which basically does not exceed the additional 10% of the main body damage. But now this extra damage is too exaggerated, up to 50%. On the other side, the Rune Master standing on the periphery held his weapon tightly. He felt the flow of magic power in his body, as if he had merged with the skill of breathing red flames. Looking at the numbers above the other side's head floating out quickly, the corners of his mouth gradually rose. As the flames dissipated, a strange scorched earth, with the flames fading, was left in the area in front. Both ends of the trestle bridge had been burned black, but because the trestle bridge itself was invincible, these black ashes quickly fell off, and the inside was intact. The Rune Master stared at the opposite side. His means should have been able to force the two people on the opposite side to retreat. What? What the hell? It was not the opponent who retreated, but himself. Yes, the state of the berserker was within his acceptable range. The health bar above his head was reduced by nearly 1/3. Nowadays, even if the players in the land of the hunting god intentionally or unintentionally stacked their defense, it was still difficult to stack magic resistance in the double defense at a low level. What's more, the opponent was a physical profession. Facing his high damage skills, basically no player of the same level could withstand his move. This berserker with extremely exaggerated attack power was no exception. Although he was more surprised why this person's health was as high as 6,200, he had already lost 1,800 points. But what the hell is the masked man standing in the center of the flaming ruins? The health bar above his head seems to have dropped a little bit, as if the skin was scratched, which can be completely ignored. What the hell is going on? No. I clearly saw the damage characters floating above his head. Although this man's magic resistance is much higher than that of a berserker, the total amount of blood lost is more than 1,000, but why does it look like a small loss? Before he could think about it, the other party suddenly raised his hand. The healing skills Healing Hands, Reviving Wind and Bathing in Holy Light were used at the same time. Not only the masked man himself, but also the berserker beside him, had recovered most of his lost health bars. Afterwards, Lin Chen looked at the Rune Master who was retreating slightly in front. I have dealt with you Rune Masters many times. I am curious why you didn't use the level 25 skill Dazzling Light? As soon as these words were spoken, the Rune Master was stunned, and even stopped his retreating steps. You? The Rune Master asked in a low voice. Is there any Rune Master in your main city who has learned this skill? Oh right. Lin Chen scratched his head awkwardly. I almost forgot that this skill is a very difficult skill for you Rune Masters to obtain. The other party was even more confused when he heard Lin Chen say this, but he was still alert on his face. He retreated again and drank a bottle of magic potion at the same time. The next round of skill output was ready, and the weapon in his hand was raised again. But Lin Chen's bow and arrow were also raised. The Rune Master was puzzled again. Why did he use a bow and arrow instead of a scepter to heal? Lin Chen didn't say anything, but just silently pulled the bowstring to its full length, and then released his fingers without any fancy moves. Swish! The energy feather arrow did not hit the opponent, but passed through the waist of the Rune Master. Miss. Huh? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Although I haven't learned Dazzling Light, I have already learned Blessing Light. At this point, the other party's face finally changed. This healing can even see through the buff skills on me? It doesn't matter, I can make countless mistakes. Lin Chen redrew the bow and arrow, but you only have one time. Chapter 161. When the second arrow flew over, the Rune Master clearly felt something was wrong. The seemingly plain transparent feather arrows seemed to carry an inexplicable sense of danger. He had the illusion that if he was hit by this arrow, something terrible would happen. He had the skill Blessing Light that could increase agility and dodge rate, but he still chose to move quickly to avoid being hit. Swoosh! The second arrow was dodged again, and Lin Chen pulled up the third arrow again. But at this time, a warrior suddenly appeared behind Lin Chen. It seemed that this person accidentally glanced behind him while fighting with the members of the Fuda Guild, and then he found that there were two enemies standing in front of the decision-maker of his own guild. Hey, someone is stealing the house! The warrior shouted to his own members and raised his sword to chop. But Feng Chen had already made sufficient preparations. He came behind Feng Chen almost instantly and blocked the opponent's attack with his broadsword. Warrior skill parry. Ding! Two broadswords of different shapes collided with each other, and the opponent's skill was directly blocked by Feng Chen's parry skill. At the same time, Feng Chen changed his gestures in an instant, parried and withdrew, and it was time for the warrior's level 5 skill Ghost Slash. Because he couldn't dodge in time and took the Ghost Slash, the opponent retreated repeatedly. He was about to rush forward, but he accidentally noticed his health bar. He stopped moving forward. Not only that, this person didn't forget to take a step back. How can someone cut so much blood with just a level 5 small skill? Seeing that he did not continue to move forward, Feng Chen showed a strange smile, and at the same time raised a finger in front of him and shook it, signaling the other party not to make trouble for himself. Behind Feng Chen, there was another sound of breaking through the air. Swish! Lin Chen should have shot the third arrow, but Feng Chen was no longer interested in turning his head to look. No matter what, as long as Lin Chen hit the opponent, it would not take more than a few arrows for the opponent to lose. After waiting for a while, the sound of breaking through the air by shooting arrows was no longer heard. Feng Chen subconsciously turned his head to take a look, and indeed found the rune user lying on the ground in a dying state. But he never expected that Lin Chen could kill a level 30 player with just one arrow. Brother. Feng Chen looked at the bow and arrow in Lin Chen's hand in disbelief. You. It seemed that, after not seeing him for a night, Lin Chen's attack power seemed to have increased a lot. How did he do it? Let's go and destroy the tower. Lin Chen said lightly. Feng Chen was stunned, and then subconsciously pointed at himself. Just the two of us? I remember there is a defense tower. Lin Chen did not answer, but stepped forward. Feng Chen was about to catch up, but found that there were several people standing beside him. It should be said that they were people because Feng Chen knew them all. Dun Shan, Qilua, and Huang Dachui. The 5 people stood side by side with Feng Chen, and Huang Dachui nodded to Feng Chen. When did you do this? Feng Chen's eyes widened immediately. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned back to look at the 2 guild members, who should still be fighting behind him. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you look at it, even Feng Chen can't help but take a breath. Yes, there are dozens of dying players lying behind him, and their names are all Zhang AI family. And beside the corpses of these Zhang AI family members, the faces of the members of the Fu Tu Guild are full of endless surprise. They stared at the backs of Dun Shan and others in disbelief, and were at a loss for a moment. As one of the parties involved, he felt the most deeply about the fickleness of the world. He rushed to the front line of the battle with the opponent's large army. Because the opponent had more people, when the battle was fierce, these people with a faint black light all over their bodies fell from the sky. No. They didn't come from the sky, but appeared suddenly from the void. After they appeared, it took only a dozen seconds for these people. That's right, the world is cold and indifferent. It only took a dozen seconds for all the enemy guild members, who were fighting with them, to fall to the ground. All of them were on the verge of death. Some people standing on the periphery didn't even see how these people attacked. They could only see them rushing into the crowd, and then there was chaos. When the chaos ended, all the enemy members fell to the ground. No one survived. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Haikong Tiankong hurriedly pulled Shirtai Yinliang's sleeve. Who are these people? In his memory, they had never seen Dun Shan and others. They had played a copy of Grotesque with Lin Chen once, but they had been standing at the entrance of the copy at that time, and did not see the scene of Lin Chen summoning the undead followers, so naturally they did not recognize the undead's outfits. Shirtai Yinliang shook his head. It seems to be related to the programmer god. That's not what I meant. I mean, how come I've never seen these people before? Hai Qiushanking looked puzzled. I remember the names of all the members of our guild, and I've never seen any Shield Mountain, Huang Dachui. Look at that guy, isn't he a monster? Who can have 4 arms? While speaking, Hai Qiushanking pointed his fingertips at Chiyu, who was scratching his belly with his fingers. He seemed to feel someone was looking at him, and he looked back at Hai Qiushanking. Hai Qiushanking finally felt what one glance for 1,000 years meant. Hai Qiushanking jumped up in surprise. This thing has 7 or 8 pairs of eyes. Not only him, Shirtai Yinliang was also breathing rapidly at this time. His eyes were not on Chiyu, but he was staring at Chilua. This short-haired woman had a figure with almost perfect proportions, and her long legs below made people look sideways. Shirtai Yinliang's eyes moved up, and finally rested on Chilua's ears. Humans. Would they have ears like this? Like Chiyu, Chiluo also noticed that someone was staring at her. She paused and turned her head to look behind her. It was this glimpse that made many members gasp. No, she is definitely not a human. At least in my cognition, there is no woman with such a look. She is so beautiful, not like a creature in human cognition. Elf? I don't know who said these 2 words in the crowd, which instantly brought the others back to their senses. Chiluo quickly lost interest and turned her head back. The many members of the Fu Tu Guild present looked at each other at this moment, and then looked at their president, Shirtai Yinliang. Shirtai Yinliang calmed down and waved behind him. Let's go, follow our vice president. Chapter 162. A large number of members of the Buddha Guild walked on the pier in a mighty manner, and they were not stopped at all until they walked onto the square. A moment later, Lin Chen, who was walking in the front, had already stepped onto the other side square. As if some kind of mechanism had been triggered, Lin Chen felt that he was locked by some kind of aura at this moment. He raised his head and looked at the building in front of him. A beam of light shot towards Lin Chen like a laser. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Chen subconsciously turned sideways, and the beam of light directly passed by his chest. A second later, another beam of light shot towards Lin Chen's forehead. This time Lin Chen did not dodge. A dark figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen. He placed the shield in his hand fiercely on his chest, and caught the beam of light. Dun Shan, holding the shield in his hand, retreated several steps, and almost hit Lin Chen before he stopped. He shook the hand holding the shield. My defense is useless. A white smoke came out of the shield, and Shield Mountain lost 1,000 HP on his head. This discovery stunned everyone around. What the hell is this? Fuck, the damage is so high? After saying that, everyone looked up and saw a tall tower-shaped building. The shape of this tower is different from the core tower. It is slightly slender, and the top of the tower also flashes blue light. Defense tower. Without waiting for people to say anything, Chilua behind Lin Chen immediately shot an arrow at the defense tower. Swish. The arrow sank into the tower, creating a ripple in front of it, and at the same time, a damage value floated. Minus 2,200. An arrow fired 2,200 damage, which inevitably made people look at Chilua again, but compared to before, there was more fear in their eyes at this moment. But, even if it lost more than 2,000, the health of the defense tower was still healthy, and its health was enough for 100,000. The defense tower's hatred shifted, and its target was no longer Lin Chen or Dun Shan, but Chilua. Attention! Dun Shan shouted to Chilua. This tower's attack ignores defense, be careful. Chilua jumped up to avoid the attack, but was soon targeted by the defense tower again. At this juncture, Feng Chen realized something, and he shouted loudly to the people behind him. "Don't watch the show." Feng Chen took out his broadsword and pointed at the defense tower. "Tear down the tower." The people watching around were a little dazed, but they all came back to their senses after hearing Feng Chen shout. They subconsciously took out their weapons and roared. Tear down the tower. Charge. The scene became lively for a while, and more than 50 players waved their weapons together. The light of their skills flashed over the open space, forming a colorful light net. They rushed towards the defense tower standing in front like a tide. Shi Tianliang and Hai Tian Kong looked at each other. They knew that only by destroying this defense tower could they completely eliminate its threat to everyone, and go over it to destroy the core tower on the opposite side. Time is running out. If we don't demolish this tower within the limited time, it will not be so easy to demolish it when all the opponents are resurrected and cooperate with the offensive of the defense tower. Let's go too. As Shi Tianliang and others also joined the ranks of demolishing the tower, all members of the entire Fu2 guild participating in the guild war were using their skills to weaken the defense of this tower. After all, the defense tower has 100,000 HP. Although its attacks were dispersed by everyone, each attack could still cause very exaggerated damage. Its attack speed was very fast, and each attack was real damage. Every time there was a beam flashing, players would fall down from time to time because of being hit, but soon behind the fallen person, a new member would take his place and rush forward. "Brother, I'm on board too." Feng Chen rolled up his sleeves and restarted rage. As Feng Chen rushed towards the defense tower, with a red light emanating from his body, Lin Chen waved to the several undead followers beside him. "You go too." After saying that, Qi Luo took the lead in drawing the bow and arrow. Wind Catcher level 20 skill, multiple arrows released. Several arrows gathered together and pierced the surface of the defense tower fiercely, and the health bar of the defense tower began to drop visibly. With the participation of the undead followers, the members who were already enthusiastic were now like chicken blood. "Don't save your mana bar, use all your skills," Scarface shouted. As he spoke, he also threw a few level 20 skills rapid shooting belonging to Ranger at the defense tower. However, the damage caused by his set of skills was less than half of Chiluo's basic attack, which shocked Scarface. The defense tower that was originally attacking below instantly changed its target, and shot a white light at Chiluo. The damage she caused was too high. It was estimated that no one could take the hatred of the defense tower in a short time. Seeing the laser light approaching, Chiluo flew in the air. She nimbly dodged the attack of the defense tower, while continuously releasing attack skills. Swish, swish. Her attacks were very natural, and arrows hit the tower one after another without any fancy moves. She was almost hit by the defense tower several times, but she was always able to escape danger. It seemed that she was the one who possessed the blessing light compared to the rune master just now. With Chiluo's cover, the tower demolition operation became smoother. Feng Chen even used the level 25 skill Frenzy Blade Slash against the defense tower. Time passed by, and the defense of the defense tower gradually weakened under the attacks of everyone. After just a moment, the health of the defense tower was only 1/3 left. Lin Chen calculated the time, put away his bow and arrow, and took out his rusty iron sword. He slowly crossed the crowd and walked to the front of the enemy's core tower. Lin Chen's eyes were fixed on the towering building, with a dazzling blue gem inlaid on the top, symbolizing the central hub of the enemy in the guild war. Since the defense tower had not been removed, the core tower was like wearing an invincible armor, without exposing its health bar. Lin Chen's target was not here. He seemed to be waiting for something. 10 seconds passed quietly, and then, dazzling rays of light suddenly burst out from the front of the core tower. When the light faded, an amazing scene appeared in front of everyone. Those players who fell on the battlefield, and should have been lying on the cold trestle bridge, were slowly resurrected under the cover of light. 1 person, 10 people, 30 people, 70 people. These people were still a little confused about the situation in front of them, and had not yet fully recovered from the haze of death. But as the shouts of killing from the defense tower were deafening, they finally realized that something was wrong. Our defense tower. An enemy member pointed at the members of the Fu2 guild who were dismantling the tower in horror, his voice full of fear and disbelief. Seeing that the defense tower was about to be dismantled, they instantly fell into chaos and tried to pick up weapons to fight back. "Quick, go defend the tower." However, at this moment, they noticed something strange. Boom! The ground began to tremble slightly, as if some huge monster was about to break out of the ground. Everyone turned their heads, and saw a man wearing a mysterious mask squatting on the ground. He held a rusty iron sword tightly in his hand, and the tip of the sword was deeply inserted into the soil. This is... An ominous premonition surged in people's hearts. The next moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and a powerful force gushed out from the ground. Lin Chen's special skill Sorrow that he had carefully prepared for a long time. Chapter 163. With the activation of the skill Scream, the ground trembled violently like an enraged beast, the earth and rocks cracked, and a powerful shock wave spread out in all directions. Boom! This energy is not a simple shock wave, but like dormant magma awakened in an instant, gushing out, forming an irresistible destructive force. What's going on? What skill is this? The members of the Zanai family were all stunned at this moment. Everyone is now hovering around level 30. No one knows what the highest level in the land of the hunting god is. At least now, there are only players in their 30s who do not have this exaggerated skill. Its range is enough to completely cover all the Zanai members present. It's that masked man who did it. Someone pointed at Lin Chen in front. But no one had the chance to interrupt Lin Chen's spellcasting. Under the impact of this force, more than 70 players seemed to be engulfed by the hot magma. They screamed in fear, and their bodies were quickly thrown into the air under the scouring of the magma, like fallen leaves blown up by the wind, but with the despair of being burned by the fire. However, some people found their center of gravity while stumbling, and then quickly rushed to where Lin Chen was. As long as Lin Chen is forced to take a step back, this skill will be interrupted, but the next moment, Lin Chen's eyes under the mask suddenly became cold, like a burst of cold current. Skill Fear activate. On the chaotic ground, the players who wanted to rush to Lin Chen began to tremble, their bodies revealed uneasiness in the shaking of the ground, and fine beads of sweat slid down their faces like raindrops. And finally quietly dripped onto the ground, and before a small splash of water could be made, they were completely swallowed up by the broken ground. Not only them, but all members in the area fell into a strange mood. An unspeakable strange thought was invading them from all directions, like the tentacles of the abyss. As if something was staring at their souls, people began to look around in shock. Even if the energy spewing from their feet blasted away most of their health, they were still looking around in fear. However, it did not come from a specific direction, but was diffused in every inch of air around them, making them feel that there was nowhere to escape. The crowd stumbled, retreating but stumbling again under the shaking of the ground, but they ignored it, and tried madly to escape from this invisible oppression. What the hell? The Rune Master now pressed his right hand against his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat, as if only in this way could he calm down from this unknown fear. What is going on? Did he do all this? He finally realized that he must have been in some special negative state, and fear devoured his reason, making all the members present unable to leave accurately even under the trembling of the earth. He felt goosebumps all over his arms, which were traces of fear. He looked up at his health bar. Only 1/3 was left. In just a few seconds, he seemed to have rolled around in hell. Unknown negative status, extremely exaggerated range damage. Who is this person on the opposite side? Finally, when Earth's scream reached the threshold, there were very few people in the crowd who continued to stand, and many people had fallen into a dying state again. Only some warriors and knights with more blood could still struggle, but their movements became slow and heavy, like being in thick honey, and it was difficult to struggle. Lin Chen stood in front of the scene of destruction, his figure looming in the chaos and smoke. He said nothing, like a god who controlled the power of nature, examining his work. As the Earth Sorrow engulfed the last standing member of the Zanai family, the members of the Futa Guild also seized this rare opportunity to completely destroy the towering defense tower. Boom! Crash! The giant tower collapsed from a height like broken paper scraps, and these ruins and rubble turned into stars in the sky before they fell to the ground, evenly sprinkled on every player of the Futa Guild. Fuck. We destroyed the 100,000 HP defense tower so quickly. Scarface was a little flustered now. He looked back at Shield Mountain, Chilua and others in disbelief. Rather than relying on them, it's better to say that it was all contributed by these 5 people. It's outrageous. What kind of damage do these people have? The beauty with the bow and arrow has the highest damage. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been able to destroy the defense tower so quickly. Not only that, the knight is also very amazing. The defense tower has real damage, but he took so many hits, and is still alive and kicking. As the members were discussing, the president's attention was focused on Lin Chen on the side. Did he just kill more than 70 people by himself? I didn't quite believe it. After all, my attention was always on the defense tower. At the last second, I glanced at Lin Chen with my peripheral vision, and it seemed that I saw a lot of resurrected members of the Zong AI family die in front of Lin Chen. Was it an illusion? But if it was an illusion, where are the more than 70 people who just resurrected now? Just as the world was making wild guesses, Lin Chen spoke. Okay, let's tear down the tower. People fixed their eyes dully on the core tower in the center of the square. The defense tower was destroyed. As long as the core tower was demolished, this guild war with unequal numbers would come to an end. Everyone looked at each other, and then without much hesitation, they rushed to the front of the core tower. They waved their weapons, and launched a fierce attack on the enemy's core tower like a storm. The tower body trembled violently under the attack, stone chips flew, sparks splashed, and the attack on the core tower was more fierce than the attack on the defense tower. Every collision was like hitting a giant dragon, making a deafening roar. The health of the tower dropped rapidly under the fierce attack of everyone, revealing its fragile and true nature. Lin Chen's eyes were fixed on the health bar of the core tower, and he was calculating the time. At this speed, the opponent's members would be resurrected again before the tower was completely demolished. Lin Chen no longer wanted to waste time on those people, because the Earth Sorrow just now gave him a message. That is, killing the participating opponents in the guild war cannot increase your own attack power. That's true, after all, these people are not really dead. As Lin Chen said this, he raised his hand, holding the bow and arrow in his hand. He drew the bow and aimed at the core tower. Chapter 164. With Lin Chen joining, the speed of demolishing the tower was simply a level faster. Even before the opponent's members were resurrected, the last trace of the core tower's health completely disappeared. Gaga. Boom. When the health bar was completely cleared, the core tower made a huge sound. The tower body gradually tore apart. In contrast to the collapse of the defense tower, the collapse of the core tower was extremely real. First, the top of the tower, the spire that once soared into the sky, began to tremble, and then collapsed with a dull roar, and the broken place stirred up a riot of dust and gravel. Then came the middle of the tower. The stone pillars that once supported the entire building broke apart one by one like broken branches. Each stone pillar broke with a sound of shattering. I go. Back off. Shi Tai Yin Liang shouted and began to call on the people around to evacuate to a safe place. As the tower collapsed, the huge blue gem hanging on the top of the tower also lost its support. It swayed in the air, making messy and disorderly sounds, as if it was the wailing of the soul of the tower in its final struggle. At the top of the gem, the guild elf belonging to the Zonai family seemed to sigh, and then slowly disappeared in the world under the gaze of everyone. Then, dust and gravel flew everywhere like a storm, covering everything around in a hazy state. The riot did not last long. After a while, the core building of the opposite guild became a ruin. The collapsed tower was like a huge tomb, lying there quietly, surrounded by a dead silence. Only the dust that had not yet completely dispersed was floating in the air. The members of the Fuda Guild did not know what to do next, and could only stand there and look at each other. What should we do next? I don't know. Just as people were discussing, a familiar prompt sound appeared in everyone's mind. Congratulations to your guild, Fuda, for winning this guild war. Due to your bravery and good fighting skills, the guild war winning reward has been issued to your backpack. The first round of guild war was a victory, and the additional guild contribution value is being cleared for you. Congratulations, your guild has been promoted to Wu. Please keep up the good work. Ranking the enemy kills in this guild war. Ranking the assists in this guild war. People are now used to a series of prompts appearing in their minds at the same time. They can only stand there blankly, waiting for the prompts to end one after another. However, during this process, Shi Tai Yin Liang, as the president, never took his eyes off Lin Chen. Because he just saw something very strange. Those were the 5 mysterious people who had just been invincible. The mysterious woman holding a bow and arrow, the knight holding a shield, and 3 other people with strange shapes, all turned into a ball of black smoke, and then flowed into Lin Chen's body. The world is fickle. I don't know if I should use the word flow, but there seems to be no more appropriate description than this word. As the person involved, Lin Chen seemed to have no reaction at all. Could it be that the 5 mysterious people were really summoned by Lin Chen? But isn't he a healer? Shi Tai Yin Liang thought so. How did Lin Chen get these strange abilities? Just when he was confused, the prompt sound suddenly increased in volume, pulling Shi Tai Yin Liang's thoughts back. This time, the first place in kills, programmer, number of kills, 146 people. This time, the first place in assists. People had no time to listen to the rest of the prompt sound. Everyone, including Feng Chen, stared at Lin Chen, not daring to breathe. What the hell? Scarface broke the silence in surprise. Who killed 146 people? How many people are there on the other side? But when he said this, Scarface suddenly thought of something and his voice softened. Wait a minute. Why am I a little confused? There was a strange crisp sound coming from the mouth of Shirtai Yinliang, which was the sound of his upper and lower teeth colliding due to his abnormal excitement. At this time, he grabbed Scarface and signaled him not to speak. At the same time, his expression as he looked at Lin Chen gradually changed, from puzzlement to shock, and finally, only a face full of piety remained. Yes, he had not guessed wrong nor seen wrongly. At the moment when the defense tower was first demolished, all the more than 70 people on the opposite side were indeed killed by Lin Chen. Although it sounds nonsense, there is no other explanation. Combined with the system saying that Lin Chen killed 146 enemies. If the system does not lie, it can only mean that the 5 mysterious people who just appeared, all the credit for the enemies they killed, was also counted on Lin Chen's head. After all, those 5 people suddenly appeared and quickly killed all the people in the other guild. Brother Chu? Scarface didn't think as far as Shirtai Yinliang, he just felt that his brain was a little out of order, and he was even more confused when Shirtai Yinliang pulled his arm. What did you find wrong? Don't talk. Shirtai Yinliang glared at Scarface fiercely, and there seemed to be 2 blood-red words written in his eyes. Shut up. Scarface closed his open mouth, and then took a step back thoughtfully. Shirtai Yinliang took a deep breath and took a step forward. Great God! Before he could continue to say anything, he found that Lin Chen raised his index finger to him. This meant that he was telling the other party not to speak for the time being, or telling him to look up. Shirtai Yinliang raised his head and took a look. Sure enough, in the sky, the guild elf belonging to the Fu Tu guild had left the core tower, flew to the sky, and finally went deep into the clouds. After a few seconds of silence, the heaven and earth in everyone's eyes began to change. Like a transition in a movie, the sky turned into falling glass fragments at this moment. On the square under their feet, the floor tiles gradually receded like the tide. Everything in front of them began to gradually change. The ruins of the core tower that had been piled up in their sight turned into ashes at this moment, and the heavy rocks in the distance were gradually shrouded by layers of clouds and mist. It was as if they suddenly appeared in another world. When they came to their senses, they realized that they should have withdrawn from the special world of Guild War. In front of them was the familiar guild building, and under their feet was the huge square in front of the building. In the distance, a huge and mysterious trestle stretched into the clouds. The other 2 trestle bridges, upper road and lower road, had been swallowed by clouds and mist. So far, the guild war was over. Chapter 165. As the familiar light faded from their eyes, the members of the Fu Tu guild suddenly found themselves in the lobby of the guild's building. It's out. Well, we won, right? Nonsense. Didn't you hear all those notification sounds? It just felt a little unreal. People began to talk about it, and then many people noticed the sound of flapping wings above their heads. Looking up, the small guild elf had returned to its previous cute appearance, flapping its wings and flying up and down in the center of the hall, muttering to itself. Congratulations. Congratulations. And so on. When everyone came to their senses, they finally confirmed that they had just won the first guild war since entering the land of the hunting god, and they won with fewer people than the opponent. The victory was very strange. Soon, all of their eyes were refocused on the masked Vice President Lin Chen in the crowd. Lin Chen did not care about these eyes, but walked silently in front of the guild elf and spoke. Receive my guild contribution points for this guild war. Except for Lin Chen, no one present knew that the guild contribution points obtained from the guild war had to be redeemed from the guild elf. After all, unlike other rewards, contribution points belong to a character value and cannot be directly distributed to the character's backpack. The guild elf turned in the air and said, of course, because you performed bravely in this guild war, you have received a total of 180 guild contribution points in this guild war. Do you want to collect all of them? Confirmed. A faint light fell on Lin Chen's forehead. Lin Chen nodded to the guild elf to express his gratitude, and then turned to leave the hall. The other members standing inside the hall made way for a wide path, and Lin Chen walked all the way to the door of the hall without anyone stopping him. At this moment, Shirtai Yinliang was standing at the door edge of the main entrance of the hall. Seeing Lin Chen coming, he subconsciously moved to the side, and then opened his mouth to say something. Big? When the words came to his lips, Shirtai Yinliang didn't know what to say. Lin Chen stopped and looked at him. He thought for a while, and said to Shirtai Yinliang, Brother Chu, let's leave the operation of the guild to the people below. Lin Chen looked at Hai Tian Kong and Gu Chung again, and continued, don't forget to improve your strength. After all, your strength is not good enough in the ranks of level 36. Sure, Tai Yin Liang was stunned, but soon nodded. Yes, the master is right. After hearing this from the other party, Sure Tai Yin Liang knew that he didn't need to say anything more to Lin Chen. In fact, in just a few seconds, Sure Tai Yin Liang fell into a strange mood. He was worried that with Lin Chen's ability, this small Futu guild couldn't keep such a monster. Lin Chen walked from the guild elf to his side. In just a few steps, he had already calculated at least 7 or 8 arguments in his mind. He was ready to let Lin Chen stay in the guild, no matter what method he used. Even if he had to give up the title of his own guild, he would never hesitate. However, Lin Chen did not propose to leave the guild, but asked the senior members to improve their strength. In this case, Lin Chen had no plan to leave the guild in the short term. Sure Tai Yin Liang breathed a sigh of relief and watched Lin Chen walk out of the building. Soon, Feng Chen and Ji Zi, the heads of Qinglong Hall and Baihu Hall, hurriedly followed behind Lin Chen. When the three people's backs became farther and farther away, and finally disappeared directly from everyone's eyes, the quiet scene around them gradually began to rustle. There were even many members who followed Lin Chen's example, standing in front of the guild elves and shouting to withdraw their guild contribution points. Sure Tai Yin Liang did not make any other moves, just standing there thinking. Beside him, Scarface, Hai Tian Kong and Gu Chung came over, and they followed Sure Tai Yin Liang's gaze to look at the square outside. Scarface hesitated for a while, and said in a low voice, Brother Chu, what do you think? The overall feeling is the same as before, but... Sure Tai Yin Liang replied, I am more afraid of him. He did not hide his true feelings for Lin Chen. Not only him, Hai Tian Kong and Gu Chung definitely felt the same way. Gu Chung, who usually spoke less, nodded in agreement. He said, I am more curious about why he knows so many things that we don't know. For example, in this guild war, he did not attend yesterday's meeting, but he not only knew that there were 3 piers, but also knew that there would be something that could repair buildings on 1/3 of the upper and lower piers. When the guild war officially started, I sent a member to verify it, and the result was the same as he said. There are indeed special props in that place that can repair the core tower. And more. Scarface also said quickly, do you remember the bizarre demon copy? He said something when he handed the special item to Brother Chu. The 3 of them recalled the original copy at the same time. When Lin Chen handed the special item magic crystal stone to Sure Tai Yin Liang, Feng Chenjujiu asked in front of the 3 people, strange, why is there no clearance treasure chest? Then, Lin Chen did say such a sentence. Each player can only enter this special dungeon once, and there is no clearance reward. After completing the dungeon, you need to return to the dungeon entrance to exit. This sentence is very unreasonable. How does he know these things, to be precise? How does he know so many things? Scarface's expression was very exaggerated. We have never heard of it. If he hadn't said that the dead in the guild war would be resurrected, I would have been a little afraid to fight with the other party. Speaking of guild wars, I also feel it's outrageous. How did he kill more than 70 people on the opposite side? Scarface didn't finish his words, and immediately continued. Not only that. Kuching also sighed and said, remember those weird people? Weird people? The 2 thought about it, and then they were slightly stunned. Are you talking about the woman with long ears? Scarface thought of something. Like a fucking elf. Is it possible that she is an elf? Sure Tai Yin Liang said coldly. Real elves? Scarface and Gu Chung looked at him at the same time. I always feel that. This hunting god land is more than we imagined. He stopped talking here. He no longer needed to continue. The 2 people beside him did not continue to answer. They just stared at the front without saying a word. After a while, Baiwa City, the mission hall. Lin Chen was standing in the middle of the hall with Feng Chen Easy. In front of them was the dwarf NPC, who had become familiar to them. At this time, under the gaze of Lin Chen and the other 2, he was looking for something in the package behind him. 10 seconds later, the dwarf finally exclaimed in his mumbling. Aw, found it! He turned around, holding a strangely shaped object in his hand. It was a stone that looked very much like a crescent moon. It was white all over, and seemed to be flashing a special fluorescence under the sunlight. That's it, respected chosen ones. This moonstone fragment is the key item that can lead you to the temple of the moon goddess. Go to the designated location to get more fragments, and then bring them to me. I will find a way to turn them into a stepping stone to let you enter the temple. As he said that, the NPC handed the fragment in his hand to Lin Chen. When Lin Chen took the stone fragment, a task prompt instantly appeared in the sight of the three of them. Ding! You have accepted the main task. Moonstone. Go to Desolate Sacrifice Ruins, kill the monster. Insane Sacrifice, and get 30 Moonstone fragments from them. Bring the Moonstone fragment back, you will get the task item. Moonstone key. Lin Chen just glanced at the task prompt and put the fragment in his hand into his backpack. Because the three of them are now in the same team, they only need the team leader to accept the task. Lin Chen, who had played the game of Hunting God twice, was very familiar with this task and did not need to read the task details too much. Seeing that Lin Chen collected the fragments very quickly, the NPC raised his eyebrows. But soon he found that Lin Chen did not leave, but stood there and looked at him straight. Although Lin Chen was wearing a mask, the dwarf NPC could clearly sense that the eyes under the mask were staring at him. The NPC could only smile at him and said, "I wish you success, and the gods will be terrified." After saying this, he stretched out his hand and made a funny gesture. He held his head high, placed his right hand on his chest, and raised his left arm, with his legs one in front of the other, the front leg half bent and the back leg straight. It was the same as the first time he met this NPC. Even the movements did not change at all. Lin Chen did not return the greeting this time. He looked at the dwarf thoughtfully and suddenly said, "How long do you think the world boss will survive this time?" The NPC was stunned after hearing this, and he did not even have time to retract the action he made. "World boss?" the NPC asked subconsciously. "Yes." Lin Chen shrugged. "Level 30 world boss, moon goddess, Anna." As soon as he said this, the dwarf NPC took a step forward, his face full of disbelief. "You? How did you know you are?" But Lin Chen suddenly laughed, and his eyes under the mask even became a little playful and teasing. "So not all NPCs know about the second round players?" Lin Chen leaned down and whispered to the NPC's ear. "That is to say, the entire God Hunter land has not completed the level 39 main quest so far, right?" The NPC did not speak, but stared at Lin Chen strangely. And Lin Chen had no reason to continue prying information from this dwarf. Although he was the most core quest NPC in the White Moon City Quest Hall, he didn't seem to know anything about the second round player. "Let's go!" Lin Chen waved to Feng Chun and Jizi behind him. Feng Chun and the others hurriedly followed. "Brother, what is the world boss you just mentioned?" Lin Chen's voice, when talking to the NPC, was not small. In addition to the whisper just now, Feng Chun and Jizi could hear it clearly. As a senior game geek, Feng Chen could probably guess something about the world boss that Lin Chen mentioned. Lin Chen led the two of them out of the mission hall and moved towards the mission location. It's similar to the games you play. There are many world-level bosses scattered across the land of the hunting gods corresponding to different levels. Before level 40, there is a world boss called Moon Goddess Anna that needs to be defeated. In the context of online games, world boss is a specific term used to describe a special kind of game monster or enemy. These enemies have several key features that make them stand out from the average monster or enemy. First of all, it is difficult. In the land of the hunting god, every world boss is stronger and more challenging than ordinary wild bosses or dungeon bosses. They have incredible health, attack power or special skills, and players need to make more efforts to defeat them. Secondly, it requires the participation of all servers. The appearance of world boss is often not just to meet the challenge needs of individual players or teams, but to attract players from the entire land of the hunting god to participate together. Correspondingly, if you kill the world boss, the reward you get is not comparable to ordinary rewards. Then, brother, the world boss is related to the main quest. Feng Chen didn't quite understand. In general games, the world boss is independent, but why does it feel like the world boss in the land of the hunting god is linked to the main quest? Lin Chen laughed. "You're right, not only is it linked, it's also very important." Lin Chen said, "If you don't kill the level 30 world boss Moon Goddess Anna, everyone in the land of the hunting god, remember, everyone, will be stuck at level 39, and no one will reach level 40. Huh? Not only Feng Chen, but even Gardenia was stunned. What kind of weird rule is this? If you want to reach level 40, you must kill the level 30 world boss? Then how will this level 30 world boss appear? Feng Chen asked hurriedly. It's not difficult, as long as someone completes the main task of level 39. Lin Chen opened the ladder list as he spoke. On the level list, the highest level at the top is now all level 39. Yes, some people have entered the level 39 ranks for a long time, but because the main task of level 39 is more difficult, no one has completed it first. But it's just a matter of time. It won't be long before someone will awaken the world boss. Although it's the world boss, if you want to participate in killing the world boss, you still need to reach level 35 or above. Lynchen closed the ladder list page. So let's not worry about other things. Let's upgrade first. Chapter 166. Along the way, Fengshen kept asking Lynchen about the information of the level 30 world boss. He never thought that Lynchen knew all these things, and knew them in such detail, but Fengshen soon began to get excited. Brother, according to you, as long as we reach level 35, we can participate in the crusade against the world boss? Yes. Lynchen nodded. Then, the world boss will only appear after the level 39 main task is completed? Yes. What a pity. If we were level 39 now, with me here, we would have completed the mission. Fengshen looked a little disappointed. It's a pity that our level is not high enough. It doesn't matter. As long as someone completes the task in the entire land of the hunting god, it's fine. Lynchen stopped at this time and looked ahead. We are here. Fengshen and Gardenia looked ahead. In front of them was a ruined site similar to a sacrificial temple. However, from this time on, the three of them could see players everywhere around the ruins. So many people. Gardenia widened her eyes and looked around. The faces of the players around her were full of impatience. This expression was not the first time they had seen it. As early as the main quest star prayer dungeon at level 20, the players also gathered together like this, waiting for the pioneering team to come out of the dungeon. Now, these people are still like this. They gather in groups of 3 or 5, discussing something in a low voice, or stand alone, quietly aside, with sharp light flashing in their eyes. Fengshen glanced at the task interface, and found that the task they had to complete was level 32, but there seemed to be too many players around. I didn't expect so many people to reach level 32. The further they walked, the more excited the players gathered. In the end, they even had to squeeze through the crowd to see the task NPC. Brother, do you think we should also find a few players to form a team? Fengshen looked around while walking and asked Lynchen in a low voice. Lynchen shook his head. No, I remember there is no number requirement for this mission. Our team is enough to handle it. Gardenia also came forward at this time. Her eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Captain, what are so many people going to do here? Lynchen sighed. Grab monsters. Grab monsters? Gardenia and Fengshen looked at each other, obviously not understanding what Lynchen meant. But soon, someone suddenly shouted loudly not far away. The monster has refreshed, grab it. Then, they could see the motionless crowd around them began to swarm in that direction. Lynchen and the other two were almost knocked to the ground by the crowd even though they were standing still. This scene was as exaggerated as when the canteen opened for dinner. In less than half a minute, the group of players returned to their original positions. Damn, you've been so stingy, and only 40 have been refreshed in total? When can you get 30 pieces of moonstone fragments? A knight cursed. The rest of the people also sighed. Obviously they had gained nothing so far. Seeing this scene, Fengshen understood, but he just couldn't believe it. Oh my god. Could it be that these people are here just to wait for the monsters to refresh? Seeing Lynchen acquiesce, Fengshen felt his scalp tingling. When will this happen? At this point, Fengshen subconsciously looked back. On the way they just came, there were still a steady stream of players joining the monster-grabbing team, but so far no one has left. At this speed of killing monsters, let alone reaching the level of attacking the world boss, the cucumbers will probably be cold by the time you reach level 35. Lynchen patted Fengshen and Jizi on the shoulders. Change the place, follow me. Then Lynchen walked away from the crowd and went in another direction. Fengshen and Jizi followed closely behind, and the actions of the three of them were obviously seen by others as being unable to wait and retreating first. At this time, some of the people who were waiting hard finally began to follow suit. Well, let's go too. There are so many people, too many wolves and too little meat. We can't finish it before dark. Let's go first. Captain, let's retreat too. Let's do some side quests first. Afterwards, more and more people began to leave, but most people still chose to wait. Fengshen turned his head and looked behind him, then quickly looked back at Lynchen's back. Brother, many people have started to leave. Should we go back? But Lynchen shook his head. Just follow me. Out of unconditional trust in Lynchen, Fengshen and Jizi stopped talking and just followed closely behind Lynchen. They crossed huge pieces of rubble and collapsed building debris, walking all the way north until the number of people around them dropped sharply, and there was not even a single player in sight. After walking for a while, Lynchen finally stopped. This place was already the back of the area just now. There was no one here, but... It's a monster! There's a monster! Feng Chen looked at the monster wandering back and forth in front of him in surprise. Above their heads, the words Insane Priests were written. Obviously, they were the targets of this level 32 main quest. Before Feng Chen could make a move, a black smoke spread, and 5 undead followers appeared at Lin Chen's side, without any warning. Dan Shan and Qilua stood in the front, followed closely by Huan Dachui, roaring brother and Qiyu. Feng Chen, who was about to rush forward with a sword, immediately put away his broadsword and stood respectfully behind Lin Chen. With the appearance of these 5 great gods, there would be nothing for him to do. Lin Chen whispered to the undead followers, "You know what to do." Yes. In front of them were the undead followers rushing into the monster pile to fight, while Lin Chen and the other 2 were sitting on a stone board. The 3 of them opened their backpacks one after another, and were checking the rewards and items they had recently received. In addition to the rusty iron sword that occupied more than half of the backpack, there were also some items that were recently obtained, such as the rewards obtained in the Guild War. There are 2 gift packs in total. According to the memory of the previous life, the rewards for winning the Guild War are nothing more than some experience, guild contribution points and gold coins, and there are rarely any gift pack items. However, this is the first Guild War after all, and since he is the brave of this Guild War, it is understandable to give 2 gift packs. Lin Chen clicked on the first gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Nightmare Dungeon Challenge Ticket X1. You can now open any dungeon. Nightmare. Difficulty mode. Congratulations, you have obtained a new title, Brave and Good at Fighting. When wearing this title, you will gain 5% of the maximum attack power and maximum spell attack. The first gift bag has been opened, and Lin Chen is a little surprised. So this kind of thing can be opened in the rewards for winning the Guild War? Nightmare Dungeon Challenge Scroll? Lin Chen murmured, open the nightmare mode of any dungeon? You should know that there are 4 difficulty levels in the dungeon mode: normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell, but low-level players can only access 2 difficulty levels now. Normal and difficult. To reach the difficult mode, you need to clear the normal dungeon once. But to open the nightmare difficulty, it is not 100% possible to achieve it by just clearing the difficult level. It is said that the probability of opening the nightmare difficulty is pitifully small. Take the Star Prayer Dungeon as an example. Even if Lin Chen clears the difficult mode 10 times in a row, he may not necessarily open the nightmare. Its success rate is less than 1 in 10. But now with this challenge ticket, Lin Chen can open the nightmare mode in any dungeon. It's really a good thing. Lin Chen took another look at the second item. A title called Brave and Good at Fighting. But when Lin Chen focused his eyes on the effect of this title, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Get 5% of the maximum attack power and maximum spell attack? After seeing this line of words, Lin Chen took off the helping the weak and fighting that he was wearing now without any hesitation, and then put on Brave and Good at Fighting. At the same time, the attack power column on his basic attribute panel reads, Attack Power, 3234. At 154, after a series of monster kills, Lin Chen's attack power has now been added up to 3080. After wearing this title, it has directly reached 3,234 points. If a critical hit is caused, Lin Chen can hit 6,468 physical attack power. However, Lin Chen is still not satisfied. If the critical hit rate is higher, he can basically increase 1 point of attack power for each monster killed. I can't force it. Let's do this for now. Lin Chen consoled himself. Then, he clicked on the second gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Resurrection Coin X5. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Wow. He really didn't expect this gift pack to be so generous? I actually gave a resurrection coin directly. Lin Chen was stunned. No, it's 5? It turned out that the rewards for the first Guild War were so rich, and 5 resurrection coins were given at one time. Thinking of this, Lin Chen closed the backpack page and quickly turned his head to look at Feng Chen and Gardenia beside him. If he guessed correctly, the 2 of them should. Sure enough, the expressions of these 2 people were equally wonderful. Brother. Feng Chen was trembling when he spoke. I got 5 resurrection coins. Captain, Me too. Gardenia also answered hesitantly. Yes, except for Lin Chen who got 2 gift packs, Feng Chen and Gardenia only got 1 gift pack. But what a coincidence that the gift packs Feng Chen and Gardenia got were the resurrection coin gift packs. When have they ever seen so many resurrection coins? Both of them had distorted faces due to extreme excitement. I've never fought such a rich battle. Feng Chen danced with excitement. For them, resurrection coins are a second life. They have only received one resurrection coin since they came to the land of the hunting god. That was the one they had when they were born. However, so far, most of the players in the land of the hunting god have used up that resurrection coin. No one knows how to get this thing. It cannot be dropped by killing monsters, nor can it be obtained from the clearance treasure chest after the dungeon boss dies. It seems that it is impossible to get it. But now, 5 resurrection coins at a time are enough to give Feng Chen and his team 5 chances to be reborn. In the distance, Dun Shan Qiluo and other undead followers are still killing monsters, so that they have completely completed the task of collecting moonstone fragments 3 minutes ago, but Lin Chen has no intention of letting them stop. When all the monsters around them were killed by them, Lin Chen's basic attack power also reached 3301. When the 5 undead followers returned to Lin Chen came back to his senses. Lord, we have cleared all the monsters in this area. Do we need to wait for them to refresh? Dun Shan's voice was low. He looked around and confirmed that no monster was missed, then reported to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked into the distance, and after making sure that there was really no omission, he nodded gently and said to Dun Shan, "No, thank you for your hard work, come back." As Lin Chen finished speaking, the undead followers, who had been following him, turned into black smoke and obediently entered Lin Chen's body. Feng Chen and Jizi, who had been excited beside him, also looked at Lin Chen at this time, with anticipation in their eyes. "Brother, can we go and hand in the task? I can't wait to reach level 35. As Feng Chen spoke, he took out the return stone from the package and prepared to start. However, just as Lin Chen was about to nod his head in agreement, a deafening bell sound suddenly rang out throughout the entire hunting god land. The bell sound seemed to come from the sky, stirring the hearts of every player, making them feel an inexplicable shock. Ding! Then, the sky above their heads seemed to be torn apart by a powerful force, and a huge crack appeared in the air. From the crack, a strong light shone down, illuminating the entire hunting god land. If you look closely, you can clearly see that there seems to be a moon-like object in the light that is slowly drilling out. As the moon-like object is completely exposed, the entire hunting god land seems to be completely covered by moonlight. Every piece of grass, every mountain, and every tree is bathed in this bright moonlight, which seems particularly peaceful and weird. Lin Chen frowned. "Here it comes," he murmured. As Lin Chen's voice fell, there was an invisible danger hidden in this beauty. A beautiful figure gradually appeared in the moon. She was wearing a moon-white dress, her hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were shining with a cold light. Her appearance made the air in the entire hunting god land tremble. Warning, the world boss, Moon Goddess Anna, has arrived. As the system prompt sounded, everyone was stunned. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "It seems that someone has completed the level 39 main task, which is faster than I thought." Chapter 167. In the following time, the entire land of the hunting god seemed to be given new life, and every corner was filled with a unique atmosphere. As long as the players looked up, they could find a bright and huge moon hanging high in the sky, like a huge mirror, reflecting every corner of the land of the hunting god. Some players who were worried in the land of the hunting god soon began to kneel down. Most of them were only around level 10, and some even lingered in the novice village and were unwilling to go out. In the entire land of the hunting god, there were many such people. Seeing such a miracle, a large number of these people began to kneel and kowtow to the sky, and many of them kowtowed violently and prayed wailingly. God, please forgive me. Let me return to real life. Is this God's punishment for us? Such similar words are everywhere. They don't care about the so-called world boss at all, and they turn a deaf ear to the system prompts that appear in their ears and eyes. Conquer the world boss? No. They just want to leave this place. They just want to go out. They just want to return to real life. Apart from these people, normal players looked up at the bright moon that seemed to be gradually turning scarlet. This moon is not only the master of the night sky, but also the background of the entire land, making a mysterious and majestic figure more eye-catching. As long as they look up, they can see a woman floating alone in front of the moon with the moon as the background. Whether players are exploring the vast wilderness or traveling through the bustling main city, they can feel the gaze of this so-called world boss. She quietly watches every corner of this continent, even every player. She has a name that makes countless players shudder. World boss, Moon Goddess, Anna. After completing a series of tasks, Lin Chen and the other two finally returned to Baiwa City. Sister, are you afraid? Feng Chen and Jizi were now hurriedly following behind Lin Chen. They walked in a hurry, and didn't even have time to talk to the NPCs around them. They rushed into the mission hall and quickly completed the mission handover. Ah! Shizi's expression, which was not very nervous at first, was a little flustered by Feng Chen's words. Don't be afraid, Brother Feng is here to protect you. Feng Chen patted his chest, but soon his tone softened. No matter how bad it is, there is still Brother Lin. Lin Chen did not participate in the discussion, but moved quickly. They were running out of time, and the tense atmosphere made it impossible for them to stop. After a while, when Gardenia finally reached level 35, the entire team instantly received a call from the system. At the same time, a striking reminder popped up in the center of the three people's sight. Congratulations, all players in your team have reached level 35, and have met the requirements for defeating the world boss. Are you willing to be teleported to the exclusive venue? Feng Chen and Gardenia looked at Lin Chen nervously, their faces full of expectation and anxiety. Feng Chen was even more flustered. He had just pulled himself out of a fierce guild war, and had no time to rest before he had to throw himself into an even more intense battle. Brother, are we going over now? Feng Chen's voice revealed a little trepidation. He was worried whether he could cope with the next challenge. Don't be nervous. Lin Chen stretched out his hand, and gently clicked the accept button on the screen. He said, after the teleportation, the boss battle will not start immediately. It will only start when a certain number of people are met. Now that the world boss has just appeared, there won't be too many people. Feng Chen was about to agree, but before he could say anything, a strong light suddenly covered their eyes. The teleportation began. The entire team was instantly wrapped by an invisible force, and the bodies of the three people began to float up involuntarily, and then some force seemed to forcibly pull their bodies, as if they were passing through some strange tunnel made entirely of white optical fibers. Buzz buzz buzz. A strange sound was heard, and the light around them flickered. In an instant, they were teleported to a battlefield dedicated to the World Boss Crusade. Damn! Feng Chen only felt his feet touch the soft ground, and he subconsciously reached out to grab something. Gardenia beside him also cooperated and stretched out her hands to help Feng Chen up. Girl. Feng Chen saw Gardenia's face clearly, and then looked around in a trance. This special battlefield is extremely vast. The entire battlefield is endless, and the moon above seems to be within reach. The ground is covered with silver gravel, reflecting the moonlight, as if covered with a thin layer of frost. Feng Chen let go of Gardenia's hand, and he pulled his foot out of the gravel, but soon sank back in. All around, there were towering rocks, which were coated with a faint silver glow by the moonlight, adding a bit of mystery and solemnity. In the center of the battlefield, a huge altar stood there, as if it was a portal to another world. Above the altar, a ray of light gradually gathered and finally condensed into a huge ball of light. In the ball of light, a female figure could be vaguely seen, and she was the target of their trip. World Boss, Moonlight Goddess, Anna. Gudong. Feng Chen swallowed his saliva and took a step back subconsciously. He had never thought that he would fight against God one day. How could he have thought that the god who was called the savior in any game would appear in the form of a world boss in the land of hunting gods? Lin Chen did not think as much as Feng Chen did. At this moment, he focused his attention on the players, who gradually appeared around him. It was similar to what Lin Chen imagined. There were still only a few players who reached level 35. Even in the entire land of hunting gods, it was estimated that there were only a few who could come to this place at this time. However, Lin Chen could still see many players of strange races appearing around him. Roughly speaking, there were already hundreds of them. Brother. Feng Chen came close and asked softly, when will it start? Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at the top of the boss's head. Anna was tall and elegant. She was wearing a long dress woven by moonlight, and her long hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. Her face was as bright as the moon, and her eyes were deep and mysterious, as if she could see through everything. Her body exudes a faint silver light, just like her title, Moonlight Goddess. At this moment, there is a symbol similar to a U-shaped groove on top of Anna's head. The symbol is transparent as a whole, but the 1/5 of the position directly below it has been filled with black material. As the number of players around continues to increase, the black material in the symbol is also increasing. Look at that hourglass. Lin Chen pointed to the symbol on top of Anna's head. When the black quicksand is full, the boss's health bar will be revealed. Feng Chen and the other two turned to look over, and indeed saw a transparent symbol that was gradually filled with black matter. But according to the current amount, to fill this hourglass, the number of players is far from enough. Don't worry, take a break. Lin Chen signaled Feng Chen and Jizi to find a place to rest. In his previous life, he also participated in a similar world boss battle, but the one he participated in was a level 40 world boss named God of Blazing Fire. I still remember that they waited for 5 hours in this exclusive battlefield before they gathered enough people. This time, the speed is expected to be faster. As time passed, all kinds of players appeared on this boundless field. Many areas have begun to have friction. From a distance, Lin Chen and his friends could hear the chaos of the players fighting after a burst of fire. What's going on? Feng Chen stood up and glanced at that place. It's normal. Usually, you will only encounter other races when you reach the intermediate main city. Now that you see orcs, elves, murlocs and other aliens in advance, it is inevitable that the races will fear each other. It is reasonable to have friction. Lin Chen replied in a low voice. Oh, that's right. Feng Chen is an experienced person. He participated in the Zombie King dungeon with Lin Chen, and saw all kinds of alien races in that dungeon. He even got close to a half-orc named Monka. Thinking of Monka, Feng Chen suddenly laughed evilly. Oh, I don't know if I will meet Elena here. Hearing the word Elena, Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at Feng Chen. However, Lin Chen also cooperated and answered, according to her strength, it is not surprising to reach level 35. You may meet her. The word Elena soon appeared frequently in the conversation between Feng Chen and Lin Chen, and Jizi, who was unable to interrupt, caught it. She asked in a low voice. Who is Elena? Feng Chen paused, then raised his eyebrows. She is a beautiful lady from the elves. Sister, you should have seen Chilua just now, let me tell you, Elena. Lin Chen watched Feng Chen and Jizi excitedly talking around Elena, then shook his head and ignored them. The U-shaped hourglass had been filled with black sand for a third in a short period of time. There were so many players around that they had begun to fill every corner of the site. The surroundings looked like a white desert, and the players were the black crows dotted on the desert, looking very conspicuous. Time passed by minute by minute. The U-shaped hourglass was almost full, and people began to put away their previous laziness, and many people stood up. And at this moment, Boss Anna also shed the light ball on her body, stretched out her slender and white legs, and walked out of the light ball. At this time, people finally saw how huge this so-called world boss was. Yes, she was as tall as a mountain. Fuck. The players who were waiting for it before now exclaimed and retreated one after another. Maybe it was due to the refraction of light, or maybe it was because of the power of the strange light ball. In short, people couldn't see the boss Anna's figure clearly. But now with her appearance, the whole battlefield seemed to be shrouded by a powerful force. After countless players, who had retreated came to their senses, they gathered from all directions again. They held their weapons tightly, and their eyes were full of expectation and awe. Yes. This is the world boss. It is normal to have such a body. After all, this is worthy of the word world. Many players began to tacitly add status to themselves, or the people around them. Some of them were lone rangers, and some were members of guilds and groups, but at this moment, they all became the crusaders of the Moonlight Goddess. The entire battlefield was illuminated by countless flames, and the flames and moonlight intertwined to form a magnificent picture. The Moonlight Goddess Anna quietly floated above the altar, her eyes swept across the bottom, examining every player. The corners of her mouth curled up a smile, and that smile was full of contempt and disdain. The players standing on this battlefield didn't seem to be a group of challengers ready to kill her, but a group of ridiculous, ignorant ants. Above her head, the hourglass had entered the countdown. And she also stretched out her slender fingers and waved them gently, and suddenly, the whole battlefield seemed to tremble. Humble ants. Anna's voice seemed to be amplified countless times by some kind of power, and even exploded directly in the hearts of everyone present. How dare you come to my altar? Anna didn't know when a strange weapon similar to a moon wheel appeared in her hand. You are simply courting death. The players felt the strong pressure from the moon goddess, but they did not retreat. They held their weapons tightly, and prepared for the upcoming boss battle. And Lin Chen, as Feng Chen and Gardenia also showed their fighting posture. But Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. No. Something is wrong. Lin Chen was staring at the moon goddess Anna at this moment. He did not participate in the 30-level world boss crusade in his previous life, but if we look at the similarity of the world boss, Anna should not have any feelings. Just like ordinary monsters, world bosses should be killing machines. They shouldn't even say a word. But now, Anna looks just like the same as the cursed boss in the second round of the dungeon, like the Spider Queen, the Goblin Lord, and the Star Prayer. Could it be? Lin Chen felt a chill on his back. The next moment, the U-shaped hourglass turned completely black. And a huge blood bar, that was so exaggerated that it was difficult to understand was placed right above Anna's mountain-like body. The world boss's health bar officially lit up at this moment. But Lin Chen focused his attention on the front of the health bar, where Anna's basic attributes were written. World Boss, Moon Goddess Anna, Cursed. When the 3 words cursed appeared in Lin Chen's eyes, his face under the mask suddenly changed. Oh no! Chapter 168. Normally, the word God is sacred and inviolable no matter where it is. It cannot even be accurately described, and it seems mysterious. But, in the God hunting land, the so-called gods are not so vague. They are no longer an illusory adjective, but a powerful existence that actually exists in a corner of this world. With its unparalleled power and majesty, every player who sets foot on this land is intimidated. No matter what form these gods appear in, no matter what level they are, level 30, level 40, or higher, the power they show is enough for all living beings to look up to. Before stepping into this land, the players present have more or less heard about the mysterious and absurd legends about the gods in the land of hunting gods. They know that what they are about to face is not just the apparent world boss, but also a direct challenge to the majesty of the gods. And the phrase that the NPCs always say, "May the chosen one be successful in everything, and may the gods be terrified," also proves this point. The god who is respected as the blessing of creation everywhere really appeared in front of them at this time and became the target of their hunting. How ridiculous it is to say how. Arrogant? How do we fight? Fuck, my legs are starting to feel weak now. Aw? Are you going to start fighting now? I feel like this boss can kill a lot of people with just a wave of his hand. Who can see how much health this boss has? What is its attack power? No. It's too far and too high, I can't see it clearly. I think I can see her panties. When the moon goddess Anna appeared in front of everyone with her unique posture, the cold moonlight fell from behind, turning her ridicule and contempt into reality, hitting every player's heart like a heavy hammer. Gudong. Many people have begun to swallow their saliva and sweat profusely. These players were full of confidence before entering the battlefield, but at this moment, they have completely lost their backbone. Many people have even started to take out the return stone and urge it frantically. But it is useless. The return stone is not omnipotent. When the players obtained the return stone, they naturally heard from the NPC that it is useless in some specific areas and dungeons. Obviously, this is the kind of life-threatening situation. Don't be silly. Since you are here, don't think about quitting halfway. In a place close to Lin Chen and the other 2, a team of level 35 players were fully prepared for battle. The leading warrior held the broadsword tightly in his hand and whispered to the other 5 people behind him, "Put away the return stone. We have to bite the bullet. There are so many people in this place. I don't believe that we can't kill a world boss." At this point, as if he felt that Lin Chen and the other 2 were looking at him, the warrior glanced at them intentionally or unintentionally, but soon looked straight ahead, ready at all times. Lin Chen took a deep breath and slowly retracted his gaze. He raised his head and reached out to take off the mask that had been hiding his true face. His stern face was more serious than ever before. There was an indescribable light in his deep eyes. If the memory of the previous life was correct, the huge world boss was just a puppet that acted according to the system's instructions. For him, he only needed to wait for the opportunity. With so many people rushing up, it was only a matter of time to defeat him. But at this moment, everything has changed. Cursed. Lin Chen whispered, and every word seemed to carry a lot of weight, that is to say, every attack of this world boss will make the target fall into a cursed state. He frowned slightly. This was undoubtedly something he had never thought of. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He no longer hesitated, and with a slight movement of his fingers, he activated his special skill Resurrection of the Dead. As the skill was activated, black mist rose, and a cold and solemn atmosphere spread. A moment later, led by Dun Shan and Qi Luo, followed by Huang Dachui and the other 2, the 5 undead followers appeared neatly beside and behind Lin Chen like ghosts. "Lord!" The 5 people shouted in unison. Seeing the 5 followers summoned by Lin Chen, Feng Chen and Jizi's faces suddenly became solemn. They naturally knew that what was going to happen next was a little bad. Feng Chen's palms began to sweat. He licked his lips nervously and looked up at the moon goddess, who was high above. Anna's cold and proud eyes flashed with silver-white light, as if they could penetrate people's souls. Under this strong sense of oppression, even tens of thousands of players gathered on the field seemed to become powerless. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the coming storm. Boom! The moon goddess Anna finally stopped mocking coldly. Her figure stretched out, and her already towering body instantly rose again, as if it was 10,000 feet high. The entire sky is about to burst. The moon wheel in her hand, which was used as a weapon, flashed a cold light under the moonlight. With a wave of her hand, the moon wheel was like a sharp blade that tore through space, splitting into countless tiny slashes, sweeping towards tens of thousands of players below with a whistling sound. The boss's attack finally came. Wherever the slash passed, the space seemed to be distorted, releasing a powerful pressure, making every player present feel a chill. Attention! Faced with such a terrifying attack, the players instantly fell into chaos. Some people screamed and fled, while others tried to organize defense, but under this huge sense of oppression, their actions seemed so powerless. Knight! Knight! Amid the heart-wrenching roars of the people, the knights holding shields rushed to the front regardless of everything, and they almost placed their shields in front of them at the same time. The skills of the knights competed to shine at this moment. Unyielding, bronze holy shield, sacrifice for justice, pure white shield, blessing of holy light, and so on and so forth. Swoosh! However, the moment the moon wheel touched the shield, the knights' bodies instantly turned into straws flying backwards. Compared with other players, the health bars that the knights were originally proud of were reduced by nearly half in a moment. But this was not the most fatal thing. After getting up, these knights basically found something that they could not accept. Their arms holding the inner handles of the shields were shaking in pain. Some of them even had their arms cut by the energy and bled. A large amount of blood could not be stopped from flowing out, and then there was a piercing pain. Ah! The knights covered their arms and wailed. They had long lost the ability to feel pain after entering the land of the hunting god, especially the knights. Because they had higher defense than other professions, and thicker health bars than others, there was rarely any damage that could make them feel pain. But now, the health bars above their heads are still healthy, but the pain is not fake. What's wrong with you? Originally, after the knights resisted the first wave of boss attacks, it was time for the output professions to sound the clarion call for a counterattack. But everyone was completely frightened by the performance of these knights. Some knights even rolled back and forth on the ground holding their arms, their faces pale and sweating. It hurts, it hurts. A knight growled hoarsely. There was a healer behind him who was constantly adding blood to him, so that the knight's health bar was full, but he was still lying on the ground rolling back and forth, as if he was suffering from unspeakable pain. That's not right. The healer was sweating profusely. I restored his health bar. But why is he still like this? Just when the players around were confused, a light blue light circle fell from the sky and rolled around the knight's body. The light faded, and the knight stopped struggling. He looked at his arm, and found that the wound had healed. He shook his hand, and didn't feel any pain. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. The knight raised his head, and glanced in a certain direction. A healer with programmer written on his head was performing a skill release. The knight didn't know who the other party was, but no matter what, the other party must have done something. Thank you, the knight said. Lin Chen retracted his arm, and did not answer the knight. Instead, he whispered to the healer, "Are you a sage? Have you learned purification?" The healer didn't react for a while, until Lin Chen asked for the second time. She couldn't help but nodded. Oh, I learned it. Just learn it. If you see someone screaming in pain, use purification on him, Lin Chen said calmly. After that, he walked towards where the moon goddess Anna was, followed by 5 dark figures. Anna had swung the moon wheel in her hand 3 times in a row. Due to her huge body, her attack speed when swinging the moon wheel seemed very slow, but this was not the point at all. The point was the countless slashes from the moon wheel. They ignored everything. Powerful energy burst out from these slashes, and accurately attacked the players below. From time to time, people fell to the ground with wails, and some fragile professions did not have time to release skills, and a slash directly put them almost to death. Swish! A crescent-shaped slash flew towards Lin Chen's face. But before it could get close, the shield storm wall suddenly blocked Lin Chen. Dang! Shield Mountain's body quickly retreated several meters. He roared and raised his shield to deflect the slash. Above Shield Mountain's head, a string of characters was written. -2520. As a follower of the undead, Shield Mountain would not be affected by the so-called cursed state, but this attack made him feel very uncomfortable. "Pah!" Shield Mountain said, "Such high damage." As a player-shaped undead, Shield Mountain has basic attribute inheritance that ordinary undead like Huang Dachui cannot match. He can not only have 50% of Lin Chen's attributes, but also inherit his original attributes as a player. Compared to Lin Chen's 81-87 HP, Shield Mountain's HP is now 7200. After all, Lin Chen already has the special skill Bloodthirst, and Shield Mountain's HP has been surpassed by Lin Chen. But in terms of armor and magic resistance, Lin Chen still can't catch up with Shield Mountain. Shield Mountain's basic physical armor is 420, and magic resistance is 435. But even so, the attack just now also hit him more than 2,500 damage. No wonder those knights lost half of their HP after being hit. Brother Shield Mountain, can you handle it? Feng Chen asked while standing behind Lin Chen. Shield Mountain nodded. It's okay, Lord Feng Chen. At this point, Shield Mountain began to release skills, and all the body protection skills belonging to the knight were activated. Lin Chen was not idle either. After adding blood to Shield Mountain, he also threw out the enhancement skills that the sage could use. Not only that, Lin Chen also unfolded the king's domain. The distance is too far, we need to get closer. Lin Chen whispered, can you hold on? I can hold on. Dun Shan didn't hesitate at all and immediately replied, my lord, please follow me. After that, he strode towards Anna. Almost all the other players beside him kept running away from the boss, only Dun Shan went upstream. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. Before he could continue walking, another crescent-shaped slash came whistling. Come! Dun Shan raised his shield suddenly, and a huge tremor was heard again. The number of steps he took back was slightly less than before. A string of red characters floated above his head. Minus 1800. Hee hee. Dun Shan grinned. I told you I could handle it. After saying this, Dun Shan almost ran, and Lin Chen and others behind him followed closely, but the gravel under their feet was like mud, and their speed of movement was not very fast. In just 1 minute, Dun Shan had blocked 3 consecutive slashes with his shield. Boom! Another slash came whistling, and Dun Shan intercepted it at the cost of his health bar. Lord! Dun Shan shouted, is the distance enough? Lin Chen reached out and patted Dun Shan on the shoulder. Enough. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Qilua. This elf follower was already ready. Almost at the same time, she and Lin Chen raised their bows and arrows tacitly. Don't worry, wait for my order. Lin Chen stared at the moon goddess's every move and said softly. Although Lin Chen did not participate in the crusade against the level 30 world boss in his previous life, he was a programmer in the game land of the hunting god in the real world. Bosses like this have attack intervals. As long as you aim at that special interval, you can hit the stiffness. Sure enough, the next moment Lin Chen saw the moon goddess raise her arm again and prepared to swing the moon wheel. On the moon goddess Anna's huge arm, there was a place where the bones rotated, and it was briefly lit. That's it! Lin Chen shouted in a low voice, and was about to shoot an arrow. Boom! A huge explosion accompanied by fire sounded, and a fireball from the mage hit the shining place on the moon goddess' arm. Boss, stiffness appeared. Lin Chen frowned and looked in a certain direction. Chapter 169. Among the challengers present, besides Lin Chen, is there someone else who knows the flaw in the world boss's attack? Not only that, that person was able to accurately find the right moment and hit the moon goddess into a state of stiffness? Could it be? Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something, muttering to himself. Could it be Xiao Tang? Yes, so far Lin Chen can only think of one candidate, that is Xiao Tang Yu, who is also his colleague. After all, as his junior, Xiao Tang was responsible for testing the combat values and feedback in the game. In the multiplayer and server-wide battle of the world boss, he and Xiao Tang worked overtime with GM privileges to fight the world boss. If it was him, he would know these things. In a short period of time, Lin Chen's brain was spinning frantically, and he even forgot to attack the boss. Lord? Qi Luo looked at Lin Chen with some confusion, with the arrow on the string. It's okay, fight. Lin Chen came back to his senses, and continued to focus on the boss in front of him. Moon Goddess Anna began to moan in pain at this moment, and her huge body actually retreated slightly in coordination. She was hit in the weak points and flaws, and was forced to cancel the attack. Bold ants. Anna opened her mouth and said in a low voice, How dare you hurt me? However, despite saying so, because of her huge body, she took a long time to react from the stiff state. Soon, all kinds of attacks and skills began to hit her, bombarding her with great excitement, including the arrows of Lin Chen and Qi Luo. Swish! The distance was right, and the energy arrows of Lin Chen and Qi Luo shot at Anna without bias. Along with the attacks of other players, layers of characters began to appear quickly above the head of the boss. However, even so, the speed of the health bar's decline was basically negligible, even if the attacks of Lin Chen and Qi Luo were included. No one knew how much HP the boss in this world had, so they could only throw skills at her recklessly. Some people even shouted loudly behind them, while releasing skills. "You guys are so timid, you just want to run away, come and fight the boss." Soon, this type of voice spread throughout the battlefield. "That's right, what can we do with just a small group of people? Come quickly." After all, there were too many players who escaped, so there were very few players who could still stand there and use skills on the boss. Those players who were still scattering frantically a moment ago looked back in fear. They were just beaten like birds and beasts by the boss's attack. Every slash would instantly cause the players present to lose most of their health bars. The most fatal thing was that the attack would bring a pain that could only be felt in the real world. That pain came from a negative state called curse state. Although they later learned that the skill purification of Sage could remove this negative state, how many sages were there on this battlefield? The skill purification was only available to sages, and even the second job saint, who was a healer, could not use this skill. So those who didn't want to die just had to run away. How could they fight this god, who seemed to be invincible? But now, they actually saw the moon goddess staggered by the players' attacks, and the next moment, those skills attacked the boss head-on. Such a scene also gradually dispelled the invincibility of the boss in the hearts of these people. Soon, most of the players who escaped began to defect. Is this true? Can we really defeat her?" A voice whispered in the crowd, full of disbelief. "It seems so. As long as we unite, we will definitely be able to do it," another player encouraged. "Fuck it." Gradually, the players who escaped began to turn around, no longer running blindly like before, but chose to turn around and stand beside those players who had been holding on. More and more skills began to gather and rain down on the moon goddess, with feather arrows all over the sky, fireballs like meteorites, or faint lights rising into the sky. In a short period of time, most of the remaining players also joined the fighting team. The healers stand at the end. "Where are the knights? Block the front position. Don't be afraid, we have several sages here, we can help you remove your negative status. For long-range output, don't worry about anything, just use your skills as much as you can, and throw them all out. Warriors and assassins, charge." Similar voices resounded throughout the battlefield, and tens of thousands of players finally put themselves in the right position. "Yes, since we have chosen to enter this battlefield to fight the world boss, how can we have the idea of running away? From now on, it will be a fight to the death. You lowly beasts." The moon goddess, who came back to her senses from the stiff state, finally stood firm. She raised her head suddenly, and the huge glowing moon weapon in her hand was shining brightly at this time. "Be careful, those slashes are coming again." Just when everyone was fully alert, Lin Chen in a corner suddenly shouted, "Shi Luo." When the moon goddess raised her hand this time, a certain area above the joint of her right arm was clearly flashing with strong light. Although it was fleeting, it was still accurately captured by Lin Chen. "Yes, my lord." The next moment, the arrows in the hands of the female elf and Lin Chen shot out almost at the same time. Swish! Two tiny arrows that were invisible hit the arm that was emitting bright light. Ah! Just like before, the moon goddess Anna took a step back again after a scream, and the light wheel weapon in her hand shook. Anna never thought that this attack would make her stiff again. The players who should have been waiting for the boss to attack were slightly stunned at this time. What happened? It seems that someone interrupted her attack again? What the hell are you waiting for? Beat her up. Tens of thousands of people knew each other. They rushed forward frantically from every corner. In a chaotic situation, they maintained the most basic formation. The knights rushed to the front, and the healers stood at the back. The rest of the professions lined up in the middle. While pushing forward, they frantically released their skills and methods. Soon, because the number of players this time increased to a higher level, the health bar of the moon goddess was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a moment, 1/5 of the boss's head was missing. It's possible! It's possible! Ha ha, the world boss is just like this. Don't open the champagne at halftime, make sure she is dead first. It's a bit strange, this boss's health bar seems a little wrong. What's wrong? Just beat it like this. But didn't you notice that the color of the health bar is a little different? Other bosses' health bars are red, hers is black, and after the black disappears. Why does a purple background appear? Now that you mention it. Although some people noticed this, no one was willing to stop. The boss's 2 short stumbles gave the players a chance to focus their fire. As the black health bar reached the bottom, their attacks became more frequent and more intensive. Before the boss could completely gain a foothold, the health bar above her head was about to be cleared. Come on, everyone, we're about to win. A mere world boss, it's really a piece of cake. People shouted and pushed the blue bar more frantically. Finally, in rounds of attacks, the seemingly invincible boss fell. Before people could even be happy, they found that the health bar on the boss's head turned purple. And Anna did not fall, she just shook her body slightly and stood firm again. What? What the hell? The black health bar emptied and turned purple. What does this mean? Oh my god. Could it be? Her health bar is several layers thick? I don't know who said this in the crowd, but everyone present immediately looked gloomy. Yes, many people present are typical game geeks in the real world. The powerful bosses in many games usually have more than one row of blood bars, and their blood bars are piled together and distinguished by colors. I still remember that in a certain game, the blood bar of the boss was hundreds of layers thick, but I never thought that the boss in this world would have the same setting. How many layers of health bars will she have? Now that the health bar has lost one layer, has it entered the second stage? What will happen next? People began to panic, and the originally enthusiastic players began to retreat one after another, and everyone felt dry mouths. The moon goddess was extremely angry at this moment. She straightened her body, and her cold eyes pierced through the group of players below like a sharp arrow. Her voice was filled with unquestionable determination, and every word seemed to announce the arrival of the end of the world. A group of ants dared to challenge me. I swear to wipe out all of you offenders, leaving no one alive. As the words fell, Anna began to stretch her body. The moonlight on her body, which was originally as bright as a gorgeous dress, now slowly faded away like a veil being peeled off. The moonlight, that was originally hanging high in the sky and shining like stars, now seemed to be given life, and fell from the sky one after another, like a falling meteor shower. However, the moment they touched the ground, they did not turn into dust, but merged with the gravel on the ground. Everyone's eyes followed the falling starlight. They seemed to have magic power, and quickly penetrated into the ground after contact. Gulyalu. The gravel on the ground began to wriggle as if it was given life. The twinkling starlight was like a soul or heart, injecting vitality into these monsters, and the gravel was like their flesh and blood, gradually shaping terrible monsters. These monsters were hideous in appearance, each with 4 thick arms, and they were huge, more than 3 meters tall. The blood bar above his head was like a bright red warning light. When they all condensed into shape, countless monsters let out a deafening roar, and the sound was like a roar from hell, which made people shudder. At this moment, the entire battlefield was shrouded in fear. Puppet prayer, cursed, type, summon creature. Level 35. HP, 5000. Physical attack power, 650. Spell attack power, 300. Physical defense power, 200. Spell defense, 200. Passive aura, curse aura, immune to critical damage, immune to frost damage, fire damage tolerance plus 100, and a chance to add curse damage when attacking. When these values appeared in the player's sight, everyone's heart jumped. There were so many monsters, so dense that they could not be seen at a glance, and it seemed that their number was basically the same as the players present. There were tens of thousands of them. Star prayer. Someone seemed to remember something and murmured, I seem to have seen this kind of monster somewhere. Level 25 dungeon. Star prayer is the boss in the dungeon. Yes, I remember, my god. Are these star prayers? People began to move closer, and it seemed that their enemy at this moment was no longer the moon goddess Anna, but the monsters everywhere around them. You have to know that these monsters are not simple summons. They are all boss level monsters that give players a lot of trouble in the level 25 dungeon. However, in this atmosphere, Lin Chen laughed out loud for some unknown reason. So there is this step for the level 30 world boss? Lin Chen put away the bow and arrow in his hand, and took out a rusty iron sword instead. Dunshan realized something and tacitly changed to the rusty iron sword, and Chilo also took out the moon chaser bow directly. As he said that, Lin Chen did not forget to look back at Chiyu. Chiyu's performance seemed a little awkward, and the ubiquitous star prayers around him belonged to the same ethnic group as him. Seeing Lin Chen looking at him, Chiyu was obviously startled, and then he spoke quickly. My lord, please let Chiyu take the lead. Lin Chen shrugged. It's okay, there are enough monsters here, you can kill them freely. He paused, and then told Huang Dachui, and the other two, remember to protect Xiaofeng and Jizi. Yes. After saying this, Lin Chen no longer cared about the 5 undead followers behind him, but turned to look in a certain direction. If I remember correctly, the fireball spell should have come from that direction. Roar! With the roar of the monster, these summoned star prayers began to attack. Lin Chen took a quick look at the attributes of the puppet star prayer. It was similar to the destroyer zombie in the Zombie King dungeon. At the beginning, it took a team of level 30 players to fight against that kind of zombie, but now there are tens of thousands of them on the battlefield. It seems that there will be a bloody storm soon. Chapter 170. I don't know how long it took, maybe 10 minutes, or maybe only 30 seconds. Dead players have already started to appear one after another. They first fell in a pool of blood. Before some healers with Heaven Corridor could approach, waves of puppet star worshippers rushed over like a tide. Quickly retreat, stay away from the boss. Healer, don't worry about those dying people, stand behind us. For a moment, the entire battlefield was in chaos, and the sounds of fighting, shouting, and the screams of the army of star worshippers filled the sky above the entire battlefield. Lin Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes passed through the noisy battlefield around him, and fell directly on the unshakable world boss Anna. The moon goddess. Anna? Lin Chen murmured about this woman. No, the name of the goddess. The goddess stood quietly in front of everyone. Her huge body was like a towering mountain. She was not only tall, but also radiated a faint light, which made her look more solemn and mysterious. Anna did not make any further moves, but stared expressionlessly at the bottom. Her deep eyes seemed to be calm and without any emotion. While the number of monsters below was like a tide, all kinds of players had to be careful of whether Anna would suddenly attack. This feeling of extreme oppression made all challengers' scalps numb. But no one knew that Anna's eyes moved at this moment. Her pupils moved down, as if she glanced at the direction where Lin Chen was. As luck would have it, Lin Chen had been looking up at Anna. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely weird. Huh? Lin Chen even felt that he had seen it wrong. When he looked closely, he found that Anna had moved her eyes away. It was as if the mutual gaze just now had never happened. What was going on? Lin Chen only felt a chill on his back, and thinking back to Anna's cold and majestic words just now, a strange thought surged in his heart. He lowered his head and thought, as if he was looking for some answer, or thinking about Anna's actions just now. Just as Lin Chen was immersed in his thoughts, a dangerous signal quietly approached. A puppet praying star was like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark, close to the ground. Crawling over, it was hidden in the gravel. When it appeared in front of Lin Chen, her arms instantly turned into deadly weapons, bombarding Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen did not show any panic. He even remained motionless. A tall undead warrior shield mountain instantly appeared between him and the praying star. The attack of the star prayer hit Dungeon's shield hard, making a deafening collision sound. Dang! The huge reaction force pushed the star prayer back several steps. Before it could stand firm, Dungeon had already rushed over and chopped it with a knife. At the same time, Qilui in the distance also moved. She pulled the bowstring to the full and shot an arrow. The arrow cut through the sky like lightning, and hit the back of the star prayer's head without any fancy moves. The attacks of the two were superimposed, and the puppet star prayer, with a health value of 5,000, instantly collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of ruins. After dealing with this threat, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. No, there is still no clue. In this case, there is no need to think about it. Then, he began to do the opposite, and continued to walk slowly towards the direction of the world boss Anna. The closer he was to Anna, the more monsters there were around him, but he had no intention of retreating. Roar! Although there were tens of thousands of puppet praying stars present, in addition to the vast majority of monsters that had already rushed into the battlefield to hunt players, there were also some who were guarding the boss tightly at this moment, blocking the player's range to attack Anna. In order to reach an effective combat point, the only way is to destroy these monsters that serve as guards. But there are so many monsters, densely packed like ant colonies, that even Lin Chen dare not go deeper. There is no other way except for the players to focus their minds. Lin Chen stopped at a safe distance, and there seemed to be an invisible line under his feet. As long as Lin Chen takes one step forward, the monsters protecting the boss will rush forward. Two monsters even rushed directly in front of Lin Chen, but before they raised their claws, Lin Chen swung the iron sword in his hand twice. -6420, -6416. The monster with only 5,000 HP couldn't stand the blow after the critical hit, and both of them collapsed to the ground. Lin Chen glanced at his attack power. Add 2. That's much more interesting. Lin Chen moved his feet, and began to move horizontally. He found a suitable position and stopped again. The monsters gathered in front of him were the largest, and there were more than 40 monsters at a glance. Huh? Lin Chen inserted the rusty iron sword in his hand into the ground and activated his special skill at the same time. The earth screams. The air around them suddenly solidified, and there were only the battle cries of the players and the howlings of the monsters. The surface of the rusty iron sword in Lin Chen's hand was flowing with waves of scorching energy waves, which flowed along the blade into the ground. The desert-like ground began to collapse inch by inch, as if something was crawling forward below. The force seemed to tear the entire earth apart. The ground began to tremble, and cracks spread rapidly like spider webs, and billowing smoke and hot energy waves like magma emerged from the cracks. Then, a deafening roar resounded through the sky, and the area in front of the 40 monsters was shaking under this huge force. Boom! A powerful earthquake wave spread out from the area in front to the surrounding areas, and wherever it went, the monsters fell to the ground as if they were swept by a huge wave. They screamed in fear and struggled to escape from this land of death, but the force was too strong, and they could not resist it at all. Combined with the special skill Pearl Power, this Urusaro, the damage caused by normal damage began to become a critical hit, minus 2282, minus 2280, minus 4802, minus 4800. In the central area where the skill was released, more than 40 monsters were directly crushed into dust by this force. Their bodies were instantly turned into ashes under the impact of earthquake waves and energy eruptions, without even a chance to struggle. Lin Chen quickly opened his attribute panel. Attack power, 3360. Add 40. Seeing such a scene, Lin Chen's mouth gradually rose. Since this is the case, he is not in a hurry. Since these monsters summoned by the world boss can also allow him to stack attack power, then this huge battlefield is simply a paradise built for Lin Chen. Lin Chen took out several bottles of magic potions from his backpack. These are fun. Chapter 171. Feng Chen swung the broadsword in his hand and stabbed it into the chest of a monster. As the monster let out a heart-wrenching howl, Feng Chen quickly took a step back and cleverly avoided the monster's violent attack before death. His movements were crisp and clear. After working hard with Lin Chen in the land of the hunting god for so many days, his reaction ability was much faster than in the past few days. Then, Feng Chen quickly reversed his grip on the broadsword and slashed with the strength of his waist and legs. The knife was incredibly powerful, with a cold and fierce aura, instantly breaking through the resistance of the air. Ghost slash. Feng Chen roared with great momentum. Under the impact of the powerful force, the monster's health bar quickly cleared, and its huge body fell to the ground with its arms and legs spread out, splashing dust and gravel. Feng Chen was panting, his chest heaving. Although fighting the monster one-on-one did not cause him to lose too much health, it was a big drain on his blue bar. He looked at the monster lying on the ground and couldn't help cursing. Damn, this thing is really tough. As he said that, Feng Chen drank a bottle of blue medicine. At this time, Gardenia beside him quickly approached. She had just teamed up with a female player to solve a monster, and at this moment, the female player was looking at Gardenia with gratitude. As a Saint Cultist's output school job changer, Gardenia can not only provide effective treatment and support in battle, but also has a certain output ability. After expressing her gratitude to Gardenia, the female player hurriedly left to look for the teammates, who had just been separated. There was no threat for monsters around for the time being, and Gardenia's expression became more relaxed. She looked at Feng Chen and asked with some concern, "Brother Feng, the captain?" Feng Chen followed Gardenia's gaze, and saw that Lin Chen in the distance seemed to have just been involved in a fierce battle. He seemed to have released a strange skill, which attracted the attention of the monsters around. The monsters nearby just now rushed towards the direction where Lin Chen was. Lin Chen caused a lot of commotion, and a large area nearby became more chaotic and dangerous because of him. It's just that Feng Chen and Jizi were both immersed in the fierce battle with the monster in front of them. Although they heard the movement from Lin Chen's position, they were both highly focused and didn't realize what happened there. However, through his understanding of Lin Chen, Feng Chen shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry about Brother Lin. What he is doing now is not something we can participate in at all." Feng Chen didn't even forget to look at other places when he said this. Yes, it's not just Lin Chen. The undead followers he summoned are also capable of fighting. Feng Chen's eyes followed the 5 undead followers at this time. Among the 5, Dun Shan and Qilou were especially strong. One of them was as solid as a rock, and the other was as fast as the wind. They quickly attracted the attention of others on the battlefield. They were too dazzling. It was impossible to ignore them. Dun Shan held a heavy shield and plunged into the monster pile. He stood in the monster group, and just sticking there was like a mountain. Like a brave man, he allowed dozens of monsters to attack him one after another, but his health bar remained stable and basically did not decrease too much. You should know that the attack power of these puppets is more than 600, but the damage they hit on Shield Mountain is only a few hundred or 200. With Shield Mountain's amazing health recovery speed, it can be basically ignored. Fuck. Look at that knight. Why is his health bar not going down? Are these monsters tickling him? But it hurts so much when the monsters hit us. It's real physical pain. Shilua showed amazing attack power and speed. Her attack power and speed were terrifyingly high. Although not as exaggerated as Lin Chen's, as long as she fired a critical hit, she could kill a monster instantly. Moreover, her figure was as fast as a ghost. Whenever a monster approached, she could instantly break away and then fire a storm. Are you looking at that beauty? Am I dazzled? One arrow fired more than 5,000 damage. It seems to be the damage after a critical hit. That can't be so frequent. The number of critical hits from the arrows she just shot is more than the total number of critical hits I have had since I came to the land of the hunting god. Feng Chen's sight moved again and saw Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother and Qiyu. These three monster undeads were equally brave. Huang Dachui swung his huge hammer, and every attack was accompanied by a deafening roar. Roaring Brother would rush into the monster tide at the right time and let out a deafening roar, as if it could shake the entire battlefield. And Qiyu. This guy seems to be very motivated. He looks similar to the monsters everywhere around him, but he seems to be showing off. His desire to attack is higher than any other undead. Feng Chen looked at these undead and felt dry in his mouth. He still doesn't know how Lin Chen summoned these things. Not to mention Dan Shan and Shilua. Just a yellow hammer is enough to clear his health bar with 3 or 4 hammers. He wanted to ask Lin Chen about the undead countless times. But now he has let it go and thought clearly. Instead of worrying about these things, it is better to stay behind Lin Chen and do nothing but play by the wayside. This is more reliable than anything else. Thinking of this, Feng Chen's heart was filled with respect and pride for Lin Chen. After a short time, the surrounding scene changed again. More and more monsters began to rush from the world boss to every corner of the battlefield. Just as the moon goddess Anna said, she was ready to kill everyone present without leaving a single one alive. But as time went on, the players on the field gradually found their feel, and they were gradually sounding the horn of counterattack. After all, those who could appear here were temporarily the highest level group of people in the entire hunting god land. Compared with other players, they had more combat experience and understanding of the hunting god land. Soon, these players began to cooperate with each other tacitly, and even played some extremely terrifying skill combinations. When a warrior's broadsword burned with the flames released by the mage, the light of the healing symbol was shining under his feet, and he rode on a white bear summoned by the Beastmaster and rushed towards the monster. Cheers they covered the sky, and the sun came from all around. Go! Kill them all! The counterattack from the players started completely from this moment. Girl. Feng Chen was also affected by this momentum. Let's go too. Although hesitant, seeing Feng Chen shouting and sprinting forward, Gardenia could only bite the bullet and follow closely. Chapter 172. With a shrill roar that cut through the sky of the battlefield, the last puppet star prayer fell to the ground with a bang, and its fall announced the end of the long battle between the players and the monster army. After a long and fierce fight, the players on the battlefield were extremely tired at this moment. Their eyes wandered around, with fear and confusion on their faces. Players of various professions seemed to be powerless at this moment. Their armor was damaged, their clothes were tattered, their health bars were incomplete as if they had been burned by a raging fire, and their blue bars were completely empty, as if they had been drained of their energy. What's worse is that many people are still hanging with the horrifying curse status. They endure the pain brought by the curse. Some grit their teeth and persevere, while others roll on the ground in pain. Are there any sages with blue bars? Someone shouted, "Help, cast purification on my captain. I need it here too. Please, he's almost dying of pain. Doctor, save him, doctor." For a while, similar shouts were heard around, and then some female players could be seen moving in a hurry. However, surprisingly, despite the fierce battle, the losses were not as heavy as expected. Instead, they all felt a little incredible that so many players survived. You should know that the combat capability of these puppet praying stars is obvious to all. With 5,000 HP and more than 600 attacks, and their desire to attack is very high, such a large number should have caused heavy losses to the challengers present. And on the battlefield, there are many healing figures holding Heaven Corridor. From time to time, you can see the light from this skill Heaven Corridor falling from the sky, allowing many dying players to return to the battlefield. After a rough estimate, the actual loss of the players was less than 1/10 of the total. What's going on? I remember that there were a large number of these monsters. How could we wipe them out so quickly? A player looked around in confusion, trying to find the answer. His words quickly resonated with the people around him. Yes, tens of thousands of puppet-praying stars. Once they appeared, they became an insurmountable natural barrier on the battlefield, and the sense of oppression is still vivid even now. But at this moment, they were slaughtered so quickly. Even if everyone joined forces to fight back, it would not be so efficient. Yeah, I thought we would be in a tough battle. Someone echoed, frowning. Amid the noisy discussions of the players, in a relatively quiet corner of the battlefield, Feng Chen's eyes revealed a trace of barely perceptible fear. He was staring at Lin Chen not far away, as if the other party was a volcano that could erupt at any time, and the dangerous aura made him unable to ignore it. The face of Gardenia beside him turned pale. They had just been watching Lin Chen's every move. At the beginning, when Lin Chen's attack hit the monster, if it was not a critical hit, a damage character of 3,250 minus would float above their heads. But as time went on, the damage character began to rise. Just now, Lin Chen casually chopped a monster. Minus 10188. Feng Chen even felt dizzy. He did not forget to exchange a glance with Gardenia behind him. After getting Gardenia's affirmative answer, Feng Chen felt cold sweat on his back. Under the critical state, one strike can deal more than 10,000 damage, which means that Lin Chen's current basic attack power is at least 5,000. But why? As a berserker, holding a purple broadsword in his hand, using the most powerful single-target skill to strike, it is estimated that only more than 800 damage can be caused to these star prayers. But Lin Chen is a healer. A trace of complex emotions flashed in Feng Chen's eyes. He knew that the seemingly ordinary man in front of him was the most terrifying existence on this battlefield. He was not only a player, but also a mysterious figure who could control the undead and had an incredible attack power. He couldn't help but start to imagine how many monsters Lin Chen and his undead followers had killed. 1,000? 2,000? Or more? This number was beyond his imagination. He only knew that he had fought on this battlefield for so long, and the total number of monsters he had killed was not even 10. My brother Lin must have really cheated. Feng Chen muttered to himself. Lin Chen stood there, surrounded by 5 undead followers, and quietly looked up at the world boss, the moon goddess Anna, as if waiting for Anna to enter the next stage. At this moment, a strong vibration came, and the whole battlefield seemed to be shaking. Fuck, what's going on? People turned their eyes to Anna. Everyone looked up and saw that a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Anna's head, and a powerful energy gushed out from it. In this strange scene, Lin Chen stretched his tibia and said lightly, "It's coming." Feng Chen was stunned when he heard Lin Chen's voice. "It's coming?" He began to stare at Anna's every move. What's coming? Just when he was in doubt, Lin Chen suddenly turned around and looked in his direction. Feng Chen's heart suddenly tightened, as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. "Brother?" However, Lin Chen did not walk towards him, but just said to Feng Chen with lip language, "Protect yourself." After saying that, he turned around again. Feng Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but the fear in his heart did not decrease. He knew that what Lin Chen just said meant that in the next period of time, not only Lin Chen himself, but even Dun Shan Qilua and other undead followers would not be able to spare time to protect himself and Gardenia. "Sister." Feng Chen subconsciously waved to Gardenia. "Stand behind me." Soon, the world boss Anna began a new move. The crack on her head was completely closed at this moment. The scene just now was too horrifying, but it was unclear what happened. People only felt that the purple blood bar on Anna's head became deeper, and Anna's huge body was moving slowly. Anna seemed to be entering the next stage. Chapter 173. Anna moved. The final stage of the world boss has begun. After the brilliance on her body faded, Anna's movements were obviously faster than at the beginning. Her attack method at this stage was no longer to release slashes with the moon-shaped weapon in her hand, but to use simple and rough physical attacks. Attention, attention! Amid the screams and roars of the crowd, Anna suddenly took a big step. This step was extremely amazing. Slender. Her thighs seemed to have gathered endless power, and she instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. The air seemed to be squeezed by her thighs at this moment, and a low roar was emitted. Oh my god! The knights who were originally prepared to resist, when they looked up and saw the foot that covered the sky, their courage collapsed instantly. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, as if they saw an irresistible disaster. They even forgot to breathe, and could only watch the huge foot fall down mercilessly. Boom! With a loud bang, Anna's foot stomped heavily on the ground. The 7 players under her feet had no power to resist this powerful force, and were directly stepped on. Their bodies were squeezed and twisted under her feet, and they wailed miserably. The surrounding gravel was madly compressed and impacted under the impact of this force, forming a huge sandstorm. The sandstorm instantly swept the entire battlefield, completely covering the surrounding group of players. The wind was howling, sand and stones were flying, and the sky and earth in that area were in chaos. The fierce storm was as fierce as a rainstorm, engulfing everything. This is too exaggerated. How can we fight this? Someone ran out of the dust with difficulty, spitting out a mouthful of mud and sand, and kept coughing. Dead, 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 what dead? Just when people didn't know what he meant, the man pointed at the foot with a pale face. The person under my foot just now was my teammate, and this kick directly put him on the verge of death. When these words came out, everyone around was stunned. One hit put the player on the verge of death. Someone subconsciously asked, "How much health does your teammate have?" 5,007. At this point, everyone was silent again. That is to say, excluding armor and magic resistance, the attack power of that kick was at least 6,000. A few seconds later, the huge foot slowly lifted up, and Anna's next wave of attack was brewing. It's coming again. Just like before, people once again lost all desire to fight. They were like a group of headless flies who had completely lost their minds, still running madly, and even if someone was ready to rekindle their fighting spirit at this time, it was estimated that they would not be able to do it. Run! Run out of the boss's attack range! People began to flee like crazy, but how could they escape Anna's attack range? Anna raised her hand again, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. She leaned down, her clenched fist was like a volcano about to erupt, and as she punched out, a storm formed again, sweeping the entire battlefield more violently. This time, the attack was more violent than before. Although the people standing in that area fled desperately, it was useless. They were like a completely defeated army, losing all their fighting spirit and courage. They fled like headless flies, but no matter how they fled, they could not escape Anna's attack range. The players not far from Anna fell into unprecedented despair under this sudden shock of terror. They screamed, their voices full of fear and helplessness. "Ah! No! Boss! Boss!" In this violent storm and dust, their voices seemed so weak that they could not penetrate the chaotic noise. The moon goddess Anna, who was provoked, was already extremely angry. At this moment, she was obscured by her own dust and her vision became blurred. However, this did not stop her from attacking. On the contrary, she became even more crazy and desperate. She waved her huge arms, and her figure as huge as a mountain was particularly terrifying in the storm. The seemingly random swings and punches were actually amazingly powerful. Every time she punched, dozens of players screamed and fell to the ground. For a moment, the world surrounding Anna seemed to have turned into a chaotic Shura field. Lin Chen waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of his nose, then turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Dunshan. Dunshan. Dunshan immediately understood, yes. After that, Dunshan did not hesitate at all. Holding the shield, he rushed straight in the direction of Anna. Others were desperate to stay away from Anna, but Dunshan went against the flow, and he soon came into Anna's attack range. At this time, Anna just raised the moon wheel in her hand high and smashed it hard in a certain direction. Shield Mountain didn't dodge, but rushed towards that place quickly. At the moment when Anna's fist fell, Shield Mountain went directly under the huge fist. Boom! The earth shook, and Anna slowly retracted her fist. But unlike before, this time, someone survived in the huge pit created by her falling fist. Yes, Shield Mountain was still standing there. And the health bar above his head lost 6,420 points at this time. Lin Chen, who was standing far away, noticed this. He thought about it carefully, and then made a decision. Dunshan, come back. Lin Chen stood up straight, looking at the huge moon goddess in front of him, his eyes slightly fixed. Finally, the attack range of that huge guy narrowed for a moment, and a flash of light was clearly emitted from her right shoulder. He shouted to Qiluo beside him. Qiluo. The next moment, Lin Chen and Qiluo drew their bows and arrows almost at the same time, and shot out a simple arrow. 2 transparent feather arrows, one thick and one thin, went straight to Anna's shoulder. Swish, swish. The arrow pierced Anna's shoulder as expected, and the latter paused slightly. The attack that was originally falling was also blocked at this moment. Her huge body staggered back a step, and her health bar also lost a little visible to the naked eye. Anna quickly turned her eyes, and stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen grinned at Anna. It was this smile that made Anna's expression change slightly. Lin Chen knew that his guess should be correct, and he did not make any other moves, but suddenly ran wildly. Lin Chen shot towards Anna like an arrow shot from a bow, just like Shield Mountain just now. Anna came to her senses. She no longer controlled other players, but attacked Lin Chen. She leaned down and punched Lin Chen's way one after another. But every time the fist was about to hit Lin Chen, the man would dodge at a very strange speed, and in the gap of dodging, a dark green mist would spread from around Lin Chen's body to the surroundings. King's Domain. In this domain, Lin Chen's movement speed is increasing significantly. King's Domain creates an area covered by fog. In this area, your movement speed and attack speed increase by 220%, plus 83, health recovery speed increases by 220%, plus 83, enemy attack speed decreases by 10%, cannot increase, movement speed decreases by 10%, cannot increase, must release manually. Growth equipment. Each time the wearer kills a unit, he will gain 1 point of evolution value. Current evolution level, 120. Evolution value, 34 out of 100. Evolution reward. There is a chance to cause continuous lethal damage to units with health less than 10%. Evolution reward. Each of your attacks has a 7% chance of causing the target to lose all its own buffs. Chapter 174. Lin Chen was like a dazzling torrent. He moved so fast that it was difficult for people to catch him. He had dodged Anna's attacks more than a dozen times. The fog around him became thicker and thicker. The fog came from the special skill King's Domain. As time passed, the fog even completely enveloped Anna's huge body. Adding the gravel covering the entire battlefield, the world was covered in fog, and almost all players had lost their basic vision. Anna was the same. She lost sight of Lin Chen running on the gravel below. She could only occasionally see a tiny black shadow approaching. Anna could not clearly determine its position. It appeared on the right side at one moment, and on the left side at another. Soon, it seemed to be very close, perhaps tens of meters away, perhaps hundreds of meters away. Die! Anna suddenly raised her arms, clenched her fists, and smashed them down with force. Before she landed, the sound of explosions breaking through the air could be heard around her. Boom! After a moment, both fists slammed into the ground fiercely, and the air waves exploded like a tide, and endless gravel rushed into the sky. They turned into waves and rushed to the surrounding site. The water waves formed by countless tons of sand rushed to the sky, as if a giant eagle covering the sky, and the sun was spreading its wings. The black shadow jumped out of the water formed by the sand. He curled up his body, and emerged from the sand like a fish leap. He stepped on the sand and stones, and rushed into the sky. He stepped directly on Anna's arm. This scene was very strange. In the fog where only Anna and Lin Chen could see each other, the two looked at each other quietly, and no one spoke first. Time seemed to freeze. During this period, Lin Chen had time to raise his eyes, and take a look at the exaggerated figure, which looked sacred and great. Rather than being a god, she was also a very beautiful woman. From such a close distance, she looked so beautiful that even if Anna only needed to blow a breath, it would be enough to cause a hurricane to blow Lin Chen away completely. Some strange string in the air broke. Lin Chen and Anna moved together. Lin Chen drove the speed bonus of King's Domain and rushed up along Anna's arm like crazy, while Anna stood up with all her strength and began to slap the direction where Lin Chen was. However, because Anna was so huge, her movement speed seemed more like slow motion compared to Lin Chen. Lin Chen braked suddenly, and Anna's left hand fell hard in front of him. The loud noise was enough to make Lin Chen temporarily deaf. When the storm withdrew, Lin Chen continued to rush forward without hesitation. He jumped up and stepped on Anna's fingers. In a few bounces, he passed that hand and continued to rush towards Anna's shoulder. Anna! Lin Chen shouted at Anna's face while running quickly. You can hear me, right? But the other party did not answer. Anna's body stretched out completely, and rays of light stretched out from all around the goddess like ribs, blooming like flowers. The next moment, hundreds of puppet star prayers fell from the sky again. They emerged from the light and appeared on Anna's shoulders, arms, and collarbones. These strange creatures with 4 arms began to hiss, and then attacked Lin Chen frantically. Lin Chen did not stop. He continued to dive forward madly. In the fog, his figure looked like a hunting night owl. Just when those puppets were about to touch Lin Chen, black energy suddenly emerged from Lin Chen's body, and in the blink of an eye, those black mists turned into undead followers. The first to appear was Huang Dachui. This undead almost instantly swung a hammer, accompanied by a sentence in his mouth. 80! The monster blocking the road was instantly knocked away, and the huge force knocked it directly off Anna's skin and finally fell. After doing all this, Huang Dachui took the lead, waving his two-handed hammer in front of Lin Chen, acting as a pioneer to clear the way for Lin Chen. "Lord, please follow Dachui." However, as he got closer to Anna's shoulders, the number of those puppet praying stars increased, and Huang Dachui's 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and his speed began to slow down. Lin Chen jumped high and stepped directly on Huang Dachui's shoulder, using the force to bounce. Huang Dachui also understood, and when Lin Chen stepped on his shoulder, he squatted down in coordination, then stood up suddenly and shook his shoulders. Lin Chen instantly jumped high. Just when Lin Chen was still in the air, a gust of wind squeezed into his ears. Lin Chen glanced to one side, where the dark green fog should have been covering it, but now the fog was completely blown away by some kind of wind pressure. The fog dispersed, and a big hand slapped Lin Chen's body in the air. In the air, Lin Chen had nowhere to hide. But when the giant hand was about to hit Lin Chen, another figure suddenly appeared from the black fog. It was Shield Mountain. This tough knight spirit used his shield to intercept Anna's blow, but the huge force directly knocked him out of the area. "Lord!" Shield Mountain's voice went from near to far, and finally it was completely inaudible. The giant hand was also stagnant, and Lin Chen landed safely as promised. But there were already dozens of puppet star prayers below, on full alert, and as soon as Lin Chen landed, they all rushed to kill him. "It's really endless," Lin Chen shouted in a low voice, "Roaring brother." After Lin Chen's voice fell, another sharper roar was transmitted. "Roar!" The roaring brother, who appeared beside Lin Chen, raised his head and howled at the sky. The huge tremor made the attacks of all the puppet star worshippers present suddenly startled. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, swung the iron sword in his hand, and cut a bloody path among those star worshippers who were in a state of fainting. At this point, Lin Chen was very close to Anna's shoulder, but how could Anna, as the world boss, allow an ant to crawl in front of her? Countless slashes followed one after another. There were hundreds and thousands of these energy blades, which were the means of attack used to attack tens of thousands of players at the beginning. At this time, they gathered into a point, and the surrounding space became extremely distorted under this point. They were like maggots on the tarsal bones, chasing Lin Chen relentlessly. "Lord!" Just as Lin Chen was dodging, the black fog dissipated, and Qilua appeared right in front of Lin Chen. The pretty short-haired female elf suddenly turned her back to Lin Chen and squatted down. Seeing Qilua make this slightly funny move, Lin Chen also knew something. He raised his eyebrows and stepped directly on Qilua's back. When Lin Chen's feet were about to touch Qilua's back, Qilua suddenly rolled forward to face Lin Chen. She bent her slender legs and kicked hard. Hunter skill rolling shot. The huge kinetic energy made Lin Chen jump dozens of meters almost instantly. The slashing attack behind him also lost its target and finally disappeared. Lin Chen landed on the ground and slowly turned his head to look to the side. Under his feet was Anna's shoulder. Chapter 175. Anna's eyes were looking at the man whose shoulders were so small that he looked like an ant. He held a rusty iron sword in his hand and stood alone in the center of her sight. "Anna!" the man shouted again. This time, the moon goddess did not attack blindly like before, but just looked at the other party in silence. "Look at me!" Lin Chen shouted again. "I know you can hear me." Anna's pupils were slowly shrinking, and she even dodged back and forth without being noticed. If it were an ordinary person, such tiny facial and pupil details would never be easily noticed, but Anna's body is large enough. Her pupils are as big as a house, so any facial details can be easily captured by Lin Chen. When he saw the change in Anna's expression, Lin Chen's mouth corners rose. "Tell the truth, Anna." Lin Chen suddenly retracted the iron sword in his hand. He stood with his bare hands, and now he opened his hands. "If I'm not mistaken, you should know my identity, right?" After saying this, Anna's performance was obviously not as indifferent as before. She seemed to be hesitating, but she also looked up at something with some worry. Lin Chen looked up along Anna's line of sight. Above his head was endless moonlight and a bright white sky. There was nothing wrong with it. In that case, what was she looking at, or what was she worried about? The next moment, Anna suddenly sighed. She put away the moon wheel in her hand and replaced it with a pure white light. This light was very dazzling. It was dazzling and dazzling. Judging from the shape, it looked like a prop similar to an hourglass. After holding the item, Anna looked at Lin Chen thoughtfully. Then, as if she had made a decision, she crushed the hourglass-like light with force. Ping! With a crisp sound, the air around seemed to stagnate at this moment. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, And he obviously didn't expect that he could see a level 80 special item at such a low level. Time Hourglass. After using this item, the user can temporarily stop the time in the dungeon, and only the user can move freely. Yes, this item can only be used in specific places, such as dungeons, secret realms, or ruins, but it cannot be used in the land of the hunting god. Even so, this item is still very popular among high-level players. After all, it can do too many things. Not only can it reverse the situation, but it can even save your life. At this moment, Anna, the moon goddess, who should be the boss and the world boss, actually used this item that should only be used by players to freeze time. At this moment, the wind stopped whistling instantly, and the fine sand flying in the sky seemed to have formed ice crystals, which were suspended in the air one by one, like amber frozen by time. Everything in the battlefield formed by this gravel land was frozen in this moment. Lin Chen could even clearly see the texture of each grain of sand, and feel the dust in each wisp of wind. Looking back, even Qi Luo and other undead followers behind him had their eyes wide open, as if they were surprised by the sudden silence. In this brief stillness, the surroundings seemed unusually solemn and mysterious, and the white and bright light still shone obliquely, making it look even more gentle and peaceful. Lin Chen continued to look at Anna in front of him. This moon goddess finally spoke. The chosen one. No. Hello, second round player. This sentence was within Lin Chen's expectations, but also beyond reason. After being reborn once, the land of the hunting god is no longer what Lin Chen remembered. Although the types of monsters and the development of the plot are the same as in the previous life. But it has become completely different. After all, he never thought that one day he would have a conversation with the world boss in this way. It seems that you do have something to say to me? Lin Chen stared at Anna and asked in a deep voice. Maybe. Anna looked up at the top of her head again. What's your name? Lin Chen subconsciously looked up at the top of his head. Now that he was not wearing a mask, the 3 words programmer on his head were extremely clear. Lin Chen looked at Anna meaningfully, then paused and replied, Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Anna repeated Lin Chen's name, and then whispered, Tell me about yourself first. What do you want to ask me? There are indeed many things I want to ask you. Lin Chen simply sat down cross-legged, and under his buttocks was not the ground or the sand, but Anna's tight skin. He seemed very casual at this time. Since you know the term second round, it means that you know that I came to the land of the hunting god for the second time. Lin Chen said lightly, but even though I have been a player for 2 lives, I still know very little about this world, and this time I came to the land of the hunting god, I found more differences. So I want to ask, how does this world exist? Is it real? He had used many methods to ask various NPCs he met in the land of the hunting god. Starting from the job-changing NPC in the church, he would almost always ask indirect questions during the conversation with the NPC who issued the task. But no matter how hard he tried, even if those NPCs wanted to say something to him, they were afraid and concerned about something. There was something in this world that restricted the NPCs, and Lin Chen could not ask anything he wanted to know. At this time, Anna crushed the hourglass. He might be able to get some useful information from this special character. Hearing this question, Anna's expression obviously changed slightly, and she seemed to laugh. Of course, this world is real, Anna blurted out, but it is different from some other worlds. Strictly speaking, it cannot be considered a real world. Anna said several worlds at once, as if she was saying some jingle. What do you mean? It means that the land of the hunting god is, in some ways, a world temporarily built to deal with some impending crisis. Its existence is to cultivate chosen ones like you. To deal with the crisis? Lin Chen caught the point almost instantly and asked, what crisis? However, Anna did not answer, but shook her head meaningfully at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was even more puzzled. An impending crisis? What kind of crisis requires so many intelligent species to be forcibly dragged to the land of the hunting god? Not just humans. As the level increases, all kinds of races will appear, elves, orcs, half-orcs, murlocs. With so many creatures gathered together, at least trillions of players, what specific crisis are they preparing to resist? Lin Chen was about to continue asking, but Anna interrupted him. Change the question. I can't tell you too much detail about this question for the time being. Chapter 176. Lin Chen hated this feeling. No matter what, he didn't like the Riddler very much. He kept his words to himself, and made them look very mysterious. Why, do you feel confused when you say these words? Lin Chen immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Anna glanced at Lin Chen, then sighed. Yes, if I tell you, I might die. Will die? These 2 words really made Lin Chen a little concerned when he heard them. Yes, this is a curse-like ability. Or, in other words, a different kind of seal. Not to mention me, even a higher-level world boss won't reveal too much to you. So exaggerated, but even if you don't tell me, won't you die? Lin Chen glanced at the battlefield around him. Although time was frozen, he could still see the chaotic group of players standing on the field through the sand floating in the air. Although they are still a pile of scattered sand now, as long as they unite, Anna may not be able to survive the bombardment of so many players. What's more, there is the biggest change here, Lin Chen. You can't kill me. Anna seemed to know what Lin Chen was thinking, and she answered in a low voice. What do you mean? Lin Chen was interested again, and without even overthinking, he asked directly, Are you so confident in yourself? No, I mean it literally. Even if you clear the world boss copy on this battlefield, I can't die. Oh! Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his thoughts drifted back to the copy he had entered a few days ago. He clearly remembered that the special bosses in those dungeons that were shrouded in cursed status, the Spider Queen, the Goblin Lord, and the mysterious Star Prayer, all died at his hands after fighting with him. He could feel the breath of death, and it didn't seem like they were faking their death. However, Anna's words now made him confused. Lin Chen frowned, looking at the mysterious goddess in front of him with an almost scrutinizing gaze. Every word and every action of hers seemed to hide some deep meaning. Well, if that's the case, then I can't get anything useful out of you? Lin Chen shrugged, shook his head lightly, and raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He was not in a hurry to force Anna, because he knew that since she chose to crush the time hourglass on her own initiative, she must have a purpose. Anna nodded slightly and looked into the distance. Although I can't tell you what the upcoming crisis is, I can indeed answer some questions about the land of the hunting god for you. Anna's voice was full of mystery. Lin Chen nodded, as if to express his gratitude. He stretched out a finger, as if to outline a question in the air. First of all, I want to know who built the land of the hunting god. Was it a powerful being, or a mysterious race? Anna's expression froze slightly when she heard this. She seemed to always hear some questions from this man that she was not willing to answer. She frowned, as if thinking about how to answer. She opened her mouth, but seemed to not know how to express it. Why? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. You can't even talk about this question? Ah. Anna sighed, and after a moment, she finally spoke. The land of the hunting god. Its founder is an existence you can't imagine. Its power is far beyond your cognition. I can only tell you that in a sense, it is the so-called god. Anna spoke slowly. Every word was very clear. Stop. Lin Chen stretched out his hand to interrupt Anna. I have come to the land of hunting gods twice. I have killed many guys like you who are called gods. So how about another way of saying it, such as the creator? Anna was obviously a little stunned, but soon he nodded. The creator. You can say that, but I have never seen it. I don't even know what race it is or what it looks like, so I can only answer you ambiguously about this question. Okay. Lin Chen extended his second finger. You just said that the land of the hunting god was created to deal with a certain crisis, so can I understand that the land of the hunting god is a trial field, and everyone in this world, no matter which world they come from, has the ultimate goal of becoming stronger and then dealing with that unknown crisis? Yes. Anna only replied with one word, very straightforward. Lin Chen finally had a clue this time. He had been a headless fly in the land of the hunting god for several years. Even with most of his memories of this game, he was still confused about its existence. But now Lin Chen was extremely clear. If that's the case, Lin Chen suddenly had a very bold idea. His pupils shrank slightly, and he stood up suddenly. Then, what about the dead players? Yes, Lin Chen actually wanted to know this question. In the land of the hunting god, as long as the resurrection coin is lost and the heaven corridor is not healed, the player will really die 5 minutes after dying. But now that he had learned from Anna that the real purpose of the land of the hunting god was a special trial field, Lin Chen began to doubt whether the so-called death was true or not. Combined with the state of the undead follower Shield Mountain at that time, Lin Chen only felt that if a player dies in the land of the hunting god, they will return to their own world. Anna said softly. These words spoken lightly from Anna's mouth were like a bolt from the blue, exploding directly in Lin Chen's brain. Yes, he had this almost crazy idea, but he rejected it in the end. It was not until Dun Shan told him about what happened after death that Lin Chen began to waver. When he subdued Dun Shan's soul, Dun Shan, who had become his undead follower, had clearly stated that after his death, until he was awakened by Lin Chen in the state of undead, during that window period, he truly returned to the real world. Lin Chen carefully recalled every word that Dun Shan said. Sir, sir, I can indeed remember everything that happened before, including everything on the earth I was on. But, I just, sir, just before you summoned me I seemed to return to earth. But there is no one on earth. The streets, buildings, and squares are empty, as if the whole world is dead. I thought I was dreaming. I thought I died and went to hell, but it was too real. That was where I lived before. I was still at work. I remember everything there. There is no mistake. I really went back. But why is there no one? These words were told to him by Dunshan himself, and Lin Chen remembered them very clearly. In other words, what Shield Mountain said was true. He really returned to Earth at that time. The reason why there were not many people on Earth was because all the people at that time were in the land of the hunting god. Even if people died one after another, there were very few people who could return to Earth. If this is the case, not only Shield Mountain, but Shi Luo, who is an elf, should have experienced this situation. You mean, if you die in the land of the hunting god, the player will return to the real world? Lin Chen felt a little dry in the mouth. Will this be told to the players in the future missions? Or will the players know about this in the end? No. Anna shook her head. The land of the hunting god will not tell the players any information about after death. After all, this is a trial field for training players. Before making the players stronger, the land of the hunting god will not do such unnecessary things. Unless... Anna looked at Lin Chen with a strange look. Unless you spread it widely. What Anna said makes sense. If players are told that they will return to reality after death, then the consequences of this matter are self-evident. The entire land of the hunting god will usher in waves of suicide, crazes, and no one can stop them at that time. What happens after returning to the real world? Lin Chen asked. For example, if a level 30 mage player dies and returns to reality, what about his abilities? Anna answered very quickly. They will be fully retained. Not only his attributes and skills, but even the equipment he wears will be inherited intact. After saying that, Lin Chen suddenly laughed in disbelief. That was too spectacular. Just imagine, what would happen if some supermen suddenly appeared on Earth who could rub fireballs with their hands, resist artillery shells, and even summon monsters to fight for them? Not to mention high-level players, even a level 30 knight, except for some very powerful heavy weapons, could be declared invincible on the entire Earth. But soon, Lin Chen's face suddenly became solemn. In other words, the crisis will spread to Earth. Earth? Is that your previous world? Anna, let alone Earth, the crisis will spread to all worlds. Any world will become a battlefield. If you want to survive in that apocalypse, you can only become stronger here. After a while of silence, Lin Chen was relieved. I understand. Lin Chen sat back down. In other words, those players who died and returned to reality in the middle of the journey will only be cannon fodder in the end. Yes. The sooner they go back, the less they can do when the final crisis comes. Anna nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them looked at the top of their heads in tacit understanding. After the special prop time hourglass was broken, an icon similar to the shape of an hourglass sun naturally appeared at the top. As time passed, the light inside it would disappear. Now that half of the time has passed, it means that they don't have much time left for their conversation. Time is running out. Anna changed the subject. Is it time for me to ask you some questions? Lin Chen came back to his senses from the information just now. He obviously hadn't completely digested the words just now, and was a little dazed for a while. Ah, you asked. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. Anna whispered, her tone solemn. Lin Chen, I want to know what secret you have. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't answer immediately, Anna added, even if he is a second-round player, he can't inherit the abilities of the previous life. All you can get is the previous memory. This kind of person, you are not the only one. But you seem to be different from them. Why are you so powerful? Anna wanted to continue, but at this moment, she suddenly felt a sharp killing intent. Yes, Lin Chen was staring at her with an extremely sharp look. Even Anna couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. What did you just say? Lin Chen thought he had heard wrongly. What does there are more than one second-round players mean, in the land of the hunting god? Could there be other second-round players like Lin Chen? I guess I'm the one who said too much. Anna said faintly, but I didn't intend to hide it from you. It's not uncommon to see second-round players in the land of the hunting god, but you're special. Lin Chen was speechless again. He was right. Who said that Lin Chen was the only second-round player in this place? Who said that I was the only one who lived again? In this case, Lin Chen really wanted to know who else was a second-round player. After they came back again, did they know more than he did? You haven't answered me yet. Anna suddenly interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. Why is your ability value so different? What do you mean? Lin Chen asked knowingly. Your attack power seems to be a little bit wrong. Oh, what's wrong? You? Anna was obviously unhappy. How could someone hit so many critical hits at level 35? How could someone hit such high damage at level 35? Lin Chen took out the rusty iron sword in his hand and looked at it for a few seconds. During this time, he kept looking at Anna with his peripheral vision. From Anna's expression, Lin Chen knew that his trump card was not exposed, which was a good thing for Lin Chen. Even if there were second-round players like him in the land of the hunting god, it would not matter. As long as he used bug skills and methods, the number of second-round players would not make much difference. Lin Chen clapped his hands and put the iron sword back into his backpack. He imitated Anna's previous appearance and answered, I'm sorry, if I tell this to anyone, I'd probably die. This is my secret. Please change your question. Seeing Lin Chen following suit, Anna was obviously a little dissatisfied. However, the two of them looked up at the sky in tacit understanding. Time hourglass, there was very little time left. During this time, Lin Chen waved his hand. Since you don't have any other questions for me, I ask you one last question. Anna remained silent, and seemed to no longer want to exchange information with Lin Chen. You said we can't kill you, so can I attack you without reservation later? After saying this, the crisp sound of a clock ticking suddenly came from above her head. Anna stood up straight, and the special weapon shaped like a moon wheel reappeared in her hand. Of course. After the sound fell, everything that was frozen around moved. Chapter 177. Time hourglass. The time pause caused by it has disappeared. Lin Chen's figure suddenly rioted like lightning, and the puppet star prayers around him, who were originally bound by the time pause, instantly broke free from the restraints. They shook their bodies and heads, with scarlet light flashing in their eyes, and surrounded Lin Chen without hesitation. Facing the sudden attack, Lin Chen had no time to release any skills. He tightly grasped the rusty iron sword in his hand, which was his only line of defense at the moment. Although the iron sword was rusty, it seemed to be given new life in Lin Chen's hands. The blade light flashed, and Lin Chen stood at Anna's arm and swung the rusty iron sword. The blade was airtight, like a transparent shield. He used King's Domain to increase his attack speed by more than double. The silver-black blade light flashed in the air, and each one was as fierce as a storm, stirring up the surrounding air so that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Swish, swish, swish. The density of this attack was so high that it seemed to form an invisible barrier, sealing the space tightly. The puppets rushed forward, but it seemed as if they had hit a copper wall and iron wall, and they were cut off by Lin Chen's sword. Sizzle. The rusty iron sword roared violently under Lin Chen's extreme dance, and the sound of the sword seemed very cheap, because it was the lowest level equipment, so the shape was very simple. Although the floating wood of the hilt seemed to be broken at any time, every swing of Lin Chen was accurate and powerful, making this extremely low-quality white equipment in Lin Chen's hands become sharp that did not belong to it. The sword blade broke through the bodies of the puppet star prayers, cut off their bones, and made a sharp hissing sound. This cutting feeling made Lin Chen feel a little uncomfortable, as if he was not holding an iron sword, but a divine weapon that could split everything. As his attack power increased, the killing line became higher. Now, Lin Chen could kill the monster with one blow without a critical hit. In this killing of the monster, it seemed that there was a smooth feeling. The puppet monsters began to lose vitality one after another, and finally collapsed to the ground and turned into gravel. Lin Chen fought and retreated, because from this moment on, Anna was no longer safe, and she would not let Lin Chen stay on her body. Huh? The huge palm slapped again, illuminating the place where Lin Chen and the star prayer were below in an extremely dark light. Lin Chen retreated violently, King's Domain with the buff. Lin Chen's movement speed was also exaggerated, and the soles of his feet were not gravel but Anna's flesh, so he moved faster. Boom! The deafening roar of his palms made Lin Chen jump down from a high place quickly with a shock wave. He seemed to fall off a cliff, but just when Lin Chen was about to fall, he took out his bow, an arrow in midair, and shot an arrow at Anna's leg. Minus 5,050. The second arrow followed. Minus 5,048. The third arrow, the fourth arrow. After Lin Chen finally landed on the ground, he shot 5 arrows in a row. But without exception, there was no critical hit. Finally, Lin Chen fell to the ground, splashing gravel and dust more than a person high. On the ground, Dun Shan Qilua and other undead followers had been waiting for a long time, and they almost instantly gathered around Lin Chen. Lord. Lin Chen stretched out his hand to the 5 people to indicate that he was fine. He raised his head high and looked at Anna. Behind Anna's name, the 3 words curse were written. Yes, his attack should not be able to cause a critical hit on a monster under the curse, but if that's the case, why can his critical hit work on those puppet praying stars? If I remember correctly, every star prayer should also have a curse state. After all, when they attack players, they will make the players affected by the curse state. Are these star prayers summoned units so? Lin Chen's self-talk was instantly cut off, and the tense atmosphere around him reached its peak with Anna's sudden action. Huh? Lin Chen couldn't help but stare at Anna's eyes. At this time, the eyes of the moon goddess were replaced by determination. At this moment, she only had one thought in her mind, to kill Lin Chen. The light burst out instantly, as bright as falling stars. The moon-shaped weapon in Anna's hand underwent an amazing change at this moment. It was no longer a soft arc, but a sharp straight knife. Anna held the handle tightly with both hands, and raised the straight knife above her head. The goddess of the moon turned into a sacred Valkyrie. There was no hesitation in her movements, as if she had abandoned all the previous settings. At this time, Anna had begun to fight with her own will and strength. The blade slashed towards Lin Chen like a streak of silk. At that moment, Lin Chen's pupil shrank slightly, and the reflection of the blade was clearly reflected in his eyes. However, Anna overlooked an important fact. On this battlefield, Lin Chen was not her only opponent. Just as she was fully prepared to launch a fatal attack on Lin Chen, an accident suddenly occurred. Fireballs and arrows bombarded Anna's upper body like raindrops. Her posture of raising the knife and slashing was interrupted in an instant. The roar of flames and arrows, and the roar of Anna's footsteps as she stepped back were intertwined. Lin Chen turned his head, and everything in front of him made him feel relieved. Yes, those players who had fled in all directions began to gather again at this time. They waved their weapons, shouted slogans such as, "Kill her!" and "A mere world boss is not worth mentioning," and launched a fierce attack on Anna. This sudden attack allowed Lin Chen to catch his breath. He held the iron sword tightly, and stared at the battle situation. Next, the players' storm-like offensive finally unfolded in full swing. They worked together, and opened fire at full power. The density and intensity of the attack were unprecedented. This is the scene that Lin Chen mentioned when he was talking to Anna. Anna said that so many people couldn't kill her, but you have to know that no boss can resist the attack of tens of thousands of players working together. From the beginning of the challenge of the world boss to now, the concentration of fire this time is the most exaggerated, and Anna is in an unprecedented predicament. Don't stop, beat her up. With a loud shout, the players launched a large-scale skill attack for the second time. They lost the obstruction of the puppet prayer, and their goal at this moment was very clear. Various professional skills bloomed on the battlefield like fireworks, bombarding Anna's huge body. Boom boom. The mages waved their staffs and released their skills. Then, fireballs, ice cones, lightning chains, and other elemental magics fell from the sky, converging into a gorgeous magic torrent, and fiercely bombarded Anna's body. For a moment, flames jumped on her body, ice cones froze her skin purple, and lightning chains wandered around in her body, making crackling electric shock sounds. The archers drew their bows and aimed at Anna's vital parts, and the arrows poured down like a rainstorm. The arrows cut through the air, making sharp whistles, and constantly stabbed Anna's body. The poison attached to the arrows burned and caused various negative status effects, making Anna's movements gradually slowed down and continued to lose blood. The warriors held giant swords, or battle axes, and rushed towards Anna like a tiger descending from the mountain. They launched the charge skill, quickly shortening the distance with Anna, and then swung the weapons in their hands, slashing, and hitting. Each attack was powerful, causing Anna's body to tremble continuously, stiffening wave after wave, and even difficult to stand up straight. In addition, assassins approached Anna silently and launched a fatal attack. The Beastmaster summoned various pets and monsters to assist them in attacking. The knights stood in front of Anna, ready to resist damage for other players behind them. On the entire battlefield, the light of skills flickered like stars, and the roars came one after another. The desert-shaped battlefield was like thunder. However, the reason why the world boss is called the world boss is because Anna has almost heaven-defying defense and health. Under this terrifying attack, Anna was like a giant tower in the storm. Although she was constantly hit, her figure still stood firm. "Ants, how dare you do this to me?" Anna's angry words under the bombardment were like a devil's voice, but no matter how she struggled, she could not recover from the connection of so many skills. The player's attack on Anna was so strong that any boss would be wiped out in a short time, but Anna's attributes as a world boss allowed her to withstand this amazing damage. Even so, her health was rapidly decreasing, and every player could clearly feel her health bar draining away. "The health bar is almost gone, come on!" a player shouted loudly. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Anna's health, and the purple health bar that was originally bottomless was finally about to reach the bottom. However, at the moment when the purple health bar was completely cleared, a new health bar appeared in Anna's health tank, a red health bar. This scene made everyone completely stunned. And more. People stared in disbelief. They had never encountered such a situation before. After the black health bar, it was purple. Now that the purple was gone, red appeared again. Is the health of this world boss endless and bottomless? After the health bar switched, Anna seemed to have briefly gained a state similar to an invincible frame. She instantly distanced herself from the players, and stood in a corner of the battlefield. Anna was covered in wounds, and she seemed to have never been so embarrassed. The brilliance that served as an ornament on her body had fallen off during a round of skill bombardment. Her clothes were also torn, revealing her snow-white skin inside the holes. "This?" A warrior sat down on the gravel. "How do we fight this?" But soon a sharp-eyed player saw the clue. Red blood bar. The man suddenly reacted. "This is the last tube of blood of the boss, and all of our blood bars are red. The health bars of all the monsters and bosses we encountered before were all red. This should really be the last wave." Although he said so, his tone was still weak. Every player present was already at the end of their rope. They had more or less used up all the potions in their backpacks. It would probably not be easy to deal with the next wave of boss attacks. Lynchen also heard the words that the player said to motivate people. But he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Monarch?" Wang Dachui asked in a slightly puzzled voice. "Lynchen, generally speaking, the world boss at this time is the most dangerous." After saying that, Lynchen became very alert. As Lynchen said, the world boss has entered the final stage. Her body began to transform at this moment, and endless beams of light fell from the sky, finally landing on Anna's head. Under the strong light, no one could look directly at Anna's position. They could only identify her body shape and appearance through the black shadow under their feet. Soon, Anna's silhouette gradually changed from human body. What happened? Don't open your eyes. It's so cold. The temperature around her dropped as if it was frozen. This battlefield covered with gravel should have been hot and dry, but at this moment, people seemed to be thrown from the hot desert into the extremely cold snowy area in an instant. The coldness was piercing, and even breathing became difficult. The light gradually dissipated, and people looked up with a shashasha sound. They completely forgot that the air they exhaled would turn into white frost, and they just stood there in a daze. The scene in front of them shocked them so much that they almost forgot to breathe. Anna's figure had disappeared, replaced by a huge dragon, which looked like a western dragon, with scales shining with a deep luster, dragon eyes as sharp as swords, and huge wings behind it fluttering in the wind. Lynchen frowned, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. What's going on? Could this be your true form? The wings that covered the sky and the sun slowly rose, and finally completely blocked the light source above the head, as if the whole world was shrouded by this huge shadow. A strange force permeated the air, making a fragmented and broken sound that was heart-pounding. Then, the dragon-shaped Anna did not give the players any chance to breathe. She waved her long tail, and suddenly swept in all directions. The long tail drew a terrifying arc in the air, and immediately stirred up yellow sand all over the sky. Whoosh! As the huge tail tore through the air, it made a dull buzzing sound, which was the roar of supersonic turbulence. The weapons in people's hands, the protective gear on their bodies, and the shields held high by the knights, when they collided with the scales and barbs on the tail, sparks of fire burst out instantly. Then, countless players flew backwards, like kites with broken strings. They were mercilessly knocked away by this force, and scattered everywhere. The entire battlefield fell into chaos and panic. Lynchen looked at the players around him, who had lost their will to fight. He sighed, and whispered to the 5 undead followers behind him. "Everyone, we have to fight together." Chapter 178. After saying this, Lynchen continued to drink a bottle of magic potion. He put away the rusty iron sword, and fiddled with his backpack for a while, and finally took out the level 10 equipment Blackwood broadsword. The 5 undead followers behind him were all ready for battle, with Dunshan and Chilua leading the charge, and Wang Dachui and the other 2 behind them were also eager to try. "Master Dunshan, Master Chilua." Wang Dachui weighed the 2-handed hammer in his hand. "Should we discuss tactics?" Tactics? Dunshan replied in a deep voice. What tactics can we have? When the monarch gives an order, we just rush over and attack together. Huang Dachui touched his nose. That's right. Sure enough, just after their brief conversation, Lin Chen, who was at the front, suddenly shouted, Go! This shout, like the sound of a war drum, instantly inspired the 5 undead followers to fight with a certain fighting spirit from the soul. They moved together and ran forward at full speed behind Lin Chen. Anna, who had transformed into a giant dragon, felt the strong murderous intent coming from Lin Chen. She instantly retracted her dancing tail and locked her huge dragon eyes on Lin Chen. At this moment, all the players on the battlefield were no more threatening than Lin Chen alone. At this moment, Lin Chen rushed towards the giant dragon like a flash of lightning. His movements were still swift, and every step he took on the gravel on the ground stirred up a person-high dust. Seeing this, the giant dragon looked up to the sky and roared. The sound was deafening, and it echoed between the sky and the earth. Roar! Then, the giant dragon flapped its wings and soared into the air, its huge body drawing a terrifying arc in the air. It opened its huge mouth, and a dazzling light surged out of its mouth. These beams of light gathered in the air, condensed, and finally turned into an energy body containing terrifying energy. Lin Chen, who was running, saw this and his eyes condensed. Even if he didn't know what kind of attack the giant dragon launched, he knew that this was definitely not an ability that he could just stand there and wait for it to perform. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand to the 5 followers behind him and shouted, Scatter! At the same time, he also jumped high. His figure was like a bullet ant breaking through the sky. Half a second later, the dragon's head suddenly lowered, and the energy body in its mouth finally broke out of the ground. A dazzling light cut through the dark sky and roared towards Lin Chen and his followers. Fuck. Some players far outside the battlefield were stunned for a moment. Kameha? Bullshit, this is obviously dragon breath. Brother. Godzilla? As the dazzling light burst out from the dragon's mouth, the surrounding world was like the inside of an incandescent lamp, dazzling and even burning the player's skin. Then, a terrifying energy exploded with the force of thunder. The most deadly attack of the dragon breath. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, the space seemed to be distorted. The blazing flames and strong impact instantly turned the gravel, soil, and even the distant mountains on the ground into ashes. The ground trembled under the ravages of the dragon's breath, and a shocking gully emerged. This dragon breath made of white fiery light is indeed like the atomic breath of Godzilla in the player's mouth. Lin Chen and his undead followers were also shocked by this terrifying destructive power. Although they had been prepared for a long time, they had to go all out to deal with such a powerful attack. Lord Qilua, come to me! Brother Roar grabbed Qilua's arm and carried Qilua's delicate body on his shoulders. At the moment when the dragon breath swept over, Brother Roar shook his shoulders violently, and Qilua also understood and released the roll skill, and the whole person instantly jumped into the sky. Qi Yu and Huang Dachui also cooperated to send Dunshan away from the place where the dragon's breath swept. They each used their own unique skills to try to avoid this fatal blow. However, the power of the dragon's breath was too strong. Dunshan and Qilua were able to dodge it, but the remaining 3 were not so lucky. The dragon's breath swept around them, the ground was torn, the air was burned, and their figures disappeared in the mess. Lin Chen frowned and glanced at his skill icon. Resurrection of the Dead on the icon, a cooldown shape slowly appeared. Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother, and Qi were killed instantly. They entered the summon CD. It would take more than 10 minutes to summon them again. Lin Chen now has bloodthirst. The upper limit of his health follows the increase of his attack power. Lin Chen's health bar is now 9,500 points, and Huang Dachui and the others inherited half of his health. They were able to kill Huang Dachui and the other 2 instantly, which means that the basic damage of this dragon breath is above 5,000. If the continuous damage per second is taken into account. It seems I can't take it head on. Shield Mountain, Qilua, cover me. Lin Chen said softly. He slowly turned sideways and began to activate King's domain to the maximum extent. The invisible domain was expanding, and the dark green mist dispersed again. At the same time, Lin Chen also began to release the 2 enhancement skills of the Sage. Blessing Sound, Pure White Mark. After doing this, Lin Chen tightly grasped the broadsword in his hand. Just as Lin Chen was about to charge at the giant dragon Anna, a swift figure suddenly flashed out from his side, as silent as a ghost. Lin Chen initially thought it was his teammate Feng Chen or Shizi coming to support him, but when he saw the person clearly, he found that it was a completely unfamiliar face. Huh? Lin Chen paused and stopped. The man did not say much, but quickly approached Lin Chen, and his hands began to flash with a lavender glow. He had a firm look, and obviously had his own plans. You? Lin Chen was about to ask, but the man had already taken action. Great God! The man shouted anxiously, and the purple light between his hands became more and more dazzling. I am a hidden professional weapon master. I just saw your battle. I know that only you can resist this dragon now. Wait a minute, I give you a buff first. Hearing the words, Weapon Master, Lin Chen's eyebrows relaxed a little. This hidden profession is just like the head of the Fu-Tu Guild, Shi Tai Yin Liang. They have unique skills and fighting methods. And at this moment, this Weapon Master is obviously ready to release his level 30 skill Weapon Blessing. Weapon Blessing is a special skill of the Weapon Master, which can add a powerful buff effect to the weapons and protective gear of teammates, significantly improving their combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Lin Chen immediately realized the purpose of the Weapon Master. He quickly adjusted his state, and prepared to accept this sudden increase. As a burst of purple light fell on the black wooden broadsword in his hand, the originally ordinary broadsword began to undergo amazing changes. The blade part grew and thickened rapidly, as if melted by flames, extending from the original 1 meter length to a length of about 6 or 7 meters. The originally smooth and black blade edge became extremely sharp at this moment. If you look closely, the surface of the broadsword seems to have countless scales protruding from the blade, emitting a dazzling light. This is more than a weapon blessing, it is simply an evolution of weapons. At this moment, Lin Chen felt the strong power emanating from the broadsword in his hand, as if it was awakened, showing its true form. He gripped the hilt tightly, looking at this level 10 broadsword, which is now as gorgeous as a level 80 divine suit. Thank you. Lin Chen grinned. The wingspan of the dragon slapped violently in the air, and every swing was violent. The sand and stones on the land below were lifted up into a sandstorm several meters high, covering the sky and the sun, forming a chaotic unknown area. In the midst of the strong wind and dust, Lin Chen remained as steady as a rock. He held the broadsword blessed by the Weapon Master, pointed the tip of the sword at the dragon, and made a provocative gesture. The dragon, Anna, circled in the air, looking down at Lin Chen with its fierce eyes. In the dragon's eyes, the blazing white light shot out as if it was real, as if it was going to pierce through Lin Chen's body. However, Lin Chen was not moved at all. Boom! As the dragon flapped its wings for the last time, it fell heavily back to the ground, and the ground trembled under the impact of the dragon. Anna did not stop. She slowly folded her wings and began to retreat. This action made Lin Chen frown slightly, as if she was running up. Sure enough, a moment later, the dragon spread its huge wings again and roared to the sky. The roar was deafening, making people's eardrums sting, as if it was going to tear the whole sky apart. In this roar, Anna completely showed her complete anger as a god. Whether it was the holy goddess posture just now, or the dragon form now. After the roar, Anna opened her huge mouth, revealing her sharp fangs. She rushed towards Lin Chen without hesitation, and her speed was as fast as a flash of lightning that cut through the sky. After turning into a giant dragon, Anna's body was extremely huge. How could this be a giant dragon charging at her? She was simply a moving mountain, pressing towards Lin Chen with a destructive momentum. The giant dragon rushed towards her with its mountain-like body, enough to smash a real mountain into pieces. But Lin Chen not only did not dodge, but at this moment, he actually launched his own reverse charge towards the giant dragon. Holding the seemingly gorgeous black curtain broadsword, Lin Chen jumped high, with great momentum. Fuck, am I dazzled? Someone saw the scene through the yellow sand, and immediately exclaimed, "What is that person doing? Is he looking for death?" At this moment, people finally followed the person's line of sight, and found Lin Chen's figure. Under the symmetry of the huge body of the dragon, Lin Chen's figure seemed to overlap with the gravel. Lin Chen was concentrating, staring at the sharp fangs of the dragon. In between breaths, he adjusted his body with the help of the force, and concentrated all his strength on this attack. Swish! He jumped up, facing the edge of the dragon's fangs, and swung the sword as heavy as a mountain into a sea of knife light. He did not use any skills. Lin Chen just raised the broadsword, and then swung it. The action was done in one go. However, due to the fast speed, the sword almost disappeared in the middle of the swing, leaving only a hazy black light flashing in the air. When two people meet on a narrow road, the brave wins, victory or defeat. No, life and death are just a matter of one sword. The dragon slammed into the gravel where Lin Chen was, and the huge impact force lifted a yellow dust curtain more than 10 meters high. However, in this sky full of yellow sand, Lin Chen's sword was like the light of dawn, cutting the curtain abruptly. The light formed by the sword shadow hit the dragon's facial bones, making a deafening sound. Dang! The dragon was shocked by this blow and fell back. For the comparison of the two bodies, it was like a giant elephant being overturned by an ant. However, Lin Chen did this with his exaggerated attack power. The sword shadow evolved to the end, and it had become a shapeless mad dragon. Under the dual blessing of the attack speed and movement speed of King's Domain, Lin Chen and the dragon Anna entangled fiercely in the air. This was a duel between two dragons. The black shadow of the black wooden broadsword dancing, and the domain formed by King's Domain combined together, and the moment it collided with the yellow sand, an unknown explosion occurred. Boom! Boom boom! The transparent shock waves spread out, creating a pressure like a missile explosion, shaking everything around. Below, the weapon master who had just released weapon blessing to Lin Chen was completely stunned. He looked down at his hands dully. What monster had he just released the buff to? Just when he was a little dazed, a mage suddenly came over from the other side. The weapon master seemed to remember this person. When the moon goddess Anna was in the first stage, it was this mage who threw a perfect fireball spell to interrupt Anna's attack. At this moment, the mage chanted some kind of spell, and threw a huge ice ball at the dragon's body. Elementalist level 30 skill ice ball. The blue ice ball quickly exploded on the dragon's body. It was just a coincidence that the moment when the dragon raised its front paw to attack Lin Chen was the moment when the ice ball exploded on the part of the dragon's front paw that was glowing. Roar! The dragon roared and became obviously stiff. In the battle, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows immediately. His guess was correct. Among the players present, there must be someone who knows the weakness of the boss. Before, he would guess whether that person would be his junior Xiao Tang. After all, only he and Xiao Tang knew the rules of the game. But now, he is not sure. Because Anna said that in this hunting land, besides herself, there are other second-round players, then it is obvious that the mage who appeared in the dark now is a thorough second-round player, although Lin Chen wanted to talk to that person. That was the most important thing at the moment, so he had to deal with Anna first, because Anna was stiff. She could only stagger back a few steps. It was this brief gap that allowed Lin Chen to land on Anna again, but this time, the soles of his feet were no longer soft skin, but hard dragon scales. Lin Chen raised the broadsword in his hand angrily, and then without any hesitation, he stabbed it into the dragon's neck, -50-62. The broadsword pierced the scales accurately, and penetrated the spinal cord. Then, red numbers floated up one after another above Anna's head. -3,765. -3,002. The attack from Chiluo and Dun Shan below also arrived. Lin Chen drew out the broadsword and began to activate his special skills. The earth screams. He needed to maximize all his output during this short period of stiffness. I'm sorry, Anna, you said we can't kill you, so let's wait and see, Lin Chen whispered. Chapter 179. The earth screen was activated for the first time above the boss's body. This violent force poured into the dragon's body, and then gushed out. At a glance, it looked as if the dragon's skin was oozing magma. Roar! As a dragon, Anna looked up to the sky and howled. It was unknown whether it was also hit by the cursed state. It seemed to be in great pain. It kept shaking its body to throw Lin Chen off its body, but as it moved back and forth, the huge vibration made the damage range of the large scream even greater. Not only that, Shield Mountain and Chi Luo below were also not idle. While dodging the dragon's random trampling, they threw their attacks and skills into the dragon's body without reservation. In a short period of time, the blood bar above Anna's head was rapidly draining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fuck. At this time, people also came back from their trance. They just felt that their whole body was trembling, and it was a kind of inexplicable excitement. Who is that person? Programmer. I seem to have seen this name somewhere. Where is it? Wait a minute, I take a look at the ladder, I always feel like it's on the list. When people began to subconsciously and tacitly open the battle power list of the ladder, everyone was stunned. Yes, the name of a player who originally occupied the first place in the ladder list was changed unconsciously at this moment. A name that usually does not appear in the top 100 or even 500, he is very unfamiliar, but it also makes people feel that they have seen it somewhere. Yes, that ID appeared there alone, with only 3 words. Programmer. It's him. It's really him. In addition to the dust that covered my eyes, there was also an indescribable excitement in the air. Programmer. These 3 words spread quickly among the crowd like an electric current. Fuck, I said I was familiar with this name. People's voices were like rolling waves. One person spread 10, 10 spread 100, until everyone heard the shocking name. Programmer? The mysterious person who suddenly flashed on the battle power list a few days ago? The people who were originally fleeing in all directions stopped at this moment, and their eyes were focused on the figure standing on the huge body of the dragon. The man was like a sharp sword piercing into the flesh of the dragon. As the dragon roared heartbreakingly, the appearance of those 3 words seemed to bring endless hope to all the people in despair. Are you still running? I don't think so. Run for nothing. He is the #1 programmer in the whole server. What the hell are you still standing there for? This is a hidden boss leading the dungeon. How can you miss this golden opportunity? Go. Go! The weapon master who had previously released Weapon Blessing to Lynch and shouted first, his face full of excitement and anticipation, and the fighting spirit revealed in his voice pierced his head. He widened his eyes, panted, and then ran towards where Anna was. It turned out that the person who had just buffed him was actually the #1 on the hidden combat power list. Charge! The weapon master shouted again. He didn't care if anyone was following him. He just knew he needed to rush over to help Lynchen. But after running a few steps, he found 2 people charging forward like him. The weapon master turned around and saw that it was a warrior holding a purple broadsword, with a name above his head called Feng Chenjuijio, and the other was a girl called Gardenia. The excitement on the faces of these 2 people was even higher than his own, especially the warrior, who made a strange ape-like cry and jumped forward on the gravel ground. The players who were still hesitating seemed to be infected by this enthusiasm at this moment. They cheered up and started to rush towards the dragon. Just like the discussion of other players around them, they had nothing to fear. The boss had entered the final stage. Now there was a big boss in the server who took the lead and rushed to the front. They had to follow closely. They were no longer afraid of the dragon or the goddess's power and terror. The emotions of tens of thousands of people were unprecedentedly high at this moment. This feeling is very strange. They cheered again and again, and their confidence was hit by the boss of the new stage again and again, but as long as a new hope continued to appear, they would rekindle their fighting spirit. Not to mention this time, is the hope the gold content of the first place in the battle power list. After that, one by one, players began to join the queue. In the end, the charge they launched was like a dense army ants rushing towards a crocodile. Tens of thousands of players turned into an unstoppable army, surging like a tide. They fiercely crashed into the attack range of the giant dragon that was as big as a mountain. The huge body of the dragon looked even more terrifying under the afterglow of the light. However, at this moment, it became the target of all the players. Kill it! On the battlefield, shouts, and the sound of weapons colliding intertwined into one. This last collective skill bombing was the most spectacular. They urged the last blue bar, waved the weapons in their hands, or charged forward, or fired long-range shots and cast spells. Skills and attacks fell on the dragon like raindrops. Boom! Boom! The dragon roared, making a deafening roar. Roar! It waved its huge claws, trying to repel the players. But completely different from before, the players did not retreat this time. The knights risked being killed in one blow, and stood in front of the dragon with their shields. Healers, heal! The healing light in the hands of the outermost healers fell on them like raindrops, making them face the dragon's attack without hesitation. At this moment, every player became the protagonist on the battlefield. They either charged into battle or performed special skills. Almost everyone drained the last bit of their mana bar. Their figures shuttled back and forth on the battlefield. However, there were still a large number of players who were instantly dying under Anna's indiscriminate attack. But they didn't care. After one fell, another group behind would rush up again. As the blood bar on the dragon's head quickly decreased, the battle below looked extremely tragic. At this moment, Lynchen pulled out the modified broadsword in his hand, and turned to look at the dragon coldly. Goodbye, Anna. After saying that, he once again fiercely inserted the broadsword into the dragon's scales. Chapter 180. Lynchen did not release any skills at this moment. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, and he still activated the maximum king's domain. The next moment, Lynchen suddenly changed his tactics. He held the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands, poured all his strength into it, and stabbed it fiercely. Sizzle! Because the attack power was high enough, the scales on the dragon's body seemed like decorations, and Lynchen made the broadsword penetrate into its flesh and blood without much effort. Then, with an incredible force, he dragged. Holding the huge broadsword, as if holding a lightning that cuts through the sky, he stepped on Anna's back covered with hard dragon scales without hesitation and ran wildly, How to describe this scene? In some movies or games, the protagonist usually stabs the weapon in his hand into the body of a huge enemy in this way, then drags it all the way, and finally cuts a scar like a gully on the body of the giant. Lin Chen is like this. His figure jumps and sprints on the huge body of the dragon, and every time the sword tip passes, it is accompanied by the crisp sound of scales breaking and the dull roar of flesh and blood tearing. The broadsword in his hand cut the dragon's back wantonly. The scales that were too solid to be shaken were plowed off piece by piece under Lin Chen's exaggerated attack power, just like cutting neat pieces of tofu. The flesh and blood tissue under the scales were not spared either, and they all broke apart under the broadsword, revealing deep and terrible wounds. As Lin Chen rushed forward, hot white liquid flowed out of the dragon's back. The liquid was viscous and hot. If he guessed correctly, it was the dragon's blood, which flickered strangely in the afterglow of the light above the battlefield. They quickly gathered into streams, flowing down the dragon's back, forming a thrilling picture. There was a brief silence around, as if all the sounds had disappeared, leaving only the sound of Lin Chen's sprinting footsteps and the sharp sound of the broadsword scratching the dragon's scales. Minus 5,010. Minus 5,012. Minus 5,010. Minus 5,008. Minus 5,020. These numbers floated out from the top of the dragon's head frantically as Lin Chen ran. Then, there were the attacks of tens of thousands of players below. Boom, boom, boom. It was not just the damage caused by Lin Chen, but countless skills pierced the dragon's body. The dragon was fatally injured in an instant, and most of its health bar disappeared in an instant like a fault, and those damaged characters could no longer float normally. They gathered into a line and soared straight into the sky. Lin Chen could no longer stand safely at this moment, because he was standing on the dragon, feeling the struggle of the behemoth about to fall. The huge dragon's body began to shake violently. It used all its strength to dig its powerful front claws deep into the gravel, trying to fix its heavy body firmly on the ground. The dragon knew that once it fell, its huge body would make it difficult to get up again. At that time, all the players present would rush forward like chicken blood, with no other choice but death. It had to hold on, even though it was already shaky at this moment. It urgently needed to release the destructive dragon breath again, which was its last hope. The dragon opened its mouth and gathered the bright energy again. Attention! Attention! People recognized this move and shouted immediately. It's dragon breath. Attention to dragon breath. Lin Chen was already standing on the dragon's head at this moment. The black wooden broadsword in his hand was now dyed into a strange color by the dragon's white viscous liquid. He swung the sword down without hesitation and pierced the dragon's forehead. Crack! This strange sound echoed on the battlefield, accompanied by the dragon's final struggle and roar. The dragon's breath that was about to take shape was completely destroyed by Lin Chen's fatal blow and turned into nothingness. Not only that, Lin Chen had no intention of stopping. He quickly stepped forward and kicked the hilt of the broadsword. Swish! The sword blade instantly sank deeply into the dragon's brow, leaving only the hilt outside. Then, the pure white hot liquid gushed out like a fountain, dyeing Lin Chen's figure white. At this moment, people subconsciously raised their heads to look at the top of the dragon's head. Lin Chen's figure seemed extremely small next to the giant dragon's huge body, but the holy light behind him made him look like another unknown thing that had descended to the mortal world. Under that light, perhaps Lin Chen was more like the so-called god in some cases. Kill! Kill him while he's weak. People were completely inspired by Lin Chen's actions, and their morale was unprecedentedly high. They rushed towards the giant dragon regardless of everything, determined to completely defeat and kill this world boss. Soon, the dragon's anti-health bar was visibly close to the bottom line. The red background of the health bar had disappeared, leaving only a transparent trace, indicating that its life was about to come to an end. The dragon also realized its own danger, and it struggled hard, trying to change the situation at the last moment. But its body seemed to have gradually lost control. No matter how it moved its body, it could not resist the arrangement of fate in the end and fell down. Boom! The huge noise was like a mountain collapse, and it made everyone's ears hurt. The rising dust took advantage of the momentum and rushed into the sky, forming a violent sandstorm. Man-made. Although the dragon still had strong forelimbs to move, it waved its forelimbs desperately, trying to repel the surrounding players. But compared to before, its attack has become extremely weak, and even the knight in the front can't be killed in one blow. The dragon swung its body vigorously, and it wanted to at least throw Lin Chen down at the last moment. However, Lin Chen was as steady as a rock. He inserted the broadsword tightly into the dragon's body, close to the dragon's forehead. No matter how the dragon struggled, he never let go. But the dragon's power should not be underestimated. It used up its last strength and swung its body violently to try to throw Lin Chen off. Although Lin Chen had tried his best to hold the hilt tightly, he was eventually thrown out by the dragon's violent power and fell far away. But it was too late. When the last drop of blood was taken away by the throat-cutting effect of an assassin, the behemoth finally whimpered and then completely lost its movement. All the players present were staring at the dragon's corpse with lingering fear. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. Did we kill this boss? Should be. After a while, there was discussion, endless discussion. In the distance, Lin Chen cast a blood-adding skill on himself, and then put the broadsword back into his backpack. He looked up at the sky without saying a word. Chapter 181. The sky above seemed to come alive, constantly wriggling and changing, like a living thing. The strong light that had been emitting from the beginning to the end now became distorted and crazy, and now made a harsh sound like glass about to break. Crack, crack. Snap. Finally, as the sound echoed, pieces of crystal clear fragments began to slowly fall from the sky, like countless meteors streaking through the night sky, reflecting on people's faces. This battlefield constructed by strong light and gravel is disintegrating and collapsing. The sandstones are now fragile under the interweaving of light and shadow. They turn into powder, are swept up by the strong wind, fall heavily, and finally disappear directly on the spot. The tens of thousands of people present have never seen such a scene before. They began to stop one after another, and their tense nerves were also released at this moment. After all, when they saw this scene, it was obvious that this was a sign that they had completely passed this special copy. The players' faces showed joy and exhaustion after surviving the catastrophe. It was a feeling of finally achieving the goal after being trapped in life and death for a long time. It's really not easy, a player said with a trembling voice. The players around sat on the ground one after another. Their faces were full of exhaustion. Some people even started crying. They had struggled to survive under the pressure of the moon goddess Anna several times, and had experienced 3 stages of the boss. If there were no masters carrying the game, all the players would probably die here. Although they were exhausted physically and mentally at this moment, they suddenly remembered something in their hearts, and began to look around. Programmer 3 words. Where is the programmer? I don't know. I remember it seemed to be a warrior, holding a broadsword. No, a warrior can't wear that kind of clothes. It looks like a fragile profession. Fragile profession? Forget it. I guess it's a hidden profession that I've never seen before. Look at the top of the head. There's a name on the top of the head. No one cared about what would happen next. The so-called rewards given after the death of the world boss were not important. What they wanted to do most now was to find the programmer god. Lin Chen put on his mask again, with Feng Chen and Gardenia by his side. Seeing the lively scene around him, Feng Chen smiled. Brother, it's a good thing you have a mask, otherwise. If Lin Chen stood there openly now, facing so many players present, Feng Chen didn't even dare to think about that scene. However, Lin Chen did not respond, but continued to stare at the sky that was breaking apart. Soon, as time passed, a faint prompt sound seemed to be heard in a corner of this world. People gradually quieted down and listened carefully. Ding! Congratulations, the world boss. Moon Goddess Anna has been killed, the level 39 limit has been removed, and all the chosen will be able to successfully upgrade to level 40. Ding! The output ranking list of this world boss has been announced, and all the chosen can be found in the ladder list. Check the damage ranking on the world boss output list. Ding! 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 Congratulations, you participated in killing the world boss this time, and a special reward is being calculated for you. These voices became more and more numerous, and the movement became louder and louder, and finally exploded directly in the minds of every player. Yes, even other players who did not enter the world boss battlefield this time. Every corner of the land of the hunting god, all players, hundreds of millions of players, heard these prompts. At this moment, in the broken battlefield, almost all the players opened their own ladder list. They need to see who will be the highest output. Or, they are ready to see what the highest output is. Brother, don't you want to take a look? Feng Chen did not hesitate, staring at Lin Chen while opening the list immediately. However, when seeing the list, not only Feng Chen, but also the ruins of the entire battlefield, were silent. Yes, the 3 words programmer were clearly ranked first on the list. It reads, ranking of world boss output at level 30. First place, programmer. Damage output percentage, 55%. Second place, Jinfeng Huasha. Damage output percentage, 1.51%. Third place, Open Your Eyes to See the World. Damage output percentage, 0.78%. 17th place, Feng Chenjujiu. Damage output percentage, 0.46%. Feng Chen closed his list in a daze, then stared blankly at Lin Chen, who was standing beside him without saying a word. As if he had noticed Feng Chen's gaze, Lin Chen turned his head, his eyes and the mask were speechless. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Chen whispered. "No. I'm fine, brother." Feng Chen turned his head away dully again. What kind of exaggerated damage ratio is this? There are tens of thousands of players, and Lin Chen, by himself, dealt more than half of the damage. If this were said out, it would definitely make people think that there was a bug in the system. Even Feng Chen and Jizi, who had always been with Lin Chen, didn't dare to believe their eyes at this time. "No. Let me take it easy." Feng Chen's forehead was sweating. He stretched out his hand and kept wiping it, muttering to himself. It should be the damage done by Dun Shan Jilua and the others, and it should be counted on my brother Lin, but even if it is, it's too exaggerated, too exaggerated. Feng Chen kept chattering. But Lin Chen still didn't move. Because unlike others, the prompts in Lin Chen's brain at this moment are still continuing. Ding. Congratulations, you are the player with the highest output damage value of this world boss, and the special reward has been issued to your backpack. Ding. You have completed the achievement. Mere World Boss, the achievement reward has been issued to your backpack. Ding. Second round players congratulate you, you have received this special second round reward package, please check it. Ding. Second round players congratulate you, you have completed this World Boss Crusade, you have obtained a chance to return to reality for a short time, and the special prop, Return to the Ruined Scroll, has been issued to your backpack. These so-called reward prompts came one after another, but when Lin Chen heard the last prompt, his eyes widened almost instantly. What the hell? A brief return to reality? Guishu Scroll? Chapter 182. Return to the reality scroll? Return to the reality for a short time? Lin Chen recognized the words that made up these two words, but after they were combined, he was confused. What does it mean to return to the reality for a short time? Does it mean to let me return to the earth? Lin Chen murmured, and then quickly opened his backpack. Sure enough, in the last column of the backpack, there was a special item called Return to the Reality Scroll. It looked the same as the ordinary scroll icon, except that its color was pitch black, and the font was golden. In the entire land of the hunting god, there was only one item with such a description. Relic. But Lin Chen didn't care what type and level of this item was. He just wanted to quickly check the detailed description of this item. Relic Scroll. After using this item, the user will have 10 minutes to return to his real world. Please use it with caution. Yes, Lin Chen had never seen this item before, whether it was this time or the last time. This kind of description was also the first time he had seen it. You know, this is something that can allow the user to return to his real world. It is impossible that Lin Chen has not heard of it. But in the long years of his previous life, even if he died in the ruins, he had never heard of such a thing in the land of the hunting god. In other words, as long as this item is used, the player can return to the real world anytime and anywhere, and will return to the land of the hunting god again after the time is up. Second round. Another special item for the second round. The land of the hunting god. What on earth are you trying to do? At this moment, there was a sudden violent vibration under his feet. The surrounding world did not give Lin Chen time to think too much. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have been baptized by some special power, and it finally began to collapse completely. The space covered by the yellow sand began to tear apart, and the cracks emitted dazzling light, and spread like a spider web. The strong light that was everywhere in the sky gradually disappeared, it lost its original color, and began to become as dark as ink, and the ground shook violently, as if it was about to be torn into countless pieces. Oh my god, oh my god! People came back to their senses from the half-damage dealt by Programmer at this time. They seemed a little nervous. After all, the dungeons they entered normally did not disappear like this. There were no portals around. The strange scene composed of strong light, and gravel also completely lost its splendor, and became chaotic. Everything gradually dimmed, accompanied by gravel flying everywhere, and the entire battlefield finally fell into endless darkness and chaos. At the moment of collapse, all the players felt a strong suction force. This force was so strong that they could not resist it at all. Captain! Hold my hand. Brother! Help! What's going on? Screams were heard all around, as if an unknown black hole suddenly appeared in the center of the world. Then, they were sucked into the boundless black hole. Woo woo woo. Tens of thousands of players' bodies rolled and twisted in the air, unable to control themselves. What they heard was the whistling wind and the loud noise of space tearing, and in front of them were the constantly changing light and colors. They felt their consciousness gradually blurring, and their bodies were constantly being stretched and compressed. Ugh! Some people even vomited directly in midair. Finally, in a strong sense of dizziness and discomfort, everyone present was teleported away. And this world was instantly broken. But they didn't know that in this world that had become nothingness, the giant dragon that had been lying there, the moon goddess Anna, was shrinking rapidly with its huge body as big as a mountain. A moment later, a woman slowly stood up from where the giant dragon was. It was Anna herself. Anna looked at the dark black hole in front of her with a complicated expression and didn't say anything. When she opened her eyes again, tens of thousands of players had appeared in an unfamiliar environment. The surrounding scenery was completely different from the world they had experienced before. There seemed to be wind blowing around. At a glance, the place where everyone was standing looked very much like the top of the mountain where the guild building was located. They looked at each other, and their faces showed expressions of surviving a disaster. Although they were still a little uncomfortable, their hearts were full of relief and joy. They knew that they had successfully escaped from that broken world, and the world boss had been killed, which meant that the entire hunting god land had a new beginning. Next, someone asked in a low voice, "What should we do?" This place is a huge open space floating in the air. In the center of the open space, there is a huge stone with a strange shape. The stone is white all over. If you look closely, you can even see a few spots of light gradually floating up from the bottom of the stone, like rising bubbles. Someone walked near the stone, as if some mechanism was suddenly triggered. The next moment, the person disappeared directly on the spot. This discovery immediately shocked everyone. What's going on here? Soon, people found that as long as they approached the stone to a certain distance, they would be forcibly teleported away. After all, the tens of thousands of people present came from all over the land of the hunting god. In addition to humans, there were players of all kinds of races. This teleportation stone was equivalent to a special return to city stone. Then, on this huge field, there began to be a short wave of searching for the programmer god. After all, people wanted to talk to the god before leaving. Lin Chen, who everyone wanted to find, was also looking for something at the moment. Feng Chen and Jizi followed closely behind him. The three of them squeezed through the crowd and looked at the people around them with interest. "Brother, who are we looking for?" Feng Chen asked softly. "A mage," Lin Chen answered. Yes, Lin Chen was going to find the mage, who was infinitely close to his junior Tang Yu, or the second-round player. As long as he found him, he should be able to solve some of Lin Chen's doubts. But until the crowd gradually left this place through the teleportation stone, Lin Chen did not find the special mage. "He is deliberately avoiding me?" Lin Chen stopped and frowned slightly. If that's the case, it's really hard to say. After all, the other party is also a second-round player, so he can naturally infer Lin Chen's identity. And the other party doesn't know Lin Chen's intention, so he won't reveal his identity easily. Just when Lin Chen was about to give up, a figure suddenly attracted his attention. The man was standing there with his arms folded, staring at Lin Chen and the other two motionlessly. Seeing Lin Chen looking over, he nodded to Lin Chen. "Found it." Lin Chen smiled slightly. Chapter 183. Lin Chen walked straight forward and finally stopped in front of the mage in robes. Feng Chen and Ji Zi behind him wanted to come forward, but were signaled by Lin Chen to stay away. The two nodded in tacit understanding, then retreated to a more appropriate distance and did not move closer. Lin Chen looked up and down at the mage in front of him. In his memory of his previous life, he seemed to have never seen this person. When he looked up, Lin Chen saw the name above the man's head. Tianya, these two short words kept repeating in Lin Chen's mind. In the end, Lin Chen could only shake his head thoughtfully. Yes, he really didn't recognize this person. Although it was a pity that the other party was not Tang Yu, his junior in the real world, but after exchanging information with Anna, Lin Chen was very sure that the mage named Tianya in front of him was a genuine second-round player. I knew the other party's identity, but the other party had not made any transactions with Anna, so normally, he should not know Lin Chen's identity. But how is this possible? Lin Chen alone achieved half of the total output of tens of thousands of people in the world boss stage. Not to mention that in the current land of the hunting god, which has the highest level of 40, even if the level is a dozen levels higher, it is estimated that no one can do it. If the other party is not a fool, as long as Lin Chen reveals his identity as a programmer, then he will naturally be able to guess that Lin Chen is actually a second-round player. Hello. The other party stretched out his hand to Lin Chen, with a very humble expression on his face. Lin Chen lowered his head, his eyes from under the mask were on the man's palm, and after hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen also stretched out his hand and shook it with him. Excuse me. The man shook hands with Lin Chen politely, and asked in a low voice a little awkwardly, You are a programmer god, right? Lin Chen did not answer, but just looked at the other person indifferently. Tianya retracted his hand, smiled slightly. Although you are wearing a mask, I will not fail to recognize the person who just stood on the top of the dragon. He is simply too dazzling. Lin Chen reached out and pressed the mask on his face, but he was not in a hurry to take it off. He just shrugged his shoulders, which was considered as tacit agreement. What about you? Lin Chen looked at the other party and said, You should know why I came to you, right? I think so. Oh, what do you think? Lin Chen asked. Tianya looked around at this time. Tens of thousands of people around began to approach the teleportation stone in an orderly manner. They stretched out their hands to touch the surface of the stone, and the next moment, these players would be instantly teleported out. Few people present would notice this. Only 2 people kept staring at him and Lin Chen, but judging from the appearance of those 2 people, they should be in the same team as Lin Chen. Seeing this scene, the smile on Tianya's face was gradually disappearing, and turned into a serious look. To be honest, programmer, I should be a second-round player like you. Tianya did not hide anything, but said straight to the point. I died in a ruin when I reached level 75. When I woke up again, I found myself back in the real world, the day before the arrival of the Hunter God world. He spoke at a steady pace, and didn't look like he was lying. Since he was telling the truth, his experience was almost the same as Lin Chen's. Ruins? But Lin Chen also caught something and asked, Which ruins? A place in the wilderness of the highest level main city ruins of the gods, the name should be. Tianya carefully recalled something, and finally uttered a word, Dream. Mengza Flower Corridor. Lin Chen helped the other party remember the difficult name. Tianya's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. Yes, Mengza Flower Corridor. But soon, the mage also realized something was wrong, and his brows slightly frowned. Master. Could it be that you are also? Lin Chen stretched out his hand to signal the other party not to continue. His brows also knitted. It seems that the timeline is beginning to close. He seems to have found some very reasonable and coincidental opportunity. Could it be that all players who died in this special ruins of Mengza Flower Corridor in the previous life will become second-round players? After death, these people will not return to the real world directly, but will return to the day before the god of hunting land descends, and then re-enter this strange world. But what is the difference between Mengza Flower Corridor? Lin Chen is also trying to recall the ruins at this moment, but there is too little useful information. He only remembers that when they entered the ruins, there were only 3 of them, Lin Chen, Du Butian and Yin Yu Hanting. Not long after entering the ruins, they encountered a powerful monster similar to the boss. After they tried their best to kill the boss, Lin Chen was backstabbed by his fiancée and good brother, and then died directly in the ruins. In this case, Lin Chen and his team didn't even explore the Mengza Flower Corridor in detail. Did you explore the Mengza Flower Corridor? Lin Chen asked. Tianya came back to his senses, and thought for a while like Lin Chen. It can be considered an exploration, right? Tianya smiled bitterly. I only remember that there was a full-equipped team entering the ruins at that time, a total of 6 people, but with so many people, they only killed 1 monster in total, and everyone died inside. At this point, Tianya suddenly thought of something, and his face was full of astonishment. Wait a minute. Tianya's face suddenly changed. If dying in the Mengza Flower Corridor will make you a second-round player, then my entire team at that time. Wouldn't it be? Hearing what the other party said, Lin Chen did not refute. Yes, he and Tianya have one thing in common to become second-round players, that is, they have both entered the special ruins of Mengza Flower Corridor and died in the ruins. If dying in the Mengza Flower Corridor is a necessary condition to become a second-round player, then there are definitely many second-round players in the land of the hunting god. Just this Tianya in front of him, there was once a whole team of teammates who met this condition. As for why his fiancée Zhao Yuding and Li Tianhua did not become second-round players, there is only one possibility. After killing himself, those 2 dogs and bitches directly withdrew from the ruins. Chapter 184. Now that it has been confirmed that Lin Chen and himself are both second-round players, Tianya was obviously a little excited, but he did not show his joy, but coughed deliberately. Master, can I ask you something? He stared at Lin Chen's eyes. How did you? Tianyao felt that it was not easy to ask such a question. How should he ask? Ask Lin Chen how he could deal more than 5,000 damage with one knife? Or ask Lin Chen how he, as a healer, could do such a thing? There is no doubt that these questions must be secrets that Lin Chen must not reveal. As if he knew that his questions were a bit abrupt, Tianyao was a little unsure whether to continue asking. Sorry. Lin Chen naturally did as he guessed, and shook his head and said, This is my way of survival, I can't tell you. Ah, understood. Tianyao nodded quickly. Sorry, master, I have no ill intentions. The two of them fell into a somewhat weird atmosphere for a short time. But soon, Lin Chen continued to break the silence. By the way, Lin Chen whispered, Did you hear any unusual prompts just now? Prompts? Tianyao was startled, and then he thought of something. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve. This action was within Lin Chen's expectations. For a second-round player to show such an expression, it must be related to that special item. Guishu's scroll. Sure enough, Tianyao took out a special scroll-like item from his backpack, which was pitch black and had a golden surface. Just like the one in Lin Chen's backpack, it clearly says Guishu's scroll. In other words, as long as you are a second-round player and participate in the World Boss Crusade, you should get this item. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at the bustling crowd around him. There is no way that he and Tianyao are the only two second-round players present. Although he doesn't know the number of second-round players in the land of the hunting god, there should be more second-round players at least in this venue. Lin Chen turned his gaze back to Tianyao. Put it away. Lin Chen reached out and pressed Tianyao's hand down and winked at him. Yes, so far, this special item called Guishu's scroll is not a bound equipment, which means that this thing is likely to drop when you die. Lin Chen didn't know whether this thing could be traded, but at least he shouldn't take it out so openly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tianyao understood and quickly put it back into his backpack. Master, so you also have this prop? Tianyao breathed quickly. Yes. Then, can we really use this prop to return to reality? By the way, Master, are you from Earth? There are all kinds of strange races here. Lin Chen nodded. I am from Earth. At this point, he added, I haven't used this prop either, so I'm not sure whether it can bring us back to reality. There's just one thing. Great God? Seeing Lin Chen's hesitation, Tianyao was obviously confused. What's the matter? After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen decided to tell the other party. In fact, all players in the land of the hunting god will return directly to the real world after death. Huh? Tianyao was obviously absent-minded. He even repeated this sentence several times in his mouth. As time went by, his eyes began to widen. No. He obviously couldn't accept it. No, master. You? What did you say? What do you mean? I said. Lin Chen interrupted him. As long as they are players, they will return to the real world completely after death. And they will retain all the attributes and equipment power in the land of the hunting god. There is no need for him to hide this from the second-round players. After all, the other party has a special item returned to the Realm Scroll, which can be used to return to the real world at any time. When they return to reality, they will naturally see the dead players appear in reality. This matter cannot be hidden from them. But even Tianyao, who is in the second round, still can't believe this weird fact. Master, are you kidding me? When he said this, Tianyao lowered his voice as much as possible. He knew his limits. This kind of conversation must not be heard by anyone except the two of them. Those dead players. Shouldn't they really die immediately? He just felt dry in the mouth. Why did we return to reality? This is not reasonable at all. If this is the case, then what is the meaning of us being here? His attitude seemed a little absent-minded, which was no wonder. Even Lin Chen couldn't believe it when he heard about this. If it weren't for what Dunshan said to him after his death, Lin Chen's reaction would probably be the same as his. After that, Lin Chen stared at Tianyao without saying a word. He didn't continue to argue with the other party on this issue, but needed the other party to digest it himself. But this was not a trivial matter. Even Tianyao, who was a second-round player, was stunned for several minutes, and finally took a few steps back in shock. It seemed that he had accepted his fate. How do you feel? Lin Chen suddenly laughed out of place. Tianyao forced a bitter smile on his face. How should I put it? It's quite emotional. It turns out that I was worried day and night, afraid that I would die in the hunting land this time, and I really died. But now you tell me that everyone will return to the real world as soon as they die. His tone became more and more relaxed. This is too speechless. But Lin Chen heard another tone from this voice. It was as if Tianyao was celebrating. Lin Chen had an illusion that the man in front of him, who was a second-round player like himself, seemed to be ready to die heroically for a moment. You? Lin Chen noticed this and asked with interest. On Earth, you seem to have a good life? Eh? Tianyao was stunned. How did the great god see that? Lin Chen sighed. I suggest you don't think that way. Just become stronger in the land of the hunting god. After saying this, Lin Chen lost the desire to continue chatting with Tianyao. Obviously, the other party didn't know as much as he did. But knowing about the special ruins Mingza Flower Corridor is also a gain. Seeing Lin Chen suddenly turn around and leave, Tianyao hurriedly called out. Great! Great God! Can I add a friend? After saying that, Lin Chen received a friend invitation. No need. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at the other party. Remember, the most important thing is to work hard to become stronger. Chapter 185. While Lin Chen was talking to the mage named Tianyao, Feng Chen also tried to find some people he knew at the scene. For example, the beautiful elf Elena, or the half-orc Monka. In Feng Chen's eyes, these people would most likely appear on this battlefield. But I don't know if it was because of the large number of people. Feng Chen didn't find them, maybe. They didn't choose to enter the battlefield, or their level did not reach the level 35 requirement. Brother Feng? Gardenia looked at him with some confusion. Who are you looking for? Nothing. Feng Chen scratched his head. My brother Lin seems to have finished. Let's go and take a look. After that, Lin Chen took Feng Chen and Gardenia to leave the huge square through the teleportation stone. When the three of them opened their eyes again, the familiar walls of Baiwa City stood quietly in the distance. The wind was blowing around, and the figures of the three people just fell from the beam of light, and the wind blew their clothes. The three of them were standing in the wilderness. They remembered that they had just completed a main quest before entering the world boss battlefield. I have to say, Feng Chen took a deep breath of the air in the land of the god of hunting. The air here is still fresher. Just in time, a leaf was blown to Feng Chen's face by the wind. Feng Chen moved the leaf away. He didn't know what was on the leaf, and his face immediately emitted a foul smell. He added, well, not so fresh. After saying that, he and Gardenia turned their eyes to Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the time. They had spent a long time on the battlefield, and now the sky was beginning to darken. You go and rest first. I have something to deal with. Lin Chen looked at the two of them and said, Okay, brother, don't be too tired. Feng Chen understood and quickly cast a look at Gardenia. Now they have come to a conclusion, that is, they must strictly abide by the principle of come when called and go when dismissed, and never let Lin Chen feel the slightest embarrassment. Captain, we leave first. Gardenia nodded hurriedly. A few seconds later, the two used the teleportation stones in their hands to leave. When Lin Chen was the only one left, he found a place to sit down casually. After a long silence, he activated Resurrection of the Dead and summoned Dun Shan. A black shadow passed by, and Dun Shan immediately knelt on the ground and called out Lord. But soon, he looked around with some doubt. Yes, Lin Chen called him alone. Even Chilua did not appear with him. Dun Shan. Lin Chen touched his chin and suddenly said, I want to ask you, when you died, you returned to the real world, right? Yes. Dun Shan was a little confused as to why Lin Chen suddenly asked this, but he did not hesitate at all and nodded immediately. I remember that I not only returned to Earth, but also appeared in my own home. Although it was only a short time, the feeling was very real. It should not be like a revolving lantern of death. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. That's right. Judging from the information exchanged with Anna this time, Shield Mountain has not only really returned to the real world, but he should have brought all his attributes and abilities back at that time. But, before he could even get warm, Lin Chen used the bug skill necromancer to pull him back as an undead follower. Lin Chen looked up at Shield Mountain. He couldn't understand what kind of existence Shield Mountain and Chilua were now. If one day he died and returned to reality, then what about these undead followers? Will it become a human? Or will it always be his dependent? Thinking of this, Lin Chen opened his backpack and took a look. He automatically ignored the mess of reward items and some gift packages that had not yet been split in the backpack, and focused on the special prop in the backpack, the black prop that had been quietly occupying the lower right corner of the backpack. Guishu scroll. Staring at this prop that was shining with gilded light and hesitating for a long time, Lin Chen was not mentally prepared. He wanted to use it now and return to the real world, but according to the description on the scroll, the duration of this thing was only 10 minutes, and Lin Chen was not sure whether this thing was a disposable consumable. if it disappears or cannot be used again after being used once. But who can just sit there and watch this item in their backpack and not do anything? Lin Chen thought about it, and suddenly asked Dun Shan again. Dun Shan, when you returned to reality, what was the surrounding like? I mean, did time pass? Time? Dun Shan thought carefully and nodded. It seems to pass normally, but it's empty everywhere, without a single person. Is that so? Time is passing, which means that if we go back now, it may not be night. Thinking of this, Lin Chen seemed to have made a decision. He took a deep breath, then stretched out his hand, and clicked the returning to the ruined scroll. Yes, regardless of whether this item is a disposable item, he must go back and take a look. About the meaning and purpose of the existence of the huge training ground in the land of the hunting god, and about what the earth will become after those who have died and return to the earth. 10 minutes. I don't know if it's enough for me to find any useful information. After getting ready, Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes. A strange crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Lin Chen's head, as if some special force had forcibly torn it apart on the land of the hunting god. In the crack, a dazzling beam of light quietly descended. Its light was as crystal clear as a diamond, and it carried a kind of fascinating mystery. At this time, Lin Chen only felt a very strange but somewhat familiar feeling enveloping his whole body. Yes, I have felt this feeling once. No, twice. It was the feeling when I was teleported from Earth to the land of the hunting god when it first came. When the beam first descended, everything around seemed to be enveloped by its soft light, and even the air was filled with an indescribable wonderful feeling. It landed gently, isolating everything, even the wind that had been blowing just now. As the beam gradually spread, the originally dark 1/3 acre of land around Lin Chen was illuminated like the inside of an incandescent lamp, and the details hidden in the shadows were also revealed one by one. Suddenly, the center of the light beam began to change subtly. It gradually shrank and condensed into a ball of light. Lin Chen's body seemed to float in the ball of light. At a glance, it looked like a crystal ball. He was the puppet in the dream crystal ball. Then, a crack appeared at the other end of the ball of light. The crack became larger and larger, until it formed a passage large enough for one person to pass through. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The passage in front of him was the door to the earth and the real world. He walked slowly towards the passage. The moment he stepped into the passage, Lin Chen was enveloped by this force, and his body gradually became transparent, eventually blending into the light of the passage. As he disappeared, the passage slowly closed. Everything around him seemed to have returned to calm, as if even the wind had stopped. Chapter 186. The light disappeared. Lin Chen still kept his eyes closed. His skin could not feel the touch of the light, and the wind on the land of the hunting god also disappeared. The surroundings were terribly quiet, and Lin Chen could only hear his own heartbeat and panting for the time being. If I guessed correctly, he should be back in the real world, back to Earth, back to his work building, and in front of him should be a desk, on which was a computer running code and games. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and then slowly opened his eyes. The sky outside was also gloomy. It should be around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. The sun began to set in the west, and the sunset had already rushed into the office. The moment everything in his sight came into his eyes, Lin Chen felt his heartbeat slow down. Huh? He even needed to take a deep breath to calm himself down. Yes, that's right. He really returned to the office where he worked. He was very familiar with this place. He used to work from 9 to 5 in this office, and also worked overtime in this small place. There was no one around, and the only sound in the whole space was the clock on the wall, which was making a tick-tick-tick sound. Lin Chen reached out and touched his somewhat messy, but extremely familiar desk. His fingertips brushed across the desk and placed it on the computer. The computer was no longer running, as if the city's power supply had stopped. Lin Chen was stunned for a few seconds, and then quickly came to the window. Their office was in an office building, on the 32nd floor. Looking down from the window, they could basically see all the buildings in the city. He pushed open the window, and a gust of hot wind rushed in. Yes, if I remember correctly, the Earth should still be in July at this time. His vision expanded. In this once bustling and noisy city, tall buildings still stand in rows, standing silently under the sky. These buildings were once brightly lit, but now they are dim. Without the hustle and bustle of the past and the crowded streets, the air is filled with a desolate atmosphere, and even the hot breeze is a little desolate. Every window in those office buildings and residential buildings was closed, and the curtains were quietly hanging. The streets were full of various cars. The road under the wheels was covered with dust and fallen leaves, and the seats in the cars were empty. Lin Chen had never seen such a scene before. The whole world was quiet, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it made people's backs cold. Many people have imagined how great it would be if one day all the people in the world disappeared and only they were left. But when Lin Chen really saw the dead silence, he could only feel endless desolation. But in just a short time, Lin Chen suddenly saw a dark shadow flashing on the street in the distance. His eyebrows suddenly raised. Yes, if there is someone, it should be the player who came back from the land of the hunting god, just like Shield Mountain at the beginning. Lin Chen subconsciously turned around and prepared to take the elevator downstairs, but he remembered something and quickly took a look at his clothes. He was now wearing the equipment of the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen's mind moved, and he even opened the backpack interface in the real world. It seems that what Anna said is true. Even if he returns to reality, everything in the land of the hunting god will be brought back. If this is the case, Lin Chen has nothing to be afraid of. He stepped on the windowsill with his right foot, leaned forward slightly, and then jumped. His figure drew a regular arc in the night sky, the wind around him whistled past, and his body was like a cannonball, fiercely exploding on the ground. When his feet were about to touch the ground, an invisible force burst out from his body. Boom! The huge force caused the ground to begin to crack under his feet, and broken stones and soil splashed up. They were like broken fragmentation grenades, turning the glass of the surrounding buildings into seas. There was a pain in the soles of his feet, which was something Lin Chen rarely felt when he entered the land of the hunting god. At this moment, Lin Chen was more certain that he had returned to reality. After standing firmly on the broken ground, Lin Chen's body shot out and almost instantly arrived at the location of the figure just now. He didn't have much time. The returning ruined scroll only had 10 minutes, so he needed to race against time. Who? The figure seemed to be surprised by Lin Chen's appearance. He had been wandering in this city for a while, and this was the first time he saw someone appear. In front of him, there stood a man dressed in a warrior outfit. After coming to the real world, Lin Chen could not see the health bars and numbers on these people's heads, and could only guess his occupation from his outfit. He changed his job and looked like a warrior who changed his job to swordsman. After seeing Lin Chen clearly, the swordsman first breathed a sigh of relief, and then showed a very obvious look of disbelief. You are? However, Lin Chen did not answer him. He just glanced at the swordsman lightly, and then raised his eyes. Yes, his target was not this swordsman from the beginning, but the thing behind him. What the hell is going on? Not far away, a twisted figure with a completely black body was standing there in a very strange way. Lin Chen was not sure whether it was him or her. The thing looked very strange, and its entire body seemed to be a combination of liquid and gas. The surrounding light was even absorbed by it. At this time, it seemed to notice Lin Chen, and the strange thing suddenly turned around. Its front face was black, as if on a black background, strange lines like blue-purple snakes were wriggling. What kind of creature would have such a face? Lin Chen even felt that he had seen it wrong. This was like the scene you see when you feel dizzy after eating poisonous mushrooms. The next moment, this indescribable thing suddenly disappeared. Before the two standing there could react, it was close at hand. Lin Chen was startled, and subconsciously took out the rusty iron sword and chopped it. Swish! Lin Chen only felt that he had chopped on a ball of cotton. Although it felt extremely disgusting, the unknown thing still disappeared after a strange twitch and struggle. The swordsman holding the broadsword obviously didn't react, and at this time, he suddenly shouted in shock. Fuck, what the hell, what the hell is this? Lin Chen ignored him, and just frowned slightly. Luckily, he chose to use the returning to the ruined scroll and came back. Could it be, this thing, is the crisis that Anna mentioned? Lin Chen muttered to himself. Chapter 187. Lin Chen vaguely remembered what Anna said to him. It means that the land of the hunting god is, in some ways, a world temporarily built to deal with a certain impending crisis. Its existence is to cultivate chosen ones like you. This sentence came from Anna's mouth. Regardless of how true it is, Lin Chen is still very concerned about the so-called, unknown imminent crisis. Is the crisis related to the black shadow just now? Just as Lin Chen was thinking for a while, the swordsman beside him also came back to his senses from the shock. He first carefully looked at Lin Chen standing beside him, and then looked at the place where the black shadow disappeared. After several seconds, he asked cautiously, Are you also back from the hunting god land? He did not ask the black shadow just now, but asked according to the most important doubt in his heart. Lin Chen glanced at the swordsman and nodded lightly. Really? He muttered to himself, then raised his head and asked, Brother, don't you think this is very strange? I always thought that dying in the land of the hunting god was equivalent to real death, but I didn't expect that I would come back. As he said that, he did not forget to turn around. Not only am I back, I also brought back the equipment from the land of the hunting god. By the way, guess what? I can also release my own skills. This man spoke in a neurotic way. If he had not met Lin Chen, he would probably think that this was just a dream before death. He was even trying to signal Lin Chen if he wanted to take a look at his skills. Lin Chen did not respond to his questions, but changed the subject and asked coldly, "How long have you been back?" The swordsman was stunned at first, then sniffed, "About 5 hours, right? Damn, I get angry when I mention this. I was originally going to hunt with a mage." "I know." Lin Chen waved his hand to interrupt the other party's conversation. "The last question, is this the first time you have seen that thing in these 5 hours?" Lin Chen was talking about that black shadow, an indescribable ghost thing. "Swordsman, don't mention that thing. I've been wandering around for so long since I came back, and I haven't even seen the second player. If you hadn't come out, I would have thought this was fucking heaven." At this point, he shrank his neck again. "By the way, what was that thing just now?" "After wandering around for 5 hours, I only saw myself." Lin Chen licked his lips. "That means that most of the people in this city are still active in the land of the hunting god." Lin Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after such a long time in the land of the hunting god, there were not so many people who died and returned to Earth. But this is also a good thing. Being able to stay in the land of the hunting god for a moment longer means having a moment more opportunity to upgrade and become stronger. Lin Chen glanced at the item Guishu scroll in his backpack. It said, "Countdown, 260 seconds. There were more than 4 minutes left." Lin Chen closed his backpack and was about to say something when a chill suddenly fell from the sky. Lin Chen only felt the hair on his skin stand up. He turned back suddenly and found that the sky had changed. As Lin Chen became alert, the originally bright sky suddenly turned gray and black, as if a heavy curtain was ruthlessly pulled down, covering the entire sky. The sunset glow that was originally stained in the western sky completely disappeared. At this moment, dark clouds surged like a tide, layer upon layer, rolling, roaring, swallowing up the last ray of sunlight. Strange. Why did it suddenly get dark? The swordsman raised his head in some confusion. The air was filled with the unique moist soil smell of the earth, mixed with the coldness and violence of the coming storm. Lin Chen did not say anything. He could clearly feel the oppression coming from all directions, as if the whole world had become heavy at this moment. Something was not right. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of lightning streaked across the sky, instantly tearing the dark sky apart, revealing the deeper darkness behind it. Then, deafening thunder rolled in, shaking the earth. In this terrifying thunder, heavy rain poured down like a waterfall, as if a big hole had been poked in the sky, and endless water flowed out from it, smashing madly into the earth. The raindrops were as sharp as arrows, hitting Lin Chen fiercely, making him shudder. There was no such rain curtain in the land of the hunting god. Now Lin Chen felt the real touch of the rain again, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The rain instantly soaked the protective gear on Lin Chen's body, and blurred his vision. He squinted his eyes. There seemed to be some kind of crisis hidden in the rain curtain, which made him subconsciously tighten the iron sword in his hand. The grass and trees in the surrounding green belt swayed in the storm, and made a creaking sound. In the distance, a vague black shadow loomed in the rain, as if something was slowly approaching. "Back off." Lin Chen turned his head, and shouted to the swordsman beside him. But when Lin Chen looked closely, he found that the swordsman had already retreated far away, and was looking at his position vigilantly. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, and looked forward again. There were some strange things descending from the rain curtain in all directions. Those shadows were dark, like evil spirits hiding in the rain. Their size changed with the rain. It kept changing. Lin Chen moved his sight, and found that there were such black shadows everywhere. It was as if countless death gods were surrounding him. They opened their eyes together. In the dark hole, there seemed to be ghosts that broke free from nightmares. Lin Chen's right arm suddenly became cold, as if it was sprayed by some dry ice weapon at close range. Lin Chen's exposed wrist suddenly burst with blue veins. He gathered his strength in his palm, then tightly grasped the rusty iron sword and stabbed forward without hesitation. Wherever the tip of the sword reached, the dense raindrops were instantly split in half, and the sword, with a biting chill, pierced into something in the void without any hindrance. Swish. This feeling was extremely familiar to Lin Chen, as if he had pierced into the wet soil again, or sunk into soft cotton. He frowned, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen flashed, accelerated instantly, and rushed towards the vague black shadow, like an arrow from a bow. His speed was so fast that he almost stuck to the shadow in an instant. Then, he suddenly raised one foot and kicked the shadow fiercely. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the rain, and Lin Chen's feet exploded with huge kinetic energy, splashing water more than a person high. The huge force poured out like a mountain torrent, kicking the shadow fiercely away. Under the ravages of the storm, the shadow's body smashed countless raindrops falling along the way, and its body drew a long arc in the air, like a black ribbon dancing in the night sky. As the shadow was kicked away, its strange state, like liquid or gas, was particularly conspicuous in the wind and rain. It kept twisting and deforming, as if struggling to maintain its shape. However, in front of Lin Chen's exaggerated strength, it was finally defeated, and was knocked down hard inside a shop along the street. Boom! A deafening sound exploded in the rain, like a cannonball landing. The shop collapsed instantly under the huge impact, with rubble flying and dust everywhere. The walls and roofs of the shops were reduced to ruins in an instant, and the broken buildings were scattered all over the ground in the rain. The black shadow also completely disappeared under this blow, as if it was swallowed by this sudden disaster. Lin Chen looked down at his right foot in disbelief. Was this the sound made by his kick? My goodness, what kind of power is this? In the land of the hunting god, the cold values that can't be reflected in the game world at all can actually make such a big noise on Earth. Lin Chen was briefly surprised, but soon reacted and stared straight ahead. The rain seemed to be getting heavier, even covering Lin Chen's eyes. Then, those black shadows actually began to charge together. They were silent, but with great momentum. From this moment on, Lin Chen seemed to be a sheep, attracting wolves that had been hungry for several days. All the shadows broke through the rain barrier and rushed towards him. These ghosts seemed to only stare at him, ignoring the trembling swordsman in the distance. They were heading for Lin Chen from the beginning. They were extremely fast, and in the rain, the shapes of these things were distorted, like standing up, constantly wriggling snakes and earthworms. Lin Chen waved the iron sword in his hand, and the blade brought up a not too dazzling sword shadow, and the rain was instantly cut. The lower half fell quickly, and the upper half was still hanging in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Chen did not activate any buffs, such as the blessing of the sage, such as his own king's domain. He just used his arms to wave the rusty iron sword in his hand. The iron sword scraped past, and those strange sounds penetrated the rain and entered his own ears. Crack. Swish. The cloth was torn and hummed, and the soil was stirred and churned. These sounds made by the iron sword swinging and cutting on the shadows were very unpleasant, and they mixed together in the storm. Lin Chen didn't know whether these things would ooze out something like blood. He only felt that there was a constant liquid sticking to his body. Maybe it was the heavy rain, or maybe it was something else. Lin Chen, wearing a mask, did not do anything else. He just slashed at the shadows around him in the rain without any rules. Every time he swung his sword, one or more shadows would split in the blade and then disappear. Note, returning to the ruined scroll. The countdown is only 70 seconds. Lin Chen swung the iron sword for the last time, and even turned around in place. The last shadow that was close to him disappeared. The rain curtain seemed to be smaller at this moment. But the sense of crisis did not weaken at all, and even became stronger. Lin Chen shook his head, shook off the rain on his face, and then looked straight ahead, as if waiting for something. After that, a crisp applause sounded in the rain. Paw, paw, paw. In the sound of the rain, it seemed that someone was clapping slowly and rhythmically. The sound was rhythmic, as if praising Lin Chen's bravery. Lin Chen frowned, and he looked down unconsciously at the hairs on his body. Without exception, even under the soaking of rain, they were slightly blown up. Some strange discussions gradually came from his ears, as if something or someone was whispering in Lin Chen's ears. This is... Lin Chen realized something. He must have been hit by a negative buff similar to frightened state. Come out. Lin Chen suddenly called out in a low voice. A larger black shadow appeared. It seemed to be running wildly at this moment and rushed towards Lin Chen, but from a visual point of view, it seemed to be rushing from different directions. The body formed by a complex structure of unknown things was heavy and piled up. Its astonishingly large physique and explosive power made its impact comparable to that of a giant elephant. The power of the black liquid or gas carried by its human-like limbs would make Lin Chen feel palpitations even from a distance. But Lin Chen did not move. The heavy rain around was stirred by its body. Under the impact of the turbulence formed by the air, Lin Chen's body was like a lighthouse in a storm, flashing a deadly glimmer. Hey! In the distance, the swordsman who had been silent all this time became nervous subconsciously, and the sound he made was a little sharp. The man's body subconsciously paused without him noticing. To the outside world, he seemed to be going to save someone. But before he could save someone, Lynch suddenly moved. The iron sword in his hand flew into the air, and suddenly an unknown sense of oppression rose on the blade. In the rain, the swordsman could only see the rusty iron sword from a distance, which seemed to flash with arcs and magma-like phantoms. It was like the exciting effect brought by the release of energy by some huge force. Lynch thrust the iron sword in his hand fiercely into the ground under his feet. Bang! 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 The huge black shadow in front of him was approaching, close at hand. Its steps suddenly became larger, and its entire body was stretched extremely long, like a horse running away from its reins, rushing towards where Lynch was standing, so fast that the rain curtain in front of Lynch was smashed by the strong wind. But when he was only 1 meter away from Lynch, the ground under the feet of this ghost thing suddenly collapsed. The huge gap caused by the crack in the ground made it fall down, and a large amount of rubble also fell one after another. In the dark rain curtain, a flame spewing from the pit suddenly appeared, and under its illumination, countless magma rushed into the sky. The earth is crying. Chapter 188. Attention, returning to the ruined scroll. The countdown is only 15 seconds. The unknown black shadow did not crawl out again. The ground had completely collapsed, and the ruins and the protruding and collapsed rocks completely covered the area in front of him, which was half the size of a basketball court. In the rain, the dust that had just floated up was quickly knocked down by the rain. The movement around began to gradually disappear. After a few seconds, the dark sky above even began to clear up, the dark clouds withdrew, and the sun shone down. Lynch looked up and saw the rain stopped at that moment. But the time was up, only 10 seconds left. Lynch was silent, thinking about something in his heart. Has the rain stopped? In the distance, the swordsman was stunned for a moment, then ran over quickly. He had never thought that he would see such an exaggerated scene. What on earth were those black shadows, this man? Who was he? When the swordsman ran to Lynch's side, he looked at the huge pit in front of him with some caution. The boundary of the pit is like a naturally formed fault, spreading out without any rules. The rocks on the edge are broken by the huge impact force, forming sharp edges and corners, flashing cold light in the weak sunlight. Inside the pit, there are ruins and broken rock layers. In this huge space, abandoned rubble is scattered like toys, and the surrounding walls are full of cracks. If you look closely, you can even see another liquid besides rainwater around the collapsed ruins. Those reddish-brown ones looked like magma, and those black ones. The swordsman suddenly remembered those black figures that looked like evil spirits in the rain. Could these black liquids be there? Blood? Gulp. Everyone could clearly hear the sound of the swordsman swallowing his saliva. He really couldn't imagine that this huge pit was created by the mysterious masked man next to him. As he moved his footsteps lightly, some stones on the edge of the pit rolled down, and there was no sound for a long time, as if it was bottomless. A breeze blew by, mixed with the unique musty smell and dust of the ruins, making people frown involuntarily. What profession in the land of the hunting god can make such a noise now? The swordsman took a few steps back, then turned around and asked, "Dude, are you a mage? But I remember that mages over level 30 don't have these skills." Before he finished speaking, there was no one around him. The surroundings were silent, except for the slight movement of some gravel and soil rolling from top to bottom around the pit, and the only thing he kept muttering was, where is the person?" He felt as if he had seen a ghost. How could the living person, who was standing beside him just now, disappear in the blink of an eye? A chill suddenly spread from behind him, and then the swordsman took more than 10 steps back in shock. Then he looked around very vigilantly. He was afraid that he would continue to encounter those black things just now. You know, when those things appeared, he had an inexplicable sense of terror in his heart. Let alone fighting with those things, he didn't even want to get too close to them. However, when he continued to be on guard for more than 10 minutes, the surroundings were still quiet and nothing happened. It was as if those shadows came here with the masked man. At the same time, on the land of the hunting god, Lynch descended again, following a beam of light. He did not look at the surrounding scene, but quickly opened his backpack to take a look. And when he saw that the returning abyss scroll was still in his backpack, he was obviously relieved. But this special item seemed to be a little different. It seemed to be covered with a pattern similar to a clock. Lynch had recognized this pattern, which meant it had entered the CD, or cooling. Lynch checked the details of the scroll. The next time this item can be used, the user must reach level 40. Lynch frowned slightly. Cooling is not time, but level? But soon Lynch's eyebrows relaxed again. Yes, Although his current level has risen to level 36 after killing Anna, he is still a long way from level 40. However, Lynchen set his sights on the killing reward package of a world boss in his backpack. If I remember correctly, there should be a lot of experience capsules in the main gift package of the world boss. The so-called experience capsules are consumables that will increase a lot of experience points after use. In the land of the hunting god, the early players will not upgrade too fast. Generally, before reaching level 40, they can only complete various tasks to upgrade quickly. The most annoying thing is that there are not many main tasks in the land of the hunting god in the early stage. After completing them, players even need to frequently accept some side tasks. So the upgrade path is quite demanding. But, after the first world boss death open the 40 level limit, players will begin to come into contact with various ways to obtain experience. For example, experience capsules, special experience dungeons, and some challenges that exist specifically to provide experience points. You may even encounter some special events in the wild, where you can gain a huge amount of experience. In other words, in the land of the hunting god, as long as players do it intentionally, they will level up rapidly between level 40 and level 80. Do you want to open this gift package? You have confirmed. Ding! You have obtained the item, Star Summoner's Blessing X1. After opening this item, you will directly obtain a set of level 35 purple suits. Star Summoner's Blessing. Series equipment. Note that the suit does not include accessories. Disassembler. You can now disassemble equipment. Use the disassembler to disassemble useless equipment in your backpack. After disassembly, you will obtain special materials, which may have other uses. Equipment repairer. You can now repair your equipment anytime and anywhere, and no longer need to go back to the blacksmith shop in the main city to repair it. Heart of God X1. Special item. Cannot be traded. Cannot be discarded. Description. None. Professional conversion scroll X1. You can now switch your profession at any time. Using this item, you can switch from your current profession to another profession in the same category. Note, you can only switch between professions in the same category, such as switching from a berserker to a swordsman. Low-level experience capsule X1. Consumables. You can get a lot of experience after using them. Lynchen looked at the things he got out of the gift pack carefully, just like before. First, the decomposer and the repairer. These two things are actually a bit useless, because their functions are just equivalent to being able to perform the two operations of decomposition and repair anytime and anywhere. After all, in the past, you could only go to the blacksmith in the main city to operate them. Then, there is the so-called Star Summoner's Blessing series of suits. This was the first time that Lynchen killed a level 30 world boss, and he didn't know there was such a reward. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the suit. Congratulations, based on your profession, do you want the system to correctly select the right suit for you? Lynchen was quick-witted at this moment, and quickly clicked no. Yes, he needed to choose it himself. After all, if the system detected it, it would most likely assign Lynchen a suit belonging to the sage, and the suit's abilities and attribute bonuses were all intelligence-related, which was completely useless to Lynchen. You will choose the suit type yourself. Lynchen glanced at the suits in the list. There are 4 major categories, each of which is divided into 2 subcategories. A total of 8 suits. The 4 major categories are divided into heavy armor, light armor, leather armor, and cloth armor. And the 4 categories are divided into physical and intelligence. Lynchen drew his finger and dragged the page down, finally placing it on the leather armor category. Although reluctant, as a healer in the land of the hunting god, their armor category prevented them from becoming the most fragile profession. Like the archer-hunter, Lynchen wears leather armor, while professions like the mage belong to the cloth armor category. After choosing the leather armor category, Lynchen almost quickly chose physical armor. You have completed your selection. Congratulations, you have obtained Star Collar's breastplate, Star Collar's belt, Star Collar's pants, Star Collars. Without exception, the colors of these equipment are all rare purple. And their basic attributes are very high. Compared with what he is wearing now, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Lynchen put it on without hesitation. When the equipment was replaced, Lynchen felt his attribute panel begin to change rapidly, as if something was surging rapidly inside and outside his body. Ignoring the inherent attributes of these equipment, Lynchen quickly looked at the effect terms of the suit. Blessing of the Star Summoner activated. 2. Suit. Increases damage to elite enemies by 10%. Reduces damage received from elite monsters by 10%. Adds 250 points to the upper limit of physical strength. 3. Set. Increases 25% of monster drop bonus experience. Each time you are hit, the ranged attacker's attack damage will be reduced by 5%. 4. Set. You will be immune to frightened state, and you will invalidate all negative states of special monster star officer and star prayer. 5. Set. Increases 200 points of physical attack power. Increases 30 points of physical defense. 6. Set. Your attacks will cause blood drinking each time you attack. You will restore your own health, and the amount of health restored is related to your own attack power. The minimum level for the set to be activated is 35. Wearer level, 35. Lynchen read them almost one by one. Among them, the 4th and 6th set attributes surprised him the most. Is this the attribute of the level 35 set? Oh my god, it's interesting. Lynchen laughed out loud. That is to say, from the moment he puts on this set of equipment, Lynchen can be directly immune to the so-called frightened state, and can also completely be immune to all negative effects of monsters such as star officials and star prayers. You should know that even some level 80 equipment sets may not have the effect of directly being immune to a certain special state. But this is only a level 35 set. What Lynchen cares about most is actually the last 6 set of attributes. Drinking blood. As long as you attack, your blood volume will be restored. Isn't this the blood-sucking sword? Lynchen is a healer who can add blood to himself anytime and anywhere, and now he has the ability to suck blood. Wow, he has become a perpetual motion machine. However, Lynchen was not in a hurry to test the effects of these attributes. He just quietly opened his attribute panel. On his attack power column, it was written, 6002 plus 620. Yes, the attributes of these sets of pieces alone have added more than 600 attack power to Lynchen. You know, an ordinary level 35 warrior, holding a green broadsword of the same level, probably only has this much attack. Lynchen closed his own attribute panel and continued to look at his backpack. Next, he set his eyes on the career conversion scroll. However, his eyes only stayed for a moment, and then moved away. This thing has no effect on Lynchen at all. Whether it is Sage or Saint, for Lynchen now. It's just a career title. Unless it can make him change from a healer to a warrior or hunter, he has no interest in it at all. The site moved, and an item called Heart of God made Lynchen very concerned. What is this? Yes, even though Lynchen had participated in high-level world boss battles in his previous life, he never remembered getting such a thing. And what puzzled him the most was, there was very little description of this thing, and he didn't even tell Lynchen what type of prop it was, equipment, consumables, or mission props. No mention was made. And the worst thing was that Lynchen couldn't even discard or sell it. Lynchen was going to take it out and look at it for a while, but he couldn't even take it out of his backpack. After hesitating for a long time, Lynchen finally gave up. He could only take out the experience capsule helplessly. But when he was about to use the capsule, Lynchen noticed another gift pack in his backpack. I almost forgot about it. Yes, this is the second round reward pack, given to him by the system after he defeated the world boss Anna. If the main pack has already opened so many interesting things, then what about this second round pack? Lynchen took a deep breath and opened the gift package. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a new title, God Slayer. After wearing this title, you will cause additional damage to any target who believes in the gods. Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Ticket to the Realm of God Slayer. With this item, you can enter the ruins. Realm of God Slayer. Level requirement, level 40. Congratulations, you have obtained the special attribute point, Power of Guishu. This attribute can only be obtained in the real world and can be used to exchange for special items and skills. Chapter 189. In the following time, Lynchen reunited with Feng Chen and Jizi, who came to look for him. Like Lynchen, these two guys also had the main gift pack of the world boss in their backpacks, but they only had this gift pack. After all, compared with the second round Lynchen, they can only seem stretched. In addition to the main gift pack, Lynchen also has an additional second round reward pack and the achievement pack for the world boss killing achievement. Now Lynchen has dismantled all 3 gift packs. However, compared to the main gift pack and the second round gift pack, the rewards of the achievement gift pack are a bit ordinary. Lynchen obtained a lot of considerable intermediate potions, including health potions, magic potions, and some physical potions. After that, there were some miscellaneous props, most of which were familiar to Lynchen, at least props that he could call out by name based on his memory of the previous life. For example, Team Teleport Order, Taunt Puppet or Term Conversion Potion, Term Increase Potion and the like. The equipment on him was not enough for him to use these special props to change the terms, so Lin Chen could not use them for the time being. So obviously, for the three of them, the most useful item at the moment is the experience capsule. Captain. Brother. Feng Chen and Jizi greeted Lin Chen with very happy smiles on their faces, and even walked over with wind in their steps. Above their heads, their levels were raised to level 39 at this moment. Yes, their experience points have been raised by 3 or 4 levels by using the experience capsule. Are you sure you don't want to take a break? Lin Chen looked at the two and pointed to the top of his head. At this moment, the sky was completely dark. Lin Chen just asked through a private chat with his friends, and the two ran over directly. Rest? Feng Chen smiled. That's the mantra of the week. Strong people like us should upgrade tirelessly. As he said that, Feng Chen did not forget to raise his eyebrows at the girl beside him. Gardenia laughed awkwardly, and then she asked hesitantly, Captain, what should we do? Let's go, let's do the main quest. Lin Chen said. To reach level 40, in addition to killing the world boss, you must also complete the main quest of the corresponding level. The inky night quietly faded away, and the dawn of a new day quietly arrived. In the ever-changing world of the land of the hunting god, Lin Chen and the other two ended their journey in a main dungeon and slowly appeared outside the entrance of the dungeon with a faint beam of light. Come out! Someone came out! Damn! This is a level 39 main quest dungeon. How did this team come out so quickly? Quick, quick, quick! Go over and ask if there is any strategy. For a moment, the players surrounding the dungeon rushed over. However, Lin Chen and the other two did not hesitate for a moment. In the excited eyes of the players, they did not give these players a chance to rush over and ask for dungeon strategies. They directly activated the return stone in their hands and disappeared on the spot. Fuck. What kind of people are these? People were empty-handed and started to curse. When Lin Chen and the other two appeared again, they came to the task hall of Baiwa City again. According to the progress and rules of the game, Lin Chen knew that this would be the last time they would step into this hall in Baiwa City, or in other words, this would be the last time they would step into Baiwa City. No matter when, the building similar to the task hall was always crowded and lively. This moment was no exception. With the world boss being killed, the players who were not very active at first were now full of energy. Many of them even trotted all the way and rushed out in a hurry after receiving the task. In the center of the hall, the dwarf NPC was busy talking to a player. He bowed slightly and made a signature etiquette gesture with his usual humble courtesy. Oh, this respected chosen one, may you be successful, and the gods be terrified. After saying this blessing that sounded like an official statement, the NPC turned around with a signature professional smile on his face, ready to continue his work. However, what he had not expected was that at the moment he turned around, his eyes met those of Lin Chen and the other two who had just entered the hall. Hello. Lin Chen was the first to break the silence and greeted them with a smile. The mask on his face was really memorable, and the dwarf NPC recognized Lin Chen almost instantly. A hint of obvious surprise flashed across the dwarf's face, but he quickly returned to his professional and enthusiastic attitude. He smiled and nodded, and asked respectfully, Oh, it's you, the respected chosen one. Is there anything I can do for you? Lin Chen smiled slightly, and did not answer his question directly, but turned to Feng Chen Jizi beside him. After the three exchanged glances, Lin Chen turned to the NPC again and slowly said, We are here to deliver the main quest of level 39. Oh! The dwarf was obviously stunned for a moment. You mean, the three of you have completed the 39th level breakthrough task? The so-called breakthrough task is a special task that must be completed before you can upgrade to the next level. In the land of the hunting god, except for levels 39 to 40, almost every 10 levels in the back need to complete a specific breakthrough task before they can upgrade. Lin Chen nodded and took out a task item similar to a voucher from his backpack. After the dwarf took the item, he looked at Lin Chen with a hint of meaning. Please wait a moment. Just like before, the dwarf turned around and fiddled with something in the back. But it was a little different from before. This NPC seemed to have some more emotion similar to sadness. Lin Chen frowned, a little puzzled. To be honest, this was the first time he noticed such an elusive emotion in an NPC. He seemed to still have a lot to say to him, but he also had a very obvious secret. Lin Chen thought of the world boss battlefield he entered yesterday. Anna had clearly told him that there were some things she couldn't reveal otherwise. She would die. Do the NPCs also follow such incredible rules? After hesitating for a long time, Lin Chen did not interrupt the other party, letting the dwarf work for a long time, and finally turned around. At this time, the NPC was no longer holding the task props that Lynchen had handed over, but 3 sparkling small balls. This is a special consumable prop flowing light mark. After using it, you can directly upgrade to level 40. As he said that, the dwarf handed the 3 balls in his hand to Lynchen and the other 2. Everyone, I wish you all the best. I wish you a safe journey. Lynchen's brows deepened. Yes, another special signal. This NPC changed his official rhetoric, but this time Lynchen obviously chose a different behavior pattern. Although he took the flowing light mark that belonged to him, he did not leave in a hurry, but suddenly leaned down and leaned close to the dwarf's ear, whispering softly, "Since you have restrictions that you cannot speak out, let me speak." The dwarf was obviously stunned for a moment, but did not speak out, but looked ahead silently without saying a word. As if he had received tacit consent, Lynchen whispered, "If I am not mistaken, the identities of you NPCs. Will you enter the land of the hunting god for training like us players?" After saying this, the dwarf's expression was obviously not right. He paused, nodded first, and then shook his head. Lynchen had a rough idea in his mind. His nodding first should be very clear, that is, whether it is NPCs or players, all those people in the land of the hunting god who act according to the game rules were forcibly brought to the land of the hunting god from their respective worlds. And he shook his head, probably denying the word training mentioned by Lynchen. That's right, if the NPCs are also here for training, how do they make themselves stronger? Okay. The second question, you NPCs all know about the second round, right? That means you have also restarted the land of the hunting god once? The dwarf shook his head. Is that so? Lynchen seemed to have thought of something and changed the question. The restart of the land of the hunting god will not affect you? That means you have always existed and even witnessed our restart? This time, the dwarf nodded slightly. Although the amplitude was small, it made Lynchen's heart jump. What the hell is going on? The NPC did not restart according to the first round of the land of the hunting god, but it has always existed in the land of the hunting god? Then, Lynchen was about to continue asking. However, the dwarf took a small step back at this moment, with a subtle sense of fear on his face. The chosen one. Stop here, I won't respond to your questions, sorry. Lynchen was silent, and he slowly stood up. It's okay, I understand. He also took a step back, but I'm a little curious. If I go to the intermediate main city, will the NPC there have the authority to tell me more things? The dwarf looked at Lynchen meaningfully, without refutation or confirmation. He seemed to want to do his signature move, but his body was a little stiff. After hesitating for about 10 seconds, he sighed. Chosen one, if there is a chance, you will understand everything after you arrive at Mungza Flower Corridor. After that, the dwarf never talked to Lynchen again. At this time, a player happened to walk in front of the dwarf. The NPC who was still talking to Lynchen with a sad face a moment ago, once again showed his amazing acting talent. A smile quickly piled up on his face, and then he made a familiar gesture. Hey, respected chosen one, what can I do for you? Lynchen stood there calmly, holding the glowing mark in his hand, muttering to himself. Mungza Flower Gallery. Mungza Flower Gallery. Behind him, seeing that Lynchen and the NPC had finished talking, Fengchen and Gardenia came over cautiously. Brother? Are you done? Lynchen came back to his senses, and nodded to the two of them. The three of them held the flowing light seal in their hands in tacit understanding, and injected magic power into them. When the three of them came out of the task hall of Baiwa City, the levels above their heads also stepped into the 40th level. At the same time, various prompts began to sound in the brains of Lynchen, Shizi and Fengchen. Congratulations, you have reached level 40 and gained additional reputation points. Ding, you have unlocked the qualification to enter the intermediate main city, and the map is being updated for you. Congratulations, you have officially opened the auction house, and you can trade items with players in the auction house. Congratulations, you have activated the equipment enhancement function. After entering the intermediate main city, you can enhance your equipment through the corresponding NPC. Ding. The Master Disciple function is online. You can now become a disciple and accept disciples, and you can get Master Disciple value from it. The Master Disciple value can be exchanged for props and equipment and improved skill levels. Ding. Ding. Chapter 190. The nearest intermediate main city to the low-level main city White Jade City is called Emerald Paradise. Lynchen had never heard of the name of this main city. After all, there were not only low-level main cities in the land of the hunting god, but also countless intermediate-level main cities. I vaguely remember that the most famous intermediate main city with permanent residences from level 40 to 59 was called Dom Federation. In his previous life, Lynchen walked all the way from the initial login point and naturally arrived at Dom Federation. This is why Lynchen was planning to enter Aoki Castle at the beginning. But since something has gone wrong, Lynchen doesn't care. No matter what kind of main city it is, as long as he can meet a higher level NPC. Let's go! Soon, Lynchen and the other two came to a portal according to the task guidance. Similar portals are set up in each main city, and their main function is only one, that is, to allow players to enter a higher level main city through them. The name of this portal is Upgrade Gate. Compared to other portals, there are not many players around this place, and it can even be described as scattered. Looking down, the number of players gathered in front of the portal is no more than 20 people, and among these 20 people, it is estimated that few people are really ready to enter the portal, and most of them are here to watch the fun. There are too few people. Feng Chen muttered while drinking the stamina potion. Brother Feng, don't forget, we are now level 40. There are probably not many people who can reach this level nowadays. Gardenia replied. Hey, of course I know this. Feng Chen smiled. I'm just not used to it. After all, there were people everywhere in front of all the portals I encountered before, and it was crowded. Yeah. You are right. Gardenia looked around. Except for some NPCs standing still and occasionally casting curious eyes, there was probably no player who was really ready to step into the portal. The two of them had a brief conversation, and then they both looked at Lynchen beside them. Lynchen had been standing there for a long time. Judging from his appearance, he should be doing something. A few minutes later, Lynchen stretched his arms. Okay, he called out. Feng Chen, who was squatting on the ground drawing circles, stood up immediately after hearing this. Brother, what are you doing? I put the things in my backpack that I don't use in the auction house. After all, they take up space in the backpack. That's right. The auction house has been unlocked. Why didn't I think of it? Feng Chen slapped his thigh. Brother Feng, do you have anything valuable in your backpack? Gardenia asked curiously. That's right, forget it. Let's talk about it next time. After that, the three of them stood on the teleportation platform. This portal is very different from any portal in people's impression. It does not stand prominently on the ground, but is cleverly embedded in the ground. Its posture is striking, as if it is a person lying on the ground looking up at the sky. From a distance, it looked like a forgotten dry well, lying quietly on the ground. However, when the three people approached the well carefully, a circle of bright marks suddenly lit up around it, which looked like some totems carved around the well and uncovered. Suddenly, a strong energy gushed out from the bottom of the well. A dazzling beam of light shot straight into the sky. This beam of light was not a single color, but was interwoven with countless colors, as if a rainbow was twisted into a ball, and it looked more like a perfectly shaped twist. At the same time, the sky seemed to feel the call of this energy. From the high sky, another equally strong and sacred beam of light came vertically down and merged with the light column on the ground. The two beams collided and merged with each other, forming a unique, almost transparent transmission channel. Oh my! Feng Chen looked up at the sky. Why do I feel like we are about to ascend? The space around the channel seemed to be distorted by this energy, forming a strange field. The air in this field flows very slowly, as if even time has been frozen. The three people standing in this field can clearly feel their skin trembling slightly under this magnetic field. Lynchen did not hesitate, and took the lead in stepping into the light column, and disappeared the next moment. Feng Chen and Jizi looked at each other, and did not stop, and followed into the light. After that, only 5 seconds later, the beam of light connecting the sky and the earth disappeared directly, and everything around returned to its original appearance, and the mark images surrounding the portal also disappeared. Some players around approached in disbelief. Did someone just go in? Oh my god, so many people in our Baiwest city have reached level 40? These players even stepped on the top of this well, but there was no movement around. There are countless intermediate main cities in the land of the hunting god. And the intermediate main city that can be directly upgraded from Baiwest City is called Emerald Paradise. Emerald Paradise is located in the northwest of the updated map in Lin Chen's hands. On the map, there was originally a vast mountain range of tens of thousands of miles. This mountain range was surrounded by extremely mysterious and magnificent clouds all year round. Normally, low-level players could not walk through this mountain range. This huge mountain range has no name. There are many kinds of wild monsters around it. Various adventures and entrances to ruins can be seen everywhere. Usually, there will be some players who are lost and enter them by mistake, but the consequences are all fatal. The intermediate main city Emerald Paradise is located in this mountain range. Looking down from the sky, the endless misty mountains stretch out in sight, like a magnificent sea of clouds. In the depths of this vast sea of clouds, there is an obvious gap, like a crack in the sky and earth. Around, the endless haze and clouds seem to be precisely separated by an invisible giant hand, forming a clear space. In this clear space, countless giant mountains as high as thousands of feet stood majestically, closely relying on each other and quietly guarding this land. Between the giant mountains, magnificent buildings can be vaguely seen, standing like immortals' residences, extraordinary and otherworldly. The boundless city seemed like a fairyland in the clouds, and each building exuded a strong magic and prosperous atmosphere. These auras gathered together and rushed straight to the sky, forming a powerful wave of power. In the deepest part of these buildings, huge and sacred light pillars fell from the sky, as if they were the gift of the gods, covering the entire building complex in a sacred light. The small Baiwa city never had such an exaggerated style. In contrast, Baiwa city was like a group of dirt piles in a remote rural area. Looking up, these light pillars were huge, like a giant hand of the natural moat tightly holding the building complex. Under the light column, the towering buildings and halls were staggered in height, forming a magnificent picture. Among them, some buildings were particularly eye-catching. They were much taller than the surrounding buildings, standing out from the crowd and highlighting their unique status. In this intermediate main city, countless figures shuttled among the buildings. Every player who appeared here had the words 40 written on his head. From this time on, all kinds of races finally met each other for the first time. Humans, elves, orcs. The huge group of players began to be wary of each other intentionally or unintentionally. After all, not everyone participated in the King's Dungeon and the World Boss Battlefield. Most of them saw aliens for the first time and were obviously a little uncomfortable. However, compared with these players, there were some figures in this main city who were extremely busy. The NPCs belonging to this city. Compared with low-level main cities such as Bayou City, the NPCs in this place are obviously more dynamic. They don't even need to stand in a specific place, but can move freely. In the square in the streets, you can already see many NPCs chasing players to sell goods. My eyes are dazzled. Feng Chen was unable to adapt to the light around him. He used both hands to protect his eyes tightly, and kept muttering. After more than 10 seconds, he carefully opened his eyes. When he completely adapted to everything in front of him, he just felt his legs go weak. To be honest, as a modern earthling, Feng Chen experience, I have seen many magnificent and sacred buildings in cities, either in movies or in games. But they are far from being as shocking as being there in person. The farther he looked, the more dizzy Feng Chen felt. It seemed that he was not looking at a city, but a vast ocean. Staring at it for a long time would really make him feel physically uncomfortable. Gudong. And Gardenia standing beside him was not much better. The girl was now pale, and couldn't help but hug her chest with both hands. Yes, the place where they stood was a huge teleportation square. Players teleported from various low-level main cities would step into this square one by one. Just as the three of them were getting familiar with the Emerald Paradise, beams of light appeared one after another around them, and various people or alien players landed one after another. Like Feng Chen and Shizi, these people were all shocked by the scene around them, and many of them even sat down on the ground. Soon, Feng Chen saw the most eye-catching thing from the surrounding scene. It was a breathtaking central building. Its huge top seemed to touch the sky. The building was made of a rare mineral called emerald rock. Its surface was shining brightly, as if inlaid with countless stars. Under the sunlight, the whole building exuded a charming brilliance, making the whole city look splendid in the alternation of day and night. The surrounding walls soared into the sky, and its height was almost comparable to the nearby mountains. From a distance, the city wall was like a giant dragon winding around. "Are you all right?" Lin Chen suddenly patted Feng Chen and Jizi on the shoulders. "Ah?" The two reacted and nodded repeatedly. "I'm fine." At this moment, the two were once again shocked by Lin Chen's ability to accept. Lin Chen, who was also an earthling like them, seemed to be oblivious to everything around him. With the two's reaction like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, Lin Chen even opened his backpack and sorted out the items inside. "Do you want to get familiar with this place first?" Lin Chen asked. "For example, find the corresponding professional buildings, or get familiar with the mission hall here?" "Oh, this." Feng Chen and Jizi looked at each other. Then, they nodded. "Brother, if you have anything, please send me a private message." "It's okay, I have a team teleport order, and I will fly over directly if there is anything," Lin Chen said. Soon, the three of them separated. There are many things to get familiar with in this huge main city. Even Lin Chen came to this emerald paradise for the first time. Although the structure of each main city of the same level is not much different, its overall structure is still a little different. Seeing Feng Chun and Jizi walking together, Lin Chen also needed to find the church of this new main city. The sage-specific skills between levels 35 and 40 have not been learned yet, and Lin Chen also has some questions to ask special NPCs. But just as Lin Chen was about to move, a prompt suddenly appeared in his friend list. Ding! You have a new friend message. Lin Chen was stunned. He had just arrived in the intermediate main city for 10 minutes, and someone added him as a friend. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen clicked on the friend list. But what caught his eye was not the so-called friend request, but the private chat of friends. A familiar name appeared. Elena. Sending you a message. Do you want to check it? Elena? Lin Chen was stunned for a while, then looked around. He remembered that when he was in the Zombie King copy, Elena had asked him if he could join her fixed team. And he said something to Elena. When you reach level 40, go to the intermediate main city, Dom Federation, and find me there. But this is not Dom Federation, could it be? Lin Chen clicked on the private chat page and saw the message from Elena. Elena, hello. Programmer, hello. Elena, excuse me, are you already level 40? I can't see your personal information in the friend list, but I see your location seems to be an intermediate main city. Programmer, yes, I'm in Emerald Paradise. Lin Chen always wears a mask, so even Elena, as a friend, can't get Lin Chen's attribute information by checking his personal information. Elena, excuse me, can I go find you? My current intermediate main city is called Thanghua Bisui Island. Although I couldn't see Elena's expression, Lin Chen should be able to feel that she was obviously anxious. Programmer, go find an NPC with the words Teleportation Guide in front of his name. You can find him to teleport to the main city of the same level. Elena, okay. Programmer, teleportation costs a lot of money. Before he finished speaking, the other party seemed to have closed the private chat page. Seeing that Elena's avatar had turned black, Lin Chen simply stopped sending these words. He closed the page and took a look at the map of the main city. Then he walked in one direction.